Chapter 1. James Harden, with the ball in hand, orchestrates the play with an air of mastery, his entire being awash with feints and deceptions. Oh my God. Harden once again executes a step-back three-pointer, defying the defense of Wilson Chandler, and effortlessly sinks a drifting three. The deficit stands at 20 points. With merely 5 minutes remaining, the game has already slipped away. The Knicks are on the verge of suffering an 11-game losing streak. One of the Thunder trio, this year's number 3 pick, James Harden, has exploded for 30 points tonight, setting a new personal scoring record. In him, I glimpsed the nascent shadow of a future superstar. Madison Square Garden. In the commentary booth, Reggie Miller exclaims with excitement, "Really? Just a 30-point game? And you can discern the aura of a future megastar?" This casts a shadow on Kevin, who is averaging over 30 points this season. Surely, you are simply enamored with James Harden's alluring beard and are here lavishing excessive praise on him. Flight Pig Barkley shoots Reggie a disapproving glance, transforming his expression into one of joviality as he chimes in. In 2007, the number 2 pick, Kevin. In 2008, the 4th pick, Russell, and this year's number 3 pick, James Harden. 3 years, 3 stars. The Thunder trio has assembled, and Oklahoma City proudly announces the completion of its rebuild. This year, they are poised to make a push for the playoffs and even higher aspirations. I'm utterly thrilled. Beep, beep. The Knicks head coach, Mike D'Antoni, calls a timeout, intending to substitute all 5 players in a gesture of surrender. 5 minutes left, a 20-point deficit. The rookie Harden, who ranks 3rd on the team, has erupted. There's truly no need for struggle here. On the bench, not just a hydration station, Su Yin gazes at the vast arena, observing Durant donning the number 35 jersey. Thunder Durant. Su Yin exclaims involuntarily. What does this mean? The player who formed the Sunshine Trio, only to be swept in the first round, is back in Oklahoma City, seemingly bereft of championship hopes. Is he attempting to emulate the old LeBron? Surely not. Some things cannot be undone. Yet, it must be acknowledged that today's Thunder is indeed formidable. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Chet Holmgren, and Jalen Williams, all powerful and youthful, bursting with potential. Their status as the top team in the West is the best proof. With Durant back, it's conceivable that next season's Thunder could indeed contend for the championship. Wait, hold on. This doesn't add up. What are Westbrook and Harden doing here? Are they returning as well? Harden's beard isn't even thick enough for drawing fouls. And seated beside him is T-Mac McGrady, who shouldn't even be on the court after his CBA stint ended long ago. Something feels profoundly off. This doesn't resemble 2024 at all. It feels more akin to the era of the Thunder trio. Am I time traveling? Time travel? Su Yin is well acquainted with this concept. Having never seen a pig run, he's nevertheless familiar with the trope. In novels, protagonists often traverse time. He briefly contemplates the notion that he has indeed traveled, yet he decides to seek final confirmation. He nudges McGrady and softly inquires, "Tracy, what year is it?" "Dude, are you for real? Do you even hear what you're asking?" Out of politeness, he suppresses his impulse to scoff and replies, "What's there to say? It's obviously 2009. How much did you drink at the bar last night? You still haven't sobered up?" "I didn't drink much." Su Yin chuckles, stretching his waist and jesting. "I'm just a bit worn out, and my mind is still hazy." "Oh." McGrady's eyes light up, and he laughs. "Youth is a wonderful thing. Unlike me, who is already aging." With that, he sighs, seemingly with deeper meaning. 30 years old is considered old? Just about right. It's just that injuries have ruined your career. Su Yin, fully aware of what McGrady refers to, gazes at him with a mix of pity and admiration, saying, "Tracy, you are already remarkable. Even if you retire now, you will undoubtedly be a Hall of Fame player in the future. The truth is as such." Su Yin speaks without deceit or flattery. "Haha," McGrady chuckles. "Hall of Fame or not, such praise brings joy to anyone who hears it." He pats Su Yin on the shoulder. "You're Su Yin, right? A fellow from Dragon Country, a compatriot of Yao Ming. I have a deep impression of you. Keep up the good work. I hope you can become an exceptional player like Yao Ming in the future." "Thank you." Su Yin responds humbly, "I will strive for it." Just a brief exchange. McGrady has a favorable impression of Su Yin. Returning to his thoughts, Su Yin can't help but mentally criticize. "First of all, I don't even particularly like basketball. I'm not fond of this time travel. Secondly, becoming a player as remarkable as Yao Ming. What a preposterous notion. Out of over 1 billion people in Dragon Country, only one has emerged. Why should I, an ordinary time traveler, think I can achieve that?" What I mean is, why don't I have a golden finger? Suddenly, a notification chimes in Su Yan's mind. What? There's one. So it's true that I won't receive anything unless I complain. The crazy money system is merging and has successfully bound to the host. What is this? What's happening? The system explains, anything the host does on the basketball court related to the game can earn money. As levels increase, the earnings multiply. The money is not virtual currency, it can be used in reality. Current host level, LV1, with privileges, dribbling, running, passing, scoring, rebounding, stealing, and blocking all generate income. Dribbling, earn 1 for each dribble. Running, earn 1 for each step taken. Friendly reminder, the host's dribbling and running are not affected by the game money can be earned at any time. Dribble and run for instant gratification, endlessly dribble, endlessly run, endlessly enjoy. Rebounds, earn 200 for each rebound secured. Assists, earn 300 for each assist made. Steals, earn 500 for each steal. Blocks, earn 500 for each block achieved. Free throws, earn 1,000 for each successful free throw. 2 points, earn 2,000 for each 2-point score. 3 points, earn 3,000 for each 3-point score. Experience for leveling up, 10000 experience, can only be gained through expenditure. The more you spend, the more experience you earn. System shop, not yet opened. Items, LV1 privilege package X1, beginner package X1. Tasks none. Skills none. Amount 0. Dribble and run to earn money. Su Yan's eyes brighten at this revelation. This is extraordinary. Basketball, a high-intensity and exhausting sport, is certainly not one Su Yan favors. In his previous life, he faced multiple entrepreneurial failures and, upon entering the system, resolved to live a life of ease. It's not that he doesn't want to make money, he simply lacks the capability. As long as he can get by, he's content to let life unfold as it will. Upon confirming he has time traveled and learned he is a basketball player, Su Yan's initial reaction was one of indifference. However, if playing basketball can earn him money and potentially a substantial income, that's an entirely different story. Su Yan stroked his chin, contemplating, if I were to score 30 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks in a game, how much could I earn? 30 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. The scoring breakdown consists of 6 2-pointers, 5 3-pointers, and 3 free throws. X vio, miden, pede extria, miden, tria, xena, miden, pede x diacosia, pede extriacosia, vio expedacosia, triada, tessera, pedacosia. Even a decent performance in a game could earn Su Yan 34,500. With the current exchange rate at 6.8, that translates to approximately 234,600 Dragon Country currency. Wow! Earning 230,000 in a single game is exhilarating. Moreover, this is merely the earning potential at LV1. Should he reach LV2, LV3, or even higher, the earnings would further escalate. At that point, it's conceivable that in an unremarkable game, without breaking a sweat, I could earn 1 million. Wow! The potential earnings are staggering. It's almost hard to fathom. Now I understand why Only Brother is so enamored with basketball. By the way, there exists a LV1 privilege gift pack and a novice gift pack, signifying that with each elevation and level, a privilege gift pack will be awarded. Quite splendid. With a flicker of thought, Su Yan suppressed the joy swelling within him and proceeded to unveil the 2 gift packs. Upon opening the LV1 privilege gift pack, the reward was revealed. Maximum level 3-point shooting ability, surpassing even the pinnacle of Stephen Curry's 3-point prowess, characterized by an utter disregard for reason. The novice gift pack bestowed basic physical enhancements, elevating the host's physical attributes and skills to the average standards of the NBA. This implies that a point guard capable of entering the NBA would possess commendable speed, ball handling, passing, and shooting skills, albeit with a notable neglect of defensive and rim-protecting abilities. Conversely, a center entering the NBA would demonstrate acceptable defensive, rim-protecting, and shot-blocking capabilities, yet would likely fall short in speed, ball handling, and shooting proficiency. However, Su Yan possessed an impressive amalgamation of all these attributes. His overall prowess surpassed the average level of the NBA, and coupled with his maximum level 3-point shooting, he could undoubtedly become a starting player for any team. His role might well be defined as elite shooter. Upon the conclusion of the system's proclamation, Su Yin felt a warm current coursing through his body, imparting an extraordinarily comfortable sensation, albeit fleeting. Everything returned to its usual state. Clenching his fists, he noticed a marked increase in strength, and as he moved his shoulders, he felt a significant lightness in his body. Not bad, he mused with a subtle smile. Here, in the NBA, lacking maximum-level three-point shooting, and this physique would render the pursuit of wealth quite challenging. Should anyone observe him, they would detect an inexplicable confidence radiating from him. Now, equipped with the ability to take to the court, another question arose: how to actually play. Clearly, prior to the system's enhancement, Su Yin was an abysmal player, likely relegated to the role of a mere water boy. Even during garbage time, he might not have had the opportunity to step onto the court. Players like Bill Walker and Larry Hughes, among the bench warmers, were stretching and preparing to enter the game. Su Yin also stood up, ostensibly to stretch, briskly pacing back and forth for 20 steps. He glanced at the system once more. Amount, $20. Wait, just for walking, they truly reward that. A sudden thought of lethargy crossed his mind. If I could amass $1,000 simply by walking 10,000 steps in a day, what need would I have for basketball or any other pursuits? Wouldn't that allow for a life of ease? Not to suggest grand wealth, but a life free from financial worries would surely pose no issue. Yet upon reflection, the idea of laboriously walking 10,000 steps for a mere $1,000 paled in comparison to the prospect of earning $3,000 with a single successful three-pointer. Suddenly, he found himself wavering. Why not just play? After all, the outcome is inconsequential, and turning down free money would be sheer folly. With that thought in mind, he contemplated how to get onto the court. Without hesitation, Su Yin dashed like the wind to Coach D'Antoni, clasping his leg tightly. "Coach, I want to play basketball. Please let me on the court." Su Yin gazed earnestly at Coach D'Antoni, his eyes reflecting an intense yearning for the game. A brilliant light emanated from his eyes, making it difficult for D'Antoni to refuse. Was it truly necessary to be so heartfelt? It was a bit overwhelming. Moreover, isn't garbage time precisely for allowing players to take the court and elevate the team's energy? Otherwise, why sign a 10-year hardship contract? You like McGrady are now the team's cash cow. McGrady is one of the 4 great shooting guards in terms of popularity. You, however, bring beauty and the identity of Longwa. As for talent and skill, that is a matter best left unspoken. Discussing it further may lead to hurt feelings. D'Antoni pulled Su Yin up with a smile, saying, all right, given Su Yin's fervent love for basketball, you must take the court." "Thank you, coach. Go." Fearing D'Antoni might change his mind, Su Yin rushed to the court the moment the timeout concluded. As he stepped onto the floor, a murmur of excitement rippled through the audience. "Look at that Knicks player in the number 7 jersey. He's such a handsome man. The skin appears remarkably fair. Even I, who am considered pale among women, feel overshadowed by his flawless complexion, tall stature, pristine skin, and athletic build from playing basketball. His smile radiates a vibrant sunshine. Is he truly a basketball player? I'm smitten. Could it be possible that he is merely an ornamental figure, strategically placed to captivate women like us?" The truth unveiled, this certainly amplifies the rationale for attending the game at Madison Square Garden. The chatter in the front row is quite lively, particularly among many young ladies, each covering their mouths in awe, utterly enchanted by Su Yin's striking looks and impressive physique. On the sidelines, D'Antoni senses the sudden surge of excitement in the arena. His arms crossed and a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, this is the very reason for signing Su Yin. Su Yin, too, notices the unusual atmosphere. He is acutely aware that the attention is not due to his skills on the court. Goodness, so I am merely an ornament. While silently lamenting this realization, Su Yin's feet do not cease their movement. Each step is worth $100, and the money flows in swiftly, before the game even begins. In just a matter of seconds, Su Yin discreetly earns $100, which translates to approximately 680 yuan in our homeland. Working for just a minute a day could yield a monthly income of 20,000. Who needs a bicycle when such thoughts lead to a desire for leisure? As the main event commences, with 5 minutes remaining and the Thunder fielding their entire bench, the score gap stands at 20 points. The Knicks are on the offense. Larry Hughes brings the ball past half court that Su Yin dashes forward, constantly repositioning, appearing extremely proactive, while in reality, he is merely raking in the cash. $1 added, another dollar added, another dollar added. At the commentary booth, given the game's garbage time, Reggie Miller pays little attention to the match, instead focusing on the newly entered number 7 player for the Knicks, Su Yin. Age 19, height 201 centimeters, weight 95 kilograms, playing small forward, hailing from the Dragon Kingdom, an international player. This year's undrafted rookie, who just signed a short-term contract with the Knicks today. Frankly, I do not comprehend why the Knicks would sign him. Given his mediocre physical talents and abilities, it appears utterly pointless. Is it merely due to the backing of the Dragon Kingdom market? Perhaps, Barkley shrugs, not denying it. Yao Ming is a living testament to the vast number of fans from the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, I believe looks might play a part as well. Based solely on appearance, Su Yin could serve as the league's poster boy down on the court. Su Yin runs tirelessly, displaying great enthusiasm. However, aside from accumulating wealth, the more crucial task is to seize the opportunity to score as a player on the bench. Even if he steps onto the court, chances for offense are typically scarce, especially considering his lack of talent and skill. Everyone is relishing the rare garbage time. Why should they grant him the opportunity to attack? If McGrady were on the court, perhaps it would be different, for Su Yin had left a favorable impression on him just moments ago. Yet, a player of McGrady's caliber is clearly meant to play during regulation time, earning his accolades as a starter. Nevertheless, Su Yin is remarkably proactive, consistently creating favorable positions. That is a different narrative altogether. I am open. Pass me the ball. I can score. At the right arc, breaking free from his defender, Su Yin immediately called for the ball from Larry Hughes, his voice booming, leaving Hughes momentarily dazed, with only the word open echoing in his mind. Almost inexplicably, he passes the ball, as if startled into action by Su Yin, and in truth, the opportunity isn't particularly advantageous. He has maneuvered into position, yet still stand a meter outside the three-point line. And shooting directly is not an option. At least in 2009, this was not an ideal distance for a three-pointer. What happens next? Whoosh! The instant Su Yin received the ball, he draws back and swiftly releases a three-point shot, showing no signs of hesitation. Quick and decisive. Larry Hughes instantly regrets his pass, especially as he watches Su Yin's reckless attempt from beyond the arc. Don't shoot. You got to be kidding me. He roars, just as the next moment, in astonishment, the basketball swishes through the net, sending ripples through the air. A perfect three-pointer. He is left stifling the praise that nearly escaped his lips, instead exclaiming, "What a shot!" A remarkable three-pointer. Larry Hughes refrains from reprimanding Su Yin, instead offering him praise. Yet that's where it ends. Had Su Yin missed, it would have been an entirely different story. Clearly, everyone perceives Su Yin's success as mere luck. Having landed that three-pointer, little do they know, a long-range three-pointer surpassing even the peak skills of Curry is nearly impossible to miss. Su Yin sinks the three-pointer. A reward of $3,000 is registered in the system. The notification rings in his mind, filling him with delight. Indeed, three-pointers are truly exhilarating. Oh, coach, how I love playing basketball. With a score gap of 17 points, no one is paying attention. Transitioning to offense, Thunder's substitute power forward Serge Ibaka attempts a jump shot from the right elbow. Clang, it misses. Ibaka's future mid-range shooting may prove reliable, but as a sophomore, he is still developing his skills. Perhaps the relaxed atmosphere of garbage time contributes to his inconsistency. The rebound is secured by the 211-centimeter substitute center, Jared Jeffries, who passes it to Larry Hughes for the advance. Su Yin continues to energetically search for opportunities. When everyone else is lethargic, his individual zeal makes finding chances all the easier. The 2004-2005 season marked the peak for Larry Hughes, averaging 22.4 points, 6.5 rebounds, for 0.8 assists, 2.9 steals, and 0.3 blocks. A fiercely competitive dual-threat guard, he was also that year's steals leader. Now, due to age and injuries, he's been relegated to the bench. How did someone with otherwise unremarkable physical talent achieve the title of steals leader? It was earned through relentless effort. Now, in this garbage time, witnessing Su Yin's fervent running and relentless pursuit of opportunities, not only for scoring but to showcase his abilities, he sees a reflection of his younger self. Coupled with the favorable impression from the recent long-range three, he thinks, I'm open, pass me the ball, I can score. Unbeknownst to Su Yin, Larry Hughes harbors his own thoughts. He merely desires to shoot. Once more, he bellows for the ball. Whoosh! Larry Hughes passes the ball to Su Yin again to tee the left arc, still a meter beyond the three-point line. Su Yin receives the ball. Larry Hughes advises, this is a good chance. Take a step closer to the three-point line to increase your shooting percentage. Before the word higher escapes his mouth, Su Yin launches another three-pointer, as if resolved, showing no signs of hesitation. Goodness, how rash. This is hardly different from just throwing it away. Had I known, I wouldn't have passed it. He suppresses his urge to scold Su Yin, his thoughts lingering on the previous successful three-pointer. His gaze fixed on the spinning basketball. If I wielded a 3-foot sword, I could cleave the heavens and let the rainbow descend. Swish! Su Yin scores again from beyond the arc, consecutive hit. Oh! Barkley blinks, surprised that it went in. Still a clean shot. That Su Yin's three-point shooting seems to be quite commendable. While engaged in casual conversation, he still keeps an eye on the court, demonstrating professionalism. Su Yin's 2 three-pointers. Regardless of shooting form, timing, or the flick of his fingers on the ball, all appear impeccably executed. The trajectory of the basketball is perfect. Textbook three-point shooting, especially from such a distance, makes consecutive hits seem less like luck. How curious! Reggie Miller scratches his head, puzzled. His scouting report clearly indicated that Su Yan's mid-range skills were subpar, yet his three-point shooting appears so composed and precise. It shouldn't be. That truly should not be the case. You allow a rookie to suddenly possess a three-point shooting ability more formidable than that of Pete Curry. Such a stark contrast would bewilder anyone who witnesses it, a 14-point deficit. The score seems to elicit little concern from the spectators. Yet, the consecutive three-pointers, particularly from the extended-range shooter Su Yin, have captured a modicum of attention. Coach D'Antoni appears somewhat perplexed. The shooting form, the precision, what is happening? As a coach, he is acutely aware of Su Yan's caliber in three-point shooting. And these two successful attempts, even if fortunate, defy logic. Morrison, has there been an error in Su Yan's physical assessment report? Assistant coach Morrison Patton, equally confounded, shakes his head in disbelief, asserting there is no issue. He has been closely monitoring him. He simply lacks a basket, let alone a three-point shot. What on earth is going on? Wait, Su Yin, you actually possess a three-point shot. Larry Hughes is taken aback. Su Yin, regarded as a mere ornament upon joining the Knicks, is a well-known fact within the locker room, akin to T-Mac. His presence merely serves to enhance the ambience of the court, and he might not even step onto the floor. Merely being an eye-catcher from the bench, he has had little impact on the team. Naturally, no one considers him a threat offensively, yet these two extended three-pointers have indeed shattered preconceived notions. Typically, one successful shot may be attributed to luck, and two to coincidence. However, in the realm of long-range shooting, one swish can barely be justified. To hit two in a row is undeniably beyond the realm of coincidence. This is no jest. Su Yin raised his chin and jested. If it weren't for the coach's restriction on my playtime, we wouldn't be trailing by this much. He then leaned closer to Larry Hughes and, with a serious demeanor, continued, in truth, I'm a secret weapon orchestrated by Coach Mike D'Antoni. The intention is to let the outside world perceive me as a novice, only to astonish everyone and catch the opponents off guard, aiding the team in achieving victory. Su Yin lies without a hint of embarrassment. Really? Larry Hughes exclaimed, his eyes widening. Why are you shouting so loudly? Su Yin shot him a glare, maintaining a facade before whispering, consider this. Our team has already suffered 10 consecutive losses. If we continue down this path, our confidence will be utterly shattered, won't it? I overheard Reggie Miller mentioning an 11-game losing streak, and here we are at it is rather dismal for the largest city in America. Indeed. Larry Hughes nodded vigorously. Then it's settled. Su Yin adopted an indignant expression, asserting, now, as her secret weapon, I must fulfill my role. So, pass me the ball frequently and without hesitation, understood? All right. Larry Hughes nodded fervently. With this fervor, it seemed that Su Yin had him so captivated that he might be compelled to count the bills. The game continued. Time elapsed. Less than a minute had passed, with 4 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, and a 14-point gap that now appeared tinged with suspense. Swish! Ibaka confidently sank another mid-range shot, extending the lead to 16 points and stabilizing his team's morale. Meanwhile, as Larry Hughes was entirely focused on feeding Su Yin the ball, everything became exceedingly simple. Su Yin's offensive prowess spiraled into an unstoppable momentum. 3 minutes and 47 seconds from the top of the arc. Su Yin utilized the screen to create an opportunity, and Larry Hughes promptly delivered the pass. Receiving the ball for a three-pointer, he executed it with precision. Swish! Another three-pointer. 3 minutes and 01 seconds. From the left corner, Su Yin received a dish from Larry Hughes after his drive and confidently launched another three-pointer. The lackadaisical defense from Nick Collison proved fruitless. Under the sunlight, the ball sailed through the net without deviation. Swish! Another successful shot. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. From the left arc top, Su Yin received a pass from Larry Hughes 2 meters beyond the three-point line. Thunder's small forward, T. Thomas, guarded him closely, yet still allowed him to step. There was no choice from that distance. He could not close the gap. Thus, Su Yin, unreserved, unleashed a super long-range three-pointer with decisive intent, leaving T. Thomas in stunned disbelief. That was impossible, as he regained focus amidst his exclamation. The basketball pierced the net, sending chills down his spine. In merely 2 minutes and 30 seconds, Su Yin had netted 5 consecutive three-pointers, amassing 15 points and leading the team in a staggering 15-2 scoring surge. In an instant, the 20-point deficit had dwindled to a mere 7 points. At this juncture, everyone began to feel the pressure. Beep beep. Thunder's head coach Scott Brooks was compelled to call a timeout. It was necessary to halt the momentum of the unknown rookie, Su Yin, whose three-point shooting had ignited a fierce blaze. Indeed, Su Yin had brought the Thunder to a standstill. What happened to the supposed ornament? On the Thunder's bench, Harden appeared bewildered. Who knows? Westbrook shrugged. 5 attempts, 5 makes. It was evident that we had hardly defended Su Yin. Yet it must be acknowledged that his three-point shooting was impressive, that it's a bit bothersome. Durant frowned. Given the current situation, they might need to re-enter the game. He had little interest in Su Yin, merely finding it tiresome to continue playing. Wet bro. Harden was both astonished and displeased, having set a personal scoring record of 30 points, and now being forced back onto the court. This was confident, this was perfect. Yet now, being called back felt somewhat embarrassing. The key question was, what was Su Yin? How could he single-handedly compel the Thunder 3, renowned this season, to return to the game? There was a hint of reluctance. The reality was that the Knicks starters were preparing to return 2 minutes and 30 seconds, with a 7-point gap if the starters faced the bench, complemented by a hot shooter. Opportunities would abound, ending the 10-game losing streak with a shared desire among every Knicks player. Now, they had a golden opportunity laid before them, with no reason to squander it. They needn't wait until it was too late to express regret. The Knicks intended to reintroduce their starters, so the Thunder would do the same to avoid complications. Coach Scott Brooks approached the Thunder 3 in no problem. Westbrook's expression shifted. How could he allow a mere ornament to dominate him in this league? Indeed, Harden scoffed. Tonight was my night, and I would not let a rookie ruin it. All right, Durant nodded nonchalantly, ready to enter the game and exert some effort to instill despair in New York, emerging at the pinnacle. Striving for the scoring title in just his third year, Durant's composure towards the game stems from his absolute confidence in his abilities. Beep beep. Shortly thereafter, the match resumed. The Thunder returned with the 3 alongside forward Jeff Green and center Nenad Kirstic. Although Harden was initially a substitute, during critical moments, he would often replace Sabo Cephalosha to play during clutch time. With his current hot streak, there was even less reason to leave the court. On the Knicks side, center David Lee and power forward Al Harrington took their positions. Small forward Danilo Gallinari, small forward Su Yin, and point guard Chris Duhon. Tracy McGrady is unable to play. With Al Harrington, Gallinari, and Su Yin, they form a trio of sharpshooters alongside the rim-protecting David Lee and point guard Duhon. This lineup is crafted solely for the purpose of closing the gap in points. The game commences. The Thunder gains possession. Westbrook receives the ball and crosses half-court, positioning himself at the top of the arc, seeking opportunities for both penetration and passing. The towering 208 centimeters Gallinari is matched up against Durant. While Su Yin faces Harden, Su Yin appears particularly exhilarated. Harden glances at him and thinks, "Come on, you've only hit a few threes. Do you really need to be this hyped? I'm scoring 30 tonight. Double your points, and I remain composed. This is how a future star should behave, but your vision is too narrow. Your future is bleak." Su Yin shoots him a glare. "What do you know?" While it may seem that Harden's 30 points dwarf Su Yin's 15. In reality, Su Yin has astonishingly achieved his 15 points in just 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The stakes are high that a single three-pointer earns him 3-0-0-0, and 5 such shots would net him a whopping 15-0-0-0. Who wouldn't he be thrilled by that? Westbrook charges in, launching himself towards the basket like a human cannonball, seemingly intent on a mutual destruction with his adversary. The opportunity to attack the rim arises. Yet the second-year Westbrook fails to finish. Rebounds? David Lee, who averages 11.8 boards per game, secures the ball with ease. Su Yin, keep running. The moment an opportunity arises, I'll pass it to you. Duhan calls out during the fast break. Such friendliness toward a rookie? Not quite that. It's purely because Su Yin has just drained 5 consecutive three-pointers, becoming a crucial asset for the Knicks in their pursuit of a comeback. In any realm, prowess reigns supreme. This truth remains unchanged throughout the ages. Su Yin understands this and is uninterested in overthinking. All he desires at this moment is to shoot threes and help his team secure victory. Truly, whoosh, 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 Su Yin begins to sprint tirelessly with David Lee, Gallinari, and others providing friendly screens. Capitalizing on his hot hand, everyone hopes he'll take more shots. Money, plus one. Money, plus one. Money, plus one. Every sprint translates to cash, fueling his motivation further. Hey, come on, man. Do you have to go all out like this? The starters are already on the court. You're no longer the main force. It doesn't concern you much anymore. Why the relentless running and fierce effort? Harden, matched up against Su Yin, recalls the early days of his career when his defensive zeal was still intact. But tonight, he is the star player, following a mere waterboy around the court, especially in such a mindless manner. Is beneath him, he can hardly contain himself. Harden catches up to Su Yin and quips, "Stop, stop, stop. Can you not run so much? Do you see anyone passing you the ball? Even if they did, you wouldn't score. Then why follow me so closely?" Su Yin retorts with a glare. Despite the banter, he maintains his pace, breathing heavily yet staying right on Harden's tail. After all, he is a rookie and must make a good impression. Without proving his worth, he risks being disregarded in the future, merely a player known for his eye-test defense. Teams typically invest in that. Whoosh, he darts down again, suddenly executing a sharp cut back toward the basket. Shaking off Harden, the stylish off-ball maneuver. Not quite. It's simply the result of relentless running that has sent Harden into a frenzy, if one is willing to run and approach the game with seriousness. Opportunities will inevitably arise at the right side of the arc, just outside the three-point line. Su Yin arrives, receiving Duhan's pass. He raises his hand and launches another extended three-pointer, swift and distant. Durant reacts quickly, but he still fails to contest adequately. The gap remains substantial. The basketball soars from Su Yin's fingertips, flying to the hoop, spinning as it travels, and under Harden's astonished gaze, it once again swishes through the net. Swish, his sixth three-pointer, another 3,000 in his pocket, and the deficit dwindles to just 4 points. What is happening? Who is this kid? Coach Scott Brooks is no longer composed. He cannot maintain his calm that a player he doesn't even recognize. A mere water boy has unleashed an 18-2 scoring barrage. How can one endure this? Isn't akin to rubbing his face in the dirt, just a pretty face meant to attract fans. His assistant coach is equally distressed. This player was undrafted, with abysmal testing numbers, and nobody wanted him. Yet with his handsome looks and the backing of the Chinese market, the Knicks signed him to a short contract. Likely hoping to draw in some fans based on aesthetics, he supposedly lacks scoring ability and is particularly weak in shooting threes. But wait, he has made 6 out of 6 threes, each with difficulty, including some from long distance. Are you telling me he can't shoot threes? Are you kidding me? Suppressing his urge to scoff, Coach Brooks yells at Harden to ramp up the defensive intensity. He must not let him take open shots. Even if he scores 30 points tonight, Harden is still going to face criticism. The look he casts at Su Yin is filled with disdain. He is putting in all this effort, and yet he is dragging me down with him. I may not be human, but you're truly a dog. Sighing, Harden begrudgingly accepts the reprimand and grits his teeth as he chases Su Yin .6 for 6 from 3. He cannot allow him the luxury of a clean shot. Otherwise, if they lose, he'll bear the blame that a milestone could turn into a tragedy, and Harden is not willing to let that happen. Yet Su Yin is equally relentless. Even if he doesn't find an opportunity to receive the ball in the next minute. His running never ceases. Harden, panting heavily, feels as though he has played all night without fatigue. Yet it's these last couple of minutes that have drained him. Once again, he catches up to Su Yin, denying him a chance to receive the ball. Su Yin, right? Seriously, just stop running. You don't need to be a workhorse. Your teammates are strong. As a shooter, you should patiently wait in the corner for your teammates to dish you the ball. That is how it should be. Harden's coaching. Well, let us not deny that he has a point that a traditional shooter ought to remain quietly stationed in the corner, awaiting the core player to draw defenders before receiving a pass and launching a three-pointer. It is not as though this isn't the era of small ball. Even in the future, many shooters will play this way out of course. Harden's insistence stems from his desire not to appear as if he is glued to Su Yin's side. Harden, is the 3rd overall pick this year. Su Yin, is an undrafted rookie that it's reasonable for Su Yin to follow Harden's lead. It would be embarrassing for Harden to have to chase after Su Yin. Before his eventual trade to the Nets, Harden was a player with a robust sense of self-worth, harboring grand aspirations. Me, a workhorse. If I told you that hitting a three-pointer earns me 3,000, you'd be hustling too. Su Yin chuckles, unfazed by Harden's jabs. I'm just an undrafted rookie, so I must cherish every minute on the court. Therefore, can you please stop tailing me and let me shoot a few more threes? In your dreams, Harden retorts sharply, and Su Yin fires back. Then why are you wasting your breath? The two rookies continue their tussle on the court as defensive intensity escalates and the game enters its critical final moments. It is not so easy for Su Yin to receive the ball. Durant, with nerves of steel, calls out to Gallinari, accelerates one step, halts abruptly, and takes a jump shot. This is utterly unanswerable. Swish, 2 points scored with cold-blooded precision. David Lee in the paint decisively overpowered Kostic, forcefully securing another 2 points, keeping the deficit at a mere 2 points. Westbrook, refusing to be outdone, unleashed his explosive physical prowess, once again accelerating past his defender and charging towards the basket. With a thunderous slam, he executed a violent C-type dunk, showcasing the aesthetics of brutality, extending the lead to 4 points with only 27.4 seconds remaining. It seemed that the Knicks were destined to lose. In a swift transition, Su Yin positioned himself at the top of the arc, 2 meters from the basket. Harden, a moment too late, failed to keep up. It was so much a matter of slow reaction. At such a distance, it was hardly a fault not to pursue. Whoosh! Seizing the moment, Su Yin decisively launched a long-range three-pointer. Du Hong passed the ball, gesturing towards the corner, his pupils dilating in alarm. Dante shoot, he thought, as Gallo stood wide open in the right corner. What a splendid play. Du Hong had previously promised to create opportunities for Su Yin. However, that didn't mean he intended for only Su Yin to attack. Moments ago, Su Yin had been at the right arc with the defender in front of him, and Du Hong had passed to Gallo in the corner. It was a difficult pass, one that could be easily intercepted. So he had allowed Su Yin to make a transition, knowing that a chance would surely arise. Evidently, as a sharpshooter, Gallo had a better opportunity. Yet Su Yin opted for a long-distance shot, seemingly resolved to disregard all else. It was an unreasonable attempt, and it was no wonder Du Hong was fuming. However, for Su Yin, whose three-point shooting was top tier, even unreasonable shots could find their mark. Du Hong swallowed his words, just as he had during Larry Hughes' performance. His expression shifting dramatically. How many? That marked his 7th three-pointer. The first 5 were hardly taken seriously by the Thunder. Su Yin had shot with ease. The last 2, however, he had gradually sought opportunities, and indeed, he seized them. In summary, Su Yin, during what was deemed garbage time, hit 7 three-pointers, aiding his team in reducing a once insurmountable 20-point deficit to a mere 1 point. More importantly, after this game, he would earn at least 21,000 while his 10-day contract had a total value of only $20,000. This was simply exhilarating. He was raking it in, chuckling like a fool. Harden, observing, wore a look of disdain, scoffing at Su Yin's accomplishments. Look at you, I've got 30 points. Am I not proud? Though efficient, he reminded them that the team still trailed by 1 point, that if they lost, it would be an undeniable milestone. Time was ticking down, 20.9 seconds. Durant held the ball. Theoretically, if he could just run down the clock, victory would be assured. The Knicks had other plans that all-out double-team. D'Antoni shouted from the sidelines. Everyone knew that Gallo, Du Hong, and Su Yin were pressing hard, that if they could defend, that would be ideal, that if not, they would have to foul. The Thunder-esque trio took turns receiving the ball, denying the Knicks any chance to steal it. Even if they didn't attack, time continued to dwindle. 20.9 seconds, 15.3 seconds, 10.7 seconds, 5.8 seconds. They still couldn't manage to steal the ball. Seeing no other option, David Lee decisively fouled Harden, sending him to the free throw line. So far this season, Durant had a free throw percentage of 90, Harden 80, and Westbrook 7-8. It seemed that Westbrook was the best option for free throws. Yet David Lee thought that Harden, being a rookie, might falter under pressure in a critical moment. This was a sound assessment. Clank, swish. The somewhat inexperienced Harden felt the immense pressure. He missed the first free throw, and the second shot wobbled precariously on the rim before finally falling in. 1 out of 2. Come on, Harden, you're really nervous, Su Yin thought. Want to tell him to grab a bottle of Gatorade. Not in the right state during a crucial moment? Anytime, anywhere, Gatorade will revive you. With the score at a 2-point difference and only 5.8 seconds left, beep, beep, D'Antoni called a timeout. He spoke firmly. 5.8 seconds, there's ample time. We can execute a complete offensive play. Let us prioritize finding Su Yin for a game-winning 3. Or play it safe and create an opportunity for David Lee in the paint to take us into overtime. Understood, the team affirmed. D'Antoni patted Su Yin on the shoulder, encouraging him. Su Yin, don't be nervous. Relax, that you've done exceptionally well tonight. Just play as you have been, and if a chance arises, shoot decisively. We all believe in you. That was unnecessary to say, as long as it gave Su Yin a chance. He would surely shoot. Please, if I make it, that's 3-0-0-0. If I miss, it's just a loss. For me, there's no real loss. Confidently, Su Yin replied. All right, coach, I will strive to make the crucial shot. On the Thunder's end, the defensive strategy was clear. Give up 2 points, focus on the three-pointer, and as long as they weren't hit with a game winner, there was still hope. The key was to contain Su Yin. Although he might not have garnered much respect, he had undeniably hit 7 three-pointers, making him a player to watch. Soon, the moment arrived. Boom! The home crowd of Knicks fans erupted in thunderous cheers, all eager to witness a potential game winner. Not just any game winner. If the Knicks won, it would be an epic comeback from a 20-point deficit, ending a 10-game losing streak. The desire of the Knicks fans was palpable, and it would surely ignite the league. At center court, the tall and capable David Lee initiated the play, with Harrington, Gallo, and Su Yin moving strategically down the Thunder side. Durant and Harden shadowed Su Yin, while the others kept a close eye on him. Ensuring he had no chance to receive the ball down the Knicks' end, Gallo, Harrington, and Du Hong appeared to be searching for opportunities, but they were actually setting screens for Su Yin. Wow, exclaimed Reggie Miller from the commentary booth. Su Yin, once a bench warmer, is now the focal point of both teams' offense and defense. The Thunder are fixated on him, while the Knicks are creating opportunities for him. It's rare for an undrafted player to receive such treatment in a clutch moment. Ha! Barkley chuckled, rubbing his shiny head, that if you hit 7 three-pointers in 5 minutes, you'd get this treatment too. On the floor, Su Yin utilized the screens, zigzagging to shake off Durant and Harden, searching for a chance to receive the ball. However, the Thunder trio, with their incredible talent, saw through the Knicks' offensive strategy and stuck with Su Yin, making it impossible for him to break free. What to do? Let the other players shoot threes. That was unstable. Su Yin would not allow that. If someone else shot, that would mean losing 3-0-0-0, which felt worse than death. I want the ball. Su Yin gritted his teeth and charged out, positioning himself near the logo. David Lee, fully intent on finding Su Yin, believed in him. Whoosh! Although the logo position wasn't ideal, it was crucial to receive the ball. Otherwise, a 5-second violation would render all their efforts futile. Smack. Su Yin successfully caught the ball. Even from a logo, if unguarded, Su Yin could surpass even Pete Curry, reaching a fantastical level of shooting that he was willing to take the shot. However, Harden was right on him, denying Su Yin any comfortable shooting opportunity. Shoot from the logo? That wouldn't be wise. Time was slipping away, and Su Yin had no time to ponder. The moment he received the ball, he accelerated to the right wing. He wouldn't shoot from the logo. He was confident that Harden, closing in, wouldn't dare to foul, that a three-point shooting foul would be catastrophic. 5.8 seconds, 4.7 seconds, 3.2 seconds, that Su Yin raced to the right arc. But he still couldn't shake off Harden. And time was running out. Swoosh. Su Yin abruptly came to a halt, deftly retreating to the right with a significant step, creating a half-body distance from Harden. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a drifting three-pointer, soaring past Harden's defensive attempt. With just 2.4 seconds on the clock, the spinning basketball arced beautifully through the air as the final buzzer sounded, illuminating the red light. All rested upon this singular three-point shot. A miss would mean defeat. A make would signify a dramatic victory. The ball traced an exquisite parabolic arc, hurtling toward the hoop amidst the astonished gazes of the Thunder trio, and the shocked expressions of David Lee and Duhan, and the incredulous stares of countless fans. The sharp swish of the net echoed through the arena. Su Yin, against Harden's defense, had executed a step-back three-pointer from extraordinary distance, delivering a stunning blow to the Thunder trio. He orchestrated a miraculous comeback, turning a 20-point deficit into triumph. A momentary hush enveloped the entire arena, only to be followed by an uproar of jubilant cheers from throngs of fans, their hands raised high in celebration. It was akin to a missile detonating in the depths of the ocean, unleashing a colossal wave that swept through the venue, as if to lift the very roof of Madison Square Garden. The cacophony of cheers, screams, gasps, and cries melded together, creating a symphony of adoration for Su Yin's unfathomable game winner. Did it go in? Actually went in. Both Gallinari and Harrington were utterly stunned, momentarily at a loss for words. Grappling with the reality of the moment, ITS 8 game winner. David Lee was the first to react, raising his arms in a frenzy, shouting and rushing toward Su Yin. Instantly, everyone else snapped back to reality. We won. Su Yin had achieved the game winner. Holy smokes, we pulled off a 20-point comeback. All the players were elated, their voices merging in a chorus of excitement as they surged towards Su Yin, celebrating their victory with unrestrained exuberance that in the intimate circle of players. Su Yin was the singular focus, in the larger arena. He stood as the brightest star under the spotlight. Unbelievable. Reggie Miller cradled his head in disbelief at the astonishing game winner. Su Yin had dominated the game. Are you kidding me? Barkley mirrored the sentiment, also clutching his head, astonished by the performance of a seemingly unassuming undrafted player who had, in a mere 5 minutes, sunk 8 three-pointers without a miss. Ultimately, he sealed the game with a step-back three-pointer, delivering a fatal blow to the Thunder trio. In 5 minutes, he scored 24 points, made 8 three-pointers, executed a buzzer-beater, and ended a 10-game losing streak for the team. Undrafted, Su Yin made a historic impact in his very first NBA game. The commentators' praises amplified the cheers from the home crowd. Tall, handsome, and far from a mere decorative player. What a remarkable young man. Su Yin, the epitome of my ideal man. Even the notion of a decorative player captivates me. Yin, I would love to give you a child. This stunning buzzer beater only intensified the admiration from fans, particularly the young ladies infatuated with Yin's for Su Yin. He felt quite pleased. The thunderous applause and accolades enveloped him, confirming his status as the most dazzling figure in the arena. It was a feeling that was hard not to relish. Moreover, the system's prompt notification doubled his joy. The host had made 8 three-pointers in a single game, earning a reward of $3,024,000. In just 5 minutes, Su Yin had made 8 three-pointers. Remarkably, all were successful. His other statistics remained at zero. While everyone enjoyed the victory, Su Yin pocketed an additional $24,000, surpassing even the amount from his 10-day contract. What an exhilarating sensation! After the game, fans continued to relish the Knicks' remarkable turnaround, marveling at Su Yan's 8 three-pointers. Commentators speculated about Su Yan's future, and soon, everyone was abuzz with discussion surrounding him, overshadowing the Thunder trio. Harden, who had scored 31 points, faced a night of despair in the wake of Su Yan's brilliance in the locker room. The celebration among the Knicks players persisted. While joining in the revelry, Su Yan quietly contemplated his next move. To elevate his LV1 level to LV2, he needed to spend $10,000, which would subsequently increase his earnings for each three-pointer made. Thus, he resolved to spend swiftly. With this thought, Su Yan smiled slightly and raised his hand, signaling for everyone's attention. Tonight, he was the main attraction, and they were all eager to focus on him. Soon, all eyes were on Su Yan. "What's up, Su Yan?" David Lee inquired with a grin. "Huh," Su Yan replied with a modest smile. "I am merely a role player, grateful for the space and stage everyone provided for me to shine tonight. My performance is entirely thanks to all of you." "What a humble statement," David Lee exclaimed, pulling Su Yan into a jubilant embrace, exclaiming, "Su Yan, you're far too modest. Tonight's victory is solely attributed to your brilliance. You are the true MVP." "Absolutely." Chris Duhon nodded vigorously. Going 8 for 8 from three-point range is nothing short of extraordinary. For the last 5 minutes, it felt like God himself donned your jersey. You were simply unstoppable. Indeed, Su Yan had performed spectacularly. His humility only intensified the chorus of praise from his teammates. No, Su Yan shook his head. Continuing, "It's really everyone's trust in me and their willingness to get me the ball that deserves the credit. Therefore, I'd like to treat everyone to a late-night meal. Let us gather in the dining area of the arena." "Oh, Su Yan, you're too gracious. It's too kind of an undrafted player to treat us. Shall we go?" Everyone was indeed feeling hungry. After such a thrilling victory, indulging in a late-night meal was simply delightful. However, some had prior commitments, like Tracy McGrady, who had to rush for a late-night interview and graciously declined Su Yan's invitation. Yet, the mere fact that Su Yan extended the offer brought him immense joy. In the end, including Su Yan, a total of 10 people went out to eat. Su Yan had his reasons for this gesture. First, it was a way to express gratitude for his teammate support. Humility, laced with courtesy. Second, in a foreign land, treating his teammates to a meal would not only create a favorable impression, but also eliminate any potential awkwardness. After all, kindness often begets goodwill. This could potentially ease future interactions and avoid unnecessary complications. This is simply the way of human relations. Had Yi Jianlian understood this better, he might have achieved even greater success in the NBA. Third, Su Yan aimed to elevate his earning level from LV1 to LV2, a process that inherently required expenditure. Dining alone would not cost much. Thus, treating his teammates would be a win-win situation. Before long, the group of 10 joyously arrived at the arena's dining area. The third floor housed a casual dining establishment frequented by a few tourists. But they headed to the fourth floor, where numerous restaurants with private dining rooms awaited. Su Yan decided to treat his teammates to authentic Chinese cuisine, selecting a spicy Sichuan restaurant known for its fiery dishes. They ordered a total of 20 dishes: mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, kung pao chicken, sauerkraut fish, spicy chicken, dompa pork, boiled beef, and more. The portions were generous, but do not underestimate the appetites of NBA players. These individuals could consume far more than one might assume. The beverages consisted of Budweiser beer and 375 milliliters of Su Dihan's private champagne. Su Yan raised a glass of champagne, smiling as he began. "Let us celebrate this exhilarating game winner. May we strive together in the days to come, winning more games and elevating our individual worth. Cheers!" Echoed the enthusiastic response, buoyed by Su Yan's encouraging words. As everyone raised their glasses in a toast, the feast began, savoring the spicy and aromatic Sichuan cuisine while sipping on refreshing drinks. They reveled in the astonishing comeback of the night. The atmosphere was exhilarating, dining and drinking, exchanging stories. They spent over 2 hours indulging, continuing until past 1 in the morning. The meal was gratifying, and at the table, the eloquent Su Yan, although only just arrived, quickly blended in with the group. As the plates began to empty, Su Yan rose to settle the bill. David Lee also stood up and chuckled. "Su Yan, I'll accompany you." "All right," Su Yan replied casually. The two made their way to the front desk, where a charming waitress presented the bill. With 20 dishes averaging $60 each, the total came at $1,200, which seemed relatively reasonable. However, when converted to Longwa currency, it amounted to over 8,000 yuan, a substantial sum indeed. Of course, dining abroad tends to be pricier, and given that they were at Madison Square Garden, a tourist hotspot, the portion sizes were generous, making the pricing somewhat justifiable. The bulk of the cost stemmed from the beverages. The group, known for their hearty appetites, had consumed 3 cases of Budweiser and 20 bottles of Sudahin's private reserve champagne. Budweiser was reasonably priced at $60 per case, while each bottle of the exclusive champagne cost $500. The waitress politely stated, "Gentlemen, your total is $11,380. Will you be paying by card or cash?" David Lee winced slightly. Spending over $10,000 on a meal was indeed steep. He immediately recognized the champagne as premium pricing, as a bona fide rich air. He could tell the champagne was expensive, even if it paled in comparison to the top-tier options. Nevertheless, for what was essentially a casual team dinner, the cost was quite staggering. Su yen, let me take care of this. You read the newcomer. It wouldn't be right for you to pay. David Lee insisted with a smile, producing his bank card. His presence there was solely to settle the bill. It would be inappropriate for a 19-year-old rookie who had only just signed a short-term contract to cover such an extravagant meal. No worries. I've already stated that I'm treating, so how can I let you pay? Besides, it's just a little over 10,000. It's not that expensive. Su Yin waved his hand dismissively, gently pushing David Lee's hand away and handing his card to the waitress. Please, charge it. Certainly, sir, the waitress replied politely, taking the card and processing the payment. She returned with the receipt, stating, "Sir, here's your receipt. Thank you for your patronage, and we look forward to welcoming you again." "Thank you very much," Su Yin responded, accepting the card and receipt, feeling quite satisfied. Just over 10,000? Really? This was merely a casual post-game gathering, and it truly felt extravagant. To be honest, at Su Yin's age, I would have hesitated to spend so much on a group of people I had just met. It was quite generous of him. One could only assume his family must be quite wealthy. Let us head back and get some rest. Su Yin waved to everyone, returning to the private room with an air of nonchalance, as if he had merely spent $100, utterly unfazed. David Lee followed closely behind, his admiration for Su Yin rising once again. Generous, articulate, and easy to get along with, it was hard not to like such a player. Tonight was a bit rushed, and I apologize if I didn't host as well as I could have. Next time, I'll treat you all to even better Longwa cuisine, Su Yin said with a smile as they settled back in the room. Nonsense. The food tonight was both spicy and delicious, and the champagne was exquisite that I felt thoroughly satisfied. Du Hong remarked with a smile. Gallinari, patting his full belly, added, "Thank you, Su Yin, for your hospitality. I truly appreciate it." Su Yin was simply being polite. After the meal, everyone felt more familiar with one another, and between men, there was no need for excessive formality, just a few casual pleasantries. They left the room with camaraderie, each heading home to their respective families. Larry Hughes and David Lee needed to return to the locker room to grab a few things, so they made their way back together. On the way, Larry Hughes inquired, "I saw you and Su Yin settling the bill earlier. That meal must have cost quite a bit. At least $23,000. It seems a bit inappropriate for a rookie to treat like that. Let us chip in and help him out. 23,000. David Lee shot Larry Hughes a look. You're underestimating it. That meal cost over $11,000. Larry Hughes' jaw dropped in disbelief. What? For a simple post-game dinner, it cost that much? Indeed, David Lee nodded. The 20 bottles of champagne alone racked up nearly 10,000. Wow. Larry Hughes was astonished. It wasn't just the amount. It was the nature of the meal. Su Yin was indeed generous. Initially, his casual demeanor led them to believe it wouldn't be that pricey, but the reality was quite the opposite. David Lee chuckled, shaking his head. I thought it was expensive too. But when Su Yin swiped his card, he didn't even blink. Clearly, he's well off. The important part is that he's willing to spend on us. Absolutely, Larry Hughes agreed. They say the wealthier a person is, the more frugal they become. Su Yin, having known us for merely a day, treating us to such a lavish meal. He is quite a remarkable individual. As the 9 Knicks players made their way home, Each reflected on Su Yan's generosity and kindness. As for Su Yan, he didn't dwell on it much. A quick glance at the menu prices had given him the impression that the total of $10,000 was far-fetched. After a rough calculation, he concluded that the few bottles of relatively mid-range Sudan champagne had pushed the expense over $10,000, which was just right. Level 1 could be upgraded to Level 2, enhancing not only his game statistics, but also the corresponding monetary rewards. Moreover, there was a Level 2 privilege package awaiting activation. At Level 2, he would enjoy perks that allowed him to earn money through dribbling, running, passing, scoring, rebounding, stealing, and blocking. Dribbling. Each dribble earns 2. Running. Each step taken earns 2. Note. The host dribbling and running are unaffected by game events, allowing for continuous earning. Dribbling and running are exhilarating. Endless enjoyment. Rebounds, 200-400. Assists, 300-600. Steals, 500-1,000. Blocks, 500-1,000. Free throws, 1,000-2,000. Two-pointers, 2,000-4,000. Three-pointers, 3,000, 6,000. Experience needed for upgrade. 1,380,100,000. Experience can only be gained through spending. The more spent, the more experience earned. System store. Not yet opened. Items. Level 2 privilege package 1. Tasks. None. Skills. Max 3-point shot. Basic physical enhancement. Amount. 14,760. What does this mean? This doubles the rewards. Making a single 3-pointer would yield 6,000. Could I earn 48,000 tonight? Converting that amounts to 326,400 along with currency. My goodness, this is simply exhilarating. If Mo God Curry were to discover this, he would likely kneel before me, begging to receive the system. Su Yan felt elated, eagerly anticipating the upgrade to Level 3 and the increase in earning potential. There was also a Level 2 privilege package waiting to be opened. On his way home, Su Yan quietly murmured to himself, unable to resist the urge to check it out. Upon opening the Level 2 privilege package, he was rewarded with the ability. Off-ball movement Level 1 can be upgraded. Upgrade cost, 100,000. Off-ball movement? As the name suggests, this would enhance his ability to move without the ball, allowing Su Yan to evade defenders more effectively and create shooting opportunities with greater ease. Not Su Yan was exceedingly pleased with his ability. This evening, he had made 8 3-pointers, 5 of which were executed with little to no defense, akin to being handed a gift. This was largely due to his opponent's insufficient recognition of his prowess. Following tonight's performance, it would not be long before they intensified their efforts to restrict my 3-point shooting. Scoring 8 3-pointers in 5 minutes was a rare occurrence, yet possessing exceptional off-ball movement would create a different narrative altogether. It is well known that Curry is a renowned master of off-ball movement in the league. Despite his seemingly frail physique, he appears easy to guard, yet he has become one of the league's premier shooters. This is attributable to his remarkable off-ball movement capabilities, which allow him to shake off defenders and create shooting space while in motion, ultimately leading to successful 3-point shots. This is an extraordinary skill, one that I currently find myself in need of. What astonishing effects could Level 1 off-ball movement have in a game? It is truly worth anticipating. Furthermore, for mere 100,000, I could upgrade to Level 2, enhancing my off-ball movement abilities even further. This hardly seems insurmountable. Wait a moment, 100,000 seems rather insignificant. Am I perhaps getting ahead of myself? According to the information left in my mind by the system, I have gleaned some insights about this world. For instance, it is a parallel world akin to Earth, named Blue Star. Additionally, following his memories, Su Yan returned to the single apartment he resided in near the stadium, a modest 60 square meters, perfectly adequate for one person. He surveyed the space and shook his head. Too small. I shall seek a larger residence. If I am uncomfortable in my living situation, my mood will suffer daily. Let us rewind time slightly to when Su Yan and his companions had just gone out for dinner. In the office of the stadium manager, Coach D'Antoni and assistant coach Morrison Bolton rushed in, their excitement palpable. They even forgot to knock. "What is going on?" General Manager Donnie Walsh inquired, noticing their exuberance. "Did you win the lottery or something? Why so thrilled? More exhilarating than winning the lottery," D'Antoni exclaimed. "Oh." Walsh's interest peaked. "Do tell me more." D'Antoni recounted Su Yan's performance that evening in detail. 8 shots. 8 makes from 3-point range. delivering a game-winning shot against the Thunder 3, orchestrating a monumental 20-point comeback. The key player behind this, the undrafted prospect I initially signed to merely be a decorative player, Su Yin. What a joke. Though Walsh found it hard to believe, he understood that D'Antoni had no reason to fabricate such a tale. After a moment of contemplation, he acknowledged the remarkable truth. Walsh chuckled in excitement. I cannot fathom why he concealed his three-point shooting during the physical assessments. However, by sheer happenstance, it seems I have unearthed a true gem. Indeed, D'Antoni replied with a grin. Donnie, Su Yin's three-point shooting is astoundingly accurate, almost unreasonable, and has entirely transcended the era. Yet it aligns perfectly with my philosophy. I have a bold idea. Oh. Donnie Walsh first raised an eyebrow in surprise. Then, with a thoughtful smile, remarked, Are you suggesting that the run-and-gun whirlwind of Phoenix could sweep into New York? The following morning, a strikingly handsome, undrafted prospect from Longhua made headlines on the court. As reported by the New York Times, simple headlines like you see from the sensationalist section instantly captured the attention of countless basketball fans. The eye-catching nature of the title compelled readers to delve into the content. And upon doing so, they were left utterly astonished. Wang Defa, an undrafted player, 8 three-pointers, including a step-back three-pointer to clinch the game against 3 Thunder. A breathtaking 20-point comeback. How utterly insane. Scoring 8 three-pointers in 5 minutes with a 100 shooting percentage. Can this truly be called an undrafted player? Surely, such talent must be a fabrication. Have there ever been such remarkable undrafted players this year? I recall that Longhua only had Yao Ming as its representative. Su Yin? Who is he? Regardless of his identity, the fact that he managed to sink 8 three-pointers in just 5 minutes is undeniably impressive. On the streets, basketball fans, initially driven by curiosity, were left in a state of shock upon encountering the news. This was the impact of an undrafted player. IT underscored the formula. Sensational headlines combined with explosive content equals blockbuster news. Meanwhile, on college campuses, students, especially female students, reacted differently upon encountering news and videos about Su Yin. My God, Su Yin is incredibly handsome. Such charm. Is he really a basketball player? Surely he must be a wealthy heir straight out of comic book. 8 three-pointers and a game winner. His skills are undeniable. Tall, attractive, and talented. He is destined to amass considerable wealth. Surely, he fits the mold of a quintessential wealthy and handsome man. If I could go on a date with such a man, I would surely be elated. Su Yin, please, make my dreams come true. If only I could have such a boyfriend, even merely watching him would bring me joy for an entire day. What if we simply spent time together as friends? Wouldn't that be a waste of such a treasure? Ahem, is it possible that good friends can also enjoy each other as company? Wow. The core of the news was clearly Su Yin's 8 three-pointers, his step-back game winner, and the dramatic 20-point comeback. However, beautiful female college students were solely focused on discussing Su Yin's good looks and physique, even fantasizing about dating him. It is no surprise. A handsome and athletically gifted basketball player, destined for wealth, is immensely appealing to female college students. They all yearn for a connection with such a perfect and petite 10 a.m. Various news outlets disseminated reports throughout the streets, informing fans of last night's events. Despite King LeBron's impressive 38 points, 8 rebounds, and 9 assists nearing a triple-double, Black Mamba Kobe's 33 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, including a game-sealing layup against 3 defenders, and Windy City Rose's explosive dunks. The spotlight remained on Su Yin. LeBron is the reigning top small forward. Kobe recently claimed a championship, and Rose was last year's #1 draft pick, heralded as the heir to Jordan. For these 3, their strong performances were expected, yet Su Yin was a delightful surprise that an undrafted player had astonished the world. Furthermore, three-point shooting is not the dominant theme in this era, yet to make 8 three-pointers in just 5 minutes was a shocking revelation for fans. The buzz surrounding him caused Su Yin's popularity to soar at an unprecedented rate. Su Yin awoke at 11 a.m., having stayed up late the previous night. Still somewhat groggy upon awakening, he washed up, consumed a few slices of bread, and drank a glass of milk to fully rouse himself. With a light-hearted step, he left for the training facility, hailing a taxi to the stadium. The journey from his apartment to the arena took approximately 15 minutes by taxi, while a bus would take around 30 minutes, much more economical. Previously, Suyin might have opted for a bicycle to save money. However, with the money-making system now at his disposal, he prioritized comfort and time efficiency. The extra fare for the taxi was easily recoverable with just a few quick movements on the court. Thank you. Upon arriving at the stadium, Suyin expressed his gratitude before heading to the training facility. As he entered, he encountered David Lee, and they proceeded together into the main hall, making their way to the locker room. Along the way, David Lee spotted a girl resembling a student, holding a bouquet of roses. Seemingly waiting for someone, he couldn't help but chuckle. Yin, look at that girl ahead. She must be waiting for her beloved. Then she confessed her feelings to him. It was unclear which charming young boy had captivated such a beautiful girl, prompting her to take the initiative in expressing her affection. Not to mention, this little girl was indeed stunning. Her skin was as white as snow, her large eyes bright and expressive, clear and transparent, with a slender figure that still had a hint of softness in all the right places. With a cascade of golden curls framing her face and a flowing white dress, she resembled a princess straight out of a fairy tale. Without a doubt, she would be the belle of the school once she grew up. Suddenly, Suyin felt a sense of curiosity akin to that of an onlooker. He chuckled. I genuinely want to see what kind of boy could be worthy of such a lovely girl waiting for him. David Lee also smiled. It's a pity we have to go train. Otherwise, I would be intrigued to see as well. Well then, let us be on our way, Suyin shrugged, a hint of regret in his voice. However, just as the two approached the girl, intending to pass by her, she unexpectedly stepped forward, presenting him with a rose. With her head slightly bowed and a shy demeanor, she said, Suyin, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend? WTF? It turns out that this girl was not waiting for just any boy. She was waiting for Suyin to confess to him. David Lee's eyes widened in astonishment. This was an unforeseen turn of events. Yet he was perceptive enough to retreat a few steps, leaning against the wall, silently enjoying the unfolding drama. Well, is this how it's going to be? What do you call this? Eating a melon only to have it drop on your own head. The sudden confession left Suyin momentarily stunned. To be fair, the girl was truly beautiful. Upon closer inspection, her flawless, fair complexion was utterly captivating, her skin delicate and smooth. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old. American girls tend to mature earlier, so her feelings for Suyin were somewhat understandable. Last night, she had accompanied her father to watch a game, showing some interest in basketball, though it was minimal until Suyin took the court. His fair skin, coupled with his striking looks and perfect physique, had astonished her. Such a man would surely attract girls, even if he were merely a pretty face, especially at the tender age of 15 or 16. When hormones reign supreme, young girls are more easily captivated, and if he also possessed some skills, it would be like having a royal flush. The little girl had fallen for him instantly, with her boldness in expressing her feelings. She embodied the proactive and open nature of American girls, reminiscent of a fairy tale princess. Thus, she confessed her feelings. Her beauty and the unexpected nature of the confession left Suyin momentarily speechless. David Lee, leaning against the wall with arms crossed, was smiling as he savored the situation. After all, a minor princess had just thrown herself at Suyin. This was certainly a juicy piece of news. After a few seconds of bewilderment, Suyin regained his composure, offering a warm, sunny smile that naturally inspired affection. The girl, with her head bowed, did not see it. Otherwise, she would have found him even more charming. Suyin gently inquired, Beautiful young lady, may I ask how old you are? 15 or 16, she shyly stammered. This answer fell within Suyin's expectations. He bowed slightly in a gentlemanly manner and continued. You are an incredibly lovely girl and quite brave as well. If you were a bit older, I might have considered it. But you are too young, and I cannot bear to hurt you. At your age, you should focus more on your studies to become even better in the future. The girl was indeed beautiful. If one were to rate her looks on a scale of 100, she would easily score above 90. After all, she was still young, and with a little more development, her beauty could easily surpass 95. However, Suyin truly could not bring himself to entertain any thoughts regarding a 15-year-old. After all, she was a minor, and that would be illegal. Upon hearing this, the girl appeared quite dejected. Was he rejecting her? No, That couldn't be right, and he simply thought her too young. He still liked her. The girl believed that Su Yin was indeed fond of her. She lifted her head, her big eyes fixed on Su Yin, mustering the courage to say, "Then wait for me to grow up. I will confess to you again that I will always like you, and you must wait for me too." "Wait? Are you serious? We just met for the first time, and at most, you saw me play basketball for 5 minutes last night. Just like that. You feel this way. What on earth is this charm?" Su Yin smiled faintly and replied, "All right, I will wait for you couldn't bear to repeatedly reject such a beautiful girl. It might shatter her confidence." This was a kind-hearted Su Yin understood that the girl was simply acting on impulse, and in time, she would forget about him. Besides, with a girl so attractive, how could she lack suitors? Unbeknownst to him, this well-intentioned lie only solidified the girl's belief that Su Yin had feelings for her too. They were destined for each other at first sight, but she was still young, and Su Yin did not wish to hurt her. Yes, that was how she perceived it. After hearing this, the girl beamed, pouting slightly. "Aren't you going to let a girl keep holding a flower?" "Mine." Su Yin chuckled as he accepted the rose from her hand. He thought that by clarifying the situation, the girl would understand that accepting the flower didn't signify anything. However, the girl saw it differently. In her eyes, Su Yin had already tacitly accepted her as his girlfriend, and when she was older, they would officially confirm their relationship. "Thank you for the flower," Su Yin politely acknowledged, devoid of any emotional undertones. "If there is nothing else, I must be off to practice." The girl nodded. "Let us go, David Lee," Su Yin called as he turned to leave. "Wait, that's it? No hug, no kiss." David Lee felt unsatisfied with the juicy drama he had witnessed but straightened up, preparing to leave. "Hold on." The girl suddenly called out to Su Yin. "What is it?" Su Yin paused to inquire, noticing a hint of shyness on her face. "Could you give me a hug?" "Of course." Su Yin readily agreed. After all, such a beautiful girl had mustered the courage to confess. What harm could there be in a hug? He stepped forward, wrapping the girl in his arms, 201 centimeters tall. Su Yin, holding the little girl, gave off a fatherly vibe. David Lee, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Su Yin savored the softness of the girl, inhaling the subtle fragrance of her body and hair. Quite pleasant. Just for a moment, Su Yin gently released the girl, offering a warm smile. "Remember to study hard. At your age, education is paramount. He must want me to become even better to be worthy of him." The girl thought, She nodded obediently. "Well, goodbye then," Su Yin waved as he continued on his way, with David Lee following closely behind, and the two gradually distanced themselves from the girl. Suddenly, the girl sprinted towards Su Yin, who was still momentarily dazed. She leapt up and pecked him on the cheek. "I'm Water Marcia, and I will confess to you again." Marcia blushed and, after leaving her name, dashed away. "Was that a kiss?" Su Yin was initially taken aback, then chuckled to himself, shaking his head in amusement. David Lee turned back to see the girl had vanished and couldn't help but comment, "Su Yin, how could you reject such a beautiful young girl? Doesn't your conscience ache?" "Brother, she is only 15. She's a minor. Even if I had a bold thought, there are laws against that in our country," Su Yin retorted, rolling his eyes. What?" David Lee dismissed the concern, shaking his head repeatedly. "Marcia, was it? That girl is absolutely stunning, and yet still a minor. If he were to boldly confess his feelings to me, I can scarcely fathom the sheer joy that the forthcoming days would bring." "A mere span of days?" "David Lee, your choice of words is rather lackluster." Su Yin comprehended the implication behind David Lee's remarks, choosing to disregard them. As a citizen of Longwa, he possesses a moral compass, a principle ingrained in him since childhood. On the way to the changing room, David Lee curiously inquired, "What about the little girl's lips and her body? Surely it must be quite soft, such indecency." Su Yin was well aware that David Lee hailed from a wealthy family, lacking for nothing, and his personal charm was not to be underestimated. His life outside the court must be quite splendid. Moreover, being American, a somewhat chaotic private life is rather commonplace. Exceptional individuals like LeBron and Curry, who devote themselves solely to one person throughout their lives, are exceedingly rare. However, Su Yin had no intention of engaging in idle chatter, lest their conversations stray into territories that might invite scrutiny. The weather is truly delightful today. He forcibly redirected the topic. Indeed, quite soft, he added. Before long, the two arrived at the changing room. Yin has arrived. Good morning, Yin. Have you had breakfast yet? There are some morning treats left here. Would you care to join us? Upon his arrival, everyone greeted him warmly, their enthusiasm surpassing that directed towards David L. T. was David Lee. After all, who was the core of the Knicks this season? Yet, the previous night he had sat alone, ignored by all. Larry Hughes, spotting the rose in Su Yan's hand, teased, Yin, are you planning to confess to someone? Do share. If I know them, I'll be happy to play matchmaker. Perhaps it's a confession that was rejected. Gary Neal chimed in with a laugh. Enough of that. Chris Duhon waved dismissively, with Su Yan's striking looks. If he were to take the initiative, no woman would be able to resist. The group began to speculate. Larry Hughes' curiosity ignited as he glanced at David Lee. What is going on here? David Lee? Ha ha. David Lee chuckled, shaking his head. A rejection? That's impossible. Su Yan turned down a stunning young girl. The rose was a gift from her. How old is she? David Lee replied. 15. How beautiful. She may surpass many a star in terms of beauty. Holy smokes, Marty exclaimed, astonished. How could one possibly refuse such an offer? Larry Hughes could barely contain his indignation. You had a willing lamb in your grasp. And you push her away to Su Yan. You truly are a beast. Am I the beast here? Su Yan countered. Have you heard yourselves? She is underage. You all are the real beasts. The players' jesting remarks about Su Yan being a beast were purely in jest. Amid their banter, they could not help but envy the natural advantages bestowed upon Su Yan by his remarkable looks. They too would like to reject such advances, but alas, none were forthcoming, even if there were. They certainly wouldn't turn them away. The camaraderie fostered by last night's late-night snack had significantly tightened the bonds between Su Yan and the others. Half an hour later, having finished breakfast and changed into their training attire, they all gathered on the court for their daily practice. With a season record of 1 win and 10 losses, they found themselves at the bottom of the Eastern Conference that it seemed unlikely that the Knicks would make the playoffs this year. But that did not deter them from training diligently, striving for self-improvement. After a brief workout, Coach Mike D'Antoni approached Su Yan with a smile, saying, Su Yan, let us conduct a physical assessment today. Indeed, with his basic physical enhancement maxed out and his three-point shooting perfected, his performance yesterday was remarkably superior to his previous displays. During the physical assessment, Su Yan was unsurprised, showcasing his talents brought only benefits, not drawbacks. First came the measurement of physical attributes, with foundational enhancements in place. Su Yan's athletic capabilities met the NBA standard across the board, qualifying him as an NBA player without question. Yet upon reviewing the results, Coach D'Antoni's eyes sparkled. While Su Yan's abilities were not extraordinary, they were sufficiently impressive. What does that mean? Assistant coach Morrison Burton pondered, somewhat enlightened yet perplexed. Let me clarify. D'Antoni explained with a grin. For example, Su Yan's speed isn't exceptional among guards, but it meets the standard. Yet when compared to a typical small forward, he is notably quicker, easily outpacing centers. Similarly, his strength, while not remarkable among power forwards or centers, still grants him an advantage over smaller forwards and provides substantial pressure against guards. Wow, Morrison Burton exclaimed, so Su Yan's talents are actually quite balanced and standard. This will make him a formidable defender. Exactly, D'Antoni nodded. The talents Su Yan has displayed thus far enable him to guard players across multiple positions, although he may struggle against stars or superstars. Overall, this marks a significant improvement compared to his previous assessment. He is indeed concealing his true potential. Why? Morrison Burton mused. Did Su Yan intend to remain a mere decorative figure? Perhaps, D'Antoni shrugged nonchalantly, smiling broadly. I didn't care before, but now I understand his talents. Rest assured, I will help him fulfill that potential. I believe he would be more than willing. Physical talent was merely an appetizer. All eyes were firmly fixed on Su Yan's three-point shooting, which was the crux of the matter. With his extraordinary touch and astonishing accuracy, the result from the official NBA testing would soon be unveiled. Su Yan had no intention of holding back. The testing method mirrored that of the three-point contest, with attempts taken from the left corner, left arc, top of the key, right arc, and right corner. 5 spots in total, each requiring 10 shots. This would not only reveal his average three-point shooting percentage, but also showcase the areas in which he excelled. Some players are not without weaknesses. They may excel in specific zones or styles of play. For instance, Corner Tucker boasts a significantly higher shooting percentage from the corner compared to other locations. Similarly, the big fundamental Duncan possesses an astonishingly high bank shot percentage from the 45-degree angles near the basket, while his performance from other positions is considerably less impressive. Utilizing this testing method allows coaches to discern a player's offensive characteristics and develop tailored strategies for games. This is a skill every coach is adept at. The three-point assessment was about to commence. David Lee, Tracy McGrady, Larry Hughes, Gary Neal, and other players gathered to watch. The 8 flawless three-pointers from the previous night had left a profound impression, and every player was eager to discover Su Yin's true caliber, which could determine whether the team gained an elite shooter. David, what do you think Su Yin's single-point shooting percentage will be? McGrady inquired. David Lee stroked his chin thoughtfully before replying, based on his astounding performance last night. Perhaps a 70 shooting rate? Wow, McGrady exclaimed, astonished. That would be an exceptionally high three-point shooting percentage, one he had never reached in his prime. Such a rate is typically attained only by elite sharpshooters like Ray Allen, Lewis, or Peja. David Lee shrugged nonchalantly. If Su Yin can maintain last night's form, I don't believe he would be inferior to Ray Allen or any shooter in the league. This assessment carried immense weight for a rookie, especially one who had gone undrafted. Ha! McGrady laughed heartily, looking at Su Yin with eager anticipation in his eyes, hoping he would astonish them. The formal testing has commenced in the bottom left corner at the first point. Su Yin attempts 3 consecutive three-pointers, all of which miss. Not particularly impressive, commented McGrady with a hint of sarcasm. Seriously? 3 misses to start, and still no defensive drill? Isn't this a slap in my face? Su Yin, this isn't very fair. David Lee appeared momentarily stunned, then forced a calm demeanor as he awkwardly explained, my hands aren't warmed up yet. I need to find my rhythm. Just as he spoke. Swish, Su Yin made his 4th shot, followed closely by a successful 5th three-pointer. See? I told you. Suddenly, David Lee was filled with confidence, and Larry Hughes silently nodded, continuing to watch Su Yin's performance to tee the second point. The left arc's apex, Su Yin, having found his groove, consecutively sank 3 shots. Following a 3-miss streak, he then made 5 consecutive three-pointers. But it wasn't over yet. He followed up with 2 more flawless shots. Completing the second point with perfection, his elite three-point shooting prowess fully unleashed to tee the third point. The top of the key, he went perfect again to tee the 4th point. The right arc's apex, he shot 5 times. And once again, each attempt found its mark, as if the basketball were guided by a GPS, effortlessly soaring through the hoop. Holy smokes, exclaimed McGrady, wide-eyed, as Su Yin had now hit 17 consecutive three-pointers. This was astonishingly accurate. Ha! David Lee laughed, straightening his posture as Su Yin's shooting was on fire. Every shot was going in. Incredible. Coach Mike D'Antoni couldn't help but applaud, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Could Su Yin achieve 22 consecutive hits? Achieving such a feat would mean that at the 5th point, the right corner, Su Yin must also make all 5 attempts that appeared easy, yet was in reality quite challenging. However, with Su Yin's current streak of 17 consecutive makes, he inspired confidence in his teammates. In a mere breath, Su Yin hit 3 more shots, reaching 20 consecutive makes, leaving only 2 shots remaining, and no one doubted his shooting ability any longer. Go for it. Those are guaranteed threes. With pinpoint accuracy, after 3 initial misses, Su Yin completed an extraordinary feat of 22 consecutive three-pointers, concluding his display with a flawless performance. 25 attempts, 22 makes, an astounding shooting percentage of 88. To borrow a phrase from classic literature, it was nothing short of terrifyingly exceptional. Upon reflection, considering the peak performance of Curry, who once hit 96 out of 100 shots during practice, Su Yin's achievement of 22 makes seemed almost modest in comparison. To Su Yin, it felt like a routine occurrence, yet his Knicks teammates were utterly astonished, as if they had witnessed a phantom. Incredible accuracy, McGrady remarked, feeling a chill run down his spine. You call this an undrafted player? The sharpshooter Gallinari felt overwhelmed, sensing that Su Yan's three-point shooting was far more precise than his own. Ha. Coach D'Antoni laughed heartily, noting that with an 88 shooting rate, excluding the initial 3 misses, Su Yan's performance was essentially a perfect 100. Those threes are impressive. His joy was palpable. In his quest to bring the run-and-gun whirlwind to New York, Su Yan's precision from beyond the arc was a necessity. This was merely the first step of the plan. Now that the first step had been achieved and exceeded, D'Antoni, filled with delight, gave a thumbs up to Su Yan after the test concluded. In front of all the players, he praised, Yan will be an outstanding mismatch defender. He possesses one of the league's top-tier three-point shooting skills. Combined, after some time of growth and adaptation to the intensity of the NBA, he will become a top-tier 3D player. That's fantastic. Yan, in the next game, you will replace Gallinari as the starting small forward. He then turned to Gallinari and asked, any objections? No. Gallinari shook his head, acknowledging that Su Yan exhibited a superior shooting talent deserving of a starting position. Of course, Gallinari's willingness to concede was not solely based on Su Yan's shooting ability. The previous night, Su Yan had treated him to a late-night meal, which certainly helped. When one develops a favorable impression of a player, one tends to be more accommodating, regardless of their actions. Am I really starting? Su Yan was somewhat taken aback. Just the night before, he had been pleading with the coach for a chance to play, emulating Mitsui Sho's desperate appeals. Now he had leapfrogged from the bench to a starting role. This transformation was indeed monumental. Gallinari, a lottery pick from last year, had been drafted 6th overall and had shot an impressive 44 from three-point range in his rookie season. This year, he averaged 2.4 three-pointers per game, ranking 3rd in the league, trailing only the Rockets' Aaron Brooks and the Magic's max contract Rashard Lewis. As a second-year player, Gallinari's proficiency from beyond the arc had already reached commendable heights. In his rookie season, he averaged 6.1 points, 2.0 rebounds, 0.5 assists, 0.5 steals, and 0.1 block. So far this season, he averaged 15.2 points, 5.0 rebounds, 1.5 assists, 0.9 steals, and 0.7 blocks. Within just a year, his growth had been remarkable. In light of his outstanding performance, Su Yan had managed to displace him from the starting lineup with just 5 minutes of gameplay and a second fitness test. One could argue that Su Yan's remarkable three-point shooting was the reason, or that the coach had an eye for talent. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that Coach Mike D'Antoni was indeed enamored with the run-and-gun strategy. The starting small forward position was now secured, rendering Gallinari's opinion relevant, and the other players had no objections either. As the second fitness test concluded, everyone congratulated and praised Su Yan, and gradually, they resumed their regular training. Su Yan retreated to the rest area, feeling a weight settle in his heart as he entered a contemplative state. His exceptional skills had enabled him to transition from pleading for playing time to securing a starting position. His good interpersonal relationships meant that even when rising through the ranks in a seemingly opportunistic manner, his teammates bore no resentment. They greeted him with smiles. His amicable relations stemmed from his generosity in treating everyone to lavish meals, which had garnered their goodwill. His skills, a product of system rewards, were enhanced through daily training to further improve his abilities. I recognized another method. Continuously leveling up would yield privilege gift packs. The Level 1 privilege pack granted elite three-point shooting, while the Level 2 pack offered off-ball movement at Level 1, all intricately linked to skill enhancement. To obtain these privilege packs, I needed to keep consuming and accumulating experience points to spend money. I had to earn money. In summary, the source of my current comfort and smooth progress was simply the pursuit of wealth. With money, I could enhance my skills, enjoy favorable treatment from a coach, boost my popularity, secure lucrative contracts, and attract major endorsements. With funds, I could spend modestly and navigate social intricacies, fostering good relations with my teammates. This not only ensured my mental well-being, but also spared me from many troubles. Crucially, the fastest way for me to earn money at this moment was to excel in basketball, striving for high-end statistics in every game. That way, I would accumulate the most wealth, creating a perfect cycle. Truly, it was the system of relentless money-making. With clarity restored, Su Yan's passion for basketball reached unprecedented heights, peaking to an unparalleled summit. A day later, at 9 p.m., the Knicks were set to face the Pistons on their home court. Just 2 years ago, the Pistons had made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. However, that was also the last pinnacle after the championship victory in 2004. Now, Hamilton and Prince have aged and are frequently plagued by injuries. Billups and Rasheed Wallace have departed. The 35-year-old Ben Wallace can no longer compete physically with the younger, stronger newcomers. The bad boys of Detroit have diminished, with some leaving and others injured, and the second generation of the notorious team has lost its former glory. Nevertheless, it is said that even a thin, dead camel is larger than a horse. The Pistons' record of 11th in the East still appears far more respectable than that of the Knicks. The Knicks must not be overly complacent if they wish to secure a victory, especially considering the Pistons' ingrained ferocious playing style. At 8:30 p.m., both teams are warming up in the arena, with only half an hour remaining until the main event. The venue is nearly filled to capacity, with fans exuberantly shouting. New York, being the largest city in the United States, never lacks popularity, even with a poor record. This is also why Su Yin can gain considerable fame in just one game. If you listen closely, you can hear many female fans chanting Su Yin's name. Looking carefully, you can see a stunning blonde holding a banner that you might assume is for support, but in reality, it bears a hotel room number, explicitly inviting Su Yin to meet her after the game. Of course, simply displaying a hotel room number seems a bit too obvious. It also boldly proclaims 4 striking words. Communicate basketball. What the hell does communicate basketball mean? What kind of good man would engage in a late-night rendezvous with a woman to communicate basketball? Yet, since it is basketball-related, it seems there is no harm in it. Whether Su Yin will go or not remains uncertain. But this attractive female fan likely has no shortage of suitors knocking on her door. If she doesn't wait for Su Yin, one can only wonder. In the commentary booth, ESPN commentator and former Rockets member John Barry chuckles. It's hard to imagine that beneath Su Yin's model-like visage lies the face of a cold-blooded killer. Another commentator, Mark Jackson, nods with a smile. 5 minutes, 8 three-pointers, a step-back dagger reminiscent of the Thunder 3. This truly resembles a killer's instinct. Moreover, due to this game, Su Yin has already surpassed last year's 6th overall pick, Danilo Gallinari, to secure a starting position as small forward. This seems somewhat abrupt at first glance, but upon further reflection, it makes perfect sense that he's starting already. John Barry exclaims, surprised by the starting lineup of both teams. It's a bit unbelievable. I thought it might just be a fleeting moment. After all, Su Yin is merely an undrafted player, chosen by the Knicks primarily for his good looks. Since he is a starter now, the Knicks must have their reasons. No need to delve too deeply. Let's just look forward to another precise three-point feast from Su Yin tonight. On the Pistons side, head coach John Kuster has also done his homework and is aware of Su Yin's impressive performance in the previous game that he is somewhat skeptical, but has decided to observe for a while. If Su Yin continues to be accurate, they will take him seriously. Meanwhile, on the Knicks side, in the midst of warm-ups, McGrady notices the banner held by the stunning blonde. Approaching Su Yin, he jokes, "That figure. Those legs. I could enjoy that for a year. Another one throwing herself at you. Yin, I truly envy your looks. How about we venture into the dragon's lair after the game? Who knows what surprises await?" How boring. Su Yin waves his hand dismissively. Uninterested. Her bold display of a room number suggests a rather chaotic private life, and he has no desire to stir up trouble. The world is vast, and he wishes to see more of it. McGrady chuckles silently. What does it matter if the woman is a bit risque? She has already reserved a room. After all, rejecting a stunning 15-year-old princess and dismissing a forward woman. This is truly unyielding. McGrady begins to wonder if Su Yin is perhaps of a different inclination. Before long, amidst the fervent atmosphere of the arena, the main event is about to commence. The starting lineups for both teams take the court. The New York Knicks starters are as follows. Point guard, Chris Duhon, shooting guard. McGrady, small forward. Su Yin, power forward. Al Harrington, center. David Elliott, IT. Is worth noting that the expected starting shooting guard was supposed to be Wilson Chandler, who boasts averages of 15.4 points, 5.3 rebounds, 2.2 assists, 0.8 steals, and 0.8 blocks per game, making him a versatile offensive and defensive asset. However, McGrady's popularity necessitates his presence as a starter to ensure the arena's attendance and thereby secure the game as revenue. In this commercial league, those in the know understand. The Detroit Pistons starters are point guard, Rodney Stuckey, shooting guard, Richard Hamilton, small forward. Tayshaun Prince, power forward. Jonas Jerebko, center. Ben Wallace. Jump ball, David Lee and Ben Wallace face off for the tip. Despite David Lee's impressive average of 11.6 rebounds per game, he stands at a mere 206 centimeters. His defensive IQ is high, yet he holds no advantage in the tip dash-off to SA result Ben Wallace. Shorter in stature, officially listed at 206 centimeters, but likely just over 2 meters, has aged as well. With a swift motion, David Lee tips the ball, securing the Knicks' first possession. Duhon advances the ball. The Knicks rush forward, executing their tactical plays with precision. John Barry observes, somewhat astonished. Why does it seem that the Knicks suddenly exude confidence? They are, after all, the worst team in the East, and even in the entire league. Mark Jackson also senses something amiss. Rubbing his chin, he ponders for a moment and offers his insight. Could it be that Sue Yan's astounding 8 three-pointers in the last game have instilled confidence in them for tonight's starting opportunity? On the court, Duhon positions himself at the left arc while David Lee establishes position in the paint. Signaling for the ball, he's the Knicks' strongest core player, and his presence is threatening enough to draw the attention of both Ben Wallace and Jerebko. McGrady sets a screen for Sue Yan. Sun slips along the baseline, rising to the right arc, stopping just a step beyond the three-point line. Wow. Duhon passes the ball. Previously, he would never have made such a pass. But after witnessing Sue Yan's last performance and his physical testing results yesterday, he passes without hesitation. This shooter, whose potential may surpass even Ray Allen and Peja, is just a step outside the three-point line. This is an opportunity. As the ball reaches him, Sue Yan receives it, half-turning and raising his hand for a long three-pointer, executed with almost no preparatory motion. The shot is swift and far, a quintessential Curry three, yet Sue Yan's three-point shooting prowess exceeds even that of the Splash brother. Wait. Did he just shoot from that far? Are you sure your coach won't scold you for that? Prince, trailing behind, fails to react in time to contest the shot, not due to insufficient distance, but simply because he did not expect it. Despite hearing his coach praise Sue Yan's shooting ability, he dismisses it, thinking of the undrafted player and his untrusted three-point shot. He turns to head towards the basket for a rebound, to eye in the next moment. Swish! A crisp sound reverberates as Sue Yan's long-range shot, with virtually no defense, finds the net, sending ripples through the net. A clean shot. Knicks 3, Pistons 0. Did he just get lucky? Prince scoffs, unperturbed as he runs back, shouting to Coach D'Antoni, "Get that number 7 off the court. He's just throwing up bricks. He has an undrafted player who can't even play." D'Antoni? As I slowly type this question mark, it is not I who have the issue, but rather you. The run-and-gun system that I advocate is precisely aimed at allowing players to shoot three-pointers with such reckless abandon, provided they can ensure a certain shooting percentage. Currently, Sue Yan embodies such a player. How can you claim he lacks skill and suggest he be substituted? It almost seems like a jest. Resisting the urge to criticize Prince, D'Antoni merely cast him a sidelong glance. Remaining silent, transitioning to offense, swish, Hamilton, leveraging his exceptional off-ball movement, seized an opportunity to shoot and confidently made a mid-range jumper. The Knicks retained possession. Sun, stationed at the right arc, received the ball just a step outside the three-point line. Yet inexplicably, Prince failed to follow him. It was a matter of lack of defense. He had simply conceded a significant amount of space. No, my friend, do you truly underestimate me to such an extent? A momentary lapse can lead to grave consequences. With a slight smile, Sue Yan remained undeterred, raising his hand for yet another three-pointer, an arrow of precision. The shot was perfectly on target. Swish, another one down. Is there more? Prince's expression shifted between disbelief and uncertainty. Thank you, I must say, for your presence has warmed the seasons. Sun cast a grateful glance at Prince after landing 2 three-pointers, instantly earning 12. 0. Such gratitude was indeed warranted. Yet this look only served to drive Prince increasingly to the brink of madness. Meanwhile, Rodney Stuckey, the team's second leading scorer, exhibited a glimmer of surprise. Was the previous game's 8 three-pointers truly devoid of substance? Was there not a significant element of luck involved? Additionally, the coach had labeled him a mere decorative piece, devoid of any combat ability. Initially, Coach John Kuster had dismissed Sue Yan as just that. But Stuckey had his doubts. Please, this is the NBA. There are no dashing heroes here, just a collection of rugged individuals. Even those labeled as handsome, like Iverson and Kobe, are so only within the context of basketball. Their allure is more about presence than conventional attractiveness. If one were to compare, they would appear rather ordinary. T first, Stuckey scoffed at Su Yan's good looks, but upon seeing him in person, he felt he had misjudged. The strikingly handsome Su Yan was indeed a sight to behold, rugged yet refined, exuding an extraordinary masculine charm that made it difficult for him to reconcile Su Yan with the persona of a basketball player. He even began to question whether the Su Yan who had hit 8 three-pointers and defeated the Thunder Trio was indeed the same individual. Respect had been earned. Stuckey found himself at a loss for words regarding Su Yan's decorative piece designation. As for his skills, he remained unconvinced, like Prince, believing that Su Yan's 2 three-pointers were purely a stroke of luck. Hey, Tyshawn. Stuckey sought out Prince, emboldened by his previous outburst, yet still viewing Su Yan as a mere ornament. A player lacking real competitive drive. Just wait. I will confront him and dismantle that inexplicable confidence of his, rendering him ineffective. I see your point, Prince replied with interest, for Stuckey's words signaled trouble for Su Yan. Stuckey, the 15th overall pick in the 2007 draft, was a solid choice. Playing as a shooting guard, he excelled in driving through defenses and could shoot on the stop, making him a versatile offensive threat. In his third season, he averaged 16.8 points, 4.2 rebounds, 4.8 assists, 1.5 steals, and 0.3 blocks. Within the Pistons, he was a competent second-in-command, poised to teach a rookie, undrafted player a lesson. Thud, as the ball changed hands. Stuckey indeed approached Su Yan from the left arc, dribbling while sizing him up. Is this the kind of attractiveness expected of an NBA player? Were you a woman, I would find a way to pin you down. Damn, what am I saying? It's utterly inhuman to harbor such twisted thoughts about a man. Stuckey slapped himself, attempting to regain focus. Su Yan, what with the self-inflicted punishment? Are you trying to distract me with your appearance? Are you so hideous that you can't bear to look at yourself? Su Yan found it hard to comprehend, but he couldn't help but retort, Hey man, no one cares about your looks. You needn't feel so inferior. Stop rambling, Stuckey huffed, shifting the ball from one hand to the other before accelerating past Su Yan frills. Pure power, Su Yan, with his suave and elegant demeanor, instinctively seemed fragile to Stuckey, with the decorative piece label. He believed Su Yan would shatter upon contact. Bang! In moment of contact, Su Yan took a symbolic step back. After all, he played for the money. If he could easily sink three-pointers, he had no desire for physical confrontation. Furthermore, he wanted to gauge Stuckey's strength that if his opponent truly intended to overpower him, he would not shy away. Whether through steals, blocks, or contested rebounds, scoring was still within reach. This indicated that diligent defense could also be lucrative. Feeling confident, Su Yan smiled. Exuding charisma, Stuckey charged forward with a stern expression. Su Yan met him head-on, ready for a clash. Small forward versus shooting guard. With enhanced physical conditioning, Su Yan possessed a strength that rivaled that of most small forwards, rendering him unyielding to Stuckey. Stuckey's next surge felt akin to colliding with a wall. Su Yan stood his ground without budging. WTF? He had just pushed Su Yan aside moments ago. Why was it that this time? He felt as though he was hitting a wall. Is this truly a decorative piece? Stuckey was astonished. His mind momentarily clouded. Su Yan seized the fleeting opportunity. Swift, precise, and ruthless, he knocked the basketball away from Stuckey's grasp and darted forward to reclaim it. A steal +1. A spectacular theft, D'Antoni exclaimed from the sidelines, while assistant coach Morrison Poitras wore an expression of exhilaration. Su Yan's defense was indeed impressive. Yan, over here, McGrady charged ahead, racing into the front court. Unopposed, it was a prime fast break opportunity. Got it, Su Yan responded, his pass long yet not perfectly executed, but fortunately it was easily catchable. McGrady slowed just slightly, securing the ball with poise at one-on-one against the basket, with 3 long strides. He soared, igniting the crowd with a single-arm dunk. Not only was Su Yan exceptionally handsome, but he had also made quite an impression in the previous game, and now paired with McGrady, one of the big 4 shooting guards. They were undeniably the 2 most popular players in the Knicks. Their connection sent a wave of excitement through the arena. That little sneak, you lack sportsmanship, Stuckey shouted at Su Yin, his words tinged with a hint of petulance. Su Yin was unyielding in his retort. You're distracted while playing. You're truly worthless. Just wait. I'll shatter you, you decorative piece. As they faced off once more, Stuckey was entirely earnest now, no longer underestimating Su Yin. He needed to score at least once against him before he could resume his posturing. Employing a combination of physicality, dribbling, and a spin move, Stuckey unleashed his full arsenal, shaking off Su Yin by half a step and charging towards the hoop. The rebound is locked. Just go for the layup, Ben Wallace roared, providing Stuckey with ample confidence. This is in the bag, Stuckey thought, brimming with self-assurance, even beginning to plot how he would taunt Su Yin afterwards. Welcome to the NBA, rookie. But in the next instant, as a shot neared the rim, a massive hand slammed down on the ball, pinning it against the backboard. Who else could it be but Su Yin? Although he lagged half a body behind Stuckey, his height, speed, and explosive power granted him a distinct advantage. The confluence of multiple talents enabled him to close the gap and apply pressure, even when Stuckey had a lead. Stuckey, brimming with confidence, or perhaps too eager to score against Su Yin, let his guard down. Su Yin executed a remarkable block, demonstrating his defensive prowess with a steal, an assist, and a rejection. Not only did he pocket $2,600, but he also showcased astonishing defensive abilities that a mere decorative player? Hardly. Even if Su Yin would be considered a mere ornament, he was far from someone as insignificant as Stuckey to be ridiculed or underestimated. Cool, exclaimed Xiong, his eyes lighting up that he praised. Su Yin may appear lacking in defensive skills, yet during these few plays, he has defended remarkably well. Amazing. Mar Jackson also expressed his astonishment. Stuckey came charging in with some flair. But Su Yin's defense was truly impressive. This has taken me by surprise. With his defensive skills and remarkable three-point shooting, is Su Yin really an undrafted player? He seems more like an exceptional 3D player. The audience was captivated. Among them, a stunningly attractive woman, exuding sensuality and eager to discuss basketball with Su Yin, screamed in sheer excitement. She was entranced not only by Su Yin's looks, but also by his display of strength, revealing a distinctly masculine side that left her utterly spellbound. Her overwhelming enthusiasm caused her to sway, drawing the attention of several nearby Wolf fans, who couldn't help but take note of the hotel and room number displayed on their banner. On the court, Su Yin's rejection sent the basketball flying, allowing O'Harrington to seize it and give Su Yin a thumbs up before passing to Du Hong for a fast break. Positioned 2 meters beyond the three-point line at the left arc, Su Yin received the ball from Du Hong, who pointed toward the basket, saying, "Yin, go for another shot. You deserve it, I won't hold back." Su Yin responded confidently. When given the opportunity to shoot, he would surely take it. After all, only by shooting could he seize the chance to earn $6,000, a three-pointer worth $6,000. Imagine if the NBA had such a reward system. Within 3 days, the small ball era would unfold at breakneck speed. Wham! With a flick of his wrist, Su Yin decisively launched another three-pointer, a shot that would have drawn scorn from coaches on other teams. Yet here, it appeared entirely justified. He out his mind. Another shot, and from even further out, Prince was taken aback. He had no defense to offer. It wasn't that he was incapable, but at this distance, it was simply impossible to defend. This couldn't possibly go in. Prince turned back, inwardly praying, though this time his prayer was tinged with a hint of doubt. The spinning basketball, it arced perfectly, plunging into the net. Oh, Prince was engulfed in despair. The ball circled the rim before miraculously bouncing out. The three-pointer missed. What a close call. Prince exhaled in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as if an undrafted player were to sink 3 consecutive three-pointers over him. As one of the Pistons' 5 Tigers, he would have lost face. The coach would undoubtedly berate him mercilessly after the game. Yet even though the three-pointer didn't land, Su Yin's attempt had genuinely startled the Pistons players. Motherfucker! Coach John Custer was drenched in cold sweat that he now fully realized that beneath Su Yin's dashing exterior lay a cold-blooded marksman from beyond the arc increased the defensive intensity on Su Yin. Custer bellowed from the sidelines, signaling with an OK gesture. The significance of this gesture lay in the 3 fingers raised, symbolizing the small forward position. Su Yin. This was a prearranged signal between coaches and players. When the coach made this gesture, the players needed to heighten their focus on Su Yin and ramp up their defensive efforts. Such signals are commonplace on the court, each representing different strategies and tactics. Known only to teammates. Understood, Prince and his fellow players nodded silently, acknowledging the coach's directive. With less than 5 minutes elapsed in the game, the Pistons deployed both Stuckey and Prince to double-team Su Yin. Was this the treatment an undrafted player deserved? Was this the attention a mere decorative player could command? Fans were left in awe. However, once the defensive intensity increased, Su Yin's opportunities for clean three-point shots diminished significantly. Nevertheless, for the Knicks, Su Yin could be likened to a cherry on top, a treasure from the heavens. His presence did not hinder their existing capabilities. Instead, it allowed the Knicks' overall offense and defense to flourish with greater ease. When you double-team an undrafted player, you've already lost. Mike D'Antoni wore a confident smile as he called a timeout, substituting the crowd-pleasing yet ineffective Tracy McGrady for the tenacious Wilson Chandler. The Knicks players were executing their offense with greater efficiency than ever before. Had they evolved? Gained confidence, perhaps, but more importantly, it was Su Yin's ability to draw double coverage that instilled fear in their opponents. As the first quarter concluded, the Pistons, theoretically possessing a slight advantage in overall strength, found themselves trailing by 8 points by halftime. They were down by 11 after 3 quarters. The deficit had swelled to over 15 points. Throughout the season, the Knicks had been consistently dominated by their opponents, yet now they led by 15 points, threatening to blow the game wide open. This was nothing short of astonishing. What a reversal of fortune. Cheon Bali was exhilarated. The current Pistons might no longer be the formidable team they once were, but compared to the Knicks, they were certainly not a team to be taken lightly. Yet when a team boasts a powerful 3D player, their capabilities can skyrocket. Indeed, Mark Jackson nodded with a smile. With 4 3-pointers and a fast break layup, Su Yin had amassed 14 points, but his relentless enthusiasm for the game had also garnered him 3 rebounds. 2 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. He was playing exceptionally well. The admiration in Jackson's gaze as he looked at Su Yin was unmistakable. When someone possesses extraordinary looks, regardless of gender, they inherently enjoy a certain advantage in any endeavor. This is the allure of attractiveness. Su Yin's excellent performance, coupled with his undeniable charm, made it difficult for anyone not to feel a sense of fondness. During the intermission, the shrieks of blonde-haired girls in the audience reached a crescendo. Who could resist a decorative player who was both talented and handsome? Some of them loosened their skirts, revealing fragrant shoulders, while others flaunted their impressive curves, and still others swayed their hips, all yearning to capture Su Yin's gaze. Particularly the foreign women beside Su Yin, competing for attention with exaggerated displays of allure, and that object of their desire? Undoubtedly, it was Su Yin. The male compatriots next to Su Yin were treated to a feast for the eyes. Yet, Su Yin remained indifferent, or perhaps he simply had no time to pay heed. He leaned back his chair, breathing heavily, with sweat cascading from his forehead like rain, as the intensity of the defense intensified. Su Yin's opportunities for 3-point shots dwindled. His chances to force a shot diminished, and his shooting percentage plummeted. Missing meant no earnings. This was not the scenario Su Yin wished to witness, he resolved to run actively. Defend vigorously, steal the ball, protect the rim, and assist. Among other efforts, as the commentator remarked, Su Yin resembled a fighting spirit, exhibiting remarkable zeal. This fervor was well received by fans, coaches, and commentators alike. However, for Su Yin, he was not striving for such admiration. He was in pursuit of wealth. With 14 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, including 4 3-pointers, this was the data he delivered while facing a double team. Quite commendable indeed. IT also represented a substantial sum of money. Yet it was undeniably exhausting. As a shooter, he shouldn't have to exert himself this much. And in terms of stamina, he merely reached the NBA average. Clearly, maintaining such effort was somewhat overextending. Consequently, when the fourth quarter rolled around, and after a 4-minute rotation, D'Antoni intended to send Su Yin back onto the court to finish the game with his teammates. Su Yin declined. He wished to rest a while longer. D'Antoni readily agreed, satisfied with Su Yin's performance thus far. However, once Su Yin left the court, the Pistons began to close the gap, reducing the 15-point deficit to just 10 after 3 additional minutes of rest. With 5 minutes remaining, Su Yin re-entered the game. Swish! Yet the Pistons' momentum seemed undiminished. Hamilton utilized off-ball movement to secure a mid-range shot, which he calmly sank, further narrowing the score. Meanwhile, Su Yan's opportunities for three-pointers were scarce, causing the Knicks' offense to stagnate. The situation was dire. "Wow!" exclaimed John Barry. "The Pistons are gaining momentum. They aspire to showcase a championship-level dominance." The Pistons' defense was fierce, leaving the Knicks in a precarious position. Mark Jackson analyzed the situation, noting that for the Knicks to break through, Su Yan's three-pointers were essential. They could be lethal. The commentator's analysis was spot on. The Knicks sought Su Yan to shoot three-pointers, actively setting screens for him and creating opportunities, but the Pistons were no fools. Prioritizing defense, they intensified their efforts against Su Yan, tightening their grip on his three-point attempts. Throughout the game, the Pistons had discerned that the three-pointer was Su Yan's most formidable offensive weapon. His mid-range shots, drives, and layups paled in comparison. With targeted defense, they could impose significant pressure on Su Yan. So, what could be done? D'Antoni seemed at a loss, appearing to have no choice but to let Su Yan draw attention while allowing his teammates to tackle the Pistons. Yet, Su Yan had other plans. Despite the increased defensive pressure and limited three-point chances, he wore a confident smile. Having maintained a lead, he initially intended to conserve his energy for stronger opponents. But now it seemed that was no longer feasible. Su Yan narrowed his eyes, deciding to reveal another card he had just acquired. Off-ball movement level 1. The game continued. The Du Hong pushed forward, seeking Su Yan, but he was once again obstructed by Prince and Stuckey. Chandler quickly set a screen, allowing Su Yan to shake off Prince, only to find himself entangled with Stuckey once more. He charged toward the basket from the left wing, suddenly accelerating as if to circle out from a baseline. But in a twist, he abruptly halted, executing a swift retreat and veering upward. Stuckey was momentarily caught off guard, and in the realm of off-ball movement, such a fleeting lapse in judgment could prove fatal. Utilizing Harrington's off-ball screen, Su Yan emerged just before Jerebko could close in. A beautiful back cut. John Barry couldn't help but admire as Su Yan broke free. The eager Du Hong promptly delivered the basketball into his hands. Swish! Su Yan launched another three-pointer, executing it with precision. Off-ball movement level 1 not only enabled Su Yan to run, but also allowed him to think strategically while moving. This facilitated his ability to evade defenders while swiftly assessing the court environment and effectively utilizing his teammates to shake off additional defenders. Thus, genuine opportunities arose, which he capitalized on with his formidable three-point finishing ability, resulting in a flawless offensive play. Stuckey, not lacking in speed, nonetheless found it impossible to keep up with Su Yan, with off-ball movement level 1 and maxed-out three-point shooting. Su Yan's offensive prowess was perfectly aligned with the moment, making his three-point attacks all the more formidable and difficult to counter. The Pistons' double-team defense faltered in the face of it, with 3 minutes and 17 seconds remaining. Su Yan slipped along the baseline toward the right side, preparing to circle up, with opportunities nearly presenting themselves. Suddenly, he executed another back cut, darting along the baseline toward the left corner. Has he lost it? Prince, who had been trailing him, was elated to see Su Yan running back that he hurriedly pursued. However, as Su Yan dashed along the baseline, Prince collided with Harrington, who was waiting in the paint in the left corner. The player and the ball arrived simultaneously. Yet, even if opportunities arose, if one could not finish, no one would acknowledge the strength of their off-ball movement skills. Hamilton's off-ball movement had long been recognized as formidable, once causing even Pete Kobe considerable difficulty. However, true recognition stemmed from his mid-range finishing ability, which earned him the title of King of Mid-Range. Curry's off-ball capabilities were also renowned throughout the league, positioning him as one of the strongest players possessing both on-ball and off-ball skills in the future of the league, perhaps the strongest, without exception. The remarkable labels affixed to them were rooted in their exceptional three-point finishing abilities. Now, Su Yan found himself in a similar situation. With a meteoric rise, he unleashed a lethal arrow. Swish! Once again utilizing his remarkable off-ball movement awareness, Su Yan seized an offensive opportunity and capitalized on it. The three-pointer swished through the net, And these two successful three-pointers not only stabilized a double-digit lead for the team, but also nearly secured victory on the defensive end, whether thwarting Stuckey's multiple attempts or failing to stop Hamilton's mid-range shot. Su Yin exerted tremendous effort. Hard work does not always guarantee results, but without effort, one cannot accumulate data or amass wealth. A dedicated man is indeed the most admirable. Su Yan's enthusiasm and seriousness toward the game only intensified the infatuation and desire of the foreign women around him, all of whom were utterly smitten. With 2 minutes remaining, Su Yin once again employed off-ball movement level 1, gaining a three-point opportunity from the left arc clang. Unfortunately, it missed. This was quite normal, even with maxed-out three-point shooting. Perfection was not guaranteed with every release. Fortunately, David Lee aggressively snatched the rebound, tossing it back to grant Su Yin another chance. Swish! A bullseye! This time, Su Yan's cold-blooded accuracy shone through as he sank the shot. Stuckey's defense was a moment too late on the sidelines. D'Antoni crossed his arms with a smile, reminding everyone, never give a shooter consecutive opportunities. Damn it, Stuckey felt a shiver run down his spine. This guy was truly accurate enough to bring despair. But why, despite having defended him this way before and successfully limiting his three-point shots, was it suddenly ineffective now? Starkey found himself at a loss for comprehension. "Allow me," Hamilton exclaimed gravely. Su Yan's off-the-ball movement was exceptional, leaving everyone else trailing behind. "Only I can match him." Hamilton articulated the crux of the matter. His analysis was astute in the final 2 minutes. He intended to confront Su Yin. Despite his age, he possessed superior off-the-ball skills compared to Su Yin, that he could indeed mark him effectively. However, first, with only 2 minutes remaining and a double-digit deficit, even if he managed to contain Su Yin, there was insufficient time to close the gap. Second, as the team's primary offensive linchpin, diverting his focus towards defense would inevitably diminish the Pistons' offensive potency, making the task of narrowing the score even more arduous. Admittedly, Hamilton did disrupt Su Yin considerably in the end, yet the Knicks seized the opportunity to claim victory. They triumphed, marking their second consecutive win. Su Yan's emergence heralded a revival for the Knicks, who, after a dismal 10-game losing streak, had now secured back-to-back victories, one of which featured a stunning 20-point comeback. "We won." David Lee beamed with joy. "We have emerged victorious once more." Wilson Chandler bellowed triumphantly, while Tracy McGrady wore a broad smile. Recognizing Su Yin as a beacon of hope for New York, he consistently brought victories to the team. Coach D'Antoni laughed heartily. "Despite the misguided intentions, the outcome revealed that I had unearthed a treasure." Regarding Su Yin, he was immensely satisfied, surpassing the contentment of any other Knicks player at present. Striking looks ensured popularity. Defensive prowess coupled with three-point shooting equated to a top-tier 3D player. A diligent and earnest approach to the game elicited elation from the coaching staff. Such a Su Yin was truly hard to dislike. Fans erupted in cheers, rallying around Su Yin. The players encircled him, rotating in unison, reveling in the euphoria of victory. Su Yin, once again, found himself the center of attention. This feeling was something he had never experienced before, and he rather enjoyed it. Excelling on the court garnered him both admiration and recognition. Performing well translated to financial rewards. With earnings came the capacity to indulge in higher-tier privileges, enhancing his strength and elevating his status, ultimately leading to greater financial gains. It was a virtuous cycle. Simply put, it entailed playing excellently in each game, spending more, and subsequently relishing in praise and life. What a joyous existence! Su Yin had an epiphany. After a prolonged celebration, ESPN's renowned reporter Wojnarowski sprinted over. Eager to secure the first interview opportunity, he raised his microphone and inquired with a grin. Su Yin, tonight you delivered a splendid performance, leading your team to victory, back-to-back wins. Prior to your arrival, the Knicks were mired in a 10-game losing streak, and your contributions were invaluable. It is a collective effort. Su Yin humbly responded, adhering to the official line. Wojnarowski continued with a smile. "I like to ask, Mr. Su Yin, why are you so relentless while holding a 20,000 10-day contract? What I mean is, as a shooter, you could simply fulfill your role. Why the drive? Allow me to calculate. Tonight's stats are 25 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block, with shooting 9 of 15, including 7 of 12 from three-point range and 2 of 3 from two-point range. That totals to 57,400. Considering movement and dribbling, it likely surpasses 60,000. Indeed, in one game, I earned 60,000. You are aware that a 10-day contract is only 20,000. In other words, your earnings for half a year might not even reach 60,000. So, why the effort? Naturally, Su Yin could not be blunt. He chuckled and feigned seriousness. Because I love basketball. It's that simple. I am deeply grateful to the Knicks for providing me with this contract and the opportunity to play. I will cherish it and revel in the joy basketball brings me. Wojnarowski was moved upon hearing this, recognizing Su Yin as a pure basketball enthusiast, worthy of respect. Su Yin, whether it is your passion for basketball or your performance on the court, you should not be an undrafted player. Keep pushing forward. I believe you'll become an even greater player than Ben Wallace. Ben? Why bring him up here? For Wallace is also an undrafted player, one-time champion, 4-time All-Star, 2-time rebounding champion, 1-time shot-blocking champion, 4-time Defensive Player of the Year, 3-time All-NBA second team, and 5-time All-Defensive first team. Ben Wallace's career can be deemed as the strongest undrafted player in NBA history. Wojnarowski's assertion that Su Yin would surpass Wallace in the future was laden with implications. Su Yin understood perfectly what was meant. You flatter me, he replied with a modest smile, acknowledging that was an elusive height. Yet he would set Wallace as a benchmark and strive to draw closer to him. The young man certainly knew how to articulate his thoughts, quite astute. Before departing, Ben Wallace, listening to the interview, nodded in satisfaction, his clenched fist gradually relaxing. Although he had lost, it was merely a testament to his age. This young lad, reeking of inexperience, would dare not underestimate him. Wallace would not hesitate to eliminate him if provoked. Fortunately, Su Yin's words were quite tactful. After delivering such an official statement, Su Yin suddenly felt a tightness at the back of his head, only to return to normal shortly thereafter. Thunderous applause erupted in the arena. The basketball-loving Su Yin undeniably captured the admiration of even more fans. Female fans, drawn to his innocent demeanor, found themselves increasingly enamored, their desire to conquer him intensifying. They could hardly contain their eagerness to bridge the distance between them, wishing to reduce it to negative values. Pure love for basketball. Next to him, McGrady expressed skepticism. This was not the incident. Was there truly such an untainted player? Haha, perhaps there are, David Lee replied with a smile, pausing before adding, after all, Su Yin likely isn't short on cash. While he toiled for a mere 20,000 over 10 days, with taxes deducted, he casually treated a newly acquainted player to lavish meals without a hint of regret. Such a scenario would hardly convince anyone he wasn't born with a silver spoon at all. So he is indeed from a wealthy background. It seemed Su Yin not only cherished basketball, but also reveled in life within a realm he adored. This was quite enviable. McGrady felt a pang of jealousy. Despite his considerable achievements in basketball, he had initially held a greater affinity for baseball, where he showcased remarkable talent. Had he continued on that path, he would undoubtedly have made his mark in the baseball league. However, due to certain circumstances, he ultimately found himself in basketball. Yet, the reasons behind this choice were hardly rooted in a pure love for the sport. It was more about financial gain. After all, McGrady had a congenital spinal curvature, making him ill-suited for the physical demands of basketball. Doctors had predicted a maximum of 46 years in his career. Yet he had persevered for 13 years and continued. He had endured, but it was not without its challenges. If given the choice, had he found a more lucrative avenue than basketball, McGrady would not have opted for the sport. Thus, he envied Su Yin. Once Su Yin concluded the interview, David Lee approached him, grinning. Let us head back to the locker room to celebrate. Our great contributor, you deserve the highest praise. As McGrady cast a glance of envy, he playfully draped his arm over Su Yin's shoulder, beaming as they strolled side by side toward the locker room. With commendable character, exceptional skills, and the gift of gab, Su Yin had quickly endeared himself to his new Knicks teammates despite his recent arrival. However, just as they were about to enter the locker room, a fiery female fan, brandishing a banner proclaiming her desire to discuss basketball with Su Yin, dashed toward him, her excitement palpable under the watchful eyes of numerous onlookers. From the pre-game festivities, her suggestive banner had already drawn considerable attention, prompting an audacious broadcast director to project her image alongside Su Yin onto the giant screen. This left fans in the arena, as well as countless viewers at home, with a clear view of the unfolding drama. Without hesitation, the fan lunged at Su Yin, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek, leaving behind a vivid imprint of her lips. Grasping his arm, she exclaimed, "Su Yin, you're incredible. I'm your biggest fan. I sincerely invite you to share basketball insights with me. I wish to learn from my idol." In her exuberance, she attempted to lean in for a kiss on his lips. Su Yin, repulsed by such brazen behavior in public, firmly pushed her away, his disdain for her desperate advances evident. Even though her physique was undeniably striking, he replied coolly, "I'm merely an undrafted player. My skills are modest, and I can't teach you anything that would be of value. Besides, I'm quite fatigued and wish to return for a good night's sleep. Thank you for your kind intentions." With that, he turned away, walking off with David Liam McGrady without a backward glance. Meanwhile, the 21-year-old Gallinari scanned the female fan from head to toe, an inexplicable fire igniting within him. What the hell? A woman with both looks and a fantastic figure. Any ordinary guy would seize the chance for a night of joy. He couldn't help but mentally chastise Su Yin. "You truly are a fool." Su Yin's rejection of the attractive fan's advances was evident to all. J.R. Smith's eyes sparkled as he regarded the female fan, instinctively licking his lips in disbelief. "He actually rejected her?" he exclaimed. Su Yin is truly a dedicated basketball enthusiast. Mar Jackson shot a disapproving glance at JR and added, "At just 19, Su Yin knows when to take action. He is destined to become an outstanding NBA player." Men regarded Su Yin's composure as a sign of immense potential, while women perceived him as a man of principle. Handsome, strong, and pure-hearted, destined to be loyal in the future. In an instant, Su Yin's allure soared in the eyes of countless female fans, who perhaps sensed his sincerity and steadfastness, possibly attributing it to his striking appearance. This was not Su Yin's first time turning down a high-profile female admirer. Just yesterday, he had also rebuffed an even more stunning underage princess. Thus, no one was particularly surprised. Upon returning to the locker room, the music resumed, and the festivities continued. Meanwhile, ESPN reporter Wojciechowski's latest interview not only highlighted Su Yin's fervor for basketball, but also revealed that he had signed a mere 10-day contract with the Knicks. This meant that Su Yin would soon become a free agent, necessitating a new contract with the team. That it also implied that his recent impressive 3D-level performances, particularly his astonishing prowess in the three-point domain, had caught the attention of other teams eager to secure his talents. Thus, the competition commenced. The next day, as usual, news articles circulated through streets and neighborhoods. The Raptors' Dragon King, Chris Bosh, delivered an astounding performance, tallying 31 points, 13 rebounds, and 3 blocks. He not only dominated the court, but also sealed the game with a clutch jumper, unleashing a roar of triumph that electrified the Air Canada Center, making him the star of the night. On the other hand, Warriors leader Monta Ellis, despite his team's loss, scorched the Nets with 40 points in a duel against the Mountain. However, his backup, this year's 7th overall pick, Stephen Curry, managed only 9 points with a dismal 1-4-5 from beyond the arc. The Magic Superman, Dwight Howard, effortlessly secured 18 points, 17 rebounds, and 6 blocks, single-handedly dismantling the Bucks' defense. These prominent stars dominated the headlines, while Su Yin's performance of 25 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block appeared rather unremarkable. Yet his undrafted status, combined with his striking looks and the sensational news of his rejection of an attractive female fan, propelled him into the spotlight alongside these superstars, a feat unmatched by any other rookie this year. In the afternoon, a television station hosted a roundtable discussion entitled "Has the Prototype of the Small Ball Era Emerged?" The panel featured luminaries such as Magic Johnson, Larry Legendbird, the round mound of rebound Barkley, and the diesel Shaquille O'Neal. The fierce rivalry of the 1980s between Magic and Bird, marked by their iconic green and yellow wars, was still fresh in the minds of fans. Magic's style was flashier, while Bird's tenacity was undeniable. Both were equally formidable. Meanwhile, Barkley and O'Neal frequently clashed in the paint, with Barkley, known for his audacity, daring to take on the dominant O'Neal. Viewers couldn't help but wonder if this gathering would result in any altercations. Clearing his throat, Barkley was the first to speak. Before we dive in, I must clarify the term prototype of the small ball era. It signifies a shift toward perimeter-focused offense, with an increasing number of players shooting three-pointers more accurately. The players executing this are predominantly smaller guards, indicating a transition from an inside game to an outside game, heralding the small ball era. He continued, as a member of the 1984 Diamond Generation and a peer of that formidable black egg, I take immense pride in discussing this. In our time, the game was largely defined by physical play in the post, with few players venturing beyond the arc. Even that black egg, despite being God's weapon, primarily relied on mid-range shots. Three-pointers were a rarity. Yet now, we see an influx of sharpshooters like Ray Allen, Peja Stojakovic, and Rashard Lewis, whose names have become household staples among the league's elite shooters. If we look closer to the present, we must mention Stephen Curry. This year's 7th overall pick from Davidson, whose remarkable NCAA tournament showcased his unbelievable three-point shooting skills. It's astonishing how he consistently makes shots from such distances, something we deemed nearly impossible in our era. Furthermore, regarding the focal player of this discussion, the undrafted Su Yin, the sharpshooter from Longhua, his status as an undrafted player is irrelevant. In his first 2 NBA games, he's averaging 7 three-pointers made per game, showcasing an array of long-range and absurdly distant shots that we could only dream of making. He even executed a step-back three-pointer to clinch a victory against the Thunder 3, leading his team to a dramatic 20-point comeback. This is utterly insane. Such offensive prowess is beyond comprehension for any player. However, times are changing. As I said earlier, from Ray Allen and Peja to Stephen Curry and now Su Yin, each succeeding generation of sharpshooters seems to embody the very essence of the small ball era. I wholeheartedly agree with this perspective. After Barkley concluded his remarks, O'Neal raised his hand and quipped, "Flying pig, you can talk about the small ball era all you want, but there's no need to sing your own praises first." And feeling honored to be in the same draft class as Michael Jordan, please let's get back to the matter at hand. He continued, as the first overall pick in '92 and the three-peat champion in 00, 01, and 02, I am undoubtedly the most dominant center in NBA history. During my reign over the league, shooters were merely role players, akin to assassins, maintaining a low profile on the court. They excelled at lurking in the shadows, when we faced tight defenses in the paint and struggled to score. We would pass the ball out to find these outside assassins, allowing them to sink long-range shots and alleviate the offensive pressure on the team. They did not require ball dominance. They simply needed to find their spots and patiently await their opportunities. That was my understanding of traditional shooters. However, the role of shooters has become increasingly pivotal in today's game. Players like Ray Allen and Peja Stojakovic have even emerged as team cornerstones. In the past, they would wait to shoot, but now, teams design strategies around them, seeking every possible opportunity for them to take three-point shots. This marks a significant shift. Even so, they often find themselves actively seeking opportunities for catch-and-shoot threes or open looks. Above all this is Stephen Curry. His remarkable performance during last year's NCAA March Madness was not only dazzling, but also exceptionally unique. His accuracy from beyond the arc is impressive, but more significantly, he can shoot threes while dribbling. Shooters of Ray Allen and Peja's caliber have thrived in the NBA for years, but rarely did they shoot threes off the dribble. Typically, it was only in transition. Yet Stephen can do it, and he does so frequently, with an astonishing shooting percentage. This represents a remarkable evolution, one that leaves onlookers in awe. Of course, as of now, Stephen has yet to prove his ability to shoot threes off the dribble in the NBA. His performance this season has been somewhat disappointing, and his shooting accuracy has been mediocre. He still has room to grow, which also indirectly reflects the increasing sophistication of players in utilizing the three-point shot. This is the embryonic form of the small ball era. Next comes the crux of the matter. Point one might assume that shooting threes off the dribble could signify the pinnacle of three-point evolution. However, the emergence of Su Yin has shattered conventions once more. Not only does he shoot off the dribble, but he has also extended his shooting range from just beyond the arc to a full meter beyond it, and perhaps even farther. Will we see players shooting from 2 or 3 meters away, even from the logo area in the future? This opens up a plethora of possibilities at present, though the league's three-point shooting techniques remain at the level of catch-and-shoot precision exemplified by Ray Allen and Peja. Neither Steven nor Su Yan has yet fully validated their prowess. Thus, this situation further corroborates the notion that we are witnessing the initial signs of the small ball era. Well said, very reasonable. Praised Magic Johnson with applause. Barkley smirked. Although he acknowledged O'Neal's points, he couldn't resist a cheeky retort. Aren't you just boasting about yourself? Without that Black Mamba, you wouldn't have achieved such dominance. Huh. O'Neal scoffed coldly, remaining silent while slowly extending four fingers toward Barkley, WD&MD. In the realm of banter, one ought not strike the face or expose the flaws of a friend. It's wise to leave a line for future encounters. Barkley was well aware that O'Neal's four fingers indicated his 4 championship rings, a pointed jab at Barkley's lack of any. The greatest regret of Barkley's NBA career was never winning a championship. O'Neal's gesture felt like salt in an open wound, inciting a surge of anger within him, but he momentarily lost his composure and retorted with a forced smile. Oh, it's nothing at all. Self-praise is entirely normal. Flying Pig has done it too. Upon hearing this, O'Neal's expression darkened significantly, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Barkley, as if he could kill him with a look. What did he mean? The original phrase should have been, Kobe said, Shaq did it too. Shaq, of course, refers to Shaquille O'Neal. The infamous 2003 Eagle County incident occurred during Kobe's three-peat at the pinnacle of his career. This scandal nearly derailed his professional life, as well as his once-ideal family life. Back then, the illustrious Kobe would find himself surrounded by countless admirers outside his hotel after every game, all eager to get close to him, all longing to share a night with him, even if it was just for a night's rest. The so-called Eagle County incident transpired when the young and impetuous Kobe succumbed to temptation and spent the night with one of the hotel receptionists. This was a normal occurrence for a superstar, that a sum of money could typically suppress such events from making headlines. However, the young woman exposed the encounter, claiming, despite its consensual nature, that it was forced, escalating the situation dramatically. Kobe found himself unable to explain or defend himself as a deluge of negative press ensued. His previously pristine image, underpinned by his 3 championships, was shattered, with major sponsors like Nike, Coca-Cola, and McDonald's severing ties. The Nike signature sneaker deal was put on hold for 2 years, and Kobe suddenly became a pariah, all while he struggled to articulate his side of the story. At just 25, overwhelmed by the mounting pressures, he uttered the now infamous line, Shaq did it too. What he meant was that while O'Neal also engaged in indiscretions, he managed to resolve his issues with financial means. Kobe's desperation led him to such a statement. Yet this betrayal of a teammate only exacerbated the dissolution of the Shaq-Kobe partnership, despite the absence of concrete evidence. Ultimately, it was merely Kobe's word against the world, prompting O'Neal to face public scrutiny and the sting of perceived betrayal. Barkley's comment about Flying Pig was a direct jab. On the surface, it suggested that O'Neal was boasting, but beneath the surface, it was a sly reference to O'Neal's betrayal by his close ally. Kobe Point One cannot deny that Barkley's retort was quite incisive at O'Neal's countenance darkened, and had this not been a recorded show, he might have erupted in anger. Both Magic and Bird understood the tension. The atmosphere thickened with potential conflict. Magic Johnson interjected with laughter, redirecting the conversation. Charles and Shaquille have made excellent points. Initially, I struggled to grasp the concept that I believed that three-point shooting was too distant to ensure a reliable shooting percentage, and that it could not serve as a primary scoring weapon to elevate a team to its highest potential. The closer one is to the basket, the easier it is to score. That was the basketball wisdom of our time. Yet, witnessing the explosive three-point shooting from Ray Allen, Peja, and Steven during their NCAA days, and more recently, Su Yan's audacious long-range shots, has shifted my perspective that I now see the value in three-point shooting. Whether it's threes or twos, one must learn from me. Relying on intellect is the true path to success. Reckless shooting and brazen drives are not the correct means to victory. Larry Bird, the self-proclaimed king of arrogance, wasted no time in showcasing his characteristic pride. He pivoted his discourse, adding, however, the times are ever-changing. And so too are the rules of basketball, that we must adapt to the evolution of the ER8.I. In the past, we were entrenched in an era dominated by post-play, where the rules favored the interior game, leaving little room for perimeter players to thrive. That is no longer the case. Following the abolition of the hand-check rule in the 2004 to 2005 season, the NBA subtly began to advocate for outside scoring. The landscape is shifting. The earlier era of the four great shooting guards, and today as players like LeBron, Carmelo, Pierce, and Kevin, who have emerged as formidable small forwards, signals the impending conclusion of the center's reign. Currently, the three-point revolution is sweeping through, heralding the nascent stages of the small ball era. Indeed, I remain steadfast in my belief that as long as one plays intelligently, exceptional physical gifts or three-point prowess are not prerequisites for success in the NBA. Take me, for instance. With modest talent, I am regarded as the greatest small forward in history, a legend within the top 10, if not 5, of all time. Thus, the self-important king of arrogance continues to tread further along the path of self-aggrandizement. But Larry has indeed made his mark. Amidst the spirited debates and self-praise among the four legends, there is a near-unanimous acknowledgement of the emergence of a new small ball era. The three-point shot is gradually becoming the defining sound of this age. This symposium has also etched the names of the less renowned Su Yin and Curry into the minds of basketball enthusiasts as promising figures attuned to the times. At 6 p.m., following the conclusion of the symposium, in Manhattan's bustling center, at 55510, a modern glass tower housing luxurious apartments, where expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offer breathtaking views of the New York skyline. A realm reserved for the affluent, on the 28th floor lies an opulent 800-square-foot apartment. Ding. The elevator doors open, revealing a young lady clad in a flowing white dress, radiating the beauty of a fairy tale princess. A private male butler follows closely behind, carrying her satchel. The butler inquires with a smile, "Miss Water, have you been diligently studying lately?" Of course, Miss Water Marcia responds with an air of nonchalance, having been committed to her studies. I must become more exceptional to earn his affection. She is the very same girl who recently confessed her feelings to Su Yin, only to face rejection. Possessing astonishing beauty, Miss Water is indeed captivating. Miss Marcia is simply splendid, the butler praises, fulfilling his duty to indulge the princess. After all, Marcia's beauty is such that one cannot bring themselves to chastise her. The butler steps forward to open the door. Upon returning home, Marcia's first action is to rush to her study, retrieving the latest basketball news from the rack, eager to seek out any mention of him. She attends Loyola High School, an elite institution in New York. Filled with the children of the wealthy, the privilege of attending such a school comes with reason. The faculty is top-notch, and every student emerges with strong academic and personal capabilities. During school hours, students are forbidden from using their phones, fostering a singular focus on learning. The hymn she refers to is, of course, Su Yin. As soon as she arrives home, she eagerly flips through news articles about Su Yin, yearning to learn everything about him. She comes across the moment when Su Yin publicly rejected a glamorous, attractive fan, which fills her with joy. Indeed, Su Yin must like me. He only has eyes for me. Hence his refusal of her. His heart belongs solely to me. If only I were a bit older, I would have accepted. Meanwhile, Su Yin, having awakened later in the afternoon, took a cab to the gym to complete his training routine before chatting with his teammates. Afterward, he returned to his apartment, reclining on a small sofa as he reviewed his current earnings. Name: Su Yin. Level: LV2 to experience to upgrade. 2,438,100,000. Experience can only be gained through expenditures. The amount spent directly correlates to experience earned. System store: not open. Items: none. Tasks: none. Skills: max 3-point shot, basic physical enhancement. Funds: 80,000. Recently, he had spent 11,380 treating others to a meal, while his solo dining expenses amounted to less than 2,000. This is a sum that many would earn in a month, if not longer. After his last game, Su Yin had earned approximately 60,000, and with his remaining balance of over 10,000 from recent training sessions, his total stood at 80,000 to advance to LV3 and receive the corresponding privilege package. He needs to spend 100,000 to having only spent a little over 2,000. He felt quite satisfied with his current lifestyle, which was already quite lavish. He sighed, pondering whether he earned money too swiftly to spend or if he simply lacked the means to enjoy it fully. He stroked his chin, considering, upon reflection, there are quite a few areas where I could allocate my funds. First, relying solely on taxis is not practical. Buses are cumbersome, and cycling is exhausting. It seems I need to purchase a car. An ordinary one might not suffice. No man can resist the allure of luxury vehicles. It's akin to a beautiful woman donning black stockings, revealing long legs, whispering G in your ear. Boom, but it's hard to resist. However, even though I've earned 80,000 in a matter of days, acquiring a high-end luxury car is still quite a stretch. That thought must be temporarily shelved. Additionally, upgrading to a larger apartment is on the agenda. Though purchasing one is out of reach, renting a better one should be more than adequate. Besides that, I also need to acquire a watch, not only for the sake of telling time, but also to enhance my personal style and charisma. A watch is a man's essential accessory. With that in mind, Su Yin decided on his current spending priorities, upgrading his residence and purchasing a watch. 80,000 may not be enough for a high-end car, but it should suffice for a quality watch. After one more game, he should easily earn the 100,000 needed to elevate his level to LV3. Lost in thought, Su Yin gradually dozed off on the sofa. The next day, having retired early, Su Yin rose early, arriving at the gym around 8 a.m. for training. The gym was still devoid of other players. After practicing for half an hour, the first to push open the gym doors was not a player, but Coach D'Antoni. Upon entering, he spotted Su Yin training alone, his jersey already drenched in sweat, clearly indicating a rigorous workout. Coach D'Antoni was exceedingly pleased. Su Yin's three-point talent is exceptional, and his dedication to training is commendable. He surely will become a star in the future. Thus, I must expedite my plans, making the most of this opportunity to rebuild the Knicks and usher my running gun style into New York. Yin, you're here, quite early. Coach D'Antoni greeted warmly. Your love for basketball surpasses that of those guys. Your sweat will not go in vain, and your efforts will surely bear fruit. Hello, Coach, Su Yin replied, turning to acknowledge him with a smile. You here early too. With a coach so dedicated, I believe our team will soon transform into a formidable powerhouse under your guidance. Though unspoken, the compliment towards Coach D'Antoni was evident. Haha. Coach D'Antoni laughed joyously. Well said. Despite our 10-game losing streak at the season's outset, I still relish hearing praise. Yin, you continue your training. I have my tasks to attend to. Very well, head coach at Su Yin responded politely. In truth, there are two reasons for Su Yin's diligent training. Firstly, dribbling and running both yield financial rewards. Each dribble earns him $2, and each step taken also nets him $2. Within just half an hour, Su Yin managed to run 2,000 steps and dribble the ball over 1,000 times, thereby earning a modest sum of $6,000. Truly delightful, were it not for the diminishing returns of such money-making activities and the fatigue they entail. Su Yin might have been tempted to simply relax. Nevertheless, it is better than nothing. Earning a tidy sum of around $10,000 through daily training is still quite acceptable. Secondly, after the last two matches, Su Yin has recognized the prowess of his three-point shooting, but also acknowledges the inadequacy of his other skills. Against a weak team like Stucky S, he could just about hold his own. However, facing the nearly washed-up Hamilton proves to be quite the challenge, and he finds himself at a disadvantage. Should he encounter even stronger players, such as LeBron, Kobe, Wade, or Duncan, wouldn't he be utterly overwhelmed? Even at the next tier, players like Durant, Paul, Anthony, and Pierce would likely prove too formidable for him to defend against. That if he faces a strong team, Su Yin fears he won't be able to achieve impressive statistics, which would hinder his ability to earn money, level up, and grow stronger. What once was a virtuous cycle could easily turn into a vicious one. Thus, he privately resolves to keep pace with his daily training, aided by the system, to achieve dual enhancement. This is the only way to rise swiftly. 9 o'clock. Players began to arrive for training, which continued until 11:30, after which they headed to the cafeteria for a brief meal and rest. By 1 p.m., everyone boarded a private jet to Golden State, as they were set to challenge the Golden State Warriors at the Oracle Arena that evening. upon arriving in Golden State. They checked into their pre-booked hotel. And it was already evening, at 6 p.m. The Knicks arrived at the Oracle Arena, in a locker room reserved for the visiting team. With 2 hours remaining until the game, everyone rested while organizing their clothes and equipment. Preparing to head to the court for warm-ups. Tonight, they aim for a third consecutive victory. Before heading to the court, Coach D'Antoni addressed the team, his tone serious. The Warriors are a team with formidable offensive capabilities and average defense. However, if we allow them to execute their offense, even average teams cannot withstand it. The most formidable player among them is undoubtedly their star, Monta Ellis, an exceptionally talented combo guard. This season, he averages 26.7 points, 4.2 rebounds, 5.4 assists, 2.3 steals, and 0.5 blocks per game. He ranks 7th in scoring and 5th in steals in the league. He is a powerful all-star player. Therefore, tonight we must focus on shutting down Stephen Curry. Shut him down. Shut him down. Shut him down. It is vital to emphasize this point 3 times. The players exchange puzzled glances. What is going on? After all the praise for Monta Ellis, we are now being told to focus on Stephen Curry. The rookie, he's somewhat of a backup to Monta Ellis. Why? The confusion was palpable, and Su Yin, too, was unsure. He knew that Curry would be exceptional in the future, yet he seemed rather ordinary during his rookie season. At least, Monta Ellis currently appeared to be genuinely impressive. Never mind, D'Antoni waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm. Trust my strategy. It will not lead us astray. Yes, coach. The players acknowledged, understanding the necessity to comply with their coach's directives. I am orchestrating a strategy that, while advantageous for the Knicks' future, may be somewhat harsh on certain players. D'Antoni reflected inwardly. 20 minutes later, the Knicks players arrived at the court of the Oracle Arena, where the Warriors were already warming up. As soon as Su Yin appeared, the arena buzzed with excitement, not due to his current popularity, but rather because of his striking good looks. His handsome visage and charming physique exuded an undeniable allure, captivating the hearts of many female spectators. Look over there, sisters. That man in the number 7 jersey from the Knicks is so handsome. This young man is truly dashing, fair-skinned. Oh, how I wish I could pinch his cheek. That would thrill me for an entire night. That is Su Yin. Surely, no one is unaware of him. Oh my God, how can you show such disrespect? I shall punish you for harboring such thoughts. Be quiet, rivals. Su Yin was out with me last night. He is my man. Nonsense. He was at my place last night. We had an epic battle lasting 300 rounds. A throng of female fans gushed over Su Yin, unabashedly exchanging flirtatious remarks. That you're still so popular. Yin, McGrady remarked, observing the admiring gazes directed at Su Yin. I wish I could experience such treatment. Larry Hughes-Delhound jested. It's of no use. Yin is wholly devoted to basketball. His looks won't aid him in that regard. What a waste. Larry Hughes discerned the implications in the conversation and raised his eyebrows playfully. That sounds quite unfortunate. Su Yin was no child. He might not be an expert driver, but he could certainly grasp the ordinary nuances of driving. Choosing to ignore the banter, he strode directly to the court for warm dash-ups. Su Yin. As he stepped onto the court, a woman called out his name excitedly, rushing towards him. Behind her, 2 security guards in sunglasses pursued her. Clearly, she had seized the opportunity while the guards were distracted to approach Su Yin. This Caucasian woman, while only rated an 80 in looks, possessed a stunning figure and wore revealing attire that accentuated her curves. She was notably fair-skinned. Having evaded her pursuers, she reached Su Yin, panting heavily, her figure swaying. She was likely around 160 centimeters tall. Standing before her, Su Yin looked down, like sunlight piercing through the night, a truly captivating angle. This is unabashed temptation. Su Yin, I'm your super-duper fan. I hope you can give me an autograph, she gasped, struggling to articulate her request. Just as she finished speaking, the 2 security guards arrived, ready to escort the bear girl away. Please do not disrupt the player's training. If you have something to discuss, please wait until after the game, if he is willing. One guard stated sternly. The other guard added, Indeed, ma'am. You must adhere to the rules. Otherwise, chaos will ensue in the arena. He glanced down, fortunate to have sunglasses on. Otherwise, his eyes would surely have shown signs of infatuation. Please, security gentlemen, I understand I am in the wrong, but I truly adore Su Yin. I have other obligations later, and I specifically bought a ticket to get his autograph. I don't have time to wait. Moreover, I'm already here. So could you please make an exception? The bear girl was earnest, her affection for Su Yin evident in her plea. The guards sensed her earnest desire, but were also caught in a dilemma. Miss, I understand your sentiment, but I hope you can appreciate our responsibilities. As the standoff continued, Su Yin interjected, "Why don't we resolve this, since she has already made it inside? It seems a waste of time to prolong this. Let her have this one chance, just this once." Having deliberately spent money to gain entry, solely for signature, the thought of missing out loomed large, rendering the expenditure a waste, with no certainty of the next opportunity arriving anytime soon. She remained an ardent fan of Su Yin, and thus he could indulge her a little. However, the security guard's expression betrayed his hesitation. Yet, given Su Yin's involvement, he felt compelled to refrain from further protest. Su Yin turned to Big Bear's sister, diverting his gaze to an inappropriate spot, and jokingly inquired, "Come on, where would you like me to sign? I'm at your service." A gentle smile graced his face, captivating her completely. Su Yin, it was merely a modest smile, yet to Big Bear's sister, it radiated warmth and sunshine, leaving her feeling as though she might melt away. She thought that even if she were to be barred from attending games at the Oracle Arena in the future, it would be worth every penny. After Su Yin spoke, he simply gazed at her in anticipation. Big Bear's sister blushed, shyly producing a signature pen to hand to Su Yin. Then, she pointed to her bear and softly said, "Right here, please." "Where? Are you serious?" Although the area was ample and signing would be smooth, were you truly intent on that spot? Su Yin was utterly astonished. He cast a perplexed glance at her, and she met his gaze with unwavering determination. "Well then, let's proceed." Under the envious stares of two security guards clad in sunglasses, Su Yin bestowed his signature upon her, maintaining as much gentlemanly decorum as possible, though a slight contact was inevitable. It's rather soft," he mused. "Thank you, Su Yin." After signing, Big Bear's sister expressed her gratitude joyfully and leapt into Su Yin's arms for an intimate embrace. Su Yin frowned. "Ouch, that was a bit painful." 15 minutes before the game, the broadcast camera shifted to Curry and Su Yin, the duo's precise three-point shooting during practice eliciting awe from the fans. Prior to this, the camera had also focused on David Lee and Monta Ellis, the cornerstone players of their respective teams. In the commentary booth, Reggie Miller remarked, "Recently, there has been considerable discussion surrounding the potential of these two rookies, Su Yin and Steven, as rising stars in the era of small ball. Their three-point shooting has been quite impressive. Both players exhibited exceptional accuracy, thus Steven's performance during last year's NCAA March Madness was nothing short of legendary, with pinpoint three-pointers that left opponents trembling. Despite his seemingly frail physique, he propelled the previously unremarkable Davidson College into the Elite Eight through his sharpshooting. It was truly remarkable, a tale that would undoubtedly feature in Curry's future career documentary. As for Su Yin, he too had made an indelible mark as an undrafted player. He had found his place in the Knicks as a decorative piece and seized the opportunity to play in his NBA debut. He sank 8 three-pointers with unwavering precision, culminating in a breathtaking step-back three to clinch a dramatic 20-point comeback against the Thunder trio. It was undeniably impressive. In the subsequent game, Su Yin again hit 7 three-pointers, achieving consecutive games with over 7 three-pointers, an accomplishment even the league's elite shooters like Ray Allen, Peja, and Lewis had not achieved. Su Yin was the first this season to do so. Indeed, it was quite an achievement. "Absolutely," chimed in another commentator. The gliding machine. Drexler nodded in agreement, stating, "Both Su Yin and Steven excel in the realm of three-point shooting. That it's a pity that Steven has yet to fully showcase his shooting prowess on the NBA stage. We must allow him time to adapt. Hopefully, tonight he can engage in a three-point shootout with Su Yin, bringing forth a deluge of threes at the Oracle Arena. He will surely shine." Moreover, the core matchup between David Lee and Monta Ellis promises to be equally thrilling. So, who will ultimately emerge victorious? Let us eagerly await the commencement of the main event. Reggie Miller echoed, "It is bound to be spectacular. The main event is imminent, so don't change the channel." Before the game, the commentators further stirred excitement for the match. Boom! Moments later, amidst the fervent atmosphere of the arena, both teams concluded their warm-ups, and the starters began to take the court. The Golden State Warriors' starting lineup consisted of point guard, Stephen Curry; shooting guard, Monta Ellis; small forward, Corey Maggette; power forward, Vladimir Radmanovic; center, Antoine Tolliver. The New York Knicks starters included point guard, Chris Duhon; shooting guard, Tracy McGrady; small forward, Su Yin; power forward, Al Harrington; center, David Lee. Jump ball, David Lee and Tolliver contested the opening tip. Although Tolliver stood at just 203 centimeters, he adeptly played the center position, averaging 7.3 rebounds per game. His remarkable skill lay in his ability to shoot from beyond the arc. A center with a three-point shot? Indeed. While commonplace in the future, it is quite rare in the present era. Yet Tolliver had mastered it, making him a perfect fit for the three-point shooting Warriors. However, he held no advantage in the jump ball. Smack. David Lee won the tip, granting the Knicks the first offensive possession of the game. Duhon advanced the ball, deftly maneuvering while searching for scoring and passing opportunities. Then suddenly accelerated to break through. He passed to David Lee, who, with his back to Tolliver, prepared to dominate in the low post. Radmanovic moved in to provide help defense, and David Lee awaited this precise moment. He first passed to Harrington and then swung the ball to Su Yin at the right top of the arc. A chance to score? Not quite. The opportunity was not particularly favorable, as Monta Ellis was nearby and could close in swiftly. Yet Su Yin appeared unfazed. Upon receiving the ball, he launched a three-pointer with remarkable speed. Block. Ellis kept a close watch on him. From such a close range, Su Yin's audacity to shoot invited a block. However, the basketball soared past Ellis's fingertips, out of reach. What an incredibly quick release. Ellis was taken aback. Having missed a block, he quickly turned to watch. In astonishment, the ball swished through the net, sending ripples through the crowd. Wow, Su Yin's three-point shooting remains impeccable. The commentator marveled. Curry furrowed his brow slightly upon witnessing this. While others might overlook it or fail to recognize the peculiarity, he could see through it all. He was intimately familiar with his own shooting form. Presently, Su Yin's shot, whether a one-motion release or an ultra-fast release, mirrored his own. Intriguing that Curry's gaze fixated on Su Yin, a deep interest gleaming in his eyes. Warriors 0-3 Knicks. Possession changed hands. Curry brought the ball up, and as he approached the top of the arc, Monta Ellis shot him a glance. With a hint of resignation, Curry passed the ball to him. Is this a battle for possession or a display of court dominance? Su Yin noticed the subtle dynamics in the exchange between Curry and Ellis. Clearly, Ellis's demeanor and expression conveyed his dissatisfaction with Curry. The reasons were understandable. First, Curry had yet to prove himself this season. He had not ascended to the role of the Warriors' second star, a position currently held by Corey Maggette. Second, both Curry and Ellis played similar styles. And the age-old adage of not allowing two tigers to coexist on one mountain held true. Everyone understood this. Third, at present, Ellis was undoubtedly the stronger player, wishing to elevate the team to greater heights. The team's 7th overall pick could very well have been used to select another talented newcomer to support him, rather than a potential rival. Yet he had yet to validate himself in the first 10 games of the season. Curry had debuted with 14 points, 7 assists, and 4 steals. Aside from this somewhat acceptable performance, in the subsequent 9 games, there was only one instance of scoring in double digits. The remaining 8 games saw scores entirely in single digits, with an average of no more than 2 successful three-point shots per game. Instances of shooting 0 for 1, 1 for 3, and 2 for 6 in three-point shooting are abundantly evident. Frankly speaking, the situation is utterly dismal. To describe it as something one cannot bear to witness would not be an exaggeration. Looking at these 10 games, if you were to assert that Curry is destined to be the greatest shooter in NBA history, the king of the small ball era, others would surely laugh in disbelief. They might even regard you with the patronizing gaze reserved for fools. Thus, it is indeed challenging for Ellis to develop any fondness for Curry. Curry himself is playing with considerable frustration. He does not wish to be Ellis's substitute. His struggles with three-point shooting are partly due to not having adjusted to the intensity of the NBA. More often than not, he finds himself taking difficult three-point shots that he is forced to attempt after Ellis's isolated plays yield no results. These are what one might call blame-shifting shots. The success rate is self-evident. Initially, he had no desire to join the Warriors. His ideal team was the Knicks, but he was intercepted by Coach Don Nelson. This evening, as usual, he trailed behind Ellis, compelled to take forced, difficult shots. The Knicks' defensive strategy only exacerbates Curry's struggles. In contrast, Suyan's shots are often the result of well-executed screens that create opportunities for him. He consistently sinks three-pointers, both of the emerging rookies from the small ball era, who garnered attention due to the T-Talk, are proficient in shooting threes. However, their skill levels are worlds apart. Recently, Suyan's three-point shooting has been on fire, while Curry's has been ice-cold. The disparity in their shooting form is unmistakable, and fans have readily accepted the current situation as anticipated. Reggie Miller blinked, chuckling. Drexler, I've stumbled upon something rather intriguing. Drexler tilted his head, attempting to guess. Are you suggesting that Suyan, an undrafted player, possesses a more accurate three-point shooting ability than the renowned three-point shooter, Steven? No. Reggie Miller shook his head. He was not inclined to discuss three-point shooting, as it seemed rather pointless. After a moment, he continued with a smile. I wonder if you've noticed how similar Suyan's and Steven's three-point shooting styles are. Both employ a one-motion shooting technique. Some viewers might ask, what is a one-motion shot? It involves bending the knees, lifting the ball, exerting force from the ground, and snapping the wrist, all happening almost simultaneously. The advantage of the shooting style is that it allows for a very quick release, making it difficult for opponents to contest. In contrast, players like Jordan, Kobe, and Tracy do not utilize a one-motion technique. Instead, they employ a two-motion style. Their shooting actions are the same, but players like Jordan and Kobe will first jump high before releasing a shot. This method, while slower, possesses a strong ability to withstand interference, enabling them to complete their shots even amidst fierce contact. That said, both Suyan and Steven are one-motion shooters, and they're among the fastest in this category. Their shooting styles are strikingly similar. Last year, during NCAA March Madness, Steven shattered preconceived notions about three-point shooting. Now his three-point shooting appears abysmal, a stark contrast to his previous form. Suyan, initially unknown and entering the league primarily due to his good looks, has transformed from being viewed as a mere pretty face to showcasing performances of 8 three-pointers in one game and 7 in another, maintaining a scorching hot hand tonight. This is truly astonishing. It seems almost unbelievable. Their shooting styles are remarkably similar, with Steven starting strong and then faltering, while Suyan initially struggled before finding his rhythm. This gives the impression that Suyan has somehow usurped Steven's three-point prowess. Drexler paused, then quickly grasped the idea, nodding emphatically. It does sound quite outlandish, yet upon reflection, it appears to make a great deal of sense. Have I truly stolen Curry's three-point shooting? Please, I possess a three-point ability that surpasses peak Curry's. The current version of Curry is merely at rookie level. I am far superior. Yen shook his head, dismissing the commentator's nonsensical ramblings. However, Curry nodded vigorously, having recognized the striking similarity in shooting technique with Suyan from the moment he made his first three-pointer. The truth dawned upon him. Suyan had indeed pilfered his three-point shooting. Curry was convinced of this, and after entering the game in the second quarter, he solemnly approached Suyan, adopting an accusatory tone. Tell me, what have you done to me? What sort of tone is this? It resembles a naked woman questioning a man in the early morning. Don't speak as if something untoward transpired between us. Suyan shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, even if I did steal your three-point shooting, it's just 23 games in. Since the start of the season, you've been consistently underperforming. Don't you have any self-awareness? Oh, is that so? Curry finally caught on. Suyan shook his head. You're an adult, yet you behave like a child, believing every word you hear. Child? Who has a child? I've been an adult for quite some time. Curry, with his youthful visage, despised being compared to a child. He immediately tilted his head, pointing a finger at Suyan, admonishing, I'm 21 years old. Older than you. Be cautious with your words. Just calling you a child. And you're threatening me? If I say another word, are you going to hit me? Confirmed, the Golden State Bully. Curry's disappointing performance was anticipated. The fans, who had initially held some hope, relinquished their expectations upon witnessing his repeated failures from beyond the arc. This shouldn't be happening. On the Warriors bench, Coach Don Nelson furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering a complex mathematical problem. He was perplexed, utterly baffled. Why has Curry's performance this season been so dismal, particularly his erratic three-point shooting? Could it truly be due to his slender physique not being able to withstand the intensity of NBA-level competition? Or has he indeed been robbed of his three-point prowess by Su Yin? He held Curry in high regard, which was why he had forcefully intercepted him from the Knicks. Yet now, Curry's performance left him feeling conflicted and somewhat disappointed. On the Knicks bench, Coach D'Antoni was all smiles, exclaiming, yes, that's how to defend. Target Stevens specifically and make him perform poorly. Only then can I bring him over. Others may not understand, but he was acutely aware of the reasons behind Curry's struggles. He firmly believed that under his coaching system, Curry would undoubtedly shine, that Su Yin alongside Curry. Indeed, this was D'Antoni's secret plan for rebuilding, aiming to replicate the run-and-gun philosophy from Phoenix in New York. In fact, ever since he witnessed Curry's madness last year, this idea had taken root in his mind. Unfortunately, the Warriors' intervention had thwarted his plans, leading him to wonder if he could succeed without Curry. It is not a matter of impossibility, but rather a slight deficiency. The run-and-gun whirlwind and 7-second fast break styles of the Sun may not have been pioneered by him, yet he undoubtedly stands among those who have elevated them to prominence. He possesses a profound understanding of the small ball era, having long anticipated its arrival. His style, akin to that of Curry, is a reflection of this evolutionary shift. If the Knicks could acquire Curry, it would signal a new dawn for their reconstruction. Without him, they remain at an impasse. The loss of Curry would diminish his motivation to rejuvenate the Knicks, with a streak of 10 consecutive losses. They seem to be heading towards a dismal fate. However, a glimmer of hope appears on the horizon with the unexpected emergence of Su Yin. His advanced comprehension of the small ball era leads Coach D'Antoni to believe that Su Yin has evolved beyond Curry, fitting the small ball philosophy even more seamlessly. That if they could also bring Curry into the fold, combining the era's potential with Su Yin's prowess would be equivalent to a royal flush. Yet, given the Warriors' interest in Curry, the challenge is evident. Fortunately, Curry has not been particularly effective. Monta Ellis has denied Curry the opportunity to showcase his skills, stifling potential threats to his position within the team. On this foundation, Coach D'Antoni has implemented a three-body defensive strategy, rendering Curry's performance abysmally poor. Thus, the chances of acquiring Curry would significantly increase. Speaking of the game, fans have shifted their focus from Curry, immersing themselves in the allure of Su Yin's three-point shooting. Before Su Yin's emergence, the league had seen notable three-point shooters like Ray Allen, Peja, and Lewis, who casually made 78 three-pointers in a single game. However, none matched Su Yin's ability to effortlessly sink three-pointers, whether off the dribble or from long range. This evokes a sense of novelty, reminiscent of the days when Jordan, while others dominated the paint, broke convention with his exquisite mid-range jumpers to secure victories, captivating fans. And of course, his phenomenal physical gifts allow him to soar, contributing to his status as one of the league's most beloved players. Today, Su Yin embodies this archetype. While the league is still in the phase of valuing three-point shooting, predominantly through catch-and-shoot scenarios, Su Yin has transcended to the next level, launching deep three-pointers with abandon. This is truly exhilarating, compelling fans to revel in Su Yin's three-point extravaganza. Coincidentally, Su Yin has a penchant for three-point shooting, earning 6,000 for each shot, making it hard not to adore him at halftime. The Warriors lead the Knicks 60-50, a 10-point advantage. Despite Curry's poor performance, it is within the context of his role as the Warriors' second option. While not meeting expectations, he does not severely hinder the team. Some shots that Ellis could not convert were forced upon Curry, yet another player would have fared similarly. Conversely, Ellis has been exceptionally aggressive tonight, and his outside shooting has proven uncontainable for McGrady. With even the defensively capable Wilson Chandler unable to stop him as for Su Yin, he too struggles. Ellis is a top 10 scorer in the league, currently at the peak of his career, while Su Yin has defensive capabilities. They fall short at Ellis's signature spin move, combined with his diverse finishing skills, leaves David Lee and Harrington helpless. Both lack defensive prowess in the paint and are unable to contain Ellis, who has already racked up 25 points in the first half, aiming for another 40-point performance that dazzles the crowd. Additionally, the second-in-command, Corey Maggette, frequently drives to the basket, drawing fouls and causing significant trouble for the Knicks, contributing to the Warriors' 10-point lead at halftime. On the Knicks side, Su Yin continues to shine, hitting 6 of 9 three-point attempts, maintaining his impressive and potent shooting performance. For Warriors fans, this is a win-win situation. They witness Su Yan's astonishing and audacious three-point shooting, while the team leads, during halftime, as Su Yin and his teammates walk through the player tunnel back to the locker room. A system notification chimes. The host's three-point shooting delights the fans, triggering a dual task. First, the host must hit 10 or more three-pointers in a single game, with a reward of 100,000. Second, if the host breaks the NBA single-game three-point record, the reward is 300,000. System tasks. Su Yan's eyes gleam with excitement. This is the first time a task has been triggered, and the rewards are substantial, totaling 400,000. This certainly offers a quicker financial return than merely accumulating stats. However, upon reflection, data can be amassed at any time for profit. Yet the dual task bonus is contingent upon completing specific objectives. First, achieving 10 three-pointers in a single game is no easy feat historically. Only 32 players have accomplished this, according to data up to 2021. If we consider the current year of 2009, only 8 players have achieved it. Brian Shaw of the Heat in 93, Joe Dumars of the Pistons in 94, George McCloud of the Mavericks in 95, Dennis Scott of the Magic in 96, Ray Allen of the Bucks in 02, Kobe Bryant of the Lakers in 03, T.J.4 of the Raptors in 05, and Peja Stojakovic of the Hornets in 07. Thus, while 100,000 is a considerable sum, the task difficulty is significant. Secondly, breaking the NBA record for three-pointers in a single game presents an even greater challenge. The current record, set in 03 by Kobe and in 05 by Marshall, stands at 12 three-pointers made in a game, achieved by only 2 players once. For Su Yin to surpass this, he must make at least 13 three-pointers, a daunting task indeed. While 300,000 is a substantial amount, earning it is no simple matter. Nevertheless, upon hearing the system's task, a fiery confidence ignites in Su Yan's eyes. His three-point shooting prowess eclipses that of Curry. Not to mention, considering the difficulty of these tasks, there remains a high probability of success. After all, as of 2021, Curry had achieved 10 or more three-pointers in a game a staggering 17 times, leading the league by a wide margin. Presently, Su Yin has already made 6 three-pointers. His determination is palpable. In the locker room, David Lee cannot help but exclaim. Monta is indeed formidable, capable of both driving to the basket and shooting with comprehensive skill. His spin move, in particular, feels almost uncanny, as it seems improbable for it to succeed. Yet he consistently finds a way to score. Who can argue otherwise? Wilson Chandler also voices his frustrations. He doesn't even seem that strong, perhaps just a bit faster, yet I cannot stop him. He inexplicably slips past me, and those seemingly improbable shots just find their way in that it's quite vexing. Gallinari furrows his brow, questioning, is this really a top 10 scorer in the league? Come on, guys, let's not be so pessimistic. Coach D'Antoni reassures everyone that Monta's individual talent is unquestionable. However, I believe you all have defended well tonight, that it's simply that Monta is in exceptional form. Whatever he attempts seems to succeed, and that is not your failing. Of course, I believe his hot streak will not last indefinitely. Monta is a player prone to highs and lows. Once his rhythm falters, he may become overly aggressive, leading to endless isolation plays. That will be our opportunity. So, let us not worry. Let us play at our own pace, executing our offense and defense effectively. The scales of victory still tilt in our favor, as for the so-called zone state. Su Yin chuckles. No, Ellis is not worthy. One could say he is simply taking a lot of shots, passing the ones he cannot make to Curry. This creates the illusion of efficiency that, in reality, it is rather mediocre. However, D'Antoni does have a point that Ellis's reckless abandon and his arrogant demeanor, believing himself to be the best, make him susceptible to becoming overzealous. Apart from asserting dominance over Curry as a second-round draft pick, he is eager to demonstrate his worth in the league through scoring. This ambition may lead to some commendable performances. However, it does not qualify him as a leader capable of guiding the team to victory and further success. Before long, the halftime break concludes, and both teams return to the court. Cheerleaders stand in parallel formation on either side of the entrance to the player tunnel, clad in outfits that accentuate their slender waists and alluring figures. Waving pom-poms and colorful streamers, with professional smiles, they warmly welcome the Warriors players back onto the court. This display feels distinctly official. Yet, when the Knicks players emerge, they do not wave their pom-poms or offer any form of welcome, creating a stark contrast that emphasizes the home court advantage. However, upon catching sight of Su Yin, the cheerleaders are utterly captivated, unable to tear their eyes away from his striking appearance and flawless complexion. Su Yin exudes a potent, masculine charm that renders the women in close proximity utterly entranced. Even though he is their adversary, he strides onto the court with an impassive expression, ignoring everything around him. His breathtaking profile evokes a fluttering sensation in the visiting cheerleaders, inciting feelings of infatuation. One particularly enamored cheerleader, unable to restrain herself, takes a few steps forward, contemplating inviting Su Yin to a private screening. Fortunately, her fellow cheerleaders intervene just in time to prevent her from jeopardizing her position. After all, in the unspoken rules of the NBA cheerleading world, members are prohibited from dating team players. Prior to this unwritten regulation, high-profile cheerleaders often found themselves embroiled in rumors with NBA players. While this was not inherently problematic, many players were not limited to a single cheerleader, leading to distractions that could affect their performance and stir up complications. With too much time spent together, unforeseen circumstances inevitably arose. This situation began to impact the entire NBA, prompting Commissioner David Stern to take action. That a decree was issued, establishing this unspoken rule. You may choose to disregard it. But should any issues arise, the NBA management is likely to ensure your disappearance from a league or make your path exceedingly difficult. The harsh reality is that if you seek to undermine the NBA shall be compelled to dismantle you first. The game resumes and the teams switch sides. The Warriors initiate their offense. Curry drives, shifting left in a deceptive burst of speed, only to pivot unexpectedly behind his back. Leaving Wilson, Chandler momentarily bewildered. He takes another step to the right, noticing that the defensive switch has not kept up. With determination, he halts and squares up for a three-point shot. This is the quintessential Curry moment. A chance crafted for him. Clang. Unfortunately, the chill in a shooting touch leads to a missed opportunity, the ball ricocheting off the rim. David Lee secures the rebound, positioning himself effectively. Calm down, Monta Ellis admonishes as he approaches Curry. There's no need to fixate on the three just moments ago. If you had driven the ball again, you might have found a better opportunity beneath the basket. Why? I excel at three-point shooting. That was indeed a rare chance for me. I simply missed. Nothing more. Must I be scolded for that? Curry, who is typically quick to blame others for missed shots, feels a sense of injustice at being reprimanded for a rare, legitimate attempt. Yet he understands Ellis's status within the team. He recognizes that as a subordinate, he has no ground to argue with the team's leader. It's my fault, Curry replies, lowering his gaze like a contrite child, resolving to be more patient in his future plays. That's better, Ellis nods, a hint of satisfaction swelling within him at having asserted his authority. He wants to establish his dominance, reminding Curry that he will always play in his shadow and should not aspire to overshadow him. D'Antoni observes this entire exchange, his eyes fixed on Curry. Although he's unaware of what Ellis has said, it is evident from their expressions that Ellis has reprimanded Curry, and that is sufficient. When Ellis finishes his admonishment of Wilson Chandler and Curry positions himself at the sidelines, D'Antoni strides over. Hey, Steven, you weren't just scolded, were you? Why? That shot opportunity was excellent. If it were me, even if I missed, I would encourage you. Coach D'Antoni speaks up for Curry. Indeed, I can't fathom why it seems he has a personal vendetta against me, wishing to see me remain benched, Curry confides, fully agreeing with D'Antoni's assessment. Yet he cannot express this sentiment aloud. After all, D'Antoni is the opposing coach, and it would be inappropriate to say, "You're right, I'm truly fed up with Monta Ellis." Instead, he simply sighs, allowing his frustration to manifest in silence. D'Antoni, perceptive to Curry's inner turmoil, follows up, "You are such an exceptional three-point shooter, yet there's no tactical low-post play. Why allow someone as reckless and self-serving as Monta to dictate your movements?" He expresses confusion over Don Nelson's strategy. "If I were in charge, I would do everything possible to create three-point opportunities for such a talented shooter. Though it may seem like a soliloquy, the speaker intends to convey his message. And the listener is receptive. Curry feels a stirring within. He has already established contact with the Knicks management and has met with Coach D'Antoni, expressing his desire to join the Knicks. However, the Warriors intercepted that opportunity. Regardless of where he plays, Curry had intended to refine his skills in the coming years. Yet the lack of support he feels is infuriating. His dissatisfaction with the Warriors is nearing its peak. This is precisely the scenario Coach D'Antoni is hoping to witness. Shortly thereafter, he approaches Don Nelson, who stands at the sidelines, cheerfully exclaiming, "Don, thank you so much for snagging Steven. I had high hopes for him. If he had come to the Knicks and performed as he is now, I would have regretted it profoundly. My sincere thanks." Don Nelson, already conflicted and somewhat dissatisfied with Curry, is set ablaze by D'Antoni's words. What nonsense! Steven is just, as the scouting reports describe. He can only compete in the NCAA's lower-tier leagues, but he simply cannot handle the intensity of the NBA. I must have been blind to select him. Initially, Don Nelson had been resolute in his decision to give Curry time to adjust, even trading away the peak-performing Monta Ellis to support him, a decision bordering on madness. Yet his conviction had proven correct. Now, however, under D'Antoni's instigation, Don Nelson's thoughts begin to shift. The Knicks regain possession of the ball. Duhon pushes forward, eager to find Su Yin. Klay Thompson, the Warriors' second-in-command, relentlessly pursued Su Yin with the fervor of a rabid dog. Such was the intensity of the moment that he seemed unwilling to allow Su Yin any opportunity to launch a three-pointer, despite the fact that he himself was not on the offensive. Su Yin had already sunk 6 three-pointers, boasting an astonishing accuracy of 66.6, which was nothing short of terrifying. Although the defensive pressure was not as intense as in the first half, it was imperative to prevent him from continuing to shoot. Wilson Chandler stepped up to set a screen. Su Yin deftly evaded Thompson, only to be met by Ellis's interception. Feigning a drive toward the basket, he executed a sharp change of direction, leaving Ellis behind. Curry once again moved in, even though David Lee was ostensibly the Knicks' primary focus. Nevertheless, the entire team orchestrated their strategy around Su Yin. Observing this, Du Hong charged forward to attract Radmanovic's help defense, as well as Thompson's attention to in that very instant. Du Hong's gaze sharpened, and he executed a quick bounce pass back to Su Yin, the ball gliding past Thompson's head and landing perfectly in Su Yin's hands. It was a splendid pass. With no hesitation, Su Yin swiftly launched a three-pointer. Under Thompson's delayed attempt to block, the basketball soared through the air, almost completely uncontested. Yet it clanged off the rim. What a pity. Su Yin furrowed his brow. Despite Thompson's presence, his defense was nearly non-existent. This was a golden opportunity, and with such a high-level three-point shooting skill, missing this shot felt somewhat unjust. A flicker of frustration crossed his mind. He could distinctly sense that upon returning for the second half, the Warriors had significantly ramped up their defensive intensity against him. The challenge of shooting three-pointers had escalated, making it all the more crucial to capitalize on the opportunities created for him by his teammates. David Lee approached Su Yin, offering a supportive pat on the back. Ellington smirked. The Warriors really don't hold back, do they? To exert such defensive pressure on an undrafted player. One might think he's a superstar. Haha. Du Hong chuckled. Isn't that the truth? But worry not. Next time I'll deliver an even better pass. Yin, whenever the opportunity arises, shoot freely. Even if you miss, you can still instill fear in them. Everyone knew Su Yin had missed. Yet none spoke of it openly. Instead, they offered various forms of comfort and encouragement. Su Yin understood, feeling warmth in his heart as he nodded, maintaining his confidence. This scene was not lost on Curry, who watched with envy. After all, he was an undrafted player himself. How could he not be scolded for missing an open shot? What a splendid team atmosphere. If only he were part of this team. He might wake up smiling from his dreams. There had once been an opportunity to join the Knicks, which he had failed to cherish. No, it had been cruelly snatched away by the Warriors. Anger bubbled within him as he continued to reflect on this. As the game progressed, Su Yin, despite missing his offensive attempt, remained undeterred on the defensive end. Alongside Wilson Chandler, they besieged Ellis. Ellington lurked ominously behind, eyes fixed on the action. The trio's combined pressure forced Ellis to relinquish the ball, disrupting his momentum and cooling off his scorching hand. With a flurry of defenders closing in, Ellis, no matter how formidable, was halted that he passed the ball to Curry, who found himself in a precarious situation with only 9 seconds left on the shot clock. He executed a retreat, repositioning himself for the ball once more. However, Curry, leveraging his individual talent, shook off Du Hong to create space for a three-pointer. "Give me the ball," Ellis implored, desperate for a shot. Curry hesitated, torn between seizing the opportunity and fearing the backlash of a missed attempt. Indecision could lead to disaster. When he finally resolved to shoot, Du Hong had already closed in, disrupting his shot, and the three-pointer clanged off the rim once more. "Damn it," Ellis seethed, having regained an offensive opportunity only to see Curry deny him the ball. What was going on? Did Curry think he was above the team? Had he forgotten that 3 points were worth more than 2? If three-pointers were that easy to make, wouldn't everyone be shooting them? Did he think everyone else was a fool? Or did he believe himself so skilled, as the team's leader, that he could do as he pleased? Ellis fumed. "If it weren't for you, I would have taken that shot decisively and probably made it." Curry had reached his limit. He shot back. "I've always considered you the leader of this team, that I'm merely taking my opportunities when they arise. I see no issue with that if you think I'm encroaching on your position. It only reflects your own insecurity." Curry's words struck a nerve with Ellis, a second-round pick. He craved recognition. Fearing disrespect and the potential of losing his status as the team's leader, he was indeed insecure. Curry had hit the nail on the head. His self-worth was tied to his scoring. Like a lie exposed or a thief caught in the act, Ellis erupted in fury. "You dare to talk back? Are you defying me? I'm simply stating a fact," Curry calmly countered. He was not about to explode, but his patience had worn thin. This insolent brat was affecting the team's locker room atmosphere. Coach Don Nelson, witnessing the commotion between Curry and Ellis, directed all his ire towards Curry. Whoever is underperforming, let them be held accountable. Beep. He called for a timeout, relegating Curry to the cold bench. All right, Coach D'Antoni observed with a satisfied smile. Unable to suppress his applause, his scheme of sowing discord had succeeded brilliantly, and he anticipated that if Nelson were to trade Curry now, it would be a simple task. Furthermore, time was of the essence. If Nelson's anger subsided and he reconsidered, he might yet value Curry's contributions. With these thoughts in mind, D'Antoni devised his plans. Tisish. Curry sat beside the water cooler, no longer attempting to defend himself. He was utterly disillusioned with the Warriors. Moments later, the game resumed. With 8:11 remaining, Su Yin, facing the approaching C.J. Watson's block, launched a three-pointer from the left. ARC.IT was precise and unerring. 86.04. Still at the left arc, Su Yin utilized his off-ball movement to shake off Thompson, receiving the ball mid-turn and executing a confident three-pointer with perfect form. Swish! Another one in. At 3:12 from the top of the arc, 2 meters beyond the three-point line, Su Yin received a pass from Du Hong. Dribbled once, and with an unexpected burst of confidence, unleashed a long-range three-pointer. What on earth was this? Thompson clutched his head, terror etched on his face. There was no way this shot could go in. The moment the sound echoed, swish, the crisp sound pierced through his despair. "EON," Reggie Miller shouted in exhilaration, his voice filled with passion. Su Yin has hit his 9th three-pointer of the game. His three-point arrows are akin to flames from hell. My God! The excitement on Drexler's face was unmistakable, a fervor that would forever keep him from Hollywood's film industry. He exclaimed, 9 three-pointers, and we haven't even finished the third quarter. What does this signify? Su Yin was determined to make over 10 three-pointers, even harboring hopes of breaking the single-game record of 12 three-pointers set by Kobe and Marshall. Whoa! Reggie Miller's face glimmered with anticipation. That would indeed be a remarkable feat. Now, with Su Yin having already sunk 3 more three-pointers at an impressive efficiency, the Knicks had clawed their way back from a 10-point deficit to just a 3-point gap. One more three-pointer would level the score. Yet, for the Warriors, the situation was worsened by Monta Ellis's declining shooting touch. Unlike in the first half, when he was unstoppable, effortlessly nailing even the most challenging shots, he had managed to score 31 points but was losing efficiency, a dire predicament for the Warriors. As the conversation unfolded, on the court, Monta Ellis found his offense stymied once more by the defensive efforts of Su Yin and Wilson Chandler. His gaze sharpened, instinctively seeking out Curry to pass the ball, only to suddenly realize that Curry was not on the floor, that a quick glance revealed an opportunity with Maggette in the low post. Pretending to pass to C.J. Watson, he executed a no-look pass to Maggette. It was a golden opportunity. Maggette charged toward the basket, but David Lee was a beat too slow to defend, resulting in Maggette missing an almost open layup. This was even more disheartening than Curry's missed three-pointer. What the hell? Ellis's face darkened, his anger palpable as he felt his teammates were inept, none capable of contributing meaningfully. He became increasingly frustrated, resorting to endless one-on-one plays, refusing to pass even when pressured by Su Yin and Wilson Chandler. He attempted a difficult fadeaway shot, contorting his body under the defensive pressure of both players, an effort that would have surely made the top plays if successful. However, the sound of clanging iron reverberated as Ellis's reckless attempts led to stagnation in the Warriors' offense. Meanwhile, Su Yin attracted defensive attention, allowing the Knicks to launch a counterattack, featuring David Lee in the low post, Harrington lurking in the corner for a three, and Wilson Chandler driving to the basket with ample space. Gallinari, who had just entered the game, found himself with a comfortable opportunity from beyond the arc before the third quarter concluded. Su Yin had already netted 9 three-pointers, his shooting prowess from the arc imposing and empowering his teammates to execute their plays with ease. The three-point deficit vanished in an instant. Observing his teammates excel, Su Yin refrained from rushing to score, fully aware that the ultimate aim was victory, as the third quarter drew to a close. The Knicks prepared for their final possession with only 7 seconds left on the clock. Du Hong pushed the ball forward, passing it to Su Yin positioned at the right logo area, with Harrington setting screen. With time running out, Su Yin took 2 quick steps forward. Swish. Su Yin, in a sudden stop from approximately 7 feet beyond the arc, launched a deep three-pointer, a desperate shot as time expired. Maggette sprinted to contest, but he could only extend a hand in a token effort, knowing that a full defensive commitment would risk a foul. Typically, such a forced long-range shot would miss, as evidenced by many highlight reels showcasing low success rates. Yet as Maggette uttered his doubts, his voice was filled with insecurity, solely because this was a shot taken by Su Yin. Surely it couldn't go in. He glanced back, verbally dismissing the possibility. But internally, he felt a gnawing uncertainty. The spinning basketball arced gracefully through the air, tracing a beautiful rainbow trajectory, landing in the net before Maggette's astonished and panicked gaze. Oh no. Maggette clutched his head, erupting in despair. He is on fire. Su Yin had made the buzzer-beater three-pointer at the end of the third quarter, achieving his 10th three-pointer of the game, completing the first task of his dual objectives. Of course, victory was required for full completion. 1 task down. 3 more to go. As Su Yin returned to the bench, he counted on his fingers, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A chorus of sharp screams erupted from the crowd, all female fans expressing their adoration, their excitement palpable even through the screens. This was the Warriors' home court, and yet, such enthusiasm for the opposing player was hardly polite. Nevertheless, the male fans, despite recognizing the terror of Su Yin's three-point shooting, maintained their composure, striving to uphold their team's dignity. Yet the female fans could not contain themselves, believing that the loudest cheers might win Su Yin's heart. How many? 10 three-pointers in a single game. No one has hit that many this season. Anyone claiming Su Yin was merely a pretty face would have to rethink their stance. Each three-pointer he made painted a stunning arc in the air, captivating all who witnessed it. Su Yin was not only handsome and athletic, but his gameplay was mesmerizing to my goodness. What a dream boyfriend he would make. If only I could spend a day with him. I'd do anything. A man who can shoot three-pointers is undeniably attractive. Watching Su Yin play has rendered me utterly speechless. The way Su Yin shoots threes is simply intoxicating. I've hopelessly fallen for him. I wish he could bring a whip to our game nights. Every evening. If dunks represent the pinnacle of violent aesthetics, then three-pointers are akin to a wealthy CEO painting, embodying a blend of elegance and dominance that easily ensnares one's heart. Su Yin had enchanted a multitude of women to the end of 3 quarters. He had made 10 three-pointers, helping his team erase a 10-point deficit and even take a 5-point lead. dominating the quarter by 15 points. Curry was having a terrible night, but without Curry, the Warriors seemed even more lackluster. In the final quarter, the battle began with a clash of the reserves. Larry Hughes and Gallinari unleashed an offensive storm, quickly expanding the 5-point gap to 11 within just 3 minutes and 21 seconds. Beep beep. Coach Don Nelson was compelled to call a timeout, bringing the starters back early. Yet, Ellis was on a roll, ignoring all his teammates and playing recklessly. This may have led to an increase in his personal scoring, but the team's deficit only grew. Upon his return, Su Yin found himself targeted on the perimeter. Yet he utilized his off-ball movement and three-point threat effectively. He completed a layup and executed a fast break, continuing to seek three-point opportunities, just 3 away from completing his second task. Who would have thought that Ellis' reckless play and Curry being benched would lead to the Warriors' collapse? With 6 minutes remaining in the final quarter, the deficit had ballooned to 23 points. Coach Nelson conceded defeat, and D'Antoni signaled the end of the game at that moment. Su Yin realized that the second task of his dual objectives would remain unfulfilled for the night. What a pity! The final 6 minutes were merely garbage time, devoid of suspense. Unlike the Knicks' miraculous comeback against the Thunder, they dominated the Warriors, securing a 3-game winning streak. Ding! Congratulations to the host for hitting 10 three-pointers in a single game, completing the first task of the dual objectives with a reward of $100,000. The second task, to break the NBA single-game three-point record, remained unfulfilled. The host is encouraged to persevere. Although the second task was not accomplished, it was not the end of the world, as this was not a one-time opportunity if he could hit 13 three-pointers and lead the team to victory in any upcoming game. He would still complete the task and garner $300,000. With this thought, Su Yin felt less regretful. As the game concluded, Reggie Miller could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Tonight, Su Yin made 10 three-pointers. He has established a new record for the most three-pointers in a single game this season, but he is also the 9th player in NBA history to successfully make over 10 three-pointers in a single outing. This is indeed a commendable achievement. Furthermore, he is the first player in NBA history to achieve such a feat as an undrafted player. This is truly astonishing. How cool is that?" Clyde Drexler nodded enthusiastically, equally exhilarated by the performance. 37 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, 1 block, and 10 three-pointers are the remarkable numbers that Su Yin delivered tonight. You dare to label him as an undrafted player? No, he is undeniably a rising superstar. Indeed, Reggie Miller remarked, his eyes ablaze with admiration. He inquired of Drexler, "Do you think Su Yin has the potential to become the greatest undrafted player in NBA history?" Drexler stroked his chin thoughtfully, countering with a question. "Are you suggesting that Su Yin could surpass Ben Wallace?" Reggie Miller nodded affirmatively. Drexler's expression turned contemplative as he pondered for a moment before responding. The two are not of the same ilk. Hence, it's difficult to draw a comparison. However, I firmly believe Su Yin will undoubtedly become an outstanding undrafted player, and I am confident he will evolve into one of the league's elite sharpshooters. It wouldn't surprise me if he surpassed the likes of Ray Allen and Peja Stojakovic to become the greatest shooter in history. Wow, Reggie Miller exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the weight of such praise and the potential for rivalry it could incite. He paused for a moment, raising an eyebrow. "I'll gladly share the burden of that rivalry. Su Yin is destined to be an exceptional top-tier shooter." The two commentators lavished praise upon Su Yin. On the court, after a brief respite, Su Yin graciously embraced his opponents following the conclusion of the game. "Your three-point shooting was impeccable, Su Yin. You will certainly give every team a headache in the future," exclaimed Maggette, sincerely commending him after their embrace. "Thank you," Su Yin replied courteously. "You are also quite remarkable. I look forward to the day you make it to the All-Star game at All-Star." At his peak, Maggette averaged an impressive 1 points, 6.5 rebounds, 4.0 assists, and 1.5 steals. That a truly outstanding performance. That he was the 13th overall pick in the 1999 draft, and players selected around that position have an uncanny knack for excellence. Regrettably, Maggette has yet to be selected for an All-Star game in his career. Achieving that honor remains his lifelong dream, and Su Yin's compliment instantly elevated his spirits and affinity for him. Subsequently, Su Yin exchanged friendly embraces with Warriors players such as Watson, Tolliver, and Radmanovic. This was a clear demonstration that competition comes second to camaraderie. When it came to Monta Ellis, however, the latter did not approach for a handshake, prompting Su Yin to disregard him entirely. "Did you think I wanted to hug you? Get over yourself." Su Yin took a couple of steps forward, reaching Stephen Curry, embracing him warmly and offering a gentle pat on the back with encouraging words. "Stephen, you are a phenomenal player. Your talent for three-point shooting is exceptional. Stay confident. You will surely become a superstar in the league." This was not mere flattery. It was a declaration of a future truth known only to Su Yin, that a superstar. "You say?" Upon hearing this, Curry felt a surge of aspiration within him. With his youthful visage, he appeared approachable, seemingly devoid of grand ambitions. Yet in truth, Curry is an exceedingly competitive player. Throughout his childhood, high school, and even as he prepared to enter college, he faced derision for his slight frame. Many suggested he abandon basketball, claiming it was not a sport for someone of his stature. Unwilling to concede, Curry remained silent, dedicating himself to relentless training, three-point shooting. Physicality, ball handling, and more he steadily grew stronger, ultimately proving his detractors wrong. Now, stepping onto the NBA stage, he yearns not to exist in the shadows of others, but to emerge as a formidable star in his own right. At the very least, he hopes for a more favorable reception from his team. The mention of superstar ignited a fiery determination in Curry's eyes as he leaned closer and whispered, "Su Yin, I want to play on the same team as you." Shortly thereafter, Su Yin participated in an interview with a beautiful reporter from ABC Radio.M. Su Yin, you made an impressive 10 three-pointers tonight. That is remarkable. How did you accomplish this? The reporter inquired. Su Yin scratched his head modestly and replied, "I must express my gratitude to my teammates and coaches. My teammates created opportunities for me, and the coaches provided me with ample tactical positioning. You see, I am merely an undrafted player. I shouldn't be afforded such privileges, which is why I am thankful to them. The best way to show my appreciation is to make those three-pointers." His response was quite formal, yet Su Yin's humility and willingness to share the accolades with his teammates shone through once more. Throughout his response, the reporter remained captivated by him, her gaze unwavering. She had encountered handsome players before, and she had seen those who excelled on the court, but none matched Su Yin's unique combination of charm and skill. She hung on his every word, entranced. "Hey, miss, I've finished speaking to..." It wasn't until Su Yin reminded her that she regained her composure and hurriedly gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Players from the Dragon Kingdom are consistently humble. Su Yin is truly exceptional." "Thank you." Su Yin expressed his gratitude once more, before adding, "That should be all. My teammates are waiting for me to celebrate. I must take my leave to..." Wait a moment. The reporter, realizing Su Yin was about to depart, grew flustered and exclaimed, "I have one last question. For work purposes, I apologize for taking up a bit more of your time. Could you please give me your autograph, take a photo with me, and accept my invitation to come over to my house to play Monopoly tonight?" Work purposes? Monopoly. Su Yin thought to himself, this sounds like your personal desire. He could only acquiesce to the first two requests. The reporter beamed with joy as she had Su Yin sign her autograph while snuggling up next to him for a photo. In her earpiece, she could hear her supervisor's frustrated voice. "What are you doing? You fool. Ask him about his three-point shooting technique." Meanwhile, Coach D'Antoni, immediately after the game concluded, enthusiastically approached Coach Don Nelson, initiating a warm embrace. He then grasped Nelson's hands firmly, his expression brimming with gratitude, and exclaimed, "Thank you, Don, truly thank you, and your family as well. Thank you for helping me avoid a disaster. Had I genuinely selected Stephen, I would have been devastated to witness such a performance after my high hopes." In contrast, Danilo Gallinari, now in his second year, is faring considerably better, averaging 15.4 points, 5.0 rebounds, 1.8 assists, 0.8 steals, and 0.8 blocks, while also hitting 2.3 three-pointers per game with an impressive 39.1 accuracy. Had he not recently been benched, those numbers might have been even more remarkable. Although he still has some distance to cover compared to the league's top shooters, he is certainly performing significantly better than Stephen. Crucially, he is only in his second year, with ample room for further development. Thank you, D'Antoni mused, but you should know I'm not exactly thrilled. I certainly didn't expect Steven to perform this poorly. Discussing Gallinari, D'Antoni noted, you make a compelling case. His three-point output is commendable. He possesses a degree of rim protection, and his steals and blocks are decent. His defensive capabilities are not lacking, that he is a quintessential quality 3 and D player. With this realization, Don Nelson felt a flicker of interest and turned to D'Antoni, tentatively proposing, I have an idea as well. You go first. No, you first. Ultimately, Don Nelson spoke up first, stating directly, did you not previously lament my poaching of Steven? Now, I am returning him to you. The trade bait is minimal. Steven for Gallinari, a straight swap. Mike D'Antoni's eyes widened in astonishment that he was momentarily stunned, yet internally he was bursting with laughter. Oh heavens, what a twist of fate. His perseverance had finally borne fruit. The trade was a resounding success. Not only had he secured the deal, but it was also initiated by Terry Stotts, who merely requested Danilo Gallinari in return. Initially, D'Antoni had contemplated offering the versatile Wilson Chandler. Known for his defensive prowess, a windfall. This was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Coach Mike D'Antoni felt an overwhelming sense of joy that made him want to leap for joy. He would have even kissed a donkey's rear in his elation. Mike, hey, speak to me, Mike, Terry Stotts exclaimed, noticing D'Antoni's prolonged silence as he waved his hand in front of him and called out loudly, oh. D'Antoni finally snapped back to reality, his face glowing with joy that was on the verge of overflowing. However, seeing D'Antoni's silence, Stotts nervously added, how about I cover the difference? You know, although Steven hasn't been performing well lately, his talent and experience are undeniable, especially considering the legend he created during last year's NCAA March Madness. I trust you're aware of this, that if we allow him a bit more time to adapt, I believe he will perform significantly better to AS for me. I had come to a realization. Between Monta and Steven, I ultimately chose the immediate impact of Monta. Though his temperament may be a bit peculiar, when given the ball, he could still deliver the requisite scoring and perform under pressure. That was more than sufficient. Wait, no, this is wrong. It should be me begging you for Steven. Yet here you are, the one pleading with me? Please, that is Stephen Curry. I cannot allow you to underestimate him. Anger.jpg, slightly amused.jpg. Ah, well, D'Antoni countered, adopting an unwilling demeanor. All right, since you are so sincere, I shall grant your request. However, if Steven continues to underperform afterward, I will be seeking you out, Terry. Absolutely, Stotts hastily agreed, while privately thinking, I have no issues, you do. Once the trade is finalized, do as you please, it has nothing to do with me. Then let's strike while the iron is hot and finalize the trade tonight. Otherwise, I'll have to make another trip to Golden State, which would be quite a hassle, D'Antoni remarked casually. He was eager to finalize the trade immediately, although it appeared he was merely trying to avoid inconvenience rather than expressing a true desire for Steven. Not granting Terry Stotts even the slightest inkling that something was amiss, he maneuvered deftly. Excellent. Stotts nodded vigorously. He was eager to rid himself of the hot potato that was Steven and found himself increasingly fond of Gallinari. He quickly agreed, fearing the lucid D'Antoni might reconsider. He mentally applauded his own cleverness to end this exchange. He believed he was soaring through the atmosphere, not realizing he was still grounded. The two hastily signed the trade agreement, resulting in Stephen Curry and Danilo Gallinari swapping teams. Thus, this transaction would later be deemed one of the most ludicrous trades in NBA history. Decades into the future, in the Knicks locker room, Su Yin and his teammates celebrated their victory. With their next game only 2 days away and plenty of time before the 8 p.m. match, they decided to return the following day. Tracy McGrady proposed to celebrate our 3-game winning streak. How about we head to the night market and grab a drink at a bar, fellas? I'm all for it. Larry Hughes raised his hand in agreement. Wilson Chandler smirked. Just a drink, huh? Shoo. McGrady made a gesture for silence. I'm in. Wilson Chandler raised his hand without hesitation. Are you coming in? McGrady turned to Su Yin with a smile. No, thank you. Su Yin declined. Larry Hughes explained. Yin is only 19. He can't go to bars. Su Yin shrugged, expressing his resignation at this moment. David Lee spoke up. Guys, I can't join you tonight. My girlfriend is here, and I'm taking her to Union Square. Oh, McGrady nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin. That is a bit of shame. But remember to stay at the St. Francis Hotel. It's quite nice. A lot of famous people have stayed there, like the Queen of England, General MacArthur, and President John F. Kennedy. Got it, got it. David Lee flashed an OK sign, smiling. I've booked a themed hotel there, though. McGrady perked up. I asked what the theme is. Nurse theme, David Lee replied candidly. Being men, everyone understood, and considering they were in America, there was no need to be overly restrained. Holy SHT, McGrady exclaimed, then gave a thumbs up. You really know how to have fun. Without a second thought, Larry Hughes pulled a pack of contraceptive from his bag and handed it over. Take it. No thanks needed. A nurse-themed hotel? Carrying contraceptives as if it were nothing. Is this how Americans converse? Even though Su Yan was aware of Americans' liberal attitudes, encountering it firsthand was still an eye-opening experience. He couldn't go to the bar due to his age, but he didn't plan to spend the night at the hotel either. With the money he earned tonight, combined with his remaining balance, he would surely exceed 100,000. If he spent it all, he could elevate his level to LV3, unlocking the LV3 privilege package, which was quite exciting. Spend, spend, spend. That was Su Yan's mission for the evening. While engaging in conversation, he caught a keyword. Union Square, a prominent plaza in San Francisco. Su Yan decided to go there to indulge. Originally, he thought about accompanying David Lee, but since he was on a date with his girlfriend, he opted out. Well, what kind of date is that? They were heading to the nurse-themed hotel. Su Yan, being a single dog, decided not to intrude. Even if Americans are quite open-minded, David Lee had a good impression of Su Yan. It wouldn't be appropriate to share such an experience. After chatting a while longer, everyone was having a great time. Su Yan called out a farewell and returned to the hotel first. The others split into 3 groups. One group, under McGrady's organization, went to the night market bar for fun. David Lee was on a date with his girlfriend, and the rest were free to do as they pleased. Upon returning to the hotel, Su Yan took a hot shower, changed into clean clothes, and lay on the bed, contemplating how much he earned tonight. Data: 37 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, including 3 two-pointers, 10 three-pointers, and 1 free throw. 10 6,000 plus 3 4,000 plus 1 2,000 plus 2 1,000 plus 1 1,000 plus 5 400 plus 2 600 equals 80. 200 for the dual task completion. The reward was 100,000 from warm-up to the end of the game. Estimating his total dribbles and running steps at around 30,000.30,002 equals 60,000 total. 80,200 plus 100,000 plus 60,000 equals 240. 200. Wow. For a rather ordinary regular season game, Su Yan earned a staggering 240. 200. What an intriguing concept this is. This year, Kobe, Tracy McGrady, and little Shaquille Jermaine O'Neal all command annual salaries of $23 million, placing them at the pinnacle of the league, setting aside the playoffs. When considering just the regular season of 82 games, this translates to approximately $280,000 per game. Meanwhile, Su Yan earns $240,000 that a rookie who has signed a 10-day contract with the NBA is earning nearly as much for a single game as the league's highest-paid players. How astonishing! The ease with which such wealth is amassed is simply remarkable. It is worth noting that this is merely at the LV2 level of money-making speed. If one were to reach LV3, LV4, or even higher, the earnings would only escalate at that point. Making $1 million in a single game would not be a mere fantasy. To earn in one game what others make in an entire year is a thought that elicits both anticipation and a hint of absurdity. After a brief respite, Su Yan leisurely took a taxi to Union Square. Earnings are one thing, but expenditures are another. As a time traveler endowed with extraordinary abilities, he is in no rush and intends to savor life at a tranquil pace. Having earned $240,200 tonight, and with an additional $80,000 remaining, he has a total of $320,000. Purchasing a high-end watch and some fashionable attire should easily consume around $100,000. Perhaps even more. Meanwhile, David Lee and his girlfriend Sabina Gadek are enjoying a date at Union Square. Sabina, a renowned model, possesses both beauty and an enviable figure, although David Lee's looks may not quite match Su Yan's. He is still considered quite handsome, ranking among the charming young men of the NBA. With a wealthy background as a second-generation affluent individual, he quickly captured the heart of the young lady. forming a picture-perfect couple. The two indulge in a sweet outing, starting with a lavish meal followed by a shopping spree. For shopping is in a woman's nature. David Lee, not short on funds, happily accompanies his girlfriend. Eager to foot the bill, he purchases a dress for Sabina priced at $3,000, a Chanel bag valued at $10,000, and a luxurious Chanel perfume costing $5,000. Sabina is overjoyed, tiptoeing to plant a kiss on David Lee's cheek. Wrapping her arms around his, utterly satisfied, she even suggests, "Shall we visit a clothing store to buy a few nurse outfits that you might fancy?" "No need." David Lee chuckled softly. "The hotel has plenty. Dozens, in fact. That's wonderful. David, tonight I will fulfill all your desires." "Oh, that certainly sounds enticing." As they continue their conversation, David Lee contemplates purchasing a new watch, having grown weary of the Cartier he has worn for over a year. They step into a Patek Philippe boutique, a premier Swiss watch brand that is renowned for its superior quality, surpassing even Rolex. Upon entering, they're captivated by a particular timepiece on display that a sales consultant named Layla, dressed in professional attire, approaches them. Though not particularly striking in appearance, her poise and demeanor create an inviting atmosphere. "Good evening, sir and madam. My name is Layla, and I will be your service consultant tonight. May I inquire who is interested in purchasing a watch?" "I am," David Lee indicated. "Very well, sir." Layla nodded politely, continuing, "The watch you are admiring is a limited edition, model 1437. It features a warm, bright rose gold hue paired with a rich brown enamel, giving the wrist an elegant allure. This is our store's flagship model for the season and has garnered significant popularity. It suits your refined taste perfectly. Most importantly, our watches retain their value exceptionally well. It is indeed attractive. Wearing it exudes sophistication, but I presume the price is rather steep?" David Lee inquired. Layla replied, "This limited edition Patek Philippe, model 1437, is valued at $130,000. 130,000. Sabina gasped, taken aback. While she was aware that such high-end watches come with a hefty price tag, this was beyond her expectations. "That is rather expensive," David Lee remarked, suspecting that such a visually appealing Patek Philippe would indeed command a high price. "Let us take a look at other options," he decided, not intending to make the purchase. Layla, unfazed by his hesitance, maintained her smile. "Allow me to recommend a few other selections." After perusing various options, David Lee remained fixated on the initial model, but its high price ultimately deterred him. They then browsed through Rolex, Audemars Piguet, and Vacheron Constantin, ultimately settling on a Vacheron Constantin watch priced at $32,000, a significant indulgence that is notable that Sabina's entire ensemble for the evening, comprising high-end brands, totaled less than $30,000. After completing their watch purchase, the couple exchanged knowing glances and smiles before heading straight to the St. Francis Hotel, and a multi-million-dollar negotiation concerning a nurse-themed transaction is about to unfold. Meanwhile, Suyin arrived at Union Square, where David Lee and Sabina had long departed from the Patek Philippe boutique. He was somewhat familiar with luxury brands and understood that Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Cartier, and Audemars Piguet represented a higher echelon in watchmaking. Primarily due to their elevated prices, he resolved to select a watch that he liked, with a price tag of at least $80,000. As he strolled through the grand shopping center within the square, he casually perused the stores, first spotting the Patek Philippe boutique. Recognizing the insignia, he entered and, like David Lee, was immediately drawn to the limited edition model 1437 on display. Impeccable choice. Just as Layla had attended to David Lee, she approached Su Yan with a smile. However, she scrutinized Su Yan, noting his unremarkable attire, which suggested he might not be a rich second generation as David Lee was. After all, David Lee sported a Cartier watch, a sign of affluence. Nonetheless, Patek Philippe's training emphasizes treating every customer with respect, regardless of appearances. Thus, even if Layla suspected Su Yan to be less affluent, she warmly engaged with him, providing her introduction. While listening to the consultant's somewhat incomprehensible explanation, Su Yan casually surveyed the offerings and ultimately found himself drawn once again to the model 1437. "Excuse me, could you tell me the price of that watch you just mentioned?" Su Yan inquired Sir, due to its limited nature and popularity, this model is priced at $130,000 if you decide to purchase." We will include a delightful gift with your order, Layla responded, having previously inquired about Su Yan's surname. All right, Su Yan nodded, pointing to the watch. I'll take it. Please wrap it up for me. Thank you. Huh, you're buying it. Layla was momentarily taken aback. Surely this was not a jest. This is $130,000, not one, 300. The entire transaction from inquiry to purchase took less than 10 seconds. Is he treating this as a mere toy? Sir, are you serious? Shoot until you consider it a bit longer or negotiate the price. You could at least deliberate for a moment, right? Our staff is exceptionally courteous, and everyone here is wonderful. Seeing her stunned expression, Su Yan initially did not grasp the situation, but soon realized her surprise. He retrieved a bank card from his wallet and handed it over. Please charge this card. Oh my God, you are truly buying it. Layla promptly comprehended the reality of the situation. She accepted the card in astonishment and smiled. Please hold on, Mr. Su. I will assist you with the packaging right away. During the packaging process, Layla recalled a remark made by her mentor during the onboarding training. The reason we urge you not to discriminate against any seemingly ordinary customers is that true impoverished individuals seldom visit our store. Conversely, many ultra-wealthy individuals, weary of the glitz and glamour, prefer to live incognito, donning simple attire to experience life as an ordinary person. This is what we call humility. Clearly, in Layla's eyes, Su Yan epitomized this very archetype. She couldn't help but feel a profound respect for him and silently rejoice that she had not overlooked him. Otherwise, she would have lost a significant client. The Model 1437, a limited edition Patek Philippe, was undeniably exquisite and exuded an air of true sophistication. Yet due to its price, even the affluent seldom purchased it, as Su Yan's decisive acquisition of it could only signify one thing. He was a low-profile, wealthy magnate. Layla was firmly convinced of this. Within mere minutes, Layla presented a refined gift bag containing an even more exquisite gift box, inside which lay the watch. Mr. Su, greetings. Here is your watch, beautifully wrapped for your convenience. Please take care of it. Yes, she spoke. Layla produced another smaller gift bag and handed it over, saying, this is a delightful gift for you. A bracelet valued at $3,000 that you may wish to present it to your girlfriend in Golden State. She will surely cherish it. This is a privilege I've taken upon myself, and I hope MR.S you will consider our store for future purchases. Thank you. Su Yan replied with a smile. Layla, having secured a significant deal, felt a wave of relief and looked at Su Yan with uncontainable happiness. However, upon seeing Su Yan's warm smile, her composure was instantly restored. He was undeniably handsome, tall, and possessed a remarkable physique. His skin was exceptionally fair. Even with her own makeup, she felt her complexion paled in comparison to his smooth and refined skin. How could it be that a young man had skin more flawless than that of a made-up woman? What divine beauty was this? With charm, physique, and immense wealth, he appeared to be a youthful prodigy. Layla was utterly captivated, her gaze fixed on Su Yan, unable to tear herself away, wishing she could simply consume him with her eyes. At that moment, if Su Yan were to utter the words, "The St. Francis Hotel awaits you," regardless of the theme, Layla would undoubtedly accept without hesitation. Thank you. Su Yan, without further thought, expressed his gratitude once more before departing. With the watch purchased, exceeding a value of 100,000, his experience points increased sufficiently from level 2 to level 3. Since he was already there, he decided to indulge himself with 2 suits of Versace menswear, a pair of the latest AJ sneakers, and a Hermes men's briefcase. Additionally, he was spirited away by a young lady to the Dior boutique, where she enthusiastically recommended a wild men's eau de toilette. The young lady was exceedingly fervent, linking her arm with Su Yan's and playfully leaning against him, almost as if she wished to nestle within his embrace. Her enthusiasm was overwhelming. Su Yan, feeling a touch of embarrassment, purchased one for a modest price of $7,000. Before parting, she bestowed upon him a hearty hug, leaving a lingering softness that resonated even through their clothing. The reason the young lady had approached Su Yan was evident. His attire, a combination of AJ footwear, an Hermes bag, Versace clothing, and a Patek Philippe watch, spoke volumes of his affluence. That it was clear to her that he was a person of considerable means. and she was determined to make an impression. In total, Su Yin spent approximately $30,000 on clothing, and when combined with the Patek Philippe watch, his expenditures amounted to $160,000 if Su Yin were to engage in basketball and walking. Completing a total of 20,000 steps in a day, he would earn back this amount in merely 4 days. Even without participating in matches, should he play, he could potentially earn even more in a single game. This sum was hardly substantial. However, as a man, Su Yin was not overly particular. He simply needed a few outfits that were functional. Tonight was primarily about spending, elevating his level to 3, a feat he had successfully accomplished. What, he wondered, would the level 3 privilege package entail? Su Yin felt a sense of anticipation. After securing his clothing and watch, Su Yin placed his items in the mall's locker and proceeded to the dining area on the 6th floor for a light meal. Following this, he took a taxi back to his hotel. By the time he returned, it was already past midnight, yet Su Yin felt invigorated. His expenditures had brought him immense joy. Whether this lifestyle could be classified as that of the wealthy, where one could purchase whatever they desired, was unclear. Nevertheless, the ability to indulge one's whims was undeniably delightful. Su Yin relished the experience. After returning home and enjoying a soothing shower, he reclined comfortably on his bed to check his status panel. Name: Su Yin. Level: LV3. Privileges: earnings from dribbling, running, passing, scoring, rebounding, stealing, and blocking. Dribbling: 3 per dribble. Running: 3 per step. Friendly reminder: the host's earnings from dribbling and running are unaffected by matches. One can earn at any time. Rebounding: 800 reward. Assists: 1,200 reward. Steals: 2,000 reward. Blocks: 2,000 reward. Free throws for 1,000 reward. 2-pointers: 8,000 reward. 3-pointers: 12,000 reward. Experience points: 624,381,000,000. Experience can only be gained through expenditure. The more spent, the more gained. System store: unavailable. Items: LV3 privilege package. Tasks: reciprocal task. First, score 10 3-pointers in a single game and lead the team to victory for a reward of 100,000. Task completed. Second, break the NBA single-game 3-point record and lead the team to victory for a reward of 300. 000. Task incomplete. Skills: max 3-point shooting, basic physical enhancement, off-ball movement. LV1 can be upgraded to 10 million. Total amount: 141,400. Incredible. His earnings had doubled. Now, a single 3-pointer would yield 12,000. This was quite astonishing. If this trend of exponential growth continued, the figures would be staggering. Su Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. He recalled a tale he had heard. A businessman, wishing to repay a young man who had aided him, presented 2 options: a one-time payment of 300,000 or 1 penny on the first day, doubling every subsequent day for 30 days. The clever young man calculated that by the 30th day, the total would hardly reach 10,000, and thus he chose the immediate sum of 300,000. The businessman, respecting his choice, granted him the money, but after the young man departed, he shook his head, realizing that had the youth chosen the second option, he would have amassed over 5 million by day 30. Indeed, Su Yin's initial 3-pointer was valued at 2,000. That if he could merely double that amount to a level 10, the results would be astounding. This was truly a money-making system of epic proportions. After advancing to level 3, Su Yin felt an intensified eagerness to engage seriously in matches. He then declared, "System, open the LV3 privilege package. This is the gift pack he has been yearning for." The host opens the LV3 privilege gift pack. Rewards: Steel Bones LV1. Steel Bones. Su Yin's eyes lit up. System, please introduce the ability. Steel Bones. Enhances the host's strength and explosiveness. Slightly improves physical fitness. Can be upgraded. 0 to 10 million USD. As the words fell, Su Yin felt a warm current coursing through his entire body. It was somewhat hot, akin to a massage, and incredibly pleasant. It was but a fleeting moment. Everything returned to normal. However, when Su Yin clenched his fist once more, he could sense a formidable power, subtly threatening to overflow. True to its name, it bolstered my strength. Splendid. Su Yin couldn't help but exclaim. The fundamental physical enhancement granted him an NBA-level quality. even surpassing the overall talent of typical entry-level players. Yet it remained merely at the entry level that I could barely keep up with the late-career Hamilton. Monta Ellis, in better form, was still beyond my limits. My defense was lacking. Reflecting on NBA history, the players who once stood at the pinnacle of the league, or near the apex of the pyramid, either possessed formidable shooting skills, exceptional dribbling, were unbeatable in the paint, or exhibited overwhelming overall strength that on the offensive side, they excelled in specific domains. Moreover, these players shared a common trait. They all boasted commendable, if not exceptionally strong, defensive capabilities. For instance, Michael Jordan, the deity of basketball, universally acknowledged as the greatest of all time, possessed an unparalleled offensive prowess. Little did many realize he also garnered the DPOY honor, testifying to his defensive capabilities. Black Mamba Kobe, revered as the man closest to divinity, wielded an offensive repertoire as varied as a kaleidoscope. Yet, unbeknownst to many, his defensive skills were equally formidable. By the end of the 09-10 season, he had made 9 selections to the all-defensive team, 7 times as a first-team member, and twice as a second-team member. Both of these extraordinary guards, reigning at the zenith of the league, exhibited such tenacious defensive prowess, not to mention players like Shaquille O'Neal and Tim Duncan, who dominated the paint. Thus, if I wish to establish myself in the NBA, excel in every game, and earn some accolades, my defense must keep pace. First and foremost, my strength must rise to the occasion. With great strength comes great defense. As long as my strength is sufficiently formidable, I will possess an innate defensive capability, which can be further augmented by learning defensive techniques later on. This would only be like adding wings to a tiger. The more Su Yin contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, that if not for being on the road, he would have called out to McGrady and David Lee to return to the gym and experience his newfound strength and explosiveness. Releasing his fist, Su Yin momentarily tempered his excitement and continued to ponder. The ability of Steel Bones is remarkably timely and advantageous. The only drawback perhaps lies in the cumbersome upgrade process, requiring a staggering 10 million USD, which is quite exorbitant. Upgrading abilities as well as expenses related to housing, vehicles, and so forth will require substantial funds. It appears I must toil harder to amass data and generate income. With only 140,000 US dollars remaining, I cannot upgrade Steel Bones, but I can just afford to upgrade off-ball movement LV1 system. Upgrade off-ball movement LV1. Su Yin did not hesitate. He still had 141,400 USD, with the upgrade costing 100,000 USD, leaving him with a surplus. Only by becoming stronger can I earn money more swiftly. The host upgrades off-ball movement LV1. Upgrade cost 100,000 USD. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade complete. Off-ball movement level raised to LV2. The host now possesses enhanced off-ball capabilities. The next upgrade will require 5 million USD. Su Yin nodded in satisfaction. With off-ball movement LV2, if he were to face the late-career Hamilton again, evading him would pose no significant challenge. A glance at his balance revealed that after securing a victory over the Warriors the previous evening, he had 300,000 USD, but now only 40,000 US dollars remained, spending 260,000 US dollars in just one night. What a lavish lifestyle. However, Su Yin felt no regret. He relished this sense of carefree ease and comfort. What is the essence of earning money? Is it not to achieve financial freedom and live life to the fullest? This was the ultimate goal Su Yin sought to achieve through frequent entrepreneurial endeavors prior to his transmigration, a dream many harbor throughout their lives. Once, he lacked the means. Now, with his golden finger in hand, he once again pursued his dreams. It was a perfect and fulfilling day. As Su Yin drifted into sweet slumber, he dreamt of a beautiful, long-legged girlfriend. They resided in the presidential suite of the Shangri-La Hotel, themed around twin tails and a pleated skirt of a schoolgirl. The following day, news of Su Yin's astounding performance, hitting 10 three-pointers and scoring 37 points, spread like wildfire. Major media outlets worked through the night to report on this explosive story, providing them with ample material to cover. In just his third career game, Su Yin became the 9th player in NBA history to hit 10 three-pointers in a single game. Su Yin, he aims to become a catalyst for the small ball era. Originating from the Sacramento Bee, the headline read, "Astonishing. Chinese small forward Su Yin achieves the unthinkable in a single game," from the Utah Shock report. 10 three-pointers in a single game, splashing through the net. Hitting 7 three-pointers in 3 consecutive games. When did such distant shots become so effortless? No, it is Su Yan's prowess that makes him seem like he parachuted into the league, overshadowing every shooter. From Madison Square Garden's Digging Deep report, dribbling combined with long-range shooting utterly unreasonable. Among all the shooters I know, I would gladly label Su Yin as the strongest from the Houston Beard report. The flood of news continued unabated. It wasn't that no stars performed well the previous night. Rather, Su Yan's brilliance outshone them all, with 3 consecutive games of 7 or more three-pointers and a single game featuring 10 three-pointers. Such a performance would leave fans in awe, even if produced by shooters of the caliber of Ray Allen, Peja Stojakovic, or Rashard Lewis. What's more, Su Yin was an undrafted rookie. This was truly astonishing. The impact was profound. Each news outlet eagerly seized the opportunity, harnessing the flow of attention and continuously generating buzz. The results? Remarkably effective. Those who watched the game, as well as those who did not, were captivated as if witnessing a ghostly phenomenon. Before Su Yin, they had never seen a player shoot like this, launching three-pointers that could even earn a coach's scolding for being reckless. Yet, when executed with such precision, it could turn an entire arena into a torrential downpour of excitement. This left spectators in awe, exclaiming how thrilling it was. Fans delighted in the spectacle, while media outlets reaped the benefits of traffic. And Su Yin garnered popularity and acclaim, a triple win. However, Su Yan's value extended beyond the court, spilling into the realm of sensational tabloid news. Does anyone remember the high-profile female fan who publicly professed her affection for Su Yin, wishing to engage in late-night basketball discussions at the hotel? Su Yin declined her invitation post-game. Yet our paparazzi discreetly tracked him down, capturing images of Su Yin entering that very hotel, suggesting that the female fan likely learned a great deal. Surely, Su Yin experienced the joy of playing the role of a mentor. Su Yin turned down the advances of the Warriors' beautiful cheerleader. He is a boy devoted to basketball, innocent and unwavering. Look, Su Yin appears to be quite close with a female reporter from ABC Radio. Are they publicly displaying their affection? Su Yin, you might just break many a female fan's heart. Perhaps only the silhouette of Su Yin enter the hotel, or merely a snapshot with the cheerleader. Perhaps just an ordinary photo. Yet the entertainment reporters possess an extraordinary talent for embellishment. They can turn the mundane into the extraordinary. With Su Yan's rising fame, any hint of scandal offers a chance for sensationalism. They will not let it slip by. They understand all too well how to fabricate stories around trending players, needing not to verify the truth. Merely speaking it into existence suffices. What, then, is the reality? The paparazzi of the entertainment industry have triumphed. The news surrounding Su Yin outside the arena has generated extraordinary fervor. Beyond his popularity, his striking handsomeness has captivated countless female fans who closely monitor his every move off the court. The gossip and jealousy among women can be quite formidable. They may be skeptical, yet amidst the clamor, the excitement continues to escalate. His exceptional looks, combined with an unrelenting three-point shooting ability that aligns seamlessly with the modern game, have attracted a diverse following that extends beyond mere basketball enthusiasts. The management teams of various NBA franchises are taking note as well. They are increasingly valuing Su Yan's recent display of a next-generation precision three-point shot. Meanwhile, it has become apparent that Su Yin has only signed a short-term 10-day contract. He is on the verge of becoming a free agent. The Knicks are certain to offer him a long-term deal. But this also means they are eligible to sign him. Thus, the competition begins. Especially after his remarkable performance of sinking 10 three-pointers last night, Su Yin has become the object of a frenzied pursuit across the entire league. In 2009, the league's emphasis on offensive spacing has reached a critical point. The ideal player to create that space is undoubtedly a sharpshooter with precise long-range shooting, and Su Yin fits the bill perfectly. The following day, at 11 a.m., Su Yin finally awoke from a sweet slumber, took a refreshing shower, and readied himself for the day. Feeling slightly peckish, he headed down to the hotel breakfast buffet to grab a bite before returning to New York with his teammates. While waiting for the elevator on the 7th floor, he found himself a bit bored and decided to check his phone. To his astonishment, he discovered a staggering 78 missed calls, including a single unknown number that had called him 27 times. Sending a shiver down his spine, what on earth? Could it be that someone leaked my phone number? Who could be calling? Scam calls? Escorts? Film offers? Su-Yin was utterly perplexed. Just then, his phone rang again. Hello, he answered. Hello, Mr. Su-Yin. I'm relieved to finally reach you. I was genuinely concerned something might have happened to you in Golden State. On the other end was a middle-aged man speaking rapidly, his tone slightly agitated. What the hell? Is the first call of the day cursing me with misfortune? Have you no manners? Su-Yin contemplated hanging up. I got a bit carried away and forgot to introduce myself. My name is Mike Dunleavy, the head coach and general manager of the Clippers. I apologize for interrupting your busy schedule, but I wanted to discuss the re-signing of your contract. Are you available to talk now? If not, we can arrange a time that suits you. Just as Su-Yin was about to hang up, the mention of the Clippers contract piqued his interest, and he decided to hear him out. Thank you for taking the time to speak with me. Mike continued, let me get straight to the point regarding the contract offer. For years for $20 million, which surpasses the contract of the 3rd overall pick. James Harden, whose current deal is for 4 years at $19 million. Additionally, consider the advantages of joining the Clippers. We are located in Los Angeles, the city of angels. We're playing the 2nd largest city in the United States will rapidly enhance your popularity. Your skills are exceptional, and I firmly believe you will swiftly rise to become one of the league's top sharpshooters and eventually join the ranks of superstars. Furthermore, our team roster is ideally suited to your playing style. Featuring Chris Kaman, DeAndre Jordan, and Marcus Camby. You'll have the freedom to shoot from the perimeter while our 3 formidable centers provide support. Implicitly, we intend to cultivate you as the sole cornerstone of our team. I am confident that with you on the Clippers, we will become the 2nd team in Los Angeles to hoist the O'Brien Trophy, the first being, of course, the Lakers. Su-Yin narrowed his eyes. It was undeniable that the salary, geographical location, team status, and even the manager's attitude were all impeccable, but he felt a twinge of temptation. However, he was not naive. Signing a new contract was not child's play. Su-Yin feigned deep thought, pausing before responding. The Clippers do seem appealing and align with my aspirations. However, this might feel a bit rushed. I may need some time to consider. That's perfectly fine. Mike Dunleavy anticipated Su-Yin's response. Such a quality player in sync with the current era would undoubtedly be in high demand, and he understood Su-Yin's right to choose. Take your time to reflect. Mr. Su, I will call you back in 2 days. You can provide your answer then. Thank you. Su-Yin replied, let's leave it at that. I apologize for the interruption. Goodbye. The call ended. Su-Yin exited the elevator and made his way to the buffet area. He smiled to himself. Was he really tempted to join the Clippers? Hey, Yin, come have breakfast. As Su-Yin entered the dining area, McGrady greeted him warmly and invited him to sit beside him. Su-Yin approached with a smile, temporarily setting aside thoughts of contract negotiations. After all, mealtime should not be distracted by such matters. He grabbed 3 slices of whole grain bread, a bacon sandwich, a poached egg, a bowl of oatmeal, and a glass of milk, joining McGrady at the table. Where did you enjoy yourself last night? McGrady asked, taking a bite of his bread. I went to Union Square, bought a few clothes, and had a late-night snack before heading back. Su-Yin replied candidly. McGrady chuckled, noticing Su-Yin's watch, his eyes lighting up. I asked at a Patek Philippe, one of the top luxury watches in the world. Wow, it looks exquisite. It must have cost a pretty penny, right? Did you buy it last night? McGrady, being a star of his caliber, lived a life of affluence and had some knowledge of watches. Yes, Su-Yin acknowledged. Sipping his oatmeal. I bought it to check the time conveniently. Of course, a man wearing a watch does convey a certain level of maturity. He glossed over the price tag. Indeed, McGrady nodded, grinning. I bet even if you showed up in pajamas at the hotel, you'd still attract a throng of admirers. That's quite an exaggeration. Su-Yin laughed, taking another sip of his milk. Really, McGrady insisted. Women find it hard to resist a handsome man sporting a luxury watch. What are you two so cheerful about? At that moment, David Lee approached their table. He had surrendered to his girlfriend's antics the previous night, unable to resist her charms. Damn it, I'm so frustrated. Next time, I plan to enhance my performance. At 10 a.m., after escorting Sabina to her flight, he returned to the hotel to prepare for the trip back to New York with his teammates. spotting everyone gathered in the dining area. He joined them. Upon sitting down, he noticed Su Yan's Patek Philippe and immediately recognized it as the limited edition model 1437 he had admired the previous night. That I asked at the Patek Philippe model 1437? David exclaimed. Yes, Su Yan casually nodded, taking a bite of his poached egg, which turned out to be perfectly runny and delicious. Oh my God, David gasped, clutching his head in disbelief. That watch is worth 130,000. Yen, you really splurged. WTF? McGrady, who had been relatively composed, now dropped his jaw in shock. That I knew Patek Philippe was a premier brand, but I thought it would be around 350,000. I didn't expect 130,000. That's enough to buy a fully equipped Mercedes G-Class. Larry Hughes, overhearing the conversation, chimed in. What Mercedes G-Class? My car is a Mercedes G-Class. What's going on? Look, McGrady pointed at Su Yan's watch. That watch is worth 130,000. It could buy a Mercedes G-Class. Holy moly. Larry Hughes' mouth gaped wide enough to fit a light bulb as he stammered. This watch costs how much? The crux of the matter is, my Mercedes G-Class is just over 100,000, and for 130,000, one can already acquire the luxury version of the G-Class. TSK. I had suspected that Su Yan was wealthy, but never imagined him to be this affluent. David Lee reflected inwardly. It is not that a 130,000 car is extraordinarily expensive. Purchasing a car in that price range is merely a means of transportation, a necessity of life. A slightly better option is acceptable. Yet now, a watch costing tens of thousands is utterly extravagant. A luxury reserved for the elite. The McGrady, too, was filled with unbounded emotion, fully realizing that for Su Yan, playing basketball was synonymous with enjoying life. Some play with gritted teeth and sheer effort. Others play while savoring life. Comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. Well, it's not that outrageous, Su Yan chuckled, finding everyone's reaction overly dramatic. That is it really that expensive? It's merely the cost of a game. Even if I don't play, a leisurely stroll would only amount to 35 days' worth of expenses. Just 130,000. Seriously, does that even make sense? Larry Hughes was left speechless. He scrutinized every detail before purchasing his 100,000 Mercedes G-Class, while Su Yan casually acquired a 130,000 watch as if he were buying a toy watch for a child. The world of the affluent was truly beyond Larry Hughes' comprehension. Ha! McGrady laughed heartily, exclaiming, Su Yan is indeed wealthy. David Lee nodded in approval, adding, there are many wealthy individuals, but Su Yan has always been remarkably low-key. He doesn't indulge in the vices of a rich second generation. That is truly commendable. Indeed. Larry Hughes nodded fervently. Su Yan may be a rich second generation, yet he is not at all detestable, nor does he flaunt his wealth. He remains remarkably humble. For that alone, I hold great admiration for him. No. Su Yan waved his hand, expressing his distaste for the rich second generation label, crafting a justification. I'm not a rich second generation. I've merely been dabbling in funds and stock trading recently, earning a bit. Both funds and stock trading come with high risks and potential rewards. Thus, regardless of how much one earns, it could all vanish in an instant. What? The crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. That it was one thing for Su Yan to be wealthy, but to learn that this money was not inherited but rather earned himself was astonishing. In that moment, everyone felt a deep sense of respect. They gazed at Su Yan with envy and admiration, as if he were their idol, the epitome of their aspirations. Good looks, talent, wealth, and the fact that he earned it all himself. My goodness, who wouldn't he want to be as exceptional as Su Yan? Cough. Su Yan felt uncomfortable under the almost infatuated gazes of the men, wanting to flee yet unable to do so. Internally, he cried out for help. Just then, his phone rang again. Like a beacon of salvation, Su Yan immediately answered, and the players dispersed from their idolizing state. The call was from the Thunder, after parting ways with Ray Allen, Lewis, and Radmanovic. The former Supersonics were officially rebuilding. Durant in 07, Westbrook in 08, and Harden in 09, 3 rising stars in 3 years. The rebuilding was complete, giving the Thunder, who had languished at the bottom of the West for years, a chance to vie for the playoffs this year. Adding Su Yan to the mix would create an unstoppable quartet, with a playoff appearance all but guaranteed, potentially even a shot at the Western Conference Finals. The only catch, they were far too young that if they matured a few more years, they would undoubtedly be championship contenders. The Thunder were desperate to acquire Su Yin and offered a contract rivaling that of Harden. Su Yin remained non-committal, fully aware of his capabilities in the league and the astonishing potential he possessed. He had limitless options and felt no urgency. After hanging up, he had even taken a bite of his meal when another call came in. This time from the Wizards, the calls kept coming, until Su Yin finally silenced his phone, ending the barrage. Phew! Leaning back in his airplane seat, fastening his seatbelt, Su Yin exhaled deeply, shaking his head. What a headache! I feel like my head might explode. Clearly, he was going to have to sign a new contract, and thus had to field these calls. The owner of the same number, with a maximum of 27 missed calls, was confirmed to be the Rockets manager, Daryl Morey. He believed that with Yao Ming's influence, he had a natural advantage in recruiting Su Yin, or even a near certainty. In reality, Su Yin despised that despicable bastard for his derogatory remarks toward China and had no respect for him at all. Almost immediately after confirming his identity, Su Yin hung up, leaving the latter utterly bewildered. The Rockets were fine. Yao Ming was fine. But as long as Morey was involved, there was no way Su Yin would join them, unless Morey left the Rockets. McGrady chuckled. Su Yin, you're just too popular. I suggest you find an agent. They can handle these trivial matters for you. That makes sense. Su Yin clapped his hands, nearly forgetting that detail. David Lee chimed in. How about I pass along my agent's business card to you? Did he expect Su Yin to seek him out? McGrady scoffed, dismissing the idea. Su Yin, once we land, I'll contact my agent, Antetokounmpo. I think he would be more than willing to represent you. Mine. David Lee raised his hand apologetically. I instinctively inserted myself into the role, thinking the agent should seek you out. In reality, a player as exceptional as Su Yin should indeed have agents approaching him. No worries. Su Yin waved his hand, unconcerned, laughing. Feel free to pass me your card when you have a moment. Thank you. No problem at all. That's an easy task. Su Yin. The group chatted while perusing the news, both to pass the time and to stay updated on recent happenings in the league. Su Yin closed his eyes to rest, but found himself unable to sleep, feeling unwell. He felt as though a fire was blazing in his chest, leaving him slightly overheated. Why? Had he eaten something that disagreed with him? Or was it the incessant barrage of calls that was bothering him? Or something else? Su Yin was unsure. Yet the managers and coaches for various teams eager to sign him were relentless, making it impossible to shake them off. A relentless swarm that if he were to handle these matters on his own, he might truly become overwhelmed with anxiety. Therefore, finding an agent had become an urgent priority. After disembarking the plane, Su Yin discovered he had received a dozen more missed calls, one person having called 8 times. Just as he was looking at the screen, that person called again. Which team had yet to reach out? Su Yin pondered as he answered the phone. Su Yin, you finally picked up? The voice belonged to Steven. Su Yin was somewhat taken aback. Yes, Curry replied with an air of self-importance. Su Yin, I have good news. We're about to become teammates. Is that true? Of course. Coach D'Antoni has already confirmed it with me. Didn't he inform you? Not yet, Su Yin replied honestly. This development was unexpected for him, as he wondered why the Warriors would trade Curry away. Wasn't that akin to digging their own grave? How foolish. Perhaps some details of the trade had yet to be finalized. Curry speculated nonchalantly. Regardless, we'll soon be teammates, and I'm looking forward to playing alongside you. Also, my agent, Jeff Augustine, requested your contact information, which I provided without your consent. Though I believe you could benefit from having an agent, and my agent is indeed quite commendable, I still feel it necessary to mention it to you. I see, Su Yin smiled. It's no trouble at all. Thank you for your consideration, and no need to mention it. Curry replied cheerfully, I merely recommended him to you. Ultimately, whether he is suitable depends on your decision. For now, let us look forward to battling side by side in New York. Yin. After hanging up with Curry, Su Yin inquired of McGrady whether he had time to accompany him to the gym, as he wished to test his bench press strength. McGrady replied, somewhat puzzled, did we not just test that during the recent physical assessment? I recall it being 120 kilograms, which is quite impressive that McGrady himself also bench pressed 120 kilograms, which made the memory even more vivid. That's so. Su Yin shrugged. I've been training a bit lately and feel my strength has improved. I would like to test it again. All right, McGrady nodded. That's no problem. I happen to have some free time now, so I'll accompany you. Where to? To the gym. David Lee chimed in from behind, as if he had ears everywhere, having overheard from several meters away. Larry Hughes also jogged up to join them. Though he had not heard the conversation, he felt a certain inexplicable enjoyment in being around Su-Yin. Thus, the four of them headed to the gym together. David Lee and the others, needing to relieve themselves, went to the restroom first as Su-Yin arrived at the gym alone, and as he pushed open the door, he was greeted by a middle-aged man approaching him. Su-Yin did not recognize him. What stood out, however, was that he was holding a bouquet of flowers. What on earth, my friend? Oh no, uncle, what is the meaning of this? Su-Yin thought to himself, feeling overwhelmed. His previously light steps turning suddenly heavy to it was indeed difficult not to feel burdened. He harbored a glimmer of hope that the flowers were not intended for him, but rather for the cleaning lady behind him. Yet what was meant to happen would happen. When the two met, the middle-aged man smiled and handed the flowers to Su-Yin, saying, "A bouquet to greet you. This must be the unique romantic gesture that Eastern men extend to women. You know it's a gesture from man to a woman, so what does it mean for you to give it to me?" Su-Yin internally scoffed at the absurdity, questioning the appropriateness of the man's age. The middle-aged man, ignoring his thoughts, continued cheerfully, "But who says that romance cannot be embraced by men? It is a pleasure to meet you, Su-Yin." "All right, I see how it is," Su-Yin thought, feeling desperate for an escape. He begrudgingly accepted the flowers, adhering to basic etiquette. Surprisingly, the feeling of receiving flowers was rather pleasant. At least he did not find the middle-aged man objectionable. In fact, his first impression was quite favorable. The allure of a bouquet is difficult for anyone to resist, including men that don't believe it. Try having your girlfriend present you with one. The middle-aged man extended his hand again, smiling. "I am Jeff Augustine, Stephen Curry's agent. That it is a pleasure to meet you. Su-Yin. Yin shook his hand politely to S.O. It was him. He had just heard Curry mention him on the phone, and Su-Yin was somewhat familiar with Curry's agent, though he did not know what he looked like. Augustine continued, "I hope to become your agent. May we discuss this further?" Su-Yin furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat awkward. "Could you wait a moment? I need to take care of something first." "Of course," Augustine nodded. "I would be more than happy to wait for you." "All right," Su-Yin replied, and then proceeded to the nearby gym. Upon arriving at the gym, just before entering, a cleaning lady approached him with a stern expression, saying, "Su-Yin, you'd better avoid dealing with that man." "Yes, a bit off. What do you mean?" Su-Yin inquired, puzzled. "It's just a bouquet, even if it's a guy giving it to another guy. It might be a bit awkward, but shouldn't he be a cause for concern?" Yet he found himself intrigued. The cleaning lady continued angrily, "That man arrived at 6 a.m. this morning, holding flowers, and just kept looking at me. I thought he was my admirer, wanted to give me flowers, but in the end, he gave them to you. Doesn't that seem a bit odd? Is he blaming me for not approaching him first, and then sulking by giving the flowers to you? What a joke. Although I'm single and find him somewhat attractive, I still can't let a woman take the initiative, right? Wait, this is a lot to process. I'm a bit confused. The flowers being given to me shouldn't be a problem. But your assumptions seem a bit far-fetched." From the cleaning lady's words, Su-Yin also gathered that Augustine had been waiting for him for nearly 8 hours. Such sincerity was indeed commendable. Inside the gym, as David Lee and the others entered, McGrady immediately asked, "Yin, tell me honestly, did that cleaning lady give you those flowers at the entrance?" "No," Su-Yin denied, speaking the truth. "Nonsense," David Lee declared, not believing a word. "We all saw you two talking at the door. She must have given them to you." "Tifiske," Larry Hughes remarked enviously. "Su-Yin's looks are so high that they appeal to both young and old." "Really, it wasn't her." Su-Yin shook his head, placing the flowers on a nearby chair. "These flowers were given to me by Stephen Curry's agent." As soon as he finished speaking, Su-Yin regretted it, knowing that such a statement would only make it harder for them to believe. "Ha!" McGrady laughed heartily, completely unconvinced but still teasing. "That means he appeals to all ages. Ha ha! Exactly. They all burst into laughter. Su-Yin shook his head, unwilling to elaborate further, and deftly changed the subject. "Now, let us get to the point and test the bench press. Under the influence of the steel muscles, LV1. How much could his strength have improved?" Su-Yin felt a sense of anticipation. McGrady, David Lee, and Larry Hughes were merely there to accompany Su Yan. Just a few days, they did not think Su Yan's strength could have increased significantly. That simply wasn't realistic. Yin, how much do you plan to try first? McGrady asked. Su Yan pondered. How about starting with 150 kilograms? 150 kilograms. The others were taken aback. Just a short while ago, during a physical assessment, Su Yan's bench press had only reached 120 kilograms, which was commendable, but increasing by 30 kilograms in just a few days seemed implausible. That is too much, McGrady exclaimed. Jumping 30 kilograms is quite difficult. Why not try 125 kilograms instead? Theoretically, even 125 kilograms would be quite a challenge. No, let us try 150, Su Yan insisted. The three had no choice but to agree. After adjusting the weights, Su Yan prepared to attempt it. Gripping the barbell tightly, he tensed his arms, exerting all his strength before pushing upward with a sudden burst. Lift! He completed a single bench press of 150 kilograms with apparent ease. McGrady and the other's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? Su Yan not only lifted it, but appeared entirely relaxed, as if he had exerted no effort at all. WTF? David Lee exclaimed. That looked too easy. Is this for real? Holy SHT. Larry Hughes also stood agape, his eyes filled with intense confusion, wondering if there had been a mistake with the weight. McGrady wasted no time checking the weights he had added. There were no discrepancies. He could not comprehend it. The only conclusion was, Yin, did you perhaps conserve your strength during the last physical assessment? That should be the case, Su Yan vaguely affirmed, as long as they believed him. That was sufficient that he inwardly marveled at the remarkable boost in strength provided by the steel muscles LV1. He continued, it felt quite manageable at 150 kilograms. Shall we try 170 kilograms next? Next came 170 kilograms. Building upon the foundation of 150 kilograms, an additional 20 kilograms was added, elevating the difficulty to a whole new level. Su Yan continued to push with all his might. This time, it was not as effortless as before. Yet he succeeded, completing 6 consecutive repetitions before concluding. The three onlookers were once again left in astonishment. What incredible strength, Tracy McGrady remarked. As a small forward, I once managed a bench press of 120 kilograms, which was already commendable. After all, I identify as a shooting guard, yet I possess the height of a small forward, being a swingman. Lifting 150 kilograms surpasses the majority of small forwards, and 170 kilograms is even more astonishing. It is worth noting that Dwight Howard, the beast of the Magic, the top center in the Eastern Conference, benches only 160 kilograms. Although Howard's prowess does not rely solely on strength, 160 kilograms is still remarkably impressive. Su Yan, as a small forward, exhibiting greater strength than the beast is truly remarkable. Dang. David Lee couldn't help but click his tongue. Yin, that's not merely a lack of effort. You barely exerted yourself last time. Su Yan chuckled. He hadn't anticipated that the enhancement from the Steel Bones LV1 would be so astonishing. One of the upgrade costs $10 million. It's truly worth it. Yin, are you going to add more weight? Larry Hughes inquired next. Su Yan pondered for a moment before responding. Let us add another 10 kilograms and see. That should be close to my limit. 180 kilograms. Su Yan attempted further, taking a deep breath, tensing his entire body, and pushing upward with all his strength. It was strenuous. Yet he succeeded. Su Yan gritted his teeth and managed 5 repetitions. He could likely have pushed a few more, but he chose not to continue. That was sufficient. 180 kilograms was indeed Su Yan's current bench press limit. McGrady raised both thumbs in admiration, exclaiming, if I remember correctly, LeBron, also a small forward, benches 190 kilograms. Yin, you're at 180 kilograms. That is phenomenal. Ha ha, indeed. David Lee laughed heartily, nodding. With such incredible strength paired with precise shooting, Yin is truly becoming a top-tier 3D player. Not so exaggerated. Su Yan waved his hand, chuckling, defense isn't merely about brute strength. Then he shifted the topic. By the way, tonight, I'll treat you all to dinner. The three might have had nothing pressing to do, but even if they were free, it seemed unnecessary to waste time accompanying Su Yan for bench pressing. Thus, a dinner invitation was quite appropriate. I'm in, McGrady replied without hesitation. David Lee agreed with a smile. If Yin is treating, then we 1T stand on ceremony. Larry Hughes had no objections either. Su Yin raised his arm, glancing at the time on his Patek Philippe watch, and said, "It's 4 p.m. There is still time that I was planning to chat with Stephen Curry's agent. You all can entertain yourselves for an hour. We'll meet for dinner at 5. If I finish quickly, I'll join you." "Sounds good," Larry Hughes affirmed. McGrady nodded, looking at David Lee and Larry Hughes. "Let us head to the dance studio across the way. The cheerleaders are training. Well, we can't date them. It shouldn't hurt to have a look." "Good." David Lee gave a thumbs up. Su Yin waved. "You guys go ahead. I'll catch up with you shortly. I do like to enjoy the view as well." "All right. They practice late every day. We'll wait for you, Yin." As Su Yin exited the gym, thoughts of the lovely, well-figured dancers stirred something within him. A wave of inexplicable heat surged through him. What was happening? Su Yin murmured, perplexed, unable to comprehend it. He shook his head and grabbed a cup of water to calm his mind. Soon after, he found Jeff Augustine. "Thank you for your patience, Mr. Augustine." Su Yin spoke with a hint of apology. Although Jeff Augustine hadn't mentioned it, Su Yin knew he had waited for a full 10 hours. This was sincerity beyond question. "It's no trouble," Augustine replied nonchalantly, smiling. "Shall we discuss it here, or would you prefer a coffee shop outside? Perhaps dinner together later?" "No, thank you." Su Yin gestured toward a nearby lounge. "Let us go over there." "All right." Inside the lounge, Augustine got straight to the point, sincerely stating, "Su Yin, I currently represent players such as Luol Deng, the 7th overall pick of 2004, LaMarcus Aldridge, the 2nd overall pick of 2006, Kevin Love, the 5th overall pick of 2008. And this year's 1st overall pick, the White Beast Blake Griffin, along with the 7th overall pick, Stephen Curry. They may not be superstars, but they are all talented players with some recognition. While I may not be as renowned as agents like Rich Paul, I have made a name for myself in this industry. They trust me, which is why they chose me, and I am confident in my ability to maximize your commercial interests." Augustine's self-recommendation was earnest and sincere. Su Yin, having some understanding of him, had given this consideration previously. Besides the players mentioned, Augustine also had high-profile talents like Kemba Walker, Dennis C. Charter, and Giannis Antetokounmpo in the pipeline. Griffin, Love, Aldridge, and Walker were all poised to be NBA-level players in the future. For an all-star player, it's vital to possess both skill and a certain level of popularity. In terms of popularity, Augustine likely played a significant role. Curry and Antetokounmpo are MVP-level players, and both exemplify inspirational stories. Curry faced skepticism in the early years of his career, resulting in a meager contract after his rookie deal. Antetokounmpo, too, struggled early on, often relegated to the sidelines. Such players achieving immense future success is undoubtedly attributed to their personal efforts. But Augustine's contributions are significant, as players without initial strength or popularity rely heavily on their agents for resources. Augustine was pivotal in guiding Curry to sign a modest contract for development, steering him away from Nike and Adidas to sign with the then less prominent Under Armour. These prudent decisions were certainly influenced by Augustine. The same reasoning applies to Antetokounmpo. This illustrates that Augustine possesses a keen commercial acumen and has a particular affinity for international players. His sincere dedication, waiting 10 hours without a hint of fatigue, is truly moving. Su Yin could not help but believe that collaborating with such an agent would simplify many future matters and lead to substantial gains. Moreover, Su Yin was in urgent need of an agent at this moment. Sometimes, timing is as crucial as opportunity. Just like pursuing a goddess who seems unattainable, if you appear during her moments of despair, offering comfort and support, you might just win her heart. Su Yin remained silent. Jeff Augustine, misinterpreting his silence as dissatisfaction, appeared somewhat disappointed and reluctant. He bit his lip, ready to say something to advocate for himself. But at that moment, Su Yin slowly rose, extended his hand, and smiled. "Hello, Mr. Augustine. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration." Augustine was momentarily taken aback. Then an overwhelming joy surged within him. He grasped Su Yin's outstretched hand tightly, exclaiming excitedly, "Looking forward to it. My boss." From the conversation to the confirmation of the broker's partnership, it took less than half an hour. When Su Yin's judgment on a matter becomes sufficiently precise, there is no need to squander additional time. The partnership was established swiftly. Su Yin promptly informed about his recent contract renewal issues and relayed several lucrative contracts to Augustine. He carried paper and pen with him, swiftly jotting down the details. Without pausing, he announced online that Augustine had become his agent and leveraged his connections to disseminate the news. The agent circle is quite small. All NBA teams are well aware that matters related to players typically begin with their agents. I estimate that within a few hours, the management of various teams would secretly know that Augustine was Su Yan's agent. After conveying the pressing matters at hand, Su Yan took a step back, fulfilling his initial purpose of seeking an agent. Noticing that there was still time, he exited the lounge and entered the dance studio across the hall. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by the pulsating rhythm of music. Taking a few steps forward and glancing to the left, he saw an entire wall adorned with mirrors, where the cheerleaders were dancing in sync with the music. From Su Yan's perspective, he could only see the back of the cheerleaders. Their faces could only be glimpsed through the reflections in the mirrors. David Lee, Tracy McGrady, and Larry Hughes were seated by the wall, admiring the cheerleaders' captivating beauty and alluring dance moves. Ah, Su Yan, you arrived rather quickly. McGrady greeted him with a smile. Over here, over here. Larry Hughes gestured to the spot beside him, which was an excellent vantage point near the cheerleaders. How's it going? David Lee inquired. Su Yan settled down in the space indicated by Hughes and replied, It's all set. Jeff Augustine will be my agent from now on. He is also Stephen Curry's agent. That's great. David Lee chuckled. I've heard of him. He particularly favors international players and possesses commendable professional skills. I'm sure he will dedicate himself to you. I hope so. Su Yan responded with a smile. Enough of that. Larry Hughes interrupted, signaling Su Yan to watch the cheerleaders practice, noting that this was their final run before they would take a break. Ah, so soon, David Lee exclaimed, quickly turning his gaze to the cheerleaders. The three of them watched intently. Though Su Yan typically would not have shown much interest, today was remarkably special, with over a dozen strikingly beautiful cheerleaders. Even in their loose, simple, short-sleeved shirts and shorts, their splendid figures were undeniable. The sight of those long, graceful legs captivated David Lee and his companions, particularly the leading cheerleader, aged 22, standing at 1.68 meters, with pristine skin and an exceptionally attractive physique. Was the face of the Knicks cheerleading squad. In terms of overall beauty, she would score at least 95, even without any elaborate makeup. Yes, Su Yan admired the scene. An inexplicable fire ignited within him, intensifying his restlessness. Was this the kind of fire? It shouldn't be. Surely, merely watching a cheerleading practice wouldn't evoke such feelings? Su Yan was perplexed, yet the sensations were undeniably strong. After 5 minutes, the cheerleaders concluded their final practice session. After hours of dancing, they were glistening with sweat. The lighter-colored clothing of some cheerleaders revealed their dampened attire, and the perspiration clung to their hair at the temples, adding to their allure. This was an undeniable display of temptation. David Lee felt a surge of restlessness. Hey, McGrady shot him a disapproving glance. You're acting strangely. After all, you have a girlfriend. So what? David Lee shrugged. Unconcerned, I'm even married. Larry Hughes chuckled, asserting, I'm merely appreciating the view. There's nothing wrong with that. The cheerleaders took a break on the other side, and they all immediately noticed Su Yan, their gazes fixated on him, some even blushing in admiration. Wow, it's Su Yan. He actually came to watch us practice. Could he be interested in one of us? He looking at me. I must have captivated him with my beauty. If I invite him, he'll surely agree to a date. You read delusional. How could my Yanya be interested in someone like you? Ed prefer me. He just incredibly handsome. I'm going to confess my feelings to him right now. The cheerleaders gazed at Su Yan with starry eyes, a treatment that McGrady and his companions had never received before. Nonetheless, due to the unspoken rule that cheerleaders and NBA players should not date, they merely indulged in their fantasies without taking action. Let us go grab a bite, Su Yan called out. With the practice concluded, lingering there felt somewhat inappropriate. He sensed that remaining any longer could lead to unforeseen complications. Sure, the others agreed as they left the dance studio. However, just as they stepped outside, McGrady patted his stomach and glanced at the time. It's still early, and I'm not really hungry yet. How about we shoot some hoops first? I'm fine with that, David Lee shrugged. Then let us do it, Su Yan smiled. After disembarking from the plane earlier, they all returned home, and aside from some staff, The gym was mostly empty. Thus, the four of them organized a 2-on-2 match. Su Yin seized the opportunity to experience the strength of his newly enhanced physique in a practical setting, finding that Larry Hughes was no match for him. And neither could McGrady withstand his prowess. Only David Lee could hold his ground. But as soon as Su Yin accelerated during their confrontations, David Lee found it impossible to keep up. It must be said that with increased strength, not only does defense improve, but offensive capabilities also become more destructive, of course. This enhancement in explosive power is also linked to his newfound strength. Boom! Su Yin barreled through McGrady, charging towards the basket, seizing the ball and executing a powerful dunk right over David Lee's head. This moment embodied the essence of violent aesthetics. Just then, a cheerleader passing by the court witnessed Su Yin's spectacular dunk. So cool! Su Yin is simply amazing! They cheered and applauded him. Damn, I'm so envious, McGrady exclaimed. David Lee shook his head. Had I known, I would have gone all out to block Su Yin. Those cheers should have been mine. That was incredible. Su Yin shouted in excitement. It wasn't the cheers of the cheerleaders that thrilled him. It was the astonishing enhancement of his strength and talent. That moment, the 95-point beauty from the cheerleading squad approached the court. Coming directly before Su Yin, she extended a bottle of water towards him and said with a playful gesture, "Here, this is for you." A woman's insight into details is remarkably precise. Earlier, Su Yin's gaze had been fixed on this cheerleader's striking presence in the dance studio. While others might have been oblivious, the object of his attention was acutely aware that Su Yin was watching her. She believed that his presence was intentional, a sign of his affection towards her. Furthermore, she had long been aware of Su Yin's exceptional attractiveness, towering stature, impressive skills on the court, and his ever-growing popularity. His charm was boundless, fulfilling nearly every fantasy she held about men, if there were to be any minor reservations. It would be that Su Yin appeared somewhat less muscular. However, after witnessing his awe-inspiring slam dunk, any lingering doubts were completely dispelled. She found herself utterly enamored with Su Yin, embracing her feelings openly. She felt unconcerned about the unspoken rules between NBA players and cheerleaders. Besides, she thought, since Su Yin had taken the initiative to approach her and display interest, she should reciprocate. Thus, she stepped forward to offer him a bottle of water, an act she deemed perfectly natural. Su Yin paused for a moment, then accepted the water with a warm smile, saying, "Thank you." His gesture was casual, merely a polite smile, yet it conveyed a feeling of warmth akin to jade. The impact was overwhelming. The cheerleader's heart soared with joy. She fancied that Su Yin must like her too, but was simply unable to express it in public. She understood, she truly did. A faint blush crept on her cheeks as she nodded gently and quickly returned to her team. A group of cheerleaders surrounded her, chatting and laughing as they departed. "Damn," McGrady exclaimed, filled with envy. This cheerleader was undoubtedly the most beautiful among them, with a figure that was equally stunning, and she had the audacity to approach Su Yin first. "Su Yin, your charm is simply too great," Larry Hughes chimed in, laced with admiration. David Lee smirked, feeling a twinge of jealousy. "As a mere background player, Su Yin, just for that bottle of water, you must treat me to a lavish dinner tonight." "Haha," Su Yin chuckled and nodded. "That's an easy agreement." At 5:30, after a grueling day, the group took a refreshing shower. Su Yin then treated the three of them to a sumptuous seafood feast at Union Square, featuring king crab, small lobsters, caviar, sea cucumbers, sea urchins, salmon, and more. To express his gratitude for their companionship throughout the afternoon, he generously invited them to indulge in a delightful meal. The total cost was a mere $40,000. A perfect way to utilize the remaining funds. Considering the steps taken today, along with those from earlier basketball drills, he had accumulated roughly $20,000, resulting in a modest profit of $60,000. Sated in content, the time had slipped past 9 o'clock, prompting everyone to head home. As Su Yin prepared to leave, he suddenly realized that he had left his bag in the locker room. He hailed a cab back to the gym to retrieve it, as fate would have it. On his way to the locker room, he encountered the cheerleader once more. "Why are you still here?" Su Yin inquired, puzzled. He understood the fierce competition within the cheerleading squad, yet he didn't expect them to train so late. "I left something in the locker room," she explained, equally surprised to see him there. "What about you? I noticed you weren't on the court anymore. Did you come specifically to find me?" She mused. "Isn't it just a coincidence?" Su Yin smiled. "I also forgot something and came back for it. It seems this is a fated encounter." Her laughter rang out. "I'm Rebecca Raphael. It's a pleasure to meet you." Su Yin, "Likewise," he replied courteously. They exchanged a few words before each returned to their respective locker rooms. As he stood close to Rebecca, inhaling the subtle fragrance of her youth, Su Yan's heart raced unexpectedly. This felt entirely inappropriate. He had no intention of meeting Rebecca again. He feared losing control and allowing something inappropriate to transpire. That would be disastrous, especially if he were to initiate himself. Upon entering the locker room, Su Yin grabbed his bag and prepared to leave, but noticed a bouquet of flowers sent by Augustine on a chair. Admiring their beauty and the thoughtfulness behind them, he decided to take them along. Thinking it would be a waste to leave them in the players' locker room, he paused outside, waiting a moment, and seeing that the cheerleaders' locker room was empty. He felt at ease to step out and quickened his pace. However, as he traversed the corridor and turned to exit, he unexpectedly bumped into Rebecca again, or perhaps she had been waiting for him all along. "Are those flowers for me?" she exclaimed, her surprise evident as she noticed the bouquet in his hands. Clearly, he hadn't held them before. They must have been prepared specifically for her. In her mind, Rebecca conjured a scenario where he hadn't merely come to retrieve his bag, but had orchestrated this serendipitous meeting to present her with flowers and declare his feelings. Men are all the same, so cryptic in their affections, she thought, yet her heart brimmed with delight and anticipation. Su Yin was taken aback, then extended the flowers toward her, saying, "Yes, these are for you. Thank you for the water earlier." Given her question, he couldn't very well deny it. After all, he had consumed her water, and presenting her with flowers in return seemed a fitting gesture. Yet, Rebecca's interpretation was far from his intent. She believed he was about to confess his love, her heart racing with excitement. In reality. Su Yin simply said, "Well then, please be safe on your way home. Goodbye," and turned to leave. "How could you not confess after all this? What are you waiting for? I know that players from Dragon Country are reserved. But having received your flowers, I understand your feelings. Now, it's my turn to take the initiative." "Wait," Rebecca called out, halting Su Yin. "What is it?" he asked, curiosity piqued. "Could you come with me for a moment? I need your help with something," she requested. Unable to refuse, Su Yin followed her as they walked into a room. Upon closer inspection, he realized with astonishment that it was the cheerleaders' locker room. "Wait, isn't this?" Su Yin questioned, puzzled. Rebecca, anticipating his confusion, chuckled. "We just took the back door." "Ah, I see," Su Yin replied, then inquired, "So what do you need help with?" "I can't linger here for too long, that I want you to hug me," Rebecca declared, wrapping her arms around Su Yin with unexpected boldness. It was sudden, and her approach was direct. Dressed in her cheerleading uniform, complete with a pleated skirt and a cropped top, her high ponytail and stunning appearance, combined with her alluring figure, left Su Yin nearly overwhelmed. In that moment, he struggled to maintain his composure, but ultimately pushed her away gently, stating, "Rebecca, there are unspoken rules between players and cheerleaders. You must be aware of this. Also, this is the women's locker room. Su Yin, I like you that I know you love me too. Even if you're too shy to admit, my feelings for you are genuine." At midnight, Su Yin emerged from the gymnasium. Omitted. Shortly thereafter, Rebecca departed. The following day, at 9 a.m., Su Yin arrived at the gym for his daily training session. Rebecca, accompanied by her friends, passed by the court on their way to the dance studio, exchanging a brief yet meaningful glance with Su Yin. Punctuated by subtle nods of acknowledgement, deeply infatuated with him, Rebecca was acutely aware of the potential harm that could arise from prematurely revealing their relationship. She knew precisely how to navigate the situation. As for Su Yin, he was not entangled in matters of the heart, at least not at that moment. However, after this encounter, his perception of Rebecca would undoubtedly differ from that of the other cheerleaders. Su Yin trained alongside his teammates as the Knicks prepared to host the Charlotte Bobcats that evening. The team boasted the formidable war saint, Steven Jackson, known for his explosive playing style and infamous for his involvement in the Malice at the Palace incident, which had rendered violence synonymous with his name. Additionally, they had the King, Gerald Wallace, whose aggressive approach to offense and formidable defensive prowess made him a contender for the Defensive Player of the Year award this season. Together, these two players solidified the team's playoff position while ambitiously striving for a better ranking. Upon becoming Su Yan's agent, Augustine's first significant task was to negotiate a new contract extension. There were two core considerations. First, selecting the right team. Second, determining the salary. Su Yan offered some recommendations, prioritizing major cities where he could be the focal point and emphasizing that if the Rockets wished to sign him, they must first part ways with the overweight player. Go. Augustine, perplexed, complied nonetheless. Go, utterly bewildered, relayed the feedback to his superiors, prompting the owner to ponder the rationale behind such reasoning. Ultimately, it was unanimously concluded that Su Yan harbored a disdain for overweight individuals. And Go fit that description perfectly. Even if Go were to be released, Su Yan's likelihood of choosing the Rockets remained slim, leaving the organization hesitant to take such a risk. Despite their fervent desire to see Yao Ming and Su Yan join forces, creating an exceptional inside-outside duo, the situation proved tenuous. In light of this, Augustine swiftly narrowed his focus to three teams: the Clippers, the Knicks, and the Bulls. The Clippers offered three solid centers to safeguard Su Yan, granting him unfettered shooting opportunities from the perimeter. Moreover, the allure of Los Angeles and a 4-year, $20 million contract was undeniably appealing. The Knicks, located in a major city, presented the possibility of staying with one team, ensuring a favorable impression, with the prospect of becoming the team's star player in due time. Conversely, the Bulls, overshadowed by the aura of the basketball deity, lacked comparable popularity. Although the contract had yet to materialize, General Manager Donnie Walsh assured that a satisfactory offer would be forthcoming. Should Su Yan join the Bulls, he could form a Twin Stars partnership with last year's #1 draft pick, Derrick Rose, presenting limitless potential. Not only would they be formidable, but they could also contend for the championship. The 3-year, $20 million deal offered an attractive value compared to the 4-year, $24 million contract of #1 pick Blake Griffin. With a shorter contract and higher salary, this arrangement could facilitate Su Yan's acquisition of a significant contract sooner in his career, a feat that no other undrafted player had achieved. Augustine sifted through the information. He marveled at Su Yan's remarkable competitiveness. The afternoon progressed, and amidst the Knicks' fervent preparations, a piece of news disseminated earlier in the morning began to create waves throughout the league. The report revealed that whispers suggested the Knicks intended to offer Su Yan a meager 4-year, $8 million contract. Su Yan, rejecting this offer, was said to be on the verge of severing ties with the Knicks. Ultimately, Su Yan was rumored to be heading to the Spurs for a 4-year, $20 million deal, with an official announcement expected the following day, prompting other teams to abandon their pursuit. In recent days, the entire league was in a frenzy over Su Yan's potential destination, generating significant buzz. Observers noted that many teams' offers had been rebuffed by Augustine, leaving the outcome shrouded in uncertainty. In an instant, the majority believed this news to be true. Some expressed outrage at the Knicks for undervaluing such a talented player, while others speculated that the Spurs' GDP trio would become even more formidable with the addition of the elite shooter Su Yan, effectively locking in a championship. Yet, some questioned why Su Yan, a product of a small ball era, would choose to become a fourth option on a championship-caliber team, suggesting that even if he were to win a title, it would be inconsequential. Many doubted Su Yan's leadership qualities, leading to a cacophony of opinions. Regardless, the fervor surrounding the news persisted, with most believing in its authenticity. In reality, however, this was a fabricated story orchestrated by the Spurs management. Following Augustine's rejection of their offer, Coach Popovich devised this cunning scheme, predicting that Su Yan would likely remain with the Knicks as their core player, provided the Knicks presented a satisfactory offer. His intent was to sow discord between Su Yan and the Knicks. Absurd, it was sheer nonsense. Upon learning of the news and the resulting public outcry, General Manager Donnie Walsh was incensed, suspecting Popovich's involvement in this deceitful plot. Walsh was furious, and Coach D'Antoni's expression mirrored his displeasure as he gravely stated, "Regardless of who is responsible, the problem has arisen. Thus, addressing it is paramount." After a thorough discussion, Walsh and D'Antoni wasted no time in heading to the court to find Su Yan. They pulled him aside, and Walsh spoke solemnly. "Yan, have you heard the rumors about us offering you a lowball contract? Yes, Su Yin admitted without denial he had been training diligently, but Augustine's concern prompted him to reach out for confirmation. Su Yin informed Augustine that no one had spoken to him directly about the matter. Taking a deep breath, Walsh continued, "That is a false report concocted by the Spurs to create discord. Yin, I intended to wait for other teams to make their offers before presenting you with a contract that would surpass all others. Now, with petty individuals attempting to meddle, I must act promptly. I solemnly assure you that after tonight's game, I will present you with a satisfactory contract. So please, focus on the game and rest assured that the rest will be taken care of." "Understood," Su Yin replied. He had heard whispers of Curry's impending arrival. Clearly hoping to form a dynamic duo and usher in a new era for the Knicks, he was confident that the Knicks would not deceive him. His focus was solely on performing well in the game. No, rather, on maximizing his earnings. With his steel bones LV1 and off-ball movement LV2 skills, he eagerly anticipated the practical effects during the match. Well, all right then, he was keen to see what kind of statistics he could achieve and how much wealth he could amass. The game was set to commence at 9 p.m. at 8:40 p.m. King Gerald Wallace participated in a press interview, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, "My violent drives will be unstoppable by any Knicks player. With my fierce defense, we will leave the Knicks in disarray. Su Yin, a mere shooter, cannot escape my defensive grasp. He may shoot three-pointers, but if he relies solely on that as his means of survival in the league, it would be a sign of weakness. I've heard Su Yin has been making waves lately. Tonight, I will teach him a lesson." His final chilling laugh sent shivers down the spine. Many fans could already envision the kind of brutal onslaught that War Saint Stephen Jackson would unleash upon Su Yin. "I am filled with trepidation." Had it been the former Su Yin, he might have felt a chill upon hearing such words, especially considering he was one of the brawlers from the Palace of Auburn Hills. Stephen Jackson epitomizes violence. Yet now, with his body fortified like steel, Su Yin remains unfazed, even eager to engage. If he can overpower him, it would signify a true enhancement of his own strength. Do not let that young man intimidate you. Tracy McGrady approached Su Yin with a snort. "Should anyone dare to play recklessly or exceed the bounds of basketball, I shall be the first to hold him accountable. So shall." David Lee's countenance darkened. Such brutish players must be dealt with harshly, lest they continue to bully him. Indeed, Wilson Chandler nodded emphatically, flexing his biceps. Only by being tougher than him will he yield. "Yin, seek an opportunity to shoot a three-pointer. I will shield you from that fellow." Everyone rallied to protect Su Yin. Although merely 3 games into the season, it was clear, without needing to articulate it, that Su Yin had subtly become the linchpin of the team, the unspoken core. A warmth blossomed within Su Yin. Playing under such a splendid atmosphere in the locker room was truly a delight. And no wonder Curry was so eager to join the Knicks. "Hessu," Yin merely shrugged, nonchalantly declaring, "What a joke. I can bench press 180 kilograms. Why would I fear him?" "Oh, right." David Lee McGrady and Larry Hughes smacked their foreheads, almost forgetting this crucial detail. "What the hell?" Wilson Chandler and the other players looked utterly perplexed. Soon thereafter, boom. Amidst the fervent atmosphere of the arena, warm-ups concluded and the starting lineups took to the court, with the main event on the horizon. New York Knicks starting lineup. Point guard, Chris Duhon. Shooting guard, McGrady, small forward. Su Yin, power forward. Al Harrington, center, David Lee. Charlotte Bobcats, starting lineup. Point guard, Raymond Felton, shooting guard. Stephen Jackson, small forward. Gerald Wallace, power forward. Boris Diaw, center. Nazem Muhammad, jump ball. David Lee and Muhammad contended for possession. Muhammad seized the moment, tipping the ball away as Gerald collected the rebound and passed it to point guard Felton for the advance that could tee the top of the arc. He handed the ball off to Stephen Jackson, who, facing McGrady, shot him a sidelong glance, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Tracy, the White Knight, I must admit, you once had something, but now you are merely a decorative vase. Your presence serves only to generate some buzz for the Knicks, utterly ineffective otherwise." "Oh." McGrady lazily raised an eyebrow. He had heard such remarks countless times before and paid them no heed. He replied coolly, "Am I a vase? And so what? My annual salary is $23 million, the highest in the league. What about you? Surely you are not worth less than a mere vase. You..." Steven Jackson was momentarily a loss for words. A maestro of trash talk, he would later earn accolades as the best trash talker in the Big Three League, although the significance of that honor eluded him. It did, however, affirm his fondness for verbal sparring, a skill in its own right. Unfortunately, he had overstepped with a veteran. Humph! The chastened Steven Jackson snorted coldly, charging forward. His approach lacked any flashy maneuvers, relying solely on sheer brute force. Had it been peak McGrady, he could have matched him blow for blow, retreating while defending, leveraging his innate talent to deliver a crushing defensive blow. But now, age and injuries had taken their toll. When faced with Steven Jackson's onslaught, he could not stand firm. He was shoved aside as Steven Jackson barreled toward the basket, with Gerald and Muhammad securing his position. Boom! A thunderous display. Following his violent charge, Steven Jackson executed a commanding dunk, heralding his team's opening triumph. "Did you see that, Tracy? You can't stop me," Steven Jackson taunted, lifting his chin defiantly toward McGrady. "Oh what?" McGrady responded dismissively. "Your earnings barely surpass that of a vase. Do you play merely to entertain the crowd? What, pray tell, is so commendable about your meager earnings?" Steven Jackson was vexed, yet he could not deny the truth. His salary was less than $8 million, while others were deemed mere vases. They earned thrice his annual pay. It was utterly unjust. Not wanting to provoke further, he retreated, turning his ire towards Su Yin, sneering. "Did you witness my dunk, rookie? Now it's your turn? Oh, so you think you can take your frustrations out on me? Since you can't best the venerable McGrady, you will never know the taste of a full meal." Su Yin cast a disdainful glance at him, uninterested in engaging. Transitioning to offense, Duan advanced the ball while Steven Jackson defended McGrady. And the defensive stalwart Gerald Wallace shadowed Su Yin. His robust physique, agile footwork, and vigorous defense posed a formidable challenge. However, Su Yin was not merely a ball handler. He sought Al Harrington to set a screen, creating a half-step advantage against Gerald, who quickly navigated around Harrington. Su Yin surged forward, faking an upward drive to deceive Gerald, then swiftly maneuvering along the baseline, all while maintaining constant motion. This relentless off-ball movement, enhanced by his level 2 ability, left even Steven Jackson unable to keep pace. Su Yin felt his speed had improved as the ball arrived. Duan awaited Su Yin's positioning. The moment he broke free, he delivered the basketball in a seamless half-turn. Without any preparatory gestures, Su Yin launched a shot so swiftly it appeared reckless. Indeed, it resembled a hasty throw. Curry had often faced similar skepticism for his seemingly illogical shots. Yet time and again he found success. Now, Su Yin's perfected three-pointer surpassed even baby-faced assassin Curry, boasting unparalleled precision and lethality. A shooting star, an arrow piercing the heart. Swish, Su Yin, amid the astonished gasps of the crowd, netted a flawless three-pointer. In this era, a shooting style like Su Yin's, an evolved version, was exceedingly rare and shattered conventions, leaving an indelible impact. Knicks 3, Bobcats tooted as Su Yin promptly responded with his signature three-pointer. WTF? He spun and shot, without a hint of preparation. That was astonishingly rapid. Mr. Versatile Diaw's anticipation was quite astute. He dashed forward, convinced he could make it in time. Yet, he had no chance to even contest the shot. Being too fast is not always advantageous, Diaw quipped. You best clarify what you mean by too fast. Su Yin heard clearly, suppressing his urge to retort, ignoring him entirely. His speed was not for Diaw to critique. Only Rebecca held the authority to comment. Transitioning back to offense, Felton advanced. Orchestrating from the arc, Steven Jackson decisively targeted Su Yin, eager to impart a lesson to the rookie sensation that he understood that by dismantling Su Yin, defeating the Knicks would be a walk in the park. The two faced off at the right arc. Felton promptly delivered the ball to Steven Jackson. Smack. The moment Steven Jackson received the ball, he became electrified, eyes locked on Su Yin. Like a famished tiger eyeing a limping deer, he could hardly contain his eagerness to pounce and indulge in a sumptuous feast. Teaching a novice a lesson was indeed a delight for me. Amidst my peculiar laughter, Steven Jackson surged forward, charging directly at Su Yin, their bodies colliding in an instant. Thud. Su Yin took a step back. He charged once more. Su Yin was knocked back again, 3 times in succession. Steven Jackson, exhilarated, sneered, "Is that all the strength you possess? Pathetic. A weakling like you has no chance of surviving in the NBA. You are destined for destruction." In truth, Su Yin had merely been gauging Steven Jackson's strength, not exerting himself fully. Though he brimmed with confidence, he understood the importance of knowing both oneself and one's adversary. Admittedly, Jackson was rather feeble, merely a boastful pretender. Su Yin had reached a conclusion in his mind. "What did you say?" "I'm weak." Steven Jackson, upon hearing this, grew furious. It was he who had been forcing Su Yin back, so how could he say such a thing while maintaining an air of calm? "You are the true pretender." With gritted teeth, Steven Jackson summoned all his strength, determined to knock Su Yin off his feet. Bang! Their bodies clashed violently once more. This time, Su Yin stood resolute, only slightly exerting himself, not utilizing his full strength. What? Steven Jackson felt as though he had collided with an unyielding wall, unable to budge Su Yin even the slightest. "This is impossible." He was astounded. Su Yin calmly replied, "As I mentioned, you are far too weak, merely a boastful pretender. Stop spouting nonsense." Steven Jackson, unable to accept this, charged once again with all his might, and Su Yin added just a smidgen more force. Bang! Thud! The first sound was the dull thud of their muscular bodies colliding. The second was the sound of Steven Jackson being propelled backward, losing his footing and crashing to the ground. What a disgrace. This was a monumental embarrassment. Wow. The crowd erupted in astonishment. In no way. Su Yin's strength was astonishing. Wilson Chandler was left agape. Su Yin had sent Steven Jackson flying. Such a terrifying display of power. Danilo Gallinari was equally stunned. WTF? Coach D'Antoni leapt from the bench, bewildered. When did Su Yin acquire such strength? Su Yin was as robust as a wall, and Steven Jackson could not move him an inch. How manly. Too strong. Steven Jackson was synonymous with violence, his playing style ferocious. Yet here he was being sent flying by Su Yin. Just how strong and resilient was Su Yin, with looks, skills, physique, and such strength. If only I could date Su Yin for a day. I would die without regrets. Truly, if I were to be with Su Yin, and one day I were to perish, it would surely be from sheer ecstasy. The audience was in disarray, lost in their fantasies. Steven Jackson cursed as he lay on the floor, but he quickly sprang back to his feet, desperately attempting to feign that nothing had happened. The unfortunate truth was that he had lost all dignity. The silver lining was that the basketball which had slipped from his grasp was retrieved by Dio, and possession remained with the team. "Give it to me. Pass me the ball now." Steven Jackson was utterly frantic. He yearned to knock Su Yin down and reclaim his honor. Dio, understanding his urgency, passed the ball to him without a word. Like a rabid dog, Steven Jackson lunged at Su Yin once more. Bang, bang, bang. Their bodies collided with ferocity once again. Yet he still felt as though he were crashing against a mountain, unable to budge. Su Yin stood there, calm and composed, casting a nonchalant glance at the gritting Steven Jackson. Then he flashed a benign smile. "What is the matter, little brother? Haven't you eaten? Put in some effort." The insult was sharp but not physically harmful. However, from a divine perspective, Su Yin stood firm like a mountain, his expression unperturbed, as if he could casually scroll through videos on his phone. In stark contrast, Steven Jackson's face twisted in rage, his muscles straining, veins bulging, accompanied by guttural growls. Everyone could see he was exerting himself to the fullest. Yet it was all in vain. Su Yin remained immovable. The juxtaposition was striking. The expressionless Su Yin versus the contorted face of Steven Jackson. The fans, initially stunned, soon erupted into laughter, mocking Steven Jackson's impotence. Indeed, he claimed to be a martial sage with a violent style, boasting before the game. Yet he failed to land a single blow on Su Yin. In this comparison, he appeared utterly pitiful. The bravado of the fiercest X met the harshest reality. Who else could they ridicule if not him? The sound of laughter rang in Steven Jackson's ears, sharp and piercing, that he was indeed violent, but not a fool. He understood that the derisive laughter was directed at him. He couldn't fathom the source of the inexplicable strength that had erupted from Su Yin. Before the match, no one had mentioned Su Yin's formidable power, and yet he had indeed pushed him back moments ago. Yet, he was acutely aware that he had exerted all his strength and still could not budge Su Yin, a humiliation of monumental proportions. But the arrow was knocked, and it had to be released. "Ah, you fool!" Steven Jackson, in a frenzy, charged at Su Yin in a desperate attempt to settle the score. Beep beep. The whistle blew. Steven Jackson, in his embarrassment, became even more aggressive, leading to an illegal elbow strike. No, it was a 24-second shot clock violation. This meant that Steven Jackson had endured a full 24 seconds of humiliation on this offensive play. Wow. The arena was once again filled with gasps of disbelief. Steven Jackson's face flushed crimson, though his dark skin concealed his embarrassment. Humiliation mixed with fury. Just one defensive stand, and merely by standing still, Su Yin had managed to break through Steven Jackson's defenses. This little heart was destined for mediocrity. 1,000 grievances churned within Steven Jackson as they transitioned to offense. When Su Yin received the ball at the right arc, Steven Jackson immediately positioned himself ahead of Gerald Wallace. Fixating on Su Yin, like a mad dog, he lunged forward to entangle him. "You little rascal, you deliberately held back your strength, giving me the illusion of weakness, only to unleash your power suddenly and catch me off guard. You are truly cunning. You may have succeeded this time, but in the next round, luck will not be on your side," Steven Jackson scoffed, attempting to rationalize his actions. Su Yin saw through this and showed no mercy. Stating plainly, "What are you talking about? Clearly, I told you to exert yourself. Yet you lack strength like someone who hasn't eaten dinner. You are utterly weak. I'll tell you this. A man should not only avoid being too quick. He must also never be too weak. In fact, the latter can be far more fatal." Steven Jackson's pupils dilated. Did he not understand? No, he understood all too well. He felt a profound sense of insult, one even more severe than before. "You fool! I'll destroy you!" Steven Jackson exploded once more, launching himself at Su Yin, determined to engage in a brutal clash, refusing to let Su Yin shoot a three-pointer. How he relished the confrontation. Su Yin squinted his eyes slightly and then smiled faintly, feeling a surge of competitive spirit tonight. "Let us see how you fare against me. Steven Jackson appeared a bit bewildered. Su Yin's assault had already commenced. Like Steven Jackson, he possessed no extravagant dribbling techniques. Rather, he relied on sheer brute strength. "Am I afraid of you?" Steven Jackson gritted his teeth and braced himself for the impending clash. Bang! The two collided. Thud, thud, thud. Steven Jackson staggered back 3 steps, reminiscent of the time Su Yin had been knocked back by him. The difference, however, was that Su Yin had retreated voluntarily, while Steven Jackson was forced backward. Unable to withstand the impact, this strength, Steven Jackson felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. Despite his seemingly delicate appearance, why did he possess such monstrous power? "My strength is no less." Steven Jackson thought fiercely that I'm also a swingman. How can I be on par with him? He could not fathom it. What he remained unaware of was that Su Yin's previous charge had not utilized his full strength. Su Yin charged once more, this time with even greater force. Ah! Steven Jackson widened his eyes, roaring as he attempted to leverage his strength, determined to halt Su Yin, even at the risk of his reputation as martial sage. A noble aspiration, indeed, but ultimately futile. Bang! Thud! Su Yin collided with even greater ferocity, sending Steven Jackson crashing to the floor. The sheer power left male fans in disbelief, while female fans were swept away by fantasies of exhilarating scenarios. "Oh my God!" From the perimeter, Tracy McGrady held his head in astonishment, utterly awed by such terrifying strength. Was this the impact derived from a 180-kilogram bench press? On the bench, Wilson Chandler's eyes widened in shock, feeling as though he were witnessing a little Emperor bulldozer plowing through. Yen over here, David Lee, positioned beneath the basket, remained relatively composed, aware of the ongoing game, and immediately signaled for Su Yin to move to his left side. He had already positioned himself against Muhammad. Su Yin surged forward, snatching the ball and executing a powerful dunk. With a height of 201 centimeters and an arm span of 213 centimeters, coupled with average jumping ability, his physical attributes did not seem particularly extraordinary. Yet, executing a dunk was a mere formality. Moreover, With the enhancement from his steel and iron level 1, his explosive power was amplified, rendering this dunk even more ferocious. And this was merely the beginning. For the next 5 minutes, Su Yin and Steven Jackson engaged in a relentless back and forth, with Su Yin emerging victorious each time, it by knocking him aside, toppling him, or sending him sprawling. If they prefer violence, Su Yin would answer with violence. Whoa! In the commentary booth, Kenny Smith could not contain his astonishment as he witnessed Su Yin once again send Steven Jackson crashing to the ground. Steven Jackson jested before the game that he would flip Su Yin and the Knicks upside down, and lo and behold, the prophecy has come true. He has become the one flipped upside down. Steven Jackson felt as if his entire body were falling apart, and as for embarrassment, he had grown numb to it. "Want to go again?" Su Yin inquired with a smile, reveling in the power boost provided by steel and iron level 1. His seemingly harmless grin, however, sent shivers down the spine of Steven Jackson, who bore the title of Martial Sage. Just as McGrady and David Lee had noted, the Martial Sage feared the strong. Or perhaps he excelled at exploiting rules and leveraging his physical gifts to excel in the league. He understood that as long as he played fiercely, most would shy away from confrontation. Consequently, his scoring probability would increase. Defensive effectiveness would improve, and overall performance would shine. Naturally, this would lead to greater financial rewards. In truth, Steven Jackson was a decent person off the court. Violence was certainly not his defining trait. Elaborate. In 2005, when Hurricane Katrina ravaged the city where Jackson's friends and family resided, he wasted no time and spent a staggering $50,000 to deploy 2 helicopters to rescue them. He brought all his relatives and friends to his home, where over 30 individuals crowded into 6 rooms for 2 weeks until the hurricane threat subsided. Frankly, this was not something an ordinary person could accomplish. This singular act alone demonstrated that Steven Jackson was not inherently a bad individual. Even on the court, he merely exhibited a combative style, a proactive defense, and an unwavering spirit. He was not particularly malicious in his offense. As for the Palace of Auburn Hills incident, it can only be said that everyone has their breaking point. One cannot condemn him for it. Moreover, despite being a player known for his volatility, he exhibited unprecedented restraint under the mentorship of Coach Popovich toward the end of his career. In summary, Steven Jackson fundamentally differed from players like Nutcracker Green, Tripping Zaza, Uncle Bruce Bowen, and Bully Bogut. Of course, his bravado was unmatched. "Come at me. I will never back down," he shouted through gritted teeth. This was not a defiant roar devoid of fear, but rather an expression of pain that compelled him to shout. Those with bravado often continued to put on a fa even in their suffering. Beep beep. Fortunately, Coach Larry Brown promptly recognized the need for a timeout, interrupting the relentless back and forth that had become a one-sided affair, and immediately provided Steven Jackson with psychological guidance, urging him to abandon the notion of a direct confrontation with Su Yin. Steven Jackson feigned reluctance, insisting he could still compete, even claiming he could adapt immediately. However, when Gerald Wallace signaled to come back on, he readily acquiesced. The pain was genuine that he no longer wished to clash with Su Yin. Before long, the timeout concluded. King Gerald Wallace first protected the rebound against David Lee in a fierce confrontation. Bang! In another strong clash, he scored on a second attempt over David Lee's head. It was indeed a robust display. In the following possession, Harrington's attempt at the rim was swatted away by Gerald with a powerful slap. Out of bounds. After McGrady retrieved the ball, he utilized the screen to drive inside once more, but the once unstoppable player was no longer in his prime. Bang! He was halted by Gerald's tenacious defense. The saga did not end there. As McGrady hesitated to pass, Gerald snatched the ball from his hands as if he were a thief. "Now that's some solid defense," exclaimed commentator Kenny Smith, while Amy Johnson nodded in agreement. Gerald's defense is truly formidable. This year, he's a strong contender for DPOY. As the timeout concluded, Gerald's series of robust defensive plays garnered thunderous applause as he turned his attention to Su Yin. In the eyes of the spectators, only a player of Gerald's caliber could apply pressure on Su Yin defensively. Steven Jackson, he could step aside, transitioning from offense to defense. Gerald Wallace focused on Su Yin. As a small forward, he possessed strength, explosiveness, and speed, qualities that made him a candidate for a defensive powerhouse. Su Yin, facing him, should have utilized his off-ball movement level 2 to shake him off for an offensive play. However, at that moment, he remained immersed in the exhilarating power surge from steel and iron level 1. Steven Jackson was no match, but perhaps Gerald Wallace could ignite even more excitement in Su Yin, ensuring his competitive spirit remained undiminished. Su Yin proactively called for the ball. Du Hong was somewhat taken aback that in previous matches, Su Yin had predominantly relied on screens or positioning to receive the ball for shooting, rarely demanding it actively. However, if Su Yin desired the ball, Du Hong would undoubtedly oblige, for he held complete faith in Su Yin's abilities to tee the right arc summit. Su Yin found himself matched against Gerald. As his teammates created a slight opening, he seized the ball and accelerated through. It was a display devoid of flamboyance, purely raw power, perfectly in line with the current era of physicality, leading one to question whether Su Yin still embodied the potential of the small ball era. Nevertheless, this intense, gritty confrontation was equally captivating, stirring the spectators' blood and igniting their anticipation for the outcome. Su Yin versus Gerald Wallace, who possessed the greater strength. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce exchanges, tinged with a hint of probing, ensued as Su Yin could distinctly perceive that Gerald's strength surpassed that of Steven Jackson by a considerable margin. There was power, but not an overwhelming amount. After several tests, Su Yin discerned the intensity of Gerald Wallace's strength. He was formidable, yet far from LeBron's caliber. The gap was still significant, and a face-off against someone who could bench press 180 kilograms, he was no match. Bang, bang, bang. With his body taut, Su Yin charged forward once more, compelling Gerald to retreat step by step. Bang. Once again, he overpowered Gerald, and from a position near the basket on the right side, he attempted a jump shot. Clang. It missed out on the following possession. He again barreled past Gerald. But with Dio's help in defense, his layup went awry. Alas, while Su Yin could bypass Gerald, his current ability to finish at the rim was lacking, rendering his efforts fruitless. He felt deflated, akin to a punctured ball. Everything seemed futile if it could not translate into points. As the first quarter concluded, Su Yin had thoroughly dominated Steven Jackson on both ends during the first half. In the latter half, he exhibited a greater destructive capability than Gerald Wallace in terms of strength. However, his finishing ability at the rim was mediocre, and his efficiency was average. Meanwhile, after evading Su Yin, Steven Jackson quickly adjusted and resumed his aggressive play. The score stood at 27-27, a deadlock. On the bench, Su Yin emerged from his immersive joy, stroking his chin in contemplation. It appeared a change in strategy was necessary. The steel muscle level 1 primarily enhanced Su Yin's strength and explosiveness, bolstering his defensive prowess. The results were commendable. After all, Steven Jackson was the leading scorer on his team, averaging 22.1 points per game. His offensive capabilities were quite impressive. Yet during a 5-minute matchup, for instance, he failed to score on 2 attempts that barely grazed the rim and was met with a steal and a block from Su Yin. Utilizing his immense strength, Su Yin effectively stifled him. Then came the confrontation with Gerald Wallace. This year's impending all-star, Su Yin executed a strength-based defensive maneuver, successfully stealing the ball from Gerald and thwarting one of his aggressive drives to the basket. His defensive efficiency was remarkably high. However, on the offensive end, the augmentation of strength only aided him in breaking through defenses. Regrettably, his finishing ability remained average. Therefore, against Gerald's defense, if he wished to score using his strength, a shift in approach was imperative. For instance, instead of terminating his drive at the basket, perhaps he could conclude with a three-pointer, a shot he excelled at. With this thought, Su Yin opened the door to a new offensive strategy. Meanwhile, in the stands, the fans were exhilarated. Male supporters were immersed in the thrilling clash between Su Yin and the War Saint and the King, their adrenaline surging. Female fans, on the other hand, were unfazed by Su Yin's missed final attempt, feeling only the raw, potent energy emanating from him, leaving them breathless with excitement. They fantasized about a wild date with such a strikingly handsome, tall, and powerful man. In the second quarter, the rotations on the bench commenced, with Larry Hughes and Gallinari showcasing commendable synergy. Over 4 minutes, they assisted the team in gaining a 3-point lead. Not substantial, but certainly beneficial. Beep, beep. Larry Brown called a timeout, and the starters returned to the court. Swish! Steven Jackson immediately received a no-look pass from the oil man, Dio, in the corner and sank a three-pointer, leveling the score. He gleefully approached Su Yin, grinning. It's just a three-pointer. Anyone could do it with hands. Right. This was quite the audacious display. Did he not realize that merely sinking a three-pointer wasn't worthy of such ostentation? Having been single for too long, he seemed eager to flaunt his achievements, regardless of their significance or the quality of the competition. Previously dismissive of three-pointers, now, after being humiliated, he couldn't wait to boast about making one, attempting to prove his worth and force his presence. Su Yin, however, chose to ignore him. Once more, Su Yin received the ball, eager to experiment with a combination of strength and three-point shooting. But he was no fool. Instead of recklessly charging, he discerned a mismatch as David Lee found himself against Steven Jackson. Without hesitation, he passed the ball. Bang! David Lee received the ball, engaged in a robust confrontation, spun around, effortlessly leaving Steven Jackson in his wake. With superior positioning and height advantage, David Lee easily finished at the rim. Du Hong prioritized Su Yin's involvement, but not mindlessly on the next play. While penetrating, he glanced at the arc where Su Yin stood but ultimately passed to Harrington in the corner. He raised his hand for a three-pointer. Clang! It missed, yet it was a good opportunity. Offensively, it was sound on the third possession for the Knicks. Su Yin found himself in a head-to-head confrontation with Gerald Wallace. Step! Gerald pressed close once again. Time and again. He understood his strength paled in comparison to Su Yin's. Yet he also knew that by maintaining tight pressure, even if Su Yin broke through, scoring would not come easily. A battle of wills ensued. Bang! 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 The two men clashed with fervor, the crowd electrified by the spectacle of muscle colliding, eagerly anticipating Su Yin's next move to penetrate the defense and execute a thunderous dunk. Ha! A low growl escaped Su Yin as he charged in. Channeling his strength for another fierce confrontation, Gerald was knocked back, staggering slightly, teetering on the brink of losing his balance. He quickly adjusted his stance, aware that Su Yin's next assault would be even more intense. However, Su Yin suddenly halted, taking a step back to the right, positioning himself at the three-point line. With the ball in hand, he raised it for a shot. It's a three-pointer. Gerald quickly regained his balance, prepared to defend, but he clearly did not anticipate this turn of events. There was no time for him to react. He could only watch as Su Yin released the shot, silently praying for a miss. With an almost open look, how could Su Yin let the opportunity slip away? The bow was drawn. The arrow soared like a falling star. Swish! It was a perfect shot on the subsequent possession, feeling the rhythm. Su Yin did not engage in prolonged confrontation, but rather struck fiercely. Thud! 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 Gerald, unable to withstand the force, was once again pushed aside, and Su Yin seamlessly retreated to the three-point line once more. Drawing back the bow, he aimed with precision. Swish! Another three-pointer fell. The feeling was right. Su Yin smiled slightly. Indeed, the combination of physicality and three-point shooting was the perfect synergy of steel muscle level 1 and a fully mastered three-point shot. Once again, it is perplexing to witness someone engaging in physical confrontation, only to subsequently push their opponent aside and not charge recklessly towards the basket to attack the hoop. Instead, the player steps back for a three-pointer. Gerald is left bewildered and cannot help but voice his thoughts. What happened to the confrontation? How can you resort to a three-pointer? No fault in that. Su Yin shrugs, acknowledging the clash, but clarifying. I never stated I wouldn't shoot threes. I apologize, but I am not merely a brute relying on sheer force. Why do I sense a hint of sarcasm? Gerald scoffs, feeling somewhat helpless as Su Yin's three-point shot follows the collision. Not only does he possess superior positioning, but his release is also remarkably swift. Gerald sprints to catch up, yet proves exceedingly challenging to disrupt the shot. Most notably, what appears to be a subpar offensive opportunity is effortlessly seized by Su Yin. With a swish, the three-pointer finds its mark after a series of confrontations. The audience erupts into a cacophony of excitement, particularly the female fans, who can hardly contain their enthusiasm. The fierce and aggressive confrontation juxtaposed with a graceful and stylish three-pointer perfectly encapsulates Su Yin's embodiment of both violence and elegance. Incredible! Su Yin not only excels in his gameplay, but he also embodies a captivating blend of brutality and grace that is utterly irresistible. Yan Jigi, please take up the whip and strike me fiercely. I'm in love. The female fans collectively succumb to their fantasies. Barely 2 minutes later, Su Yan accelerates through the defense, delivering a powerful confrontation that sends War St. Stephen Jackson staggering back, falling to the floor in embarrassment. What about Su Yan? He steps back, positioning himself once more beyond the three-point line, with no one within 3 meters. An open sea before him. Unfazed, he glances at the disheveled Jackson and then at the hoop, dribbling the ball to adjust before releasing another three-pointer. The entire sequence feels less like a heated NBA contest and more like the enjoyment of basketball itself, exuding unparalleled grace and ease. With a step back and an arch draw, the arrow soars to pierce the heavens. What do we call this? Timeless elegance. Swish. The three-pointer is successful, and the female fans are utterly captivated. If previously Su Yan needed to rely on screens and constant movement off the ball to find opportunities for three-pointers, now he can leverage physical confrontations to create his own chances. The steel and iron level 1 not only enhances his strength and explosive power, but also bolsters his defensive capabilities, granting him autonomous offensive prowess. That in summary. In the NBA, possessing immense strength brings only advantages, never disadvantages. Su Yan, through his step back and three-point shooting alone, has successfully landed 4 three-pointers, putting immense pressure on the opposing team. At halftime, Su Yan has made 6 three-pointers, accumulating 23 points, along with 2 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks. The opponents are well aware of Su Yan's shooting accuracy for beyond the arc, yet they consistently underestimate him, allowing him to score an impressive 6 three-pointers in the first half. This indicates that, in this era, three-point shooting is not yet the dominant theme. That Su Yan's playing style positions him as a frontrunner in the small ball era. During halftime, Kenny Smith expresses his excitement, highlighting Su Yan's 6 three-pointers along with 3 steals and 3 blocks. This performance certainly surpasses that of many typical 3D players, such as Bruce Bowen and P.J. Tucker. They pale in comparison to Su Yan. Indeed, Su Yan is remarkable. Amy Johnson praises him as well, noting his unparalleled precision in three-point shooting and fierce defense. The implication is clear. Su Yan is on a path to become one of the league's top 3D players. In the locker room of the opposing team, Larry Brown repeatedly emphasizes the necessity of guarding Su Yan's three-point shot, while the team remains baffled by the sudden surge in his strength. In the Knicks locker room, similar thoughts circulate. Coach D'Antoni can no longer contain his curiosity, asking, Yan, what's with your newfound strength? How did you manage to bench press 120 kilograms and overpower Gerald Wallace without flinching? No, you completely dominated him. It's unfathomable. Su Yan chuckles. Is it possible that my bench press exceeds 120 kilograms? Impossible. D'Antoni retorts skeptically. He recalls that Su Yan's bench press was indeed 120 kilograms during the recent measurement. You're mistaken, coach. Tracy McGrady interjects with a grin. Su Yan's bench press is now 180 kilograms, surpassing even Dwight Howard, and he is merely 10 kilograms shy of LeBron. Impossible. D'Antoni nearly screams in disbelief. In just a few days, you increased your bench press by 60 kilograms? That's akin to claiming you can go 3 days and nights without faltering. Who would believe that? Su Yan, is that true? D'Antoni asks, his eyes wide with astonishment. Su Yan sheepishly smiles. If I said it was true, would you believe me? I wouldn't, D'Antoni responds, finding it exceedingly hard to accept. David Lee explains, it's because Su Yan previously did not exert himself fully during the bench press measurements. That seems more plausible. D'Antoni sighs in relief. Though he remains perplexed as to why Su Yan would hold back his strength, he chooses not to dwell on it. If previously Su Yan merely held the potential of a top 3D player, he is now demonstrating the caliber of one. D'Antoni finds himself increasingly fond of Su Yan. He gives Su Yan an affirming look, as if to say, after the game, I will certainly present you with a satisfactory offer. 15 minutes later, the second half begins. The opposing team suddenly ramps up their defensive intensity against Su Yan, albeit belatedly. Unfazed, Su Yan, having previously relished the strength and explosive enhancements provided by steel and iron level 1, now intends to play wisely, accumulating statistics and securing victory. Utilizing screens, off-ball movement, and his newfound strength, Su Yin unleashes his full potential. His teammates rally around him as the focal point. Despite the increased defensive intensity, the opposing team finds it nearly impossible to contain him. Crucially, on the defensive end, Su Yin applies pressure whether facing the War Saint or King, both of whom are the strongest dual threats on the opposing team. Against lesser players, such as the 185-centimeter-tall Felton, he renders them virtually ineffective on both offense and defense. Su Yin demands excellence. Under his leadership, the team launches a 13-4 offensive surge in the third quarter, quickly extending their lead into double digits. While not excessively large, the Knicks maintain their advantage, denying the opposing team any chance to close the gap or mount a comeback. In the commentary booth, Amy Johnson exclaims, "Incredible, Knicks," as he pounds the table in astonishment. The opposing team is a playoff contender with aspirations of securing a top 4 seed. Yet here we have the Knicks, a bottom-dwelling team in the East, leading by over 10 points and dominating the game. It's quite unbelievable. Kenny Smith raises an eyebrow and remarks, "In theory, the Knicks should not be able to exert this level of dominance." However, with the addition of a top 3D player like Su Yin, everything has changed. Point one can only say, Su Yin is phenomenal. Throughout the second half, the opposing team's defense against Su Yin's three-pointers remains exceptionally tight. Despite being an undrafted player, he receives treatment akin to that of a superstar. Nonetheless, he proceeds to sink 3 more three-pointers, 2 from long range and 1 under intense defensive pressure, showcasing his ability to make difficult shots. The shots were almost impossible to make, yet Su Yin, undeterred, managed to score, leaving the opposing team in utter despair. Whenever they tightened their defense against his three-point shots, Su Yin always found opportunities to drive towards the basket. He didn't attack excessively, successfully driving to the hoop 3 times, once with a layup and twice drawing fouls, stepping up to the free throw line where he converted 2 out of 4 attempts. On the defensive end, Su Yin was relentless, showcasing his skills with both steals and blocks. With Su Yin excelling on both offense and defense, the Knicks triumphed over the opposition with an 11-point lead, securing their 4th consecutive victory, a feat that seemed unimaginable to every Knicks player the season's onset. With his dual abilities of steal and iron at level 1 and off-ball movement at level 2, Su Yin delivered an extraordinarily efficient performance, sinking 9 three-pointers, amassing 36 points, 5 steals, and 4 blocks, alongside 4 rebounds and 3 assists. Congratulations to the Knicks for their victory, marking their 4th consecutive win after a 10-game losing streak. The players suddenly awakened. Amy Johnson paused momentarily, teasing the audience before excitedly declaring, "This is attributed to the addition of a top-tier 3D player who embodies both grace and ferocity in his playing style. He is a promising prospect in the era of small ball, hailing from the Dragon Kingdom as an undrafted player. Su Yin, with 36 points, 9 three-pointers, 5 steals, and 4 blocks, without delving into the future. Su Yin's performance tonight undoubtedly merits the title of a top-tier 3D player." After the game, in a venue typically dominated by male fans, the cheers of female supporters momentarily drowned out the male voices. Not for any other reason, but for the faintest hope of catching Su Yin's eye, sparking a story full of chemistry. Following the match, after a round of celebration in the locker room, the Knicks players headed home. Su Yin remained. His agent, Jeff Augustine, had already arrived, as there was a significant matter to attend to that night. Finalizing a new contract. In the manager's office and lounge, Su Yin and Augustine were already present. With 2 steaming cups of coffee on the table, manager Donnie Walsh and coach Mike D'Antoni had yet to arrive. Augustine quietly remarked, "Boss, if the Knicks' salary offer tonight isn't satisfactory, I believe signing with the Bulls would be a commendable choice. You may hold a position of prominence with the Knicks, enjoying unlimited freedom to shoot, but the current roster lacks the potential to contend for a championship in the future that I understand." Su Yin nodded. Augustine continued, "Although the Clippers are based in Los Angeles, with Chris Cummon, Kenyon Martin, and DeAndre Jordan to protect the rim, Cummon is an all-star caliber player, and Martin is a highly regarded defender from the '96 draft class. They may not necessarily be inclined to play as your subordinates, doing the dirty work for you." Yin nodded once more, comprehending Augustine's point. Just then, Walsh and D'Antoni entered the room. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Su Yin, Walsh said apologetically, explaining he had just been printing some document for tonight's use. He then turned to Augustine, extending his hand with a smile. "Jeff, good to see you. Thank you for your assistance with Su Yan's matters." Augustine stood to shake his hand, replying, "It's my job, Mr. Walsh. Please have a seat." Walsh gestured for him to sit down. After some pleasantries, he got straight to the point, smiling. "The situation is urgent. If we delay any longer, we might face setbacks. Su Yin, allow me to share my thoughts. Please listen before you respond." "Of course, go ahead." Walsh cleared his throat before continuing. "Firstly, the Knicks are located in New York, which provides a natural market advantage. I won't elaborate much on that. Secondly, the offers from other teams are primarily around a 4-year, $20 million deal, approximately $5 million a year. This is higher than what a third overall pick would typically receive. Nearing the first overall pick's contract, so it's not insignificant. However, we're the Knicks, and we pride ourselves on not being short on funds. Furthermore, both the coaching staff and the management are extremely fond of you, believing in your future potential. Therefore, regarding the contract salary, we're proposing a 2-year, $24 million deal with the amount unchanged but the duration reduced by 2 years, which translates to $12 million per year. Additionally, this is a 1+1 contract, granting you a player option for the second year, allowing you to either uphold the contract or opt out to become a free agent and negotiate new. Upon hearing this offer, Augustine's mouth twitched slightly, struggling to maintain his composure. Despite his best efforts to remain calm, his expression betrayed him. The proposed salary was staggering. Put it into perspective, the contract of first overall pick Blake Griffin was merely $24 million over 4 years. Averaging $6 million a year, that Su Yan's salary was directly doubling that, soaring to $12 million a year. Truly astonishing. What does this mean? A salary range of $11 to $12 million includes players like Josh Howard, an all-star from the 06-07 season, and Monta Ellis, a top 10 scorer in the league, both earning $11 million annually. Notably, Ellis has never been an all-star in his entire career. Richard Hamilton, with a salary of $11.63 million, was a 3-time all-star in 05-08. Antoine Jamison, also at $11.63 million, was an all-star in the 07-08 season. Chauncey Billups, earning $12 million in 05-09, was a 4-time all-star, within the salary range of $11 to $12 million. There were already 4 all-star players and a top 10 scorer in the league. Now, there was one more. Su Yin. How should one even begin to describe this? An undrafted rookie securing an all-star salary seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? In truth, given Su Yan's current displayed talent and prowess, he truly does not warrant a salary twice that a first overall pick. The Knicks being naive with their funds might be one reason. But a crucial factor is Coach D'Antoni's fervent endorsement that he possesses a profound understanding of the small ball era and has a particular affinity for the run-and-gun system. That Su Yin embodies everything D'Antoni envisions for the small ball era and the run-and-gun system. His enthusiasm for Su Yin is palpable. He continuously persuades Walsh and the management to ensure Su Yin remains with the Knicks, believing that they will inevitably secure a championship and help the Knicks claim their 3rd title in history. Indeed, this is one of the reasons the Knicks are offering what can be deemed a lavish contract for an undrafted player. Walsh, unaware of Augustine's subtle expressions, continued, "Rookies must sign a 2+2 contract, binding them to the team for at least 2 years. While this provision does offer considerable security to many players, it may not be ideal for exceptionally talented players with immense potential. They may have to settle for 4 years of rookie-scale wages to an undrafted player. You fall outside the purview of guaranteed contracts, leaving contract decisions to the team's discretion. That we are offering this contract because we believe in your potential, knowing you will eventually become a superstar. Therefore, should you perform well this year on a rookie minimum contract, you can renegotiate for a maximum contract next year. That we are safeguarding your best interests. And of course, we hope for a pleasant collaboration, prioritizing a renewal with the Knicks next year." "Absolutely," Su Yin responded, acknowledging the sentiment. Given the context, to dismiss the potential for future cooperation would be somewhat inappropriate. "Haha," Walsh responded with satisfaction at this reply, continuing, "That covers the contract. I believe it is quite generous, though it remains negotiable. If Su Yin is not satisfied, we can still discuss it. Now, let's address the more critical matter of the team's future." Firstly, the team system will be the run-and-gun style that Coach Mike D'Antoni excels in. The core philosophy revolves around three-point shooting coupled with fast breaks that a more advanced understanding entails the combination of ball-handling three-pointers and ultra-long-range shots, all while maintaining a respectable shooting percentage. SU Yin perfectly embodies the essence of the run-and-gun system. However, relying solely on his individual prowess to propel the Knicks further would undoubtedly be exhausting. He requires support. The first candidate is Stephen Curry, whom we plan to acquire from the Warriors. Although he has been underperforming lately, this can largely be attributed to his environment and tactical role within the Warriors. We believe in the myth he created during March Madness and trust in his potential. Besides being an excellent three-point shooter, Stephen possesses commendable playmaking abilities, which will afford Su Yin better opportunities from beyond the arc. Furthermore, with two prolific shooters on the perimeter, it is imperative to have a formidable rim protector. We have set our sights on the rebounding monster, Tyson Chandler. Not only does he excel at rim protection, but his defensive capabilities in the paint are also noteworthy, complemented by his athleticism, making him a perfect fit for the run-and-gun system. To that point, Stephen and Su Yin will dominate the outside, while David Lee and Tyson Chandler will anchor the inside. This combination of dual sharpshooters and a twin tower setup will significantly enhance the Knicks' overall competitiveness. Both Su Yin and Stephen are young, with high ceilings for future development. I envision that within 3 years, the Knicks will undoubtedly evolve into a championship contending team with a substantial opportunity to clinch the title. Su Yin, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Su Yin hesitated before responding, his heart sinking. Having a helper like Curry by my side will undoubtedly strengthen our future battles and alleviate much pressure. What do shooters cherish most in a teammate? Naturally, it is a center, a towering figure in the paint. As long as rebounding is assured, shooters will have greater confidence in their shots. This is an example of 1 + 1 equating to more than 2. I must admit, the Knicks' recent trading strategy for reconstruction is indeed impressive. Curry is still a rookie, while I have already surpassed his peak performance in three-point shooting. Clearly, in the coming years, I will be the team's strongest core. Moreover, the Knicks are located in the largest city in the United States, boasting the highest popularity and favorable geographical conditions. My annual salary is also twice that of a rookie's. For an undrafted player to secure an all-star salary is somewhat excessive. With this thought in mind, Su Yin exchanged a meaningful glance with Augustine, both acknowledging each other with approving looks. Su Yin then rose, extending his hand to Walsh with a polite smile, declaring, "I will give my all for the Knicks in every upcoming game." Without further ado, Walsh was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation, shaking Su Yin's hand in excitement, affirming, Good. I also believe that Su Yin will rapidly develop and dominate the NBA. The contract had already been printed, ready for Su Yin's signature, which would activate it immediately. Thus, Su Yin's new contract was finalized, extending his tenure with the Knicks for 2 years at a staggering $24 million, with a player option in the second year. This news would ignite the entire league the following day after the Knicks announced it overnight. Upon returning home, after taking a shower, Su Yin lay in bed as the clock struck midnight. Before leaving, he had asked Augustine to help him find a new apartment, as he had been too busy to search himself and lacked good channels. That night, he calculated his performance. 36 points. 4 rebounds, 3 assists, 5 steals, and 4 blocks, including 9 three-pointers, 3 two-pointers, and 3 free throws. The earnings from this game amounted to approximately $250,000. Name: Su Yin. Level: LV3. Experience for upgrade: 1,444,381,000,000. Experience can only be gained through expenditure. The more you spend, the more experience you acquire. System store: not open. Items: none. Tasks: mutual effort tasks. First, hit 10 three-pointers in a single game and lead the team to victory. Reward: 100,000. Task completed. Second, break the NBA single-game three-point record and lead the team to victory. Reward: 300,000. Not completed. Skills: max three-point shooting, basic physical enhancement, off-ball movement LV2, upgrade, 5 million. Ironclad LV1, upgrade, 10 million. Amount: 303. 400. Currently, there's a balance of 300,000, with expenditures nearing 150,000. leaving approximately 850,000 in experience needed for an upgrade. At a rate of earning 200,000 to 300,000 per game, it would take roughly 34 games to accumulate the necessary experience for the LV4 upgrade. Upgrading levels would unlock special privileges, enhancing my earning speed, which is of utmost importance. However, I must also prioritize upgrading Ironclad and off-ball movement. Point 1 costs 10 million. The other 5 million, totaling 15 million, I also need to find new apartment, purchase a car, and so forth. Considering all this, it seems my fund might be slightly insufficient. It appears that I must expedite the completion of the second task, breaking the single-game 3-point record, as the 300,000 reward cannot be overlooked. Additionally, with a new contract signed at 12 million per year, after taxes, I will still net approximately 500,000 monthly. If I secure some endorsements, that could add to my income as well. Of course, there is no rush. What I need will come in due time. It's merely a matter of timing. Besides excelling in every game, I refuse to be bound by anything else. After all, at my current earning pace, I can easily make 2 million to 3 million a month. This already affords me financial freedom, allowing me to live a joyful and carefree life. The next day, shockwaves rippled through the league. Su Yin re-signed with the Knicks for 2 years at 24 million, securing the largest contract for an undrafted player in NBA history. An undrafted player receiving double the salary of a rookie. How is that even possible? In just 10 days, from a 20,000 short-term job to earning millions annually, what exactly has transpired with this miraculous boy Su Yin from the East? Last night, the Knicks announced the news, and major news outlets, having been closely monitoring the situation, quickly penned articles in astonishment. Various basketball websites also rushed to report that by morning, the news was everywhere. Commuters squeezing onto buses, students heading to public lectures, and internet users surfing the web, all eagerly absorbed the news during their spare moments. Everyone was engulfed in a collective shock at the staggering announcement. How much? 24 million over 2 years. For an undrafted player. Are you joking with me? This can't be real. It's impossible. WTF? Why would an undrafted player receive such a high salary? This is absurd. I refuse to believe it. Haha. Why the disbelief? You may not know the astonishing performance Su Yin has delivered over the past week. In his NBA debut, he scored 24 points in just 5 minutes, capping it off with a step-back three-pointer for the game winner. Single-handedly dismantling the Thunder 3 against the Pistons, he effortlessly racked up 25 points that in the game against the Warriors. He exploded for 37 points, hitting a remarkable 10 three-pointers, setting the record for the most three-pointers in a single game this season. He became the 9th player in NBA history to make 10 or more three-pointers in a single game. Is this performance not explosive? Just last night, he again sank 9 three-pointers, totaling an impressive 36 points, 5 steals, and 4 blocks. What does this signify? A benchmark of top-tier 3D caliber as the league transitions into a small ball era. Su Yin is undoubtedly a rising star poised to thrive in this new landscape. Not only is Su Yin exceptionally skilled on the court, but he's also backed by the formidable Long Nation, which boasts a vast market. One glance at the popularity of the Yao reveals the potential that lies within. With a confluence of various factors, Su Yin's rapidly ascending fame is poised to make him a coveted asset, drawing frenzied interest from across the entire league. Numerous teams have already engaged in both overt and covert maneuvers to secure his signature. Yet it must be noted that he is, after all, an undrafted player, and his innate talent is not particularly remarkable. Furthermore, having only participated in 4 games within the league, one might argue that his playing style is either ahead of its time or a stark deviation from it. This leaves much yet to be proven. Nevertheless, he commands a salary surpassing that of several All-Stars, which is somewhat difficult to reconcile. I assent to it. Clearly, Su Yin does not warrant such recognition. One can only remark on the Knicks as being foolish with their wealth. A quintessential case of sour grapes from those who cannot partake. U1S1. The notion of an undrafted player receiving an all-star salary is truly outrageous, beyond belief, as fans peruse news articles and engaged in discussions across numerous basketball websites. A fervent debate ensued, spiraling out of control. It wasn't until noon when the NBA officially announced the latest weekly award winners that attention began to wane. Let us first address the Western Conference. Chris Kaman of the Clippers garnered the accolade, having averaged 25.7 points, 11.4 rebounds, 2.5 assists, 0.8 steals, and 2.5 blocks over the past week, leading his team to a flawless 3-0 record. Despite a lackluster season thus far, the Clippers experienced a sudden resurgence, with Kaman's extraordinary dominance in the paint being instrumental. His selection as the Western Conference Player of the Week is undoubtedly well-deserved. And what of the Eastern Conference? The NBA presented 3 sets of statistics. Dwight the Beast Howard of the Magic averaged 19 points, 19 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, and 3.5 blocks, guiding his team to a 3-0 record. LeBron the King James of the Cavaliers averaged 30 points, 8.5 rebounds, 9.0 assists, 1.0 steal, and 1.0 block, leading his team to a 3-1 record. And Suyin the Knicks averaged 30.5 points, 3.3 rebounds, 2.0 assists, 2.5 steals, and 1.8 blocks, steering his team to a perfect 4-0 record. Upon a cursory glance, the immediate reaction was not to compare individual performances, but rather to note the glaring presence of one name. Su Y, an undrafted player. He seemingly should not have been in contention for such a prestigious accolade. This recognition is nothing short of remarkable, considering many capable NBA players might never attain such an honor throughout their careers. Now, with Su Yin, an undrafted player, competing for this title in his inaugural week, the impact is palpable. The moment the audience glimpsed his impressive statistics, they had to concede that he indeed performed admirably. Subsequently, speculation arose regarding who would ultimately be crowned Player of the Week. Surely it must be LeBron? They conjectured, noting his impressive stat line of 30-plus points and near triple-double figures, alongside a steal and a block, showcasing his multifaceted prowess. It is also commendable that he contributed to his team's victories, solidifying his status as a Player of the Week candidate. Howard's 19 points, 19 rebounds, and 3.5 blocks reflect his extraordinary dominance in the paint, and come on, the Western Conference as Player of the Week could only bow his head in deference. All these players are formidable, making it a challenging decision. If granted the choice, I would opt for Howard. His statistics rival LeBron's, yet the Player of the Week consideration also weighs heavily on team performance. LeBron's team suffer a loss, thus, the Beast Howard narrowly edges out. I concur. How can you dismiss Su Yin? Is his performance not commendable? Su Yin, as an undrafted rookie, he indeed played quite well. One could argue he merits the title of Eastern Conference Rookie of the Week. However, this is a competition for Player of the Week. Encompassing all players in the Eastern Conference that in that regard, he falls slightly short. With an average of 30.5 points, he matches LeBron, yet his rebounds and assists pale in comparison. And Howard's dominance in rebounds and blocks eclipses him, that he played admirably, but cannot quite measure up to LeBron and Howard. That makes sense? Nonsense. Have you even considered Su Yan's performance last week? You have no idea how exceptional he truly was. Fans passionately voiced their opinions, each unwilling to yield, resulting in a stalemate. Yet this turmoil is precisely what the NBA desires. After a brief wait, as the fervor escalated, the NBA officially announced, Su Yin has been named the Eastern Conference Player of the Week. Supporters of Su Yin erupted in jubilation, feeling victorious in their advocacy. Detractors were left bewildered. Why? The NBA provided clarification. First, in his debut game, he played merely 5 minutes, scoring 24 points, with all other statistics remaining at 0, which inherently lowered his average. Second, on top of his already impressive stats, Su Yin averaged 8.5 made three-pointers per game, a staggering achievement. He has elevated the standard for three-point shooting to unprecedented heights. Third, he orchestrated a 20-point comeback, hitting the game winner to snap a 10-game losing streak, with 10 three-pointers to his credit, showcasing the prowess of a top-tier 3D player. Su Yin's performance last week was undeniably eye-catching. Coupled with his undrafted status, the impact and contrast he presents are strikingly significant. Thus, Su Yin was rightfully named the Eastern Conference Player of the Week. WTF, averaging 8.5 three-pointers? Pardon my astonishment. I was aware that Su Yin possessed shooting skills, but to achieve an average of 8.5 three-pointers in his inaugural week is utterly preposterous. He has indeed produced a phenomenon that shatters conventional understanding. Su Yin, deserving of the highest accolades, once the NBA officials delineated their rationale. The originally skeptical fans fell silent, reflecting on the evidence. Following this, the NBA unveiled two even more sensational records. First, Su Yin became the first undrafted player in NBA history to be named Player of the Week. Second, he joins the ranks of only one other player, Shaquille O'Neal, as the second player to earn this honor in their debut week, a record of his own creation, a record that stands alongside Shaquille O'Neal. Su Yin has surpassed Eastern Conference luminaries such as LeBron, Wade, Bosh, Howard, Pierce, and Garnett in the quest for this prestigious title, making this achievement all the more significant. With this prestigious honor backing him, Su Yin's all-star salary suddenly appears entirely justified. Praise poured in. This is not mere embellishment. This is genuine prowess. Second-round pick Gilbert Arenas transformed from Agent O to the General. This is truly inspiring that Su Yin, an undrafted player, standing shoulder to shoulder with O'Neal while receiving an all-star salary, is a testament to his remarkable resurgence. Su Yin has demonstrated extraordinary dominance and performance. He is indeed a potential superstar of his generation. At merely 19 years of age, he commands a salary in the millions. And I must admit, I am envious. The lunch I held in my hands suddenly lost its allure. The bricks on the construction site seemed to weigh heavier. With such wealth, Su Yin could easily afford a BMW. A BMW, a Porsche, is well within reach. As fans fully grasped Su Yin's formidable talent, the comment sections erupted with expressions of envy. Shortly thereafter, the NBA officially announced the Rookie of the Week for both conferences. Su Yin, having secured the Player of the Week title in the East, effortlessly claimed the Rookie of the Week award as well, a decision devoid of any uncertainty. In the West, the honor went to this year's fourth overall pick, Tyreke Evans of the Kings, who averaged 21.7 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, 1.5 steals, and 0.5 blocks over the past week. His performance truly exemplified the notion of peaking at debut. Yet in comparison to Su Yin's extraordinary display, his remarkable achievements suddenly seemed dimmed. As fans engaged in discussions about the Player of the Week and the exorbitantly priced contract of Su Yin, who was unjustly overlooked for the All-Star selection. The Knicks remained relentless in their pursuits. In fact, they were meticulously prepared, with everything in place, merely awaiting the favorable wind, the promise from Su Yin to remain with the Knicks. Now, with that breeze at their backs, everything began to fall into place seamlessly. The Knicks initiated a trade, sending last year's 6th overall pick, shooter Danilo Gallinari, to the Warriors in exchange for Stephen Curry, under the adept management of Mike D'Antoni. The two players could seamlessly swap roles, but this left the Warriors lacking a point guard. Although Monta Ellis is labeled as a combo guard, much of his organization comes from extended ball handling time, often creating opportunities for others. In reality, Curry is the true core point guard for the Warriors. Thus, the Knicks generously dispatched their starting point guard, Chris Duhon, in a move of equivalent value. In return, the Warriors provided backup point guard C.J. Watson along with a second-round pick in 2010. Subsequently, the Knicks parted with Al Harrington, who averaged 18.1 points, 5.7 rebounds, 2.0 assists, 1.0 steals, and 0.5 blocks per game, along with the ability to sink an average of 2.0 pointers. Additionally, they traded backup center Jared Jeffries and Little Potato Nate Robinson, along with another second-round pick from the Warriors in 2010, engaging in a three-way trade with the Pacers and Nuggets. Ultimately, the Knicks acquired the rebounding machine Tyson Chandler and a first-round pick from the Pacers in 2010. All these transactions had been meticulously arranged by manager Walsh days prior, poised for immediate confirmation. Now, the Knicks swiftly implemented their plans, resulting in a complete overhaul of their starting lineup, thus achieving a significant reconstruction. The new starting five includes point guard, Curry, shooting guard, Tracy McGrady, small forward, Su Yin, power forward, David Lee, and center, Tyson Chandler. Notably, McGrady often serves as a decorative player, frequently replaced by swingman Wilson Chandler. This new lineup features Curry and Su Yin as rookies, Wilson in his third year, and David Lee in his fifth year, while Tyson enters his ninth season in the NBA. The rest of the players are notably youthful, capable, and possess high ceilings. Crucially, this is not the ultimate potential of the Knicks roster. The situation unfolded rather unexpectedly. Originally, the Knicks, having missed out on Curry, aimed for a season of tanking, which led them to sign McGrady and Su Yin to attract fans and boost ticket sales. However, with unforeseen developments concerning Su Yin, McGrady had already incurred a hefty expenditure of $23 million. Furthermore, the team was burdened with $10 million tied to Eddie Curry and $9.5 million to Cuttino Mobley, all of whom were injured and inactive. Collectively, these three players accounted for an alarming $40 million in salary, a daunting figure indeed. Even though the current starting lineup salaries are not exorbitant, the weight of that $40 million has pushed the Knicks' salary cap over the limit, obliging them to pay significant luxury taxes. Yet the Knicks remain unfazed, knowing it's only for 1 year. Tomorrow they can shed that $40 million burden. By then, even without paying luxury taxes, the Knicks could enhance their roster with at least one star player earning around $20 million. With the current players developing over the year, they could fortify the team with another star next season, propelling the Knicks to a complete resurgence, potentially transforming them into a championship-contending team. The Knicks management is eagerly anticipating this transformation. A day later, Su Yin arrived at the arena at 8 a.m. for his daily training, fully aware that every bit of effort could translate into incremental improvement. Dribbling $3 and taking a step for $3. 1,000 dribbles would yield $3,000, and 1,000 steps would yield another $3,000. This training regimen provided him an opportunity to earn a decent sum. What's not to love? As the clock struck 9, following the completion of the first training phase, the players gathered in the break area for a respite. Coach D'Antoni approached, beaming at the group. "Allow me to introduce 2 new members." With that, 2 individuals stepped forward from behind him, Curry and Tyson Chandler. Su Yin recognized them instantly, one a player from the Warriors, the other from the Nuggets, teams they had recently faced. "Hello." Curry bounced over, sporting a goofy grin as he greeted everyone with a youthful exuberance reminiscent of a schoolboy. "Hi there, Steven," David Lee waved, while McGrady welcomed him with a laugh. "The man who created the NCAA and March Madness myth has arrived." "The Knicks are about to get stronger," Larry Hughes chimed in, applauding. "We have a powerful shooter joining our team." "Welcome, welcome." "Hey, don't flatter me too much. It makes me a bit bashful," Curry scratched his head, appearing sheepish yet clearly enjoying the attention. Such compliments were rare in the Warriors' locker room, often overshadowed by Monta Ellis's relentless critiques. Curry was genuinely happy, his smile radiating innocence as he approached Su Yin, extending his hand. "Hi, Su Yin, we are officially teammates now. Welcome." Su Yin grasped Curry's hand, then with a straight face added, "Just a moment, I'll get you a lollipop." "Why?" Curry asked, perplexed. Though he didn't despise candy, he wasn't particularly fond of it either. Su Yin feigned deep thought before teasingly responding, "Because all schoolchildren love lollipops." Curry initially paused, then burst into laughter, shouting, "You're the real schoolchild. You're the one who loves lollipops the most." "Huh." Laughter erupted among the group. Tyson Chandler, slightly delayed, sauntered over, waving and smiling. "Hello, I'm Tyson Chandler. Did I miss something entertaining?" McGrady chuckled. "Welcome, Tyson. Do you think it's appropriate for Steven to have a lollipop?" "Sounds fine to me," Tyson shrugged, earnestly explaining. "Steven has a baby face. He really does look like a schoolboy." "See." Su Yin raised his hands in mock surrender, continuing his jest. "It's not just me. Everyone thinks so. It's a compliment to your youthful charm. You should be pleased that I look like someone who is happy." Curry retorted. "What's cute? I don't need that. I'm an adult, an NBA player, strong and determined to be a tough guy." "Gotta be tough." The laughter resumed, and Curry shot a playful glare at Su Yin, exclaiming, "Thanks a lot." Despite the teasing, the lively atmosphere within the team filled him with joy. This was the kind of environment he cherished for playing basketball. Curry's carefree spirit and lack of pretension allowed him to quickly bond with the Knicks players. Coach D'Antoni appreciated the camaraderie among the players, believing it would strengthen the team's cohesion and competitive spirit. After allowing them some time to enjoy their banter, he continued, "This afternoon, we will fly to Los Angeles to face the Clippers tonight. The Clippers are on a 3-game winning streak and in good form. Since we will be playing on their home court, we must approach this match with utmost seriousness. Of course, everyone should also have confidence. We are a team on a 4-game winning streak as well." "Understood, Coach," Larry Hughes affirmed. David Lee, brimming with excitement, declared, "Don't worry, Coach. With Steven and Tyson joining us, we will only become stronger. Let us take down the Clippers tonight and showcase the true power of the newly reconstructed Knicks." "I will give it my all." Curry clenched his fist, brimming with confidence and determination. Tyson Chandler mirrored his enthusiasm, roaring, "You can trust me to guard your paint with unwavering dedication." The entire Knicks team exudes an indomitable fighting spirit. This sensation is truly exhilarating. Coach D'Antoni is acutely aware that the confidence displayed by the players is largely derived from the astonishing dominance exhibited by Suyin in the afternoon. The Knicks boarded their private jet and flew to Los Angeles. Arriving shortly after 4 o'clock, the team took some time to rest at their hotel. By 6 o'clock, they boarded a bus to the Staples Center. Arriving at 6:30 for warm-up training, they had just the right amount of time, an hour and a half, before the game commenced at 8. Situated in the City of Angels, Los Angeles is undoubtedly a hub of popularity. An hour before the game, the arena was already packed to capacity, with the deafening cheers of fans reverberating throughout. The electrifying atmosphere laid bare the vibrancy of Los Angeles. Recently crowned the Eastern Conference Player of the Week, Suyin's presence naturally draws a portion of that fervor, particularly from female fans. "Oh my gosh, I finally see the real Suyin. He looks even more handsome in person," exclaimed one. "That fair skin, those chiseled muscles, those long legs. I'm utterly smitten." Suyin embodies a perfect blend of elegance and ferocity. He is both strikingly handsome and exceptionally skilled, an irresistible allure. "Oh, Suyin, I truly hope to embark on a passionate romance with you." "Suyin, dear, my credit score is excellent, and my finances are plentiful. Would you consider dating me?" Such pure-hearted admiration for Suyin ignited a flurry of excitement among countless female fans, each attempting to catch his attention. This evening, the legendary Black Mamba, Kobe Bryant, alongside Pau Gasol and old fish Derek Fisher, arrived to watch the game. The Clippers and the Lakers share the same home court, making it convenient for them to attend in the front row. Kobe observed Suyin and Steph Curry on the court and remarked, "I have vivid memories of Steph's performance during last year's March Madness. He shattered my preconceived notions of a traditional shooter. I always believed Steph would evolve into a great shooter. However, my perspective has shifted. Suyin may very well become an even greater shooter at a faster pace." "Indeed," Gasol replied, watching Suyin effortlessly sink three-point shots from a distance. "How can someone shoot from so far away with such precision?" "Absolutely," Fisher nodded, equally astonished. "As a 3D player, I put significant effort into my three-point shooting. In the end, the only shots I can consistently make are from the corner. The rest are rather mediocre. Yet, in comparison to Suyin, I feel inadequate. He seems to possess an innate talent for three-pointers, consistently making the most improbable shots." "Quite right," Kobe affirmed, his focus unwavering. "Shooting may appear to be a skill, but there are levels of innate talent involved. Clearly, both Suyin and Steph belong to that elite category of extraordinary three-point shooters. I eagerly await their collaboration to create a torrential downpour at the Staples Center." The three conversed animatedly, while seated nearby was the 20-year-old Meng Meng, a rising star in the Hollywood music scene. Clad in a Knicks number 7 jersey, it was evident that she was there to support Suyin. Suyin possesses an irresistible charm and magnetism that captivates any woman fortunate enough to gaze upon him. For some, this admiration morphs into fervent fandom. For others, it ignites a burning desire to share their lives entirely with him. Meng Meng was no exception. Having seen Suyin on television and in newspapers, she was entranced by his handsome visage and masculine physique. His formidable skills and soaring popularity only heightened his allure. However, Meng Meng remained more of a fan, akin to a starstruck admirer, eagerly pursuing the chance to see him in person. In the commentary booth, Mike Breen exclaimed with excitement. The Clippers, riding a 3-game winning streak, face off against the Knicks, who boast a 4-game winning streak. This is a clash of titans. The Knicks, having recently undergone a rebuilding phase, now feature sharpshooter Steph Curry and center Tyson Chandler. What kind of performance can we expect from them? Furthermore, the Clippers center, Chris Common, was named the Western Conference Player of the Week last week, while the Knicks small forward, Suyin, earned the title of Eastern Conference Player of the Week. This matchup between the two players of the week promises to be nothing short of spectacular. Let us all look forward to it. Ding! Meanwhile, a system notification echoed in Suyin's mind. Weekly Player of the Week task activated. Weekly Player of the Week task. Achieve the title of Player of the Week once. Reward. $1 million US dollars, $0.1 million for being Player of the Week. Didn't I just receive the Eastern Conference Player of the Week honor? Haven't I already completed the task? Su Yin felt a surge of excitement, extending his hand as if to claim his reward from the system. The system clarified. The task starting time begins after the task is issued. Thus, your prior achievement does not count. Are you kidding me? Why not release this sooner? This feels like a cruel tease. The system replied, money is for spending, not for free handouts. Taking things for free is disgraceful. You make a compelling argument. I find myself at a loss for words. This meant he would need to play exceptionally well for at least another week, surpassing the competition in the Eastern Conference to secure the Player of the Week title once more and claim the $1 million reward. The incentive was indeed substantial. IT seemed he would have to perform admirably this week. Although there was no time limit, aiming to seize the Player of the Week title within this time frame would be ideal. With this thought in mind, Su Yin set a small goal for himself 10 minutes before the game. The much-anticipated match was about to commence. The fervent atmosphere in the arena reached its peak as everyone eagerly awaited the main event, ready to witness the clash of the Player of the Week. Both teams returned to the bench for final adjustments. Western Conference Player of the Week, Chris received a pass from a teammate and, from the left side of the high post, took a jump shot, swishing it through the net with effortless precision, concluding the warm-up in fiery form. After releasing the shot, he confidently retreated, seemingly aware it would go in. Feeling thoroughly satisfied with his performance, as fate would have it, behind him, a plump waitress was carrying drinks and hamburgers, preparing to serve guests. Her attention was solely on the customers, and unaware, stepped back without noticing her presence. Bang! The two collided. The impact was minor, yet the waitress was slight in stature and was knocked to the ground, spilling food and drinks everywhere. Oh no! The waitress lamented, seeing the destruction of the customers' meals and the mess on the floor. Her heart sinking into despair. The match is about to commence. Guests eagerly await the exquisite delicacies while they watch the game. Should there be any disruption to the proceedings, she might even risk losing her job. With no time to nurse her bruised body from the collision, she hurriedly tends to the soiled floor, fortunate that the cleaning staff has arrived to assist her. Unfazed, glances back at the scattered food and drinks. As well as the female attendant frantically trying to tidy up, he merely casts a fleeting glance before moving on, as if the entire affair bears no relation to him. Naturally, this minor incident has garnered little attention. Ming Ming also takes a cursory look before returning to her phone or watching Su Yin warm up. The most unfortunate individual is undoubtedly the female attendant. Injured from the collision, she must clean the floor, apologize to the customers, and prepare fresh food. She may even face reprimands from her superiors and have her pay docked. She feels miserable, yet as the lowest on the hierarchy, she cannot direct her ire towards the lofty Chris She can only resign herself to her misfortunes. Thankfully, the intervention of the staff has ensured a swift cleanup, which has not impacted the main event. Before long, the main game begins, and the starting players take the court. Los Angeles Clippers starting lineup: point guard, Byron Davis, shooting guard, Eric Gordon, small forward, Rasul Butler, power forward, Marcus Camby, center, Chris New York Knicks starting lineup: point guard, Curry, shooting guard, McGrady, small forward, Su Yin, power forward, David Lee, center, Tyson Chandler, jump ball. The contest for possession between and Tyson, a T216 centimeters tall, with a 221 centimeters wingspan. Tyson holds a natural advantage. Smack. He taps the basketball away before can react. And David Lee captures it, passing it to Curry to initiate the Knicks' first offense. The Clipper small forward Rasul immediately attaches himself to Su Yin, showcasing his solid defensive abilities as he serves as the primary barrier against Su Yin. After experiencing the formidable strength of level 1 steel and iron in the previous match, Su Yin no longer charges forward recklessly. He employs evasive maneuvers, off-ball movement, and seeks his teammate screens, attacking in whatever manner feels most comfortable and scoring with ease. He sprints down the right wing, assessing the game situation, noticing David Lee preparing to set an off-ball screen. Suddenly, he makes a sharp cut back up. I've anticipated this, Rasul growls as he pursues. Yet he is only aware of the initial layer, while Su Yin has already moved to the second. Bang! In a desperate chase, Rasul collides with David Lee, halting his steps Su Yin emerges, and Curry, who has been keeping a close watch on him, also breaks through to draw the defense. Seizing the moment, he executes a left-handed behind-the-back pass, perfectly finding Su Yin, who receives the ball, performs his signature half-turn, and releases a three-pointer. The ball sails true, swish, a flawless hit. This aligns perfectly with my offensive rhythm. Curry muses internally. Wow. Mike Breen exclaims, Steph's behind-the-back pass is exquisite. He is a far superior point guard compared to Su Yin's three-pointer is as effortlessly precise as ever. The duo of Steph and Su Yin, the twin stars of the Knicks, showcases their remarkable synergy right from the outset. It's spectacular. Mark Jackson laughs with excitement. One dares to pass, and the other dares to shoot. These two hardly resemble rookies at all. What an elegant three-pointer. Meng Meng's beautiful eyes sparkle. With both charm and skill, Su Yin exudes an irresistible masculine allure. Even Hollywood's starlets cannot compete. Smack. Su Yin and Curry share a high five. Marking a near-perfect collaboration, it must be noted that the Clippers have prioritized Su Yin since the game's inception, with Rasul serving as the first line of defense and Eric Gordon as the second. Camby and Come On are also poised to keep a watchful eye, with the entire defensive focus aimed squarely at Su Yin. Yet he still effortlessly finds opportunities for three-pointers. What does this signify? Su Yin's formidable off-ball movement, combined with Curry's precise passing, poses a significant headache for their opponents that on the offensive end, Come On utilizes his strength and footwork to evade Tyson under the basket, successfully finishing with a powerful drive. After all, he is a player of the week and an all-star center. When it's the Knicks' turn to attack, Su Yin replicates his previous success, engaging in off-ball movement and executing another play with Curry. At the left arc's apex, just a step beyond the three-point line, what may not be a conventional scoring opportunity for others is perfectly suited for Su Yin. He draws back the bow. Swish! Another three-pointer finds its mark, a direct response from Su Yin. Come On, not to be outdone, rebounds Eric Gordon's missed three-pointer with determination. Immediately, he leaps from the ground, boom, delivering a two-handed dunk under Tyson's defense that sends the rim reverberating with a mournful cry. Wow, Gasol exclaims as the two players of the week exchange relentless offensive blows, making the game utterly captivating. Su Yin's increasingly audacious three-pointers, coupled with his explosive physicality, create a delightful spectacle. Elegance and ferocity coexist. Come On solid footwork in the paint and diverse finishing techniques allow him to dominate with ease. Both are players of the week. How could their abilities be anything less than exceptional? The match ignites from the get-go, plunging into an intense and exhilarating state. Cool, this is the clash of players of the week. The game has only just begun, yet I'm already filled with fervor. Although Su Yin is an undrafted player, he exhibits the prowess of a player of the week. Earning an all-star salary, he is formidable enough to go toe-to-toe with all-star center Come On. A showdown of the strong. The male fans are ecstatic. Wow, he is so handsome and so talented. Is he leaving any room for the other players? I'm in love. Yin Yin, please let us go on a date. I already have the place in mind. The Shangri-La Hotel, Lolita, student, nurse, mature woman, JK, black silk, white silk, fishnet, Balenciaga. There's nothing I can't fulfill for you. Su Yin's graceful three-point shooting and his powerful drives showcase a perfect blend of elegance and strength that, oh my God. I am utterly enamored. The female fans are once again entranced. Meng Meng, too, is captivated. Even if Su Yin were merely a pretty face, he would still charm countless admirers. Combined with his talent, he is simply irresistible. Meng Meng has completely transformed into Su Yin's little fan, cheering joyfully after each of his three-pointers. On the court, the explosive showdown between Su Yin and Come On, two players of the week, commences right from the start and continues unabated. The match is consistently thrilling. The audience is spellbound. As both teams engage in a fierce contest, the game remains exceptionally close. It appears that this battle will persist until the final minute. In reality. However, the first quarter concludes with the Knicks leading by 4 points. By halftime, the Knicks have extended their lead to 7 points. With 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the Knicks have managed to widen the gap to 9 points. Chris, come on. What is happening? I am dominating the paint, moving mountains and seas, playing exceptionally well. So why is the point difference so vast? Is this a river? Min flavoret. Come On cannot comprehend. Not just him, countless home fans in the stands share the same confusion. One fan, with wide eyes, reflects a significant puzzlement. I'm clearly enjoying an exquisite feast of mutual explosions. How did the Clippers falter amidst the action? Why? Mark Jackson voices the collective bewilderment. Mike Breen strokes his chin, feigning contemplation before explaining. This is the essence of the emerging small ball era. Oh, what do you mean by that? Mark Jackson, with great curiosity, pressed on with his inquiries, engaging in a harmonious exchange with his longtime partner. Mike Breen remarked with a raised eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his lips, before continuing, Su Yin and Chris Come On. Both players have performed admirably tonight, without a doubt, as everyone can attest. However, a three-pointer carries an additional point compared to a two-pointer, which becomes significant when both players are evenly matched. 8T this moment. Su Yin, who has already made 8 three-pointers, inexplicably holds an 8-point lead over the Clippers, an unreasonable advantage indeed. This exemplifies the allure of the three-pointer. In truth, everyone understands that the three-point line is a considerable distance, making it difficult for players to ensure a high shooting percentage. Hence, many opt not to shoot. Yet Su Yin is different. He resembles a sharpshooter. Possessing an extraordinary mastery in the realm of three-point shooting, he consistently sinks seemingly impossible shots with remarkable precision. This phenomenon is astonishing, akin to a glimpse into the future of small ball era where perhaps everyone can shoot three-pointers with precision. Oh, indeed. Su Yin's three-point shooting is astoundingly accurate. Mark Jackson echoed in agreement. However, he further queried, but the Clippers have a formidable defense with Chris Come On, Marcus Camby, and DeAndre Jordan safeguarding the paint. Their defensive prowess appears impenetrable. They are well aware of Su Yin's capabilities, recognizing him as the player of the week. How then do they allow him such ease in scoring? Precisely, Mike Breen nodded with a smile, while the Clippers' defense is undeniably robust. Specialization plays a crucial role at this juncture. He paused deliberately, creating suspense among the fans before continuing. The Clippers indeed excel in interior defense, making it challenging for most players to penetrate. In this current era dominated by physical play and drives to the basket, most offensive strategies revolve around attacking the rim. This is where the defensive skills of their three formidable centers can truly shine. However, tonight is a different story. Su Yin is a shooter, a player who embodies the essence of the small ball era, adept at both ball handling and even shooting from beyond the arc. These three cannot extend their defense to the three-point line to guard Su Yin. Even if they attempt to do so, they cannot keep pace with him. Their defensive strength is rendered ineffective. Their talents go unutilized. Meanwhile, the perimeter players, Byron Davis, Eric Gordon, and Rasul Butler, fall short of being elite defenders. They too cannot impede Su Yin. Utilizing his exceptional off-ball movement, occasional physical confrontations, coupled with Stephen Curry's remarkable assists, Su Yin has managed to sink 8 three-pointers before the end of the third quarter, showering the Staples Center with a deluge of three-point shots, propelling his team to a 9-point lead, leaving their opponents in a state of bewilderment and fear. This is the reason for the lead. This is the essence of Su Yin's prowess. Now it makes sense. Mark Jackson exclaimed, his expression mirroring that of many fans in realization. Just then, at the top of the arc, 2 meters beyond the three-point line, Su Yin launched another three-pointer as he faced Gordon's defensive leap. This act was audacious, yet it pierced the heavens with precision. Swish! Su Yin's long-range shot landed coldly in the net once more. Gordon thought to himself, how can he make that? How is this even possible? I consider myself a shooter, and I understand the nuances of the three-pointer. I know all too well how difficult it is to score from such a distance under duress. This rookie, how does he manage to make such shots with such ease? It is simply inconceivable. Gordon was left in disbelief, teetering on the brink of madness. Yet within less than a minute, during the final possession of the third quarter, swish, from the same spot, against the same defense. Gordon charged in with even greater intensity, but Su Yin released his shot with lightning speed once more. This cannot possibly go in. Gordon roared in frustration, wishing to cast a curse to thwart Su Yin's scoring. If he possessed such power, he would not be far from being scrutinized in a laboratory. The arrow-like shot flew true. Swish! Su Yan's three-pointer once again found its mark with chilling accuracy. No. Gordon clutched his head, his expression one of horror as he spiraled into a state of despair. The Clippers' defense was formidable, yet they were utterly helpless against Su Yan. It wasn't a matter of not being able to defend. It was simply that they lacked the ability to do so. Su Yan was on fire. By the end of the third quarter, he had made 10 three-pointers that if we consider that only 9 players in NBA history have ever made 10 or more three-pointers in a single game. Then, perhaps Su Yan stand alone in the annals of history as the only player to achieve 10 three-pointers in just 3 quarters. TSK, a front-row spectator murmured, 10 three-pointers in 3 quarters? Su Yan has truly lost his mind tonight. The Clippers, with their robust interior defense, seem utterly powerless as the third quarter concluded. The Knicks held an 11-point lead, firmly grasping the reins of victory. Hiss, old Fisher remarked. A smirk playing on his lips in the last 2 minutes, hitting 2 long-range shots is truly maddening. However, the Clippers are not performing poorly either. Come On executed a powerful inside move, and Byron Davis attacked the rim with impressive efficiency. Both teams are still trading blows. Yet a three-pointer is worth 1 more point than a 2-pointer out of the 11-point lead the Knicks enjoy. 10 points stem from Su Yan's three-point prowess. This inexplicably widening gap is more exasperating than a straightforward deficit. The future of the small ball era, where three-pointers rain down, indeed sparks anticipation. Indeed, Kobe nodded in agreement, acknowledging the shift toward the small ball era, though currently, only Su Yan surpasses the rest at present. It remains an age of physical play in the paint. This year, we aim for back-to-back championships. I intend to demonstrate to the entire league that even without Shaquille O'Neal, I can still claim the title as the leading man and achieve consecutive championships. Once I secure 5 rings, my goal will be to re-establish the purple and gold dynasty, shaking the historical standing of that black egg. Kobe's final words, though unspoken, contained a terrifying ambition that would leave many astounded. But this is Kobe, the ambitious Black Mamba. Of course, Gasol remained non-committal. Even if Su Yan is exceptional, he cannot shake our Lakers in the slightest. We must defend our championship title. Fisher echoed the sentiment with unshakable confidence. From offense to defense, our roster is among the elite in the league. We are a cohesive unit. The Lakers are invincible, unstoppable. As reigning champions, having swept the Magic 4-1 to secure the title last year. The Lakers were brimming with confidence. The game resumed after a 5-minute intermission. The final quarter commenced. The bench players first faced off, and with the Clippers in good form at home, McGrady couldn't play for long. He quickly became a mere ornament on the court, substituted by Wilson Chandler, now playing alongside the bench unit. With reduced pressure, this arrangement benefited McGrady's performance, as long as he could step onto the court. The fans would be satisfied, and participating in a lower-intensity matchup was advantageous for him. After 3 minutes of rotation, Larry Hughes and McGrady executed a few plays together. While they didn't excel, they prevented the Clippers from closing the gap. Beep, beep. The Clippers could not afford to wait any longer, substituting their starters a minute early to prepare for the final battle. The Knicks starters enjoyed a brief rest, a minute that became an opportunity for the Clippers. With Come On overpowering the paint and Byron Davis attacking the rim aggressively, a small 4-0 run by the Clippers narrowed the gap to 7 points. Beep beep, D'Antoni called a timeout. This was an acceptable situation, and soon the Knicks starters returned to the court for the decisive final 8 minutes. Curry immediately created a 3-point opportunity for Su Yan. Clank. Regrettably, the shot did not go in. Tonight marks Stephen Curry's debut with the Knicks. Yet he exhibits no urgency to launch three-pointers in a bid to validate his prowess. He has already dished out 8 assists, scored 8 points, attempted only 3 three-pointers, successfully sinking 1, while also contributing 2 steals and securing 3 rebounds. Rather than merely proving his ability to shoot from beyond the arc, Curry is more intent on demonstrating his worth on the court. Meanwhile, David Lee, who was once the cornerstone of the team, finds himself captivated by Su Yan's precise 3-point shooting. Furthermore, he is not particularly driven by a competitive spirit. Previously, the Knicks were quite lackluster, compelling him to assume the role of the team's centerpiece. Now, with stronger players around, he is more than willing to embrace the role of a supporting player, becoming a competent blue-collar presence in the paint. With 6 minutes and 13 seconds remaining, bang, Tyson Chandler delivered a thunderous block on Byron Davis, grabbing the rebound to assert his value since joining the Knicks. Curry swiftly initiated a fast break that, in the midst of his drive, he executed a powerful bounce pass that sent the ball flying past Russell, who could barely react. Slap. On the opposite side, Su Yin received the pass, stepping just beyond the three-point line and effortlessly launching a counterattack three-pointer. The ball swished through the net once more, marking the 11th three-pointer. At 3 minutes and 11 seconds, clang. Su Yan's three-point attempt missed, but David Lee and Chandler leapt valiantly to secure the rebound. They swiftly passed the ball out to Curry at the left arc, presenting an opportunity. Curry, however, did not rush to shoot. Instead, he patiently swung the ball to Su Yin at the right arc, where the opportunity was even more favorable to don't shoot. Gordon, who arrived a beat too late, desperately attempted to vocally defend against Su Yin, clearly agitated. Like a practice drill, Su Yin disregarded all distractions and made the shot, which found nothing but net, splashing into the basket. Eowyn, do not allow the shooter consecutive attempts, Mark Jackson exclaimed with excitement. Mike Breen, visibly flushed with exhilaration, observed as Su Yin retreated back to the court after his shot, radiating absolute confidence in his three-point shooting. Importantly, he had already made 12 three-pointers tonight, tying the NBA's single-game record for three-pointers made, previously set by Marshall and Kobe. With a full 3 minutes and 11 seconds remaining, could it be possible that Su Yin might shatter the single-game three-pointer record tonight? Let us wait and see. Upon finishing his statement, the astute director immediately switched the camera to Kobe on the sidelines. Noticing the camera's focus, Kobe promptly gave a thumbs up and nodded repeatedly. As if to convey his pride in Su Yan's performance on the court, Su Yan's consecutive three-pointers helped the team stretch their lead to 10 points, placing immense pressure on the Clippers. They were desperate to close the gap, feeling compelled to respond with three-pointers. However, with a resounding clang, Gordon's three-point attempt fell short. Su Yin, sensing the miss the moment Gordon released the ball, prepared to sprint back for a counterattack. David Lee shielded the basket. Su Yin dashed toward the sidelines, glancing back at Lee to signal for a pass that, in his haste, he unknowingly veered dangerously close to the edge of the court at that moment. He failed to notice the portly female server, previously knocked over by Come On, who was once again carrying food. The server, seeing Su Yin charging toward her, realized she could not avoid him. In the next instant, bang, they collided. Watch out. Meng Meng, seated in the front row, urgently called out as she witnessed Su Yan's approach. Su Yin, startled by the warning, turned to see the server right in front of him, almost face to face, with no time to evade. Bang. Despite instinctively trying to halt his momentum, Su Yin crashed in her. Fortunately, he quickly caught her, preventing her from falling to the ground. She merely tumbled down, but the 3 cups of beverages she carried were spilled everywhere, swiftly spreading across the floor. Crucially, Su Yan's fast break was abruptly interrupted. What is this? What is happening? The Knicks were in the midst of a fast break when Su Yin was halted on the sidelines, and Coach D'Antoni was frantically gesturing in exasperation. The referee, realizing the situation, blew his whistle, calling for a timeout. Although the Knicks had a potentially advantageous fast break thwarted, the referee's action minimized the damage. First, it prevented a 4-on-5 scenario. Second, it saved a timeout for the Knicks. On Su Yan's end, instead of leaving like come on, he hurried over to help the server up, expressing his apologies. I'm so sorry, I was distracted and didn't see you. Are you hurt? The server, clearly taken aback by Su Yan's gesture, was momentarily stunned by his concern. It was hard for her to remain composed in the face of Su Yan's extraordinary looks and gentle demeanor. I am fine. Even if she had been hurt, she would have said she was okay. Relieved, Su Yin recognized the sheer force he possessed. An ordinary person could hardly withstand it, let alone a woman. Immediately, the cleaning staff rushed over with mops and cloths to address the mess on the floor. Su Yin reassured the server, don't worry. Later, you can get another round of drinks and food for the customers. I'll cover the cost. You don't need to worry about your boss scolding you. I'll explain everything, so you won't have to bear any burden. Wow, Su Yin is so handsome, plays so well, and has such high popularity, yet he displays no star arrogance and possesses such admirable character. His kindness is simply wonderful, in comparison to Kamon's earlier indifference. Su Yan's warm behavior only amplifies people's affection and appreciation for him. The server was utterly charmed that Su Yan, however, did not overthink the situation. He felt responsible for the server's fall and the spilled drinks, recognizing her hard work. After soothing her, he prepared to leave when the server, gathering her courage, quietly asked, "Su Yan, could you give me a hug?" "Of course," Su Yan replied with a smile, embracing her warmly. The server's heart soared with joy. "Oh what?" Su Yan then returned to the bench, awaiting the staff to clean the floor. While Meng Meng, observing everything from behind, noted the contrast between Kamon's earlier coldness and Su Yan's warmth. Inner perspective. It was normal for an all-star caliber player to possess a certain arrogance, but one should also have compassion. Such an occurrence would undoubtedly be a tremendous bonus. She believed that with Su Yan's striking handsomeness and exceptional skills, he would surely be the object of adoration for countless admirers. T2 would possess an air of arrogance. Surely, he would turn his back and walk away as if he had not noticed, possibly even blaming the waitress for disrupting his fast break. Who could have known? Not only did Su Yan not act in such a manner, but he also offered her comfort. This was entirely unexpected from Meng Meng, completely beyond her anticipation. For Su Yan, this was merely a casual gesture. But in Meng Meng's eyes, it radiated warmth. Qualities such as love, chivalry, tenderness, and integrity all converged upon him in an instant. If her previous admiration for Su Yan had merely been that of an ardent fan, now it had evolved into something resembling love. Just 20 years old, a young girl can easily find herself irrevocably enamored with a man in a fleeting moment. It is understandable, for he is a man of striking appearance. Long legs, a robust physique, remarkable skills, immense popularity, and commendable character. Who could possibly resist such a combination? Just a single, unintentional act fulfilled all of Meng Meng's fantasies regarding her ideal man. After embracing Su Yan, the waitress felt a surge of joy. No matter how much she might be reprimanded or fined tonight, even if she were to be dismissed, she felt it would be worth it. Su Yan kept his word. The waitress returned to prepare drinks and food anew. Ready to accept any punishment, Su Yan requested one of the team's logistics staff to accompany her and explain everything to their boss. In just 3 minutes, the area once filled with beverages was transformed. And the game continued. The Knicks retained possession. David Lee attempted to overpower Camby in the low post, perhaps underestimating Camby's formidable defensive presence in the paint, and was met with a solid block. With four-time block champion and a DPOY, there was no room for jest as possession shifted. It was still Carmelo Anthony who, facing Tyson in the low post, accelerated with the ball in his right hand, initiating contact to enhance the lateral drive's deception. Bang! After yet another fierce confrontation, he executed a smooth spin to the basket, effortlessly leaving Tyson behind. Carmelo scored with ease and then approached Tyson, taunting him with a playful glance. "Where are you? Where are you? You think you're something, huh? You won't be able to perform tonight at the nightclub." With an 8-point deficit during the possession change, two-time steals champion Baron Davis astutely anticipated and intercepted Curry's pass. He swiftly transitioned to a counterattack. It appeared he would take the shot, but he remained composed, seeking out the round-face dome, as this was a critical moment where a three-pointer was essential to narrow the gap. "This time I must score." Gordon received the ball and confidently shot a three-pointer in transition. Swish, a splendid opportunity. Gordon seized it, rapidly closing the gap to 5 points with just under 2 minutes remaining. Hope for a Clippers comeback was alive. "My bad." Curry slapped his head, acknowledging his mistake. This was his first error of the night. Naturally, no one would blame him, and he was handed the ball once more, with faith in him. This exemplified the Knicks' exceptional basketball atmosphere. After Curry advanced the ball, Su Yan set a screen for him, moving to the right wing while simultaneously sprinting to the left wing. Was there an opportunity? Curry was about to pass, but just as they connected, Russell, who had been closing in, abruptly pivoted, seemingly resolute, sprinting towards Su Yan. Gordon also caught up, and the two reached the unguarded Su Yan. With the ball in hand, Curry found himself wide open. Curry thought, "At least I created a legend during March Madness, and I'm certainly one of the potential stocks of the era." How rude can you be? I'm just trying to keep a low profile, but that doesn't mean I lack confidence in my three-point shooting. Enraged, he gazed at the wide-open hoop and launched a three-pointer. The sun illuminated the scene as the shot flew true. Swish. Feeling deeply insulted, Curry's shot hit nothing but net, delivering a firm rebuke to the Clippers players. Ming wondered, why is everyone targeting Su Yin instead of focusing on the ball-handling Stephen Curry? This is downright excessive. Ha ha! Gasol laughed heartily, somewhat disdainful, feeling a fleeting sympathy for Stephen Curry. Ha! Old Fisher chuckled, reflecting on Su Yin, who had already made 12 three-pointers. His three-point threat was so significant that the Clippers were forced to abandon Curry in favor of aggressively defending Su Yin, unwilling to allow him another shot. Thus, they paid the price. Kobe shrugged, affirming that the Knicks' acquisition of Curry was indeed a wise choice. They truly underestimated him. Even as Curry made a three-pointer, he cursed under his breath while returning to the court. It is one thing to underestimate Curry's shooting. It is akin to saying that Iverson couldn't change direction, T-Mac couldn't pull up, Kobe couldn't fade away, or Carter couldn't dunk. The insult was immense. Observing the furious yet somewhat adorable Curry, Su Yin shook his head. Curry had undeniably been put in his place. As possession shifted, Baron Davis aimed to swiftly conclude the engagement with a two-pointer before reinforcing his defense to end his rookie season. Curry averaged 1.9 steals per game. When opponents eagerly sought to breach his defense, they often left themselves vulnerable. Baron Davis employed a series of crossovers, left-handed dribbles, and feigned breakthroughs, but this was completely anticipated by Curry. With swift precision, he intercepted the ball directly from Baron Davis. Baron had passed Curry, yet the ball remained. Steven here. Su Yin anticipated perfectly, racing forward as Curry, without hesitation, passed him the ball with remarkable speed and accuracy. Receiving the pass at the right side of the midcourt, Su Yin took two dribbles and reached the logo area. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Gordon charging in from behind, like a mad dog, possibly hoping to catch up. Therefore, to avert any unforeseen circumstances, Su Yin secured his position at the logo, and, amidst the astonished gasps of the Clippers fans and the incredulous expressions of Gasol and Fisher, as well as Kobe's disbelief, he raised his hand for a logo three-pointer. The ball soared through the air, spinning in the gaze of the global audience. Swish! Su Yin netted this logo three-pointer, marking his 13th of the game, and thereby toppled the Clippers. The arena fell silent for a moment. An eerie stillness enveloped the crowd. All were left utterly astounded. A logo three-pointer is a rarity, especially in the present moment. This was the first logo three-pointer made by any player in the league this season. Moreover, it was executed as a standard shot. Su Yin, as an undrafted player, had shattered conventions, defied expectations, and astonished everyone. Following this, cheers and shouts surged forth like a tidal wave. Was this an away game? Indeed. Su Yin managed to transform the arena into his home court with 12 three-pointers and one logo three-pointer, rendering Los Angeles his own territory. This was merely a regular season game, not a playoff showdown or a life-and-death Game 7. The fans were primarily seeking enjoyment. Thus, how could they withhold their applause for the exhilarating visual spectacle and staggering three-point barrage that Su Yin brought them? Holy smokes! Head coach Mike Dunleavy of the Clippers cradled his head in disbelief. Utterly shocked into silence, a deep sense of agitation churned within him, not merely due to the widening double-digit deficit signaling impending defeat, but rather from his failure to secure Su Yin. That he had come tantalizingly close to signing him. That it can only be said that the Knicks, having made their move first, seized a superior opportunity, leading to his misfortune. Tsk. The opposing coach, instead of lamenting the overwhelming performance of his own team's adversary, expressed regret over his inability to acquire him. What a spectacle! This indeed illustrates Su Yin's exceptional prowess and his undeniable desirability. With an 11-point gap, the home court now felt like an away game, and with just a little over a minute remaining, hope had all but vanished. Rather than prolonging the agony, it seemed wiser to bow out gracefully. Mike Dunleavy called a timeout, substituting all 5 players, conceding the match and allowing the final minute to devolve into garbage time. So impressive, Curry exclaimed, applauding fervently. While I practice logo threes myself, the difficulty remains considerable. David Lee quipped, I can't even master a simple two-pointer. Steven, you practice logo threes. Su Yin, you executed a logo 3 in a real game to seal the victory? David Lee shook his head in disbelief, questioning his very existence. A three-pointer, a steal, a beautiful assist. Su Yin smiled, acknowledging that it was Stephen's clutch performance that provided him the opportunity to clinch the game. That is truly infuriating. The mere thought of a three-pointer stirred up Curry's ire. Being left so wide open felt like the utmost insult to him as a shooter. Haha, McGrady chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Stephen, don't take it to heart. Use that three-pointer to punish them harshly. Next time, they won't dare to underestimate you. Tyson Chandler joined in the laughter. With Su Yin and Stephen, our team as sharpshooters, we outgunned the Clippers to a 3-game winning streak. Eastern Conference Player of the Week? No, that's all just fleeting clouds. Indeed. Wilson Chandler was equally exhilarated. Su Yin's arrival not only ended our 10-game losing streak, but also propelled us to an impressive 5-game winning streak. The feeling is simply marvelous. On the Knicks bench, the starters were immersed in the early enjoyment of victory. In stark contrast, the Clippers bench, led by Come On and Byron Davis, sat dejected, each player wearing a long face, silent to be outclassed by an undrafted player, torched by his relentless three-pointers. This was a conclusion no one had anticipated before the game. In truth, do not be misled by Su Yin's undrafted status. He stands shoulder to shoulder with O'Neal as a player of the week. A top-tier 3D player commanding an all-star caliber salary. He is indeed formidable. The game was not yet over. In the commentary booth, Mike Breen could no longer contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Congratulations to the Knicks on their 5-game winning streak." Moreover, we must sincerely commend Su Yin. Once again, he delivered a jaw-dropping performance, sinking an unfathomable logo 3 that toppled the Clippers from such a distance. Is that even a shot a player can make? It is utterly astounding. Furthermore, what is even more shocking is that Su Yin hit a staggering 13 three-pointers tonight, breaking the single-game record of 12 set by Marshall and Kobe. He has set a new milestone for three-pointers. He has become the player with the most three-pointers made in a single NBA game in history. 13 three-pointers, a record shattered. Additionally, Su Yin amassed 44 points for rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks, showcasing his prowess on both ends of the court. And come on, under the relentless pressure from Tyson Chandler, he managed to secure 18 points, 9 rebounds, 1 assist, and 2 blocks. Close to a 20-10 stat line. He looks decent, but when compared to Su Yin, it pales in comparison. Appearing utterly weak. Su Yin versus Come On. Eastern Conference Player of the Week versus Western Conference Player of the Week. Su Yin triumphed decisively. Ding! As the game concluded, the system's notification chimed in. The host had made 13 three-pointers in a single game, breaking the NBA record for three-pointers made in a game, completing the dual mission task 2, and earning a reward of $300,000 USD. The dual mission task was complete. Splendid. 300,000 is in hand. Su Yin felt a surge of joy. Calculating how much he had earned from today's game, 44 points for rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals, 2 blocks, including 13 three-pointers, 2 fast break layups, and 1 of 2 from the free throw line. That is $500,000 USD, with training combined with actual gameplay. The total number of dribbles and steps taken amounted to nearly 24,000 multiplied by 3 equals 72,000 USD. In total, that is $500,000 USD. Adding the task reward of $300,000 US brings the total to a staggering $561,200 US. It's worth noting that even the highest paid players in the league, like Kobe and McGrady, earn merely $280,000 US per game. And that is just for the regular season. Su Yin now earns double what they do in a single game. Taking McGrady's annual salary of $23 million as an example, if Su Yin maintains this level of performance, his annual salary would be $46 million USD. Truly exorbitant. Plus, with $300,000 US in savings, he now has a balance of $880,000 USD. To upgrade to level 4, he still needs roughly 860,000 experience points, which means he has enough funds for the upgrade. Once spent, he can level up. Level 4, whether it's the privileges of the level up gift pack or the increased money-making speed. It all sounds enticing. Su Yin silently calculated in his mind. Eager to spend the money quickly, as he emerged from his thoughts, a female reporter dressed in professional attire stood beside him. She was from ESPN. Raising her microphone, she flashed a professional smile. Mr. Su Yin, congratulations on leading your team to yet another victory, achieving a 5-game winning streak. Congratulations on hitting 13 three-pointers and breaking the NBA record for the most three-pointers made in a game. That last logo 3, which sealed the game, was truly magnificent. It made my blood boil with excitement. Tonight, it seemed that Su Yin had an intense desire to score, especially from beyond the arc. What was the driving force behind that? For the money. Su Yin blurted out, .13 three-pointers equate to 300,000. No, for 56,000, you should have shot as well. At a moment of unexpected candor, Su Yin revealed his true thoughts. For the money. The female reporter looked bewildered. Oh dear, I spoke too soon. Su Yin chuckled sheepishly, then reorganized his words, maintaining a steady demeanor. Indeed, it is for the money. However, what I meant was that as an undrafted player, it is an honor for the Knicks to offer me an all-star caliber salary. Therefore, I should give my all in every game, delivering outstanding performances to honor the generous contract the Knicks have bestowed upon me. I see. The female reporter nodded thoughtfully, then gave a thumbs up. Mr. Su Yin, you are truly remarkable. You deserve an all-star salary. Keep it up. I hope you can make the all-star team this year and showcase your talents on that grand stage. Thank you. I appreciate your kind words. Su Yin expressed his gratitude politely. If I could compete on such a stage, it would be my honor. The interview concluded. Kobe, Gasol, and Fisher approached. Kobe embraced Su Yin and praised. Well played, especially the three-pointers. You have immense potential. Congratulations on breaking my three-point record. IT might sound a bit self-congratulatory, but that truly is an extraordinary record. Su Yin smiled and thanked him, attributing his success to mere luck in hitting one extra three-pointer. Truly humble, Gasol shook his head and laughed. Tonight, you were the most dazzling player. You deserve the accolades, Su Yin. Fisher gave Su Yin a pat on the back, saying, keep it up. In the future, you will become one of the league's premier shooters. I will strive to do so, Su Yin replied graciously. Kobe patted Su Yin on the shoulder, urging him to maintain his passion for basketball. Additionally, he mentioned, I'll be moving to a new house soon. I'll invite you and Steven over to visit a house. Surely it must be a villa, Su Yin responded with a smile. On that day, I will do my utmost to clear my schedule to come and see. After a brief chat and introduction, Kobe and the others took their leave. Su Yin intended to return to the locker room for celebrations, but was approached by a female fan clad in shorts and his jersey. Who could it be? Indeed, it is Meng Meng. Standing at an impressive height of 180 centimeters, with fair skin and captivating beauty, especially her long legs that extend beyond those of many, she is merely 20 years old this year. In terms of physique, attractiveness, and skin condition, she exists in an exceptional realm. Truly a paragon of beauty. Wow, it's Meng Meng. Upon seeing her approach, Curry felt a surge of excitement within. Tracy McGrady and David Lee had already entered fanboy mode. Immediately scanning the surroundings for paper and pen, eager to obtain Meng Meng's autograph, Miss Meng Meng breezed past Kobe and the others. She didn't even spare them a glance, swiftly making her way over. Without hesitation, she enveloped Su Yin in a warm hug, tilting her head up with excitement, exclaiming, Su Yin, I am your super fan. Can we take a picture together? After saying this, she took out her phone, ready to capture the moment. With Su Yin, it seemed as if she wasn't really asking, but rather conveying a message. Meng Meng's personality was open and carefree, unreserved in her actions, doing whatever she pleased. The previous moment, when Su Yin had comforted a female staff member, had already sparked feelings of affection in Meng Meng towards him. Had it not been a public setting or their first encounter, she would have confessed her feelings to him already. That Su Yin was the embodiment of all her fantasies about men, the one she had already deemed as hers. So, what harm could there be in a hug? After the photo, Meng Meng flashed a generous smile, revealing a set of perfectly aligned white teeth, and asked, Su Yin, can I have your contact information? After some time, I'd like to invite you to my concert. Meng Meng currently enjoys immense popularity in the music industry, achieving a superstar status with a legion of fervent fans. Securing a ticket to her concert is indeed a daunting task. Su Yan was taken aback, feeling honored. Although it was their first meeting, they had already shared hugs and a close demeanor, and now she was inviting him to her concert. Su Yan found himself momentarily dazed. Yet considering she was a renowned Hollywood female singer, it was not uncommon for other girls to take the initiative. Exchanging contact information and making a friend posed no harm. After all, how many wolf friends could only dream of such an encounter? Nevertheless, Su Yan felt an odd sense of being coerced. After obtaining Su Yan's contact details, Ming Ming swayed contentedly, thoroughly satisfied. See you next time. With that, she prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Miss Ming Ming. David Lee rushed forward to stop her. Ming Ming glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "What is it?" "Ha." David Lee scratched his head, pleading, "I'm a fan of yours. I can sing all your songs. Could I possibly have an autograph and take a picture with you?" Me too, me too," McGrady chimed in from behind. Ming Ming slightly furrowed her brows and then apologized. "I'm sorry, but I'm in a bit of a hurry. Today might not be convenient." There was no real urgency. She simply felt that in front of her man, she shouldn't engage in intimate photo-taking with other males. After declining, Ming Ming was about to leave, but felt something was amiss. She turned back and approached Su Yan, standing on her tiptoes to quickly plant a kiss on his cheek before departing with satisfaction. Curry, McGrady, David Lee. The three looked at Su Yan, their hearts filled with envy. David Lee's eyes reddened as he nearly roared. "You hugged and embraced her and even kissed her. Yan, you'd better explain how you secretly captured this Hollywood star." "Right," McGrady also complained. "You're hugging and embracing her, yet you want to even give us an autograph. She wouldn't even spare us a word. This stark contrast suggests there's definitely a story between you two. I simply can't believe it." Though it was a complaint, their eyes were filled with envy. It was normal for an ordinary girl to be drawn to Yan, but Ming Ming was a sensational figure in the music industry. How could she possibly resist Yan's charm? Curry leaned closer, scrutinizing Su Yan, licking his lips. "I must say, you are indeed quite handsome." "Handsome is one thing. What else with the lip-licking?" "Kid, something is off with you." Faced with the trio's pressing inquiries, Su Yan shrugged and spoke truthfully. "I did nothing. Everything was enforced by Ming Ming." The trio of star chasers rolled their eyes at him in unison, indicating their disbelief. The next day was a rest day. The Knicks flew back overnight, ready for a well-deserved break. Upon returning home, it was already past midnight. After a refreshing shower, Su Yan comfortably lay down in bed, preparing to rest. Just then, a text notification chimed. Su Yan picked up his phone to check. It was a message from the cheerleading captain. Raphael Rebecca. The content read, "Are you home? You worked hard today. I've already showered and am lying down. So comfortable." Su Yan initially thought there was only this message, but to his surprise, there were over 10 unread messages. All from Rebecca. "Logo 3 points. You look so handsome. Today's training was tough. We practiced an extra hour, and the others didn't even complain. If anything, they wanted to practice even more. It's really intense. Now it's 11:15 p.m., and my stomach is growling, but I can't eat, absolutely cannot eat. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble with my weight. There's a new barbecue restaurant on the 6th floor of Union Square, and it seems to have a good reputation. We should go eat there together sometime. I'll treat you. Oh no, I overslept today and didn't have time to make my bed. Time is tight. Rush, rush, rush." Rebecca sent him so many messages, all sharing her daily life or current happenings, brimming with a desire to connect. Su Yan wasn't deliberately ignoring her. He had just been busy with away games and contract renewal issues. He genuinely had little time. Moreover, he rarely checked messages, opting to call directly for matters. He had a backlog of unread messages. The difference between 5 and 15 messages was significant, mixed with spam and marketing ads, which made him too lazy to look. Thus, he only saw them now that he wasn't naive. When a girl persistently shares her life with you, the implication is quite clear. Sigh. Su Yan let out a breath. Although Rebecca's beauty and physique were undeniably above 95 points, she was genuinely stunning. But to act as if nothing had happened would be rather callous. With this in mind, Su Yan decided to make amends with Rebecca and replied, "Are you free tomorrow? Let me treat you to something to eat and maybe stroll around." Rebecca replied in an instant, "Sure, but it has to be in the evening. I have training during the day. Su-Yin, no problem. See you at Union Square in the evening. Rebecca, great. It's a delightful decision then. Rest well. Good night. Su-Yin, good night. Conversation halted. Yay, Rebecca jumped up from her bed, previously feeling a bit drowsy. Now completely invigorated, Su-Yin asked me out for dinner. I'm so happy, so excited. Overjoyed, Rebecca immediately opened her wardrobe, beginning to choose her outfit. Tomorrow would be her first official date with Su-Yin. She had to dress beautifully. What should she wear? A camisole dress or a pleated skirt? Perhaps a JK uniform or jeans? Should she go for a sporty look or a feminine vibe? A mature style or a cute one? Such a dilemma. Such a conundrum. Rebecca was so excited she couldn't fall asleep. Meanwhile, Su-Yin set down his phone, lay back, covered himself with a blanket, and closed his eyes for a second, 2 seconds. And on the 3rd second, the sound of his even breathing began to resonate. The next day, early morning, major news outlets and basketball websites were once again fervently reporting Su-Yin's extraordinary performance the previous night. Scoring 44 points, he shattered his career single-game scoring record. With logo 3 points, he dominated the game, sinking 13 three-pointers, surpassing Marshall and Kobe, and earning the singular honor of being the first in history. Such a performance was hard to criticize. Commentator Clyde Drexler even publicly praised him on his podcast, declaring, in no more than 3 years and no less than 1, Su-Yin will undoubtedly become the most formidable shooter in NBA history. Bar none that I do not intend to imply anything about the league's top shooters like Ray Allen, Peja Stojakovic, or Lewis, that I merely believe that Su-Yin is exceptional. His three-point shooting transcends conventions and defies expectations, naturally propelling him to reach the pinnacle of success sooner and swifter. Prior to Su-Yin, no one ever envisioned a shooter wielding such astonishing dominance on the court. After all, even the likes of Ray Allen and Peja, both renowned three-point specialists, were not merely pure shooters. Regarding Ray Allen, an interesting tidbit is that he was once an accomplished dunker. His ability to penetrate and inflict damage was formidable, blending drives and shots to forge the prowess of the gentleman's sword. Peja, too, while undoubtedly an outstanding shooter, was far from being a mere marksman. During his prime, standing at 206 centimeters, he possessed a significant height advantage as a swingman, coupled with an exceptional court vision, cutting ability, and game-reading skills that on the offensive end, he was equally capable of driving to the basket as he was of shooting at AS. For Su-Yin, he relies primarily on his three-point shooting, seemingly excelling solely in that domain. However, even if one recognizes that he only shoots threes, they are utterly unable to defend against him. Just beyond the arc, he can shoot over defenders. From 2 meters beyond the three-point line, he effortlessly releases the ball. Even when taking logo threes, he maintains a standard shooting form with a commendable shooting percentage. Dear friends, who can comprehend this? How on earth can one defend against him? All shooters exist, yet what grants him such superiority? It is precisely because he accomplishes feats beyond the reach of ordinary shooters that Su-Yin, despite being an undrafted player, has become the focus of widespread attention. The entire nation is abuzz. Recently, discussions swirled around Su-Yin's astonishing three-point display from the previous day. Yet by noon, the narrative took a startling turn. Shockingly, the it girl of Hollywood, Meng Meng, was seen embracing and kissing the NBA's rising star. Su-Yin, had they embarked on a romantic relationship? As reported by a Hollywood entertainment outlet, 2 images accompanied the news. One depicted Meng Meng affectionately posing with Su-Yin, while the other captured her kissing his cheek. Just 2 images, yet they were explosive enough. What? Oh my God. Meng Meng is actually in a relationship. Who is this man? Su-Yin, the NBA's rising star. Unfamiliar to me, but how could such an obscure individual possibly be dating Meng Meng? This attractiveness seems a bit off. I demand to know everything about this man in 3 minutes. The Hollywood entertainment outlet was the first to report on the liaison between a female star and an NBA player. It served as a conduit for the entertainment industry to recognize Su-Yin, with Meng Meng's fanbase being particularly powerful and fervent. The fans swiftly engaged in online sleuthing. Information about Su-Yin was quickly unearthed. The more they dug, the more chaotic it became. Why are NBA players so incredibly handsome? Tall, long-legged, with a robust physique and fair, flawless skin. What a dreamboat. No wonder Meng Meng is dating such a person. Ah, Ming Ming is indeed Ming Ming. She possesses remarkable taste. Just glancing at the photos and videos leaves me speechless. This visage and physique, brimming with sexual allure, suddenly makes me envy Ming Ming. If it were Su Yan, he indeed seems quite compatible with her. A perfect match. Upon learning the news, female fans were utterly captivated by Su Yan's looks, many of whom were also fans of Ming Ming. In an instant, the ship was sailed. However, the male fans exhibited an entirely different reaction. Such intimate embraces and kisses. For heaven's sake, this occurred on the court, in public. What might they be doing in private? They must have already shared a bed, perhaps on the couch, in the bathroom, on the balcony, or even in the kitchen. I feel like I might shatter my teeth in frustration. What is Su Yan? By what right does he possess such privileges? I must go and break his legs. Hey, calm down, brother upstairs. How can you endure this? Ming Ming is a goddess, just 20 years old, in her prime, and she has had no rumored partners until now. Suddenly, she's involved with Su Yan. Can you bear it? No. What I mean is if you rush over, the likelihood of you defeating him is slim. This is outrageous. Male fans were driven to madness. Additionally, their imaginations were indeed quite vivid. Rumors involving NBA stars and Hollywood actresses are not uncommon. And when they do arise, they typically generate considerable buzz. After all, the entertainment media possesses far greater influence than that of the basketball realm. Just as Ming Ming's male fans speculated, those paparazzi would report every detail, crafting sensational narratives, often more explosive and exaggerated. In an instant, it seemed as though Su Yan and Ming Ming were truly in a relationship and sharing a bed. Of course, many were merely enjoying the spectacle and engaging in idle chatter. Yet regardless, Su Yan began to garner attention within the entertainment circle. As for Su Yan himself, he awoke around noon. After a game on the road, one often feels fatigued and requires ample rest. After taking a shower and freshening up, he prepared to head out when he received a call from Augustine. "Boss, I have found a place for you to stay. A 3-story, approximately 300 square meter villa, complete with a courtyard and a small garden. The location is excellent, just a 15-minute drive to the arena and merely 10 minutes to Union Square and the surrounding commercial streets. It's quite nice. Although the price is a bit steep at $20,000 a year, you might want to consider it. If you're not in a hurry, I can search for other options with better value. A 300 square meter villa. Renting for $20,000 a year in 2009 is indeed not inexpensive. However, it is still quite appealing. After hearing this, Su Yan nodded in satisfaction. The size is just right, and I really like the location. It's perfect. Let's go with it. Please arrange for a 1-year lease and inquire about the move-in date. What? You're moving in just like that? That's a full $240,000 for the year. That's practically throwing away $240,000. Are you making such a hasty decision? Augustine was momentarily taken aback, and, after some hesitation, couldn't help but ask, "Boss, are you sure you don't want to think it over? This villa is indeed nice, but the price is somewhat steep. I suggest. It doesn't matter. Let's go with it." Su Yan interrupted Augustine. "I've already transferred the money to you. Please handle the arrangements. I want to move in as soon as possible. The current living situation is rather remote and somewhat cramped. Upon entering, one is immediately in the living room, and just a few steps away is the bedroom, with a balcony that is practically non-existent. It feels stifling. Living here is quite uncomfortable." As for the price, Su Yan hardly concerned himself. $240,000 a year is merely the cost of one game. He might not even need that much. So why dwell on it? Su Yan simply does not care about the price. He only considers whether he likes it and if it feels comfortable. "All is well, boss." Augustine agreed. Su Yan transferred the money without hesitation, stating that it wasn't as if he was spending his own funds. A glance at his phone revealed that Su Yan had deposited $250,000 into his bank account, with a note of $10,000 designated as a reward for his hard work. This left Augustine momentarily stunned. An annual rent of $240,000, and Su Yan didn't hesitate for a second. As agent, while finding a place to live was part of his duties, it was only reasonable to lend a hand. Yet, Su Yan had simply given a $10,000 tip. This was truly extravagant. Augustine surmised that Su Yan must be a wealthy heir, and with such kindness from him, he resolved to wholeheartedly seek out business opportunities for him. For Su Yan, a $10,000 tip was indeed not a significant sum. He could easily earn that in a mere 34,000 steps. Generally speaking, it wouldn't be customary to give such an amount. His actions were more about social etiquette, ensuring that Augustine would be more attentive to his business matters in the future. After finalizing the arrangements for the new apartment, Su Yin made his way to the gym. There are no games scheduled for the day, but training could not be neglected. Tea not only allowed for continuous improvement, but also facilitated earning money. Two birds with one stone. Anyone would be filled with enthusiasm. Before training commenced, Su Yin planned to present a fruit basket he had purchased on the way to a staff member who had assisted him the previous night in resolving an incident involving a plump waitress. Su Yin, you're too kind. This is such a minor matter, really not worth mentioning. Just take the fruit back. The staff member insisted shyly. Su Yin chuckled. If you don't accept it, I might feel embarrassed asking for your help in the future. Or are you saying you find these fruits unworthy? How could that be? With Su Yin's insistence, the staff member reluctantly accepted, smiling. Thank you, Su Yin. After delivering the fruit, Su Yin finally arrived at the training facility. As he stepped onto the court, David Lee approached him, bubbling with excitement. Yin, you can't even imagine the joy of having twin ponytails. Su Yin raised an eyebrow. I have no idea what you're talking about. But it sounds rather inappropriate. Although he had never tried twin ponytails, he thought such matters hardly warranted public discussion. Su Yin shot David a disapproving glance, retorting, last night was an away game, and we got back so late. You still thinking about joy? Uh-huh, David Lee replied with a knowing smile, continuing, so did you and Ming Ming? What are you implying? Su Yin shook his head. I truly just met her for the first time last night. Is that for real? Tracy McGrady chimed in. His curiosity piqued. Rumors are flying that you two are in a relationship and even living together. If so, you've lost, Su Yin shrugged. All right then. Seeing Su Yin's earnestness, McGrady believed him. After all, he preferred to trust Su Yin over the unscrupulous media. David Lee was also convinced, cheerfully saying, Yin, you must go for it. Winning over a Hollywood star would be incredible. That's Ming Ming. Curry joined in. Her physique, beauty, popularity, and reputation are all flawless. She is the goddess in the hearts of many. Now that Ming Ming is taking the initiative with you, seize the opportunity. Strike while the iron is hot. What the hell? We've only just met, and everything feels so forced. How could I simply win her over? What are they even saying? Su Yin shook his head, finding it amusing but unwilling to explain. As it probably wouldn't make sense anyway. Training would be the priority. It would not only enhance his skills, but also help him earn money. That was the most pragmatic approach. At 6 p.m., Rebecca finished a day of training and promptly messaged Su Yin, arranging to meet at Union Square at 7 at T6:40. Rebecca arrived at T6:55. Su Yin also made his entrance from afar. He could see Rebecca shining amidst the crowd. She wore a white ruffled t-shirt paired with denim shorts and chic white sneakers. Her angelic visage combined with an enviable figure made her appear exceptionally sweet and charming. Notably, her twin ponytails added a playful and lively touch. One word. Stunning. Su Yin was taken aback. If he had rated her beauty a 95 previously, this ensemble surely elevated her score by at least 2 points. 97. Setting aside other factors, purely in terms of figure and appearance, she ranked exceedingly high and could easily break into the top 10 of the world's most beautiful women. Merely standing there, her allure turned heads almost 100 of the time. Even as others approached her, she graciously declined, her heart solely awaiting Su Yin. Sorry to keep you waiting. Noticing Rebecca had arrived first, Su Yin expressed his apologies. No. Rebecca shook her head, beaming. I just got here as well. The timing is perfect. Ha! Su Yin smiled. Not dwelling on it, he looked Rebecca up and down and said, You look beautiful today. Really? It's just okay, Rebecca responded modestly. Yet internally, she was overjoyed. She had spent over an hour carefully selecting her outfit that evening. All for Su Yin as compliments. Let us go. You must be starving. Let us grab some dinner. Sounds great. Su Yin took Rebecca to the barbecue restaurant she had been longing to visit. They ordered him 7 beef. Beef short ribs, Australian beef, and a tomahawk steak, all of exceptional quality, accompanied by various skewers. Additionally, they indulged in an emperor crab prepared in 5 different styles. Crab roe custard, steamed crab with whole eggs. Garlic vermicelli, steamed crab legs, typhoon shelter fried crab, and crab meat steamed eggs at tea. Oh, cap it off, they shared a bottle of golden ace of spades. Wow, this is quite lavish. As the dishes arrived, Rebecca's eyes widened, revealing her true foodie nature. She furrowed her brow. But eating all this will surely add a few pounds. Today is a cheat meal. Su Yin laughed, adding, besides, you're already so slender. There's no need to obsess over your weight. This was the truth. Standing at 1.68 meters, she had curves in all the right places, weighing in at just 95 pounds. Her figure was simply exquisite, appearing both slim and tall, despite her playful protestations. Rebecca didn't pause for a moment as she dove into the feast. When a foodie encounters delicious food, thoughts of dieting are easily cast aside. Approximately an hour later, having nearly finished their meal, Rebecca leaned back in her chair, utterly satisfied. Su Yin went to settle the bill. The total came to 18,000 USD, with the golden ace of spades priced at 8,000 USD. Su Yin inquired about Rebecca's thoughts on the champagne. Rebecca replied with a smile, "It should be good wine. It feels different, but I can't quite describe my tea." Su Yin chuckled. Like him, she didn't have a refined palate for wine tasting. The 8,000 US dollars ace of spades felt similar in flavor to the 500 US dollars champagne he had earlier at the cafeteria. It was indeed better, but given Su Yin's level of wine appreciation, he felt the price discrepancy was not as vast. Of course, it didn't matter. The joy of the moment was what truly counted. After finishing their meal, Su Yin suggested, "Shall we take a stroll?" Rebecca nodded vigorously, her enthusiasm palpable. When it comes to shopping, it is inconceivable for any woman to refuse, especially with a charming young man by her side. It was utterly delightful. During their meal, the two engaged in conversation about recent events, favorite films, and places they had visited. More often than not, Rebecca took on the role of the storyteller, while Su Yin listened intently. It has been said that the desire to share is the highest form of romance. In truth, it is only through responsive sharing that such romance can flourish. The attentive listener. Su Yin's engagement brought immense satisfaction to Rebecca, whose fervent desire to share was evident at that moment. This was her preferred way of connecting. By the end of the meal, Rebecca found herself increasingly enamored with Su Yin, unable to extricate herself from her feelings. She even took the liberty of linking her arm through his, nestling against him like a delicate bird. Unbeknownst to her, Su Yin's thoughts were a mystery. However, she had seamlessly stepped into the role of a girlfriend. Whether it involved receiving flowers, reveling in the joys of the fitting room, or dining and shopping at Su Yin's invitation, each moment in Rebecca's eyes was a manifestation of love. After perusing the shops, Rebecca left empty-handed. "What is the matter? Did you not find anything you liked?" Su Yin inquired. Rebecca shook her head, smiling as she replied, "They're simply too expensive. Union Square epitomizes fashion and luxury. This is the most extravagant shopping district. I could hardly afford anything here. Just walking around and soaking in the affluent atmosphere is already immensely satisfying." She pondered how she had seen several garments she adored, yet ultimately refrained from purchasing them. It appeared she was reluctant to part with her money. It seemed she had never even considered that he might buy something for her. Su Yin chuckled and led her back into a few of the previous stores, purchasing 2 Prada dresses, a pair of Hermes shoes, a Gucci handbag, and a Chanel Coco Mademoiselle perfume, all from top-tier luxury brands. Since this was a form of compensation, Su Yin was more than willing to indulge. Of course, the total was not exorbitant, amounting to just over $30,000, a trifling expense. "Rebecca, you must accept these," Su Yin teased. "I've claimed your first time. How can I not buy you a few outfits?" That would be utterly deceitful. Despite Rebecca's initiative, Su Yin was not one to indulge without consideration of the consequences. Rebecca smiled, choosing to remain silent, her heart already brimming with joy. Their final stop was a Versace store. After a thorough exploration, Rebecca genuinely felt she had nothing more to purchase, so they exited. However, the gaze of the sales associate was filled with envy as she beheld Rebecca, the Prada dresses, the Hermes shoes, the Gucci handbag, the Chanel perfume. Su Yin's shopping bags were all recognizable as premier brands. That it was evident that her boyfriend had lavished these gifts upon her, and he was not only handsome, but also tall. "Wow," the sales associate exclaimed after they left the store, feeling as though she might weep from envy. What must that woman have done in her past life to deserve such a perfect boyfriend? Outside the store, Rebecca clung to Su Yan's arm, her smile unwavering. Even in the absence of conversation, her happiness radiated. After their shopping excursion, she tightened her grip on his arm, hinting, "I actually reserved a room at the St. Francis Hotel." She left her statement hanging, a silent understanding passing between them. The following day, Su Yan awoke at 10, glancing at Rebecca, who was blessed with porcelain skin and sleeping soundly, even without makeup and with tousled hair. She was stunning. He smiled softly, feeling invigorated and suddenly intrigued by the idea of upgrading his steel and iron skill to level 2. He quickly comprehended why the no-ball movement skill at level 2 cost only 100,000, while steel and iron at level 2 demanded a staggering 10 million. There is indeed a rationale behind the price. Leaning down, he planted a gentle kiss on Rebecca's forehead. Quietly donning his sleepwear, Su Yan slipped out of the room to shower before heading to the gym upstairs. After 6 hours of sleep, he felt nearly restored. At 11 o'clock, freshly showered, he returned to the room to find Rebecca still blissfully asleep. Knowing the time was pressing and that she had training, he gently nudged her awake. Rebecca stirred. She murmured, still groggy, her adorable sounds reminiscent of a sleepy child. After a few minutes, she stretched lazily, gradually becoming more alert. Su Yan playfully asked, "Awake? Aren't you supposed to train today?" "Time is ticking." "Nope," Rebecca pouted. "I took the day off yesterday, so I can go in the afternoon." Su Yan realized she had intended to stay at the hotel from the very start. He chuckled, teasingly commenting, "So, you planned this all along," before Rebecca bashfully covered her face with a blanket. Their conversation continued, and as Su Yan made his way to the gym, he received a call from Augustine. "Boss, the house situation is all sorted. When are you planning to move? I can help you schedule the moving company." After contemplating, Su Yan decided, since he had enjoyed the previous night so much and was still reeling from it, it would be best to finalize the housing arrangements. "Let's do it now," he replied. All right. A half hour later, Su Yan returned home to find the moving truck had arrived, along with Augustine, who guided him as he became acquainted with his new residence. Moving is never a simple task. Even with Su Yan's relatively few belongings, it took them 2 hours to complete the process. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, everything was settled. Su Yan paid the moving crew, generously tipping each worker $200, leaving them quite pleased. They exchanged contact information, assuring him that they would be at his service should he ever need assistance in the future. "Thank you. Goodbye." Su Yan bid them farewell. Then he and Augustine explored the new villa. The living room was significantly larger than before, the bedrooms more spacious, and the balcony was quite expansive, complete with a small garden. He envisioned leisurely afternoons lounging on the balcony chairs, soaking up the sun, inhaling the floral scents, listening to music, and snacking while chatting with friends. That feeling would be nothing short of blissful. The first floor also featured a study, while both the second and third floors boasted independent bedrooms and bathrooms, with an additional leisure room on the second floor for karaoke, gaming, and more. While it may not be the most extravagant villa, it certainly surpassed his previous single apartment by leaps and bounds. "I'm quite satisfied." Su Yan reclined on the sofa, feeling elated. What a bargain for $24,000 a year in rent. How could it get any better? Augustine chuckled. Living here, not only is transportation convenient, but the spaciousness also greatly enhances one's mood. A happy boss translates to improved performance on the court. It truly is splendid. Aside from the price, there were no complaints. After a brief rest, Su Yan glanced at the time and noted it was nearly 4 o'clock. "I'm heading to the gym to train." "All right," Augustine replied, rising as well. "I have business to attend to at the office, but I'll drive you to the gym." Although it seemed to be out of his way, Su Yan reassured him, "It's no trouble." T10 past 4. Augustine's car stopped at a temporary parking area outside Madison Square Garden. Su Yan exited, expressing his gratitude. "Thanks, I'll treat you to a meal sometime." "And oh need." Augustine waved off the offer. "Just a small favor. I'll be on my way. Good luck with your game tonight." "Thanks, I appreciate it. Drive safely." On the way to the locker room, players typically traverse a lengthy corridor, where they are often seen donning their favorite casual attire as they make their way to the arena. Then, after changing clothes in the locker room, they head to the court for training. NBA players, with their long legs and well-built physiques, appear as if they are born to be clothing mannequins. Thus, it seems that they look splendid in whatever they wear, all exuding a certain charisma as they walk down the long corridor. It resembles a fashion runway where models strut their stuff. Over time, as players make their way to the locker room after playing at home, numerous media reporters capture the moments. The arena also employs dedicated personnel to document these instances, which are then broadcast on the big screen. This not only allows fans to catch a glimpse of their favorite players, but also offers a glimpse into their everyday lives, reminiscent of behind-the-scenes moments at work. Quite delightful indeed. Before Su Yan's arrival, Stephen Curry and Tyson Chandler had already made their way there as newcomers. They felt compelled to exhibit a more proactive demeanor. The other players had mostly arrived as well. Su Yan, delayed by other matters, was the last to show up. Inside the locker room, upon Su Yan's arrival, David Lee promptly suggested, "Tonight marks our rematch against the Warriors." It is Steven's first encounter with his former team. Although Steven hasn't voiced it, we all understand that as Monta Ellis's backup, he certainly faced challenges. Therefore, I propose we let Steven take the lead tonight, allowing him to showcase an outstanding performance, that it's time for him to vent his frustrations and make the Warriors regret letting him go. I wholeheartedly agree. Su Yan was the first to second the motion. He was more acutely aware than the others of how Steven had initially been overlooked by the Warriors. Otherwise, they would not have traded him, that if he were to deliver an extraordinary performance against his former team. It would be akin to a resounding slap in the face for the Warriors, simultaneously silencing any doubts about his capabilities. A win-win situation, truly commendable. With Su Yan's endorsement, the rest of the players had no objections and raised their hands in unison, all rallying behind Curry. Steven felt a wave of happiness wash over him. He had been feeling quite stifled during his time with the Warriors, particularly discontented with the basketball atmosphere there, at least until Monta Ellis's departure. He believed he would never find joy in that environment. The trade with Danilo Gallinari had left him feeling humiliated. Thus, he yearned to perform exceptionally well with the Knicks to vindicate himself against the Warriors. If he could explode with brilliance against them, it would be the pinnacle of satisfaction. Chuckling softly, Steven didn't want to appear overly eager, having played alongside them before. He wished to avoid any awkwardness. "I will strive to perform well in every game." After a brief respite, at around 6 o'clock, everyone made their way to the court for warm-ups, with the game scheduled to commence at 8. Su Yan, having been delayed by a loose shoelace, was the last to step out as he emerged from the players' tunnel, and before he could set foot on the court, a young girl appeared before him, presenting him with a bouquet of flowers. Who could it be? It was Marcia, a 15-year-old girl with an angelic visage, who had previously confessed her feelings to Su Yan in the arena. During her last visit with her father, she had been somewhat reluctant to attend, but this time she was accompanied by her butler, filled with joy at the prospect of seeing Su Yan. "Another bouquet. What is this? Has she not forgotten about me?" Su Yan instantly recognized Marcia, resembling a beautiful little princess straight out of fairy tale, truly unforgettable. However, she was only 15, too young for his thoughts to wander. He had a daring idea, but the law in their country was quite strict regarding such matters. "Not worth the trouble." "Humph, Su Yan, do you not wish to accept my flowers this time?" Marcia pouted playfully. Seeing that Su Yan hesitated to accept the flowers, she felt a twinge of disappointment. She had never given flowers to another boy, only to Su Yan, and this was her second time. Naturally, she felt a bit sulky. Su Yan, taken aback, replied, "Ha," as he accepted the flowers from Marcia's hands, smiling. "Thank you, what Marcia?" "Oh no, it's Marcia," she retorted angrily, placing her hands on her hips, her cheeks puffed up in indignation, correcting him with a huff. Not only did he refuse to accept her flowers, but he also misremembered her name. What Marcia had always been treated like royalty. She had never encountered such treatment. "Ah," Su Yan was momentarily stunned, then quickly smiled apologetically. "I misspoke. Marcia, Princess, what Marcia? Thank you for your flowers, but now I must go train, or else if I don't perform well in the upcoming game, I might just blame you." "How could you blame me? It's not like I play the game," Marcia protested, clearly displeased at "Ha." Su Yan chuckled, as if soothing a child. "So if you let me go train now, I'll hold you responsible though." "All right then." Marcia nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at rice. Having attended a closed-off educational institution, she hadn't stepped outside for quite some time. Today was a rare holiday, and she simply wanted to see Su Yan. However, she hadn't intended to disrupt his training. Yet, just before letting Su Yan go train, she huffed with a hint of pride. Since you accepted my flowers, aren't you going to show some appreciation? What kind of appreciation? Su Yan laughed, playing along to the very least. Give me a hug, she exclaimed, clearly serious. Sighing in mild exasperation, Su Yan thought to himself, this isn't a mere fan. She is practically a little princess. With a resigned smile, Su Yan stepped closer and embraced Marcia. The familiar light scent of a young girl enveloped him. Pleasant as ever. Hee. After being hugged by Su Yan, Marcia beamed with satisfaction. Her laughter infectious. She had initially wanted to give him a peck on the cheek, but hesitated upon noticing the crowd around them. Nearby, Tracy McGrady, witnessing the entire scene, blinked in disbelief and turned to David Lee, asking what is going on here. Where did this stunning beauty come from, and why is she so close to Su Yan? Haha. David Lee laughed. Do you remember that time we joked about Su Yan rejecting a young girl? That's her. Holy SHT. Curry's eyes widened in astonishment, captivated by her beauty, reminiscent of a fairy tale princess. Su Yan's charm is truly remarkable. Even such a breathtaking little princess is enchanted by him. McGrady exclaimed, then turned to Curry with a teasing smirk. So, young man, how does it feel to have a princess like her? Is she not a perfect match for you? Cut it out. Curry waved his hand dismissively. I'm already with Aisha. If she hears you, I'm toast. Oh, is she the one wearing the pants? Stop joking. Ha, it certainly seems that way. As the clock strikes 7, both teams have been warming up in the arena for an hour. The large screen in the venue, after introducing the home team players one by one, begins to play previously recorded footage of the players' commute. Each athlete is clad in unique attire. However, their tall stature and well-toned physiques transform their ordinary gait into what appears to be a fashion runway. This is indeed a delight for the female fans. Point one after another. They strut their stuff, with the loudest cheers reserved for David Lee and Stephen Curry, who are both stylishly dressed and undeniably handsome. The female fans are naturally enamored, while the male spectators quietly take notes on their fashion choices, hoping to impress the ladies in the future. The grand finale is marked by the entrance of Su Yan, a player whom countless female fans have eagerly anticipated. Standing at an impressive height of 2.01 meters, he boasts a physique reinforced to perfection and facial features that even women might envy. Su Yan seems to look splendid in anything he wears, resembling a living mannequin, each step akin to a model on a catwalk. Despite arriving in a bit of a rush today, his swift pace does not deter the female admirers from gazing at him with starry-eyed affection. To love someone is to love every facet of them. Even if Su Yan donned ragged attire, it would likely be deemed fashionable in their eyes. Today, in light of meeting Rebecca, Su Yan has made a special effort to dress well, donning high-end clothing purchased previously. Typically, he refrains from wearing such attire to the arena, but in his haste after relocating, he forgot to change and hurriedly came dressed in his latest ensemble. Thus, he is laid bare for public scrutiny. The newest AJ sneakers, Versace menswear, an Hermes backpack, and a Patek Philippe watch. If anyone would come close, they would catch a whiff of a subtle fragrance, Dior perfume. Truly, he is adorned in luxury among the throngs of fans in the arena. There are those who are well-versed in high fashion, recognizing Su Yan's entire outfit as top-tier luxury. Then chaos erupts. What in the world is Su Yan wearing? They exclaim, what's the big deal? Su Yan has just signed a lucrative contract with the Knicks worth millions. What's wrong with purchasing some fine clothing? A little-known fact, player salaries are disbursed monthly or even quarterly. They do not receive their earnings instantaneously. Su Yan's attire is composed of the latest season's luxury items, each piece carrying a hefty price tag that most could scarcely afford. The pivotal moment occurs when the camera captures Su Yan's wristwatch, model 1437. A limited edition Patek Philippe, currently valued at $140,000. Just a week prior, it was $130,000. Due to its exquisite craftsmanship, Patek Philippe watches retain their value remarkably well. In a mere week, the price has increased by 10,000. Even if Su Yan's after-tax annual salary amounts to around $6 million, averaging approximately $500,000 per month, it would still be a stretch for him to splurge on a watch worth $140,000. especially with so many other expenses to consider. This raises eyebrows. Could it be that Su Yin hails from wealth, a rich second generation? Close enough, they ponder. Yet he remains so understated that one might hardly suspect him of such affluence. It is indeed rare to find such a low-profile rich kid. Yet his existence is justified. With such striking looks, exceptional basketball skills, and considerable wealth, all while maintaining a humble demeanor, he leaves little room for other men to compete. He stands at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy, enjoying a lifetime of preferential choices in romantic pursuits. The male fans are left in awe, their expressions a mixture of shock and envy. Meanwhile, the female fans are in a frenzy. With looks, height, physique, and wealth, he embodies the ultimate fantasy for women. Ah, I adore Su Yin. I genuinely wish to wake up beside him. They confess, if being with Su Yin means crawling away in tears, I would still hope he pulls me back for more. They yearn for even a simple opportunity to socialize with him, desiring nothing extravagant, just the most primal connection. The female fans' thoughts are almost scandalous. It is inevitable. Su Yin fulfills every fantasy they possess, and they are all too eager for his attention on the court. David Lee observes the increasingly agitated crowd, glancing at the screen before chuckling softly. Is this what it takes to lose control? Imagine if I told you that Yin isn't actually a rich kid. All his wealth is self-earned. You would probably rush to strip in public to offer yourselves. Curry, casting a glance, reflects, though I dislike being called a kid, I've always been confident in my looks that I never anticipated that Su Yin would surpass me in talent, charisma, and allure. McGrady chuckles, his laughter tinged with a hint of bitterness. Is it possible that Yin plays basketball merely to experience life? The admiration from male fans for Su Yin, along with the infatuation from female fans, remains unwavering. However, following this evening's runway display, a new enticing label has been added: wealthy. As the atmosphere in the arena grows increasingly fervent, the clock strikes 8, signaling the commencement of the main event. The starting lineups take their positions. For the New York Knicks, point guard, Curry. Shooting guard, McGrady, small forward. Su Yin, power forward. David Lee, center, Tyson Chandler. For the Golden State Warriors, point guard, Chris Duhon, shooting guard. Monta Ellis, small forward. Corey Maggette, power forward. Danilo Gallinari, center. Anthony Tolliver. Jump ball, Tyson Chandler and Anthony Tolliver engage in the contest. The disparity in static and dynamic talent is palpable. Clap, Tyson Chandler easily tips the basketball away, winning the jump ball. Curry receives the ball and drives forward. Initiating the Knicks' first offensive play, as Su Yin positions himself at the right arc. Corey Maggette approaches, grunting, Su Yin, I didn't expect to meet you so soon. From the very first play tonight, I intend to apply some pressure. Is that so? Su Yin smiles, unfazed, and add with a hint of sarcasm. I fear you alone might struggle to contain me. Of course, Maggette, who was humbled in their last encounter, retorts, after all, I can't guard a sharpshooter who sunk 13 three-pointers in a single game, including logo threes. Just then, Danilo Gallinari emerges from behind, grinning, and while I understand that the NBA is a commercial league, I was quite surprised by my trade. However, I will be ready to defend you with all my might. Su Yin gives him a thumbs up. It's essential to attract multiple defenders so that Curry can seize more opportunities tonight. McGrady steps in, appearing to set a screen for Su Yin, but suddenly darts towards Curry. Curry, receiving the screen, shakes off Duhon just as Monta Ellis approaches lazily. Whoosh, he launches a three-pointer. Clang. Unfortunately, it misses. The late-arriving Monta Ellis shrugs. See, Steven? When you're close to the basket, scoring is easiest. You should learn to avoid unnecessary long shots. Curry, nonchalantly, thinks to himself, is this never-ending? Tim, I have left the Warriors and become a member of the Knicks, and yet you still have the audacity to educate me? Do you truly believe you are worthy? Oh. Curry lazily lifted his eyelids, uttering a nonchalant "oh" that appeared to respond to Ellis, but was in reality merely perfunctory. This left Ellis thoroughly displeased. Tisish? Ellis scoffed, his face a mask of disdain. No wonder the Warriors traded you. You truly are a hopeless case. Curry could hardly be bothered to engage. This evening, the entire team was supporting him. All he needed to do was remain composed and proceed with methodical precision. And in the end, deliver a resounding slap in the face. Curry once again pushed the ball forward, and Su Yin moved down the court. Utilizing his off-ball movement level 2 ability, he swiftly evaded Maggette, while Gallinari hastily pursued him, and the low post David Lee reached out for the ball. Monta Ellis immediately closed in. It was a mismatch. Down low, Tolliver's attention was fixed on David Lee on the perimeter. McGrady set yet another screen for Su Yin, shifting right to evade Duhan. An inopportunity arose once again. A shot was practically a gift. Ellis could have closed in again, but he didn't. He believed Curry's three-point shot was a mere formality. If he penetrated, he could always follow up later. Wow. Curry, oblivious to Ellis's internal monologue, seized the opportunity without hesitation and lifted for another three-pointer. The sun illuminated the incense burner, and this shot was perfectly on target. Swish, a nearly open three-pointer created meticulously by his teammates, provided an excellent environment for a confident shot. He could not possibly miss consecutively. A perfect swish. 10 minutes and 1 second. Curry broke through the right side of the paint, drawing the defense before passing the ball to McGrady, who was trailing behind. Curry retreated along the baseline to the corner that McGrady had the ball. He could have attacked the rim directly, but instead opted for a soft layup. He then passed back to the right corner to Curry, who received the ball and lifted for yet another three-pointer. The ball left his hand, and the three-pointer was assured. Swish, another successful shot. 7 minutes and 34 seconds. Su Yin utilized his off-ball movement level 2 to first shake off Gallinari and Maggette, then emerged to receive a pass from Curry. Duhan closed in. Su Yin received the ball and engaged in a fierce confrontation, knocking Duhan back several steps, nearly causing him to stumble. Immediately, Su Yin took a step back, positioning himself for a three-pointer. It was over. He was about to light it up. Maggette and Gallinari felt a chill run down their spines. While Ellis's pupils dilated as he sprinted forward, he wished to intervene, but there was simply no time. In the end, Su Yin chose not to shoot, waiting for Ellis to approach before delivering a lateral pass to Curry at the top of the arc. Curry received the ball for a three-pointer. His hand moved with precision. Swish! With the confidence of a training session, Curry made yet another successful three-pointer. On the commentary desk, the flying pig Barkley expressed astonishment, noting that Su Yin had a perfect opportunity, yet chose not to shoot. Reggie Miller stroked his chin, deep in thought, then replied, perhaps Monta's full-speed charge could have posed some interference. Another pass might provide Steven with an even better opportunity. Su Yin has never been one to hog the spotlight. His approach to offense has always been quite rational. Rational, my foot. Those shots taken in the face of defense, or from extreme distances. Even logo threes. Are you telling me that's rational? Barkley tilted his head towards Reggie Miller, his expression one of confusion. Are you sure? Of course, Reggie Miller, understanding Barkley's line of questioning, asserted, for an average player, those three-pointers would be unfathomable. But for Su Yin, they are merely routine shots, perfectly reasonable choices. That does sound quite logical. I find myself unable to refute it. Barkley raised both thumbs in agreement, then returned his gaze to the court. Why aren't you shooting? Ellis questioned Su Yin, asserting that your three-point shooting is steadier than Stevens and you have a prime opportunity. You should be shooting? Whether I choose to shoot or not has nothing to do with you. I am not your subordinate. What right do you have to instruct me? Su Yin shot him a sidelong glance, offering a sincere smile, yet retorted with sarcasm. Yes, if I can shoot. Why should I? Oh, it's just a game. Just indulging Curry, allowing him to deliver a resounding slap to your face and that of the Warriors' management. The latter part of his statement remained unspoken, yet the preceding words were already enough to rattle Ellis. At 4 minutes and 3 seconds, Su Yin once again found an opportunity, yet deliberately slowed his shooting pace, waiting for the switch to align, anticipating the Warriors' defense to fall into disarray, that a well-placed pass found Curry cutting in, who executed an effortless reverse layup at 1 minute and 55 seconds. Su Yin's off-ball movement attracted defenders. Curry, appearing to seek out Su Yin, instead executed a pocket pass to the low post David Lee. Though he played inside, he possessed a degree of playmaking ability. A feigned hook shot was followed by another pocket pass to Curry, who was cutting in and then circling back out. On the perimeter was Su Yin. While David Lee occupied the paint, Curry, who had just passed the ball, was overlooked. He caught the ball at the free throw line, took a step forward, and executed a soft floater. Swish! It was a steady hit. This is strange. Barkley began to perceive a pattern. Both David Lee and Su Yin had been provided with ample scoring opportunities, yet the ball was still being distributed to allow Steven to finish. While they scored, and the teamwork was commendable, didn't it seem somewhat excessive? It certainly did. Reggie Miller also sensed something amiss. It appeared the Knicks were deliberately creating scoring opportunities for Curry as the first quarter approached its final possession. Curry held the ball at the arc, facing Monta Ellis's defense, dribbling slowly, biding his time. With 6 seconds remaining, he lowered his center of gravity, quickened his dribble, and burst out to the right, changing direction deftly. He aimed to break through to the left. Accelerating, he suddenly executed a large behind-the-back move, swiftly shifting his body to the right. Monta, taken by surprise, failed to react in time. After shaking him off, Curry found himself a step outside the three-point line, releasing a shot with precision that he had thought too much. Monta was shaken off, yet he couldn't resist a smirk, having warned him countless times that reckless three-point attempts were futile, as the sound echoed. Swish! The crisp sound of the net being pierced rang out. Curry's buzzer-beater three-pointer delivered a resounding slap to Monta Ellis's face. Please, under the Knicks' collective indulgence and relentless feeding, Curry's rhythm had been established. And it was unstoppable. "EON!" Reggie Miller exclaimed in astonishment. The Knicks were solely feeding Steven the ball, and Steven was delivering. He had made 4 three-pointers in the quarter, shooting 7 for 11 overall, for 6 from beyond the arc, totaling 17 points, with an additional 3 assists and 1 steal. This performance was extraordinary, incredible. Barkley couldn't help but applaud. In the previous game, Steven had only scored 14 points and provided 11 assists. I had thought upon joining the Knicks he would transition to a pure point guard role. I never imagined he would erupt in the second game. This three-point shooting feels reminiscent of last year's March Madness. Indeed, spot on. D'Antoni was thoroughly pleased. He certainly understood that the players were feeding the ball to Curry, hoping he would shine against his former team. This was expected. The key was to provide the opportunity, and he needed to seize it. That was what truly mattered. At this moment, Warriors head coach Don Nelson wore a perplexed expression, recognizing that the Knicks were intentionally feeding Curry. However, he had not done the same in the past. The only difference was that Curry had truly been underperforming at the beginning of the season. When given the chance, he had indeed fallen short. At the beginning of the season, Curry struggled significantly for 2 primary reasons. Firstly, the sudden surge in the intensity of NBA-level competition proved challenging for the relatively slender Curry, rendering him unable to adapt. Secondly, the oppressive atmosphere fostered by the team's leader created an unwelcoming environment for him, which impeded his ability to perform at his best, leading to a natural decline in his offensive output. Coach Don Nelson found himself wavering between Ellis and Curry, with the latter, as Ellis's subordinate, remaining in a state of passivity and underperformance. Ultimately, under the provocation of D'Antoni, Nelson succumbed to the pressure and opted for Monta Ellis, concluding that Curry was incapable of adapting. However, in his second game with the new team, he made a stunning comeback, hitting 4 three-pointers in a single quarter and scoring an astounding 17 points with remarkable efficiency, leaving Nelson bewildered and utterly perplexed. Yet, the fervor belonging to Curry had already reached a fever pitch. He netted 4 three-pointers in a quarter, amassing 17 points. By halftime, he had made 6 three-pointers, totaling 27 points. By the end of the third quarter, he had scored 8 three-pointers, racking up 36 points. The entire Warriors squad was left in shock, particularly Monta Ellis, who could hardly fathom Curry's extraordinary outburst. Little did they know, during his time with the Warriors, scoring in double digits had once seemed a lofty aspiration for Curry. Scoring 36 points in 3 quarters felt almost fantastical, as if possessed by a spirit. Ellis could not comprehend it. Nelson, pinching his thighs sharply in disbelief, winced in pain just to confirm he was not dreaming. Why? Nelson, equally flabbergasted, pondered why this eruption had not occurred sooner, for had it done so, he would have firmly supported Curry as the primary option. Suddenly, it dawned on him. D'Antoni's eagerness in trading for the talented Gallinari indicated he recognized the potential for such explosive performances in Curry. Indeed, from the very beginning, he had desired Curry, only to be thwarted by my intervention. Why then could I not have been more resolute? I truly was foolish, As Nelson contemplated further, clarity emerged, accompanied by regret. Yet what good was regret? In the past, when you dismissed him, now he was unattainable. After sinking his 8th three-pointer, Curry's gaze fixated on Nelson, observing his look of regret with satisfaction. While he harbored a fondness for the Knicks, once chosen by the Warriors, he intended to devote himself entirely to them. However, feeling undervalued, he resolved to confront them on the opposing side and deliver a resounding slap to their faces during the break. Curry went around high-fiving his teammates, expressing gratitude. "Thank you all for the forced feeding. It was exhilarating, enjoyable, and quite satisfying." "It's nothing," McGrady waved his hand. "We are merely creating opportunities for you. We may not finish the offense, but each plays to their strengths." "Right," Suyin affirmed, giving a thumbs up. "Curry is remarkable. It's truly a waste for him to be playing support to someone like Monta in the Warriors. Joining the Knicks is the right choice." "Exactly," David Lee echoed. "The Knicks operate as a team. If you have a good opportunity, we will facilitate your scoring." "Well done, Stephen." Coach D'Antoni also praised. "Your performance tonight is precisely why I so desperately wanted to select you in the draft." "I wish I could join the Knicks too." Curry chuckled. Despite the unexpected twists and turns, the outcome was delightful. Now, with Curry's explosive performance, he and the Knicks were on a mutual path toward success. Shortly after, the final quarter of the showdown commenced. Thanks to Curry's brilliance, the Knicks held a 14-point lead, with 3 minutes and 46 seconds remaining. The Warriors had narrowed it to a 12-point deficit. Although the Knicks maintained a significant advantage, the Warriors, if they pressed hard, still retained a glimmer of hope. Consequently, they ramped up their defensive intensity against Curry. Cut. Monta Ellis fumed at the sight of this. A subordinate he had always looked down upon was now being guarded by the entire team, but he found the contrast utterly unacceptable. The good news was that, with the increased defensive pressure, the rookie Curry's offensive efficiency would likely decline. The bad news was that Curry would not be rattled. Delivering a resounding blow to the Warriors was more than sufficient. Thus, when Curry sensed the sudden rise in defensive intensity, he decisively curtailed his offense and began passing to his teammates. "But ayore taising Suyan, no te taking." Suyin queried upon receiving the ball. "That's enough?" Curry nodded in satisfaction, and Suyin smiled in response. "Then let us seal the game," as the words fell at the left arc top. Just outside the three-point line, Suyin, who was supposed to pass the ball back to Curry, unexpectedly shot instead. Is he really taking that shot? Although Maggette had focused on Curry, he still maintained awareness of Suyin's defense. However, this long-range three-pointer was simply indefensible. He could only pray it wouldn't go in. Unfortunately for him, it did. Swish! Suyin's three-pointer soared like a rocket from hell, piercing the net with icy precision. In less than a minute, with his shooting touch ignited and in red-hot form, Curry executed a one-on-one steal against Monta Ellis. This was immensely satisfying. He kept the ball moving, delivering a precise long pass across half-court to Wilson Chandler, who took 3 steps for a thunderous dunk. Boom! Another emphatic slam followed. On the next possession, Curry, positioned at the left arc top, instantly drew the attention of both Ellis and Duhon, with 8 three-pointers and a total of 36 points. Who dared leave Curry open? Utilizing his three-point threat, Curry, along with Suyin's off-ball movement and their teammate screens, executed yet another seamless play to the left arc top. Suyin emerged, receiving the ball and effortlessly spinning into a three-pointer. The ball flew from his fingertips as Gallinari arrived late, lacking even the desire to leap, turning back in astonishment. Swish! The basketball found its mark, splashing through the net in less than 2 minutes. Curry recorded 3 assists and 1 steal, while Suyin sank 2 three-pointers, propelling their team to an 8-0 in a heartbeat. The deficit swelled to 20 points. Despite over 5 minutes remaining, the Warriors had lost all hope of a comeback. Don Nelson glanced at the statistics board, scrutinizing Curry's numbers. 36 points for rebounds, 8 assists, 3 steals, and 8 three-pointers. What was this? A super versatile guard. This was the dominance Nelson had envisioned when he initially pursued Curry. Why hadn't this manifested sooner? How could I possibly trade you? Was it my indecision between you and Monta that stifled your opportunity to shine? In that moment, Nelson felt a whirlwind of confusion, utterly unaware of the cause. However, he understood one thing profoundly. The shattered mirror could not be restored. He had lost Curry, and he could no longer reclaim him. Beep, beep, calling a timeout. Nelson conceded defeat. His regret was insurmountable. In Su Yan's NBA debut, in just 5 minutes, he led the team to overturn a 20-point deficit. Now, in the same 5-minute span, the team had triumphed over the Warriors by 20 points. Could the Warriors orchestrate an epic comeback? Such thoughts were fanciful. They had already relinquished their struggle. Curry's stat line of 36 points, 4 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 steals, and 8 three-pointers represented a stellar performance. The Knicks were supportive of him, and Curry delivered splendidly. But what of Su Yan? Pampering Curry, the one who enhances others, he scored 5 three-pointers throughout the match, accumulating 17 points, 6 rebounds, 8 assists for steals, and 3 blocks. Among those 17 points, 6 were achieved from 2 late three-pointers. The offensive output was modest. However, he demonstrated a well-rounded skill set, excelling in intelligence, physicality, aesthetics, and diligence that if the Knicks were to select a supporting MVP tonight, Su Yan would undoubtedly be the victor. Post-game, Barkley exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Congratulations to the Knicks on yet another victory," marking a splendid 6-game winning streak. Similarly, tonight also represents a milestone for the Knicks players at AS for Stephen Curry. He scored an impressive 36 points, a career high, including 8 three-pointers, also a personal record. His performance tonight overshadowed that of his former teammate Monta Ellis. I observed Don Nelson, whose expression was one of deep regret for having parted ways with Steven. Don Nelson remarked, "I damn well thank you for QING me at this moment." Reggie Miller chuckled, adding, "It's to allow Steven to wreak havoc and thoroughly embarrass his former team." The entire Knicks squad was feeding him the ball, with Su Yan also playing his part, focusing on being the supporting role to safeguard Curry. Although he only tallied 17 points, his 6 rebounds and 8 assists set new personal bests. Additionally, he recorded 4 steals and 3 blocks, showcasing a remarkably comprehensive performance. Su Yan is truly dedicated. And indeed, he cherishes Stephen Curry. Tonight, Curry displayed the sharpshooting prowess reminiscent of last year's March Madness, maintaining a consistent level of excellence. Together, he and Su Yan, this dynamic duo of sharpshooters, are bound to reignite the run-and-gun style under the guidance of Coach Mike D'Antoni. Indeed, Barkley concurred, his eyes shimmering with anticipation that it truly is a sight to behold. On the court, a reporter approached Curry for an interview, inquiring about his outstanding performance against his former team. The reporter jestingly asked, "Steven, you showed no mercy tonight against your old team. Is this your way of expressing discontent over your trade?" The question struck at the heart of what fans were eager to know. Curry pondered briefly before responding, "It's not so much about harboring resentment, but I certainly aim to put forth a commendable performance that I wanted to convey to them and the entire league that I am capable. I recognize that this season has been challenging, and I've been diligently working to adapt, which takes time. Fortunately, tonight, I found my rhythm and delivered a performance that satisfies me. I am grateful to the Warriors for selecting me and granting me the opportunity to play in the NBA. But now, I am fond of Knicks. My success tonight is largely attributed to my teammate support. The camaraderie we share on the court is truly wonderful. I am excited to embark on this new chapter of my NBA career." Fantastic! The reporter gave a thumbs up, wishing for Curry to perform as splendidly in every Knicks game as he did tonight. "That would make me proud." Curry beamed with happiness, his expression reminiscent of a child receiving a lollipop. During his interview, Su Yan approached Marcia and then turned to the gentleman by her side, dressed in a black suit. "Who is this?" The gentleman politely bowed and introduced himself. "I'm Ackerman Sam." "Miss Waters Butler. Good day, Mr. Su Yan. The young lady has mentioned you several times, and I have come specifically to watch your game tonight." "Ah, a butler. He certainly carries the air of one. It seems the young lady comes from a well-off family. Who else would make a special trip to watch him play?" Marcia pouted, feigning innocence. "I was just nearby purchasing study materials and happened to pass by. Of course." Su Yan chuckled, choosing not to contest her claim. With a butler attending to her needs, it was easy to deduce her privileged background. Despite their limited interactions, Su Yan could tell she was a pampered, proud little princess. "It is as it is." Marcia insisted, noticing Su Yan's skepticism, her tone becoming slightly indignant. Su Yan smiled, not pressing further, and then, as if performing a magic trick, produced a small gift box from behind him. He handed it to Marcia with a grin. "A gift for you. Princess Water Marcia. He emphasized the word princess to rectify the earlier mistake of calling her by the wrong name. Wow. Marcia gasped, her eyes sparkling with J. Oh, why did I ask this really for me? Yes, Suyin nodded. Open it and see if you like a TASA fan. And for other reasons, Marcia had already gifted herself 2 bouquets of flowers. IT would be rather inconsiderate not to reciprocate in some way. Thank you. Marcia was thrilled, not expecting Su Yin to gift her something. She carefully opened the box, revealing a bracelet. IT was a bracelet that Su Yin had received when purchasing a Patek Philippe watch, valued at around $5,000. This piece, named Heart of the Ocean, featured a sky blue sapphire at its center, adorned with diamond accents and a charming heart chain, exquisite and visually stunning. How beautiful! Marcia exclaimed, jumping with delight. She cradled the bracelet in her hands, then extended it towards Su Yin, pouting playfully. Su Yin, since you gave it to me, you have to help me put it on. What kind of rule is that? Nevertheless, it wasn't too much trouble. Su Yin took the bracelet and fastened it onto Marcia's delicate, fair wrist. Marcia beamed with joy, raising her right hand to flaunt the bracelet in front of Su Yin. Isn't it lovely? Absolutely. Su Yin replied with a smile. The little princess looks good in anything. Of course, Marcia haughtily replied, then leaned in to wrap her arms around Su Yin's, looking up at him with a beaming smile. She said, "Thank you for the gift." Su Yin gently ruffled Marcia's hair, smiling, and "Thank you for the flowers." Marcia held on to Su Yin for a while before reluctantly letting go. "Well, I must be heading back. Please be safe on your way." Su Yin waved goodbye with a smile, and then turned to the butler. "Ackerman, take care. Rest assured, Mr. Su Yin." Ackerman nodded earnestly. Before leaving, Marcia insisted on obtaining Su Yin's phone number, leaving satisfied afterward. After exiting the arena, Marcia climbed into a Bentley limousine, and Ackerman Sam curiously asked, "Miss, I recall you having numerous bracelets, so many that you had grown indifferent to wearing them lately. Why are you so fond of this one?" "Because it was given to me by Su Yin. It is not the same." "Yin, what do you think? Should you pursue the little princess?" After Marcia departed, McGrady leaned in with a mischievous smile. "I can genuinely sense the little princess's affection for you. If you take the initiative, the rest will be pure joy." "Wow." David Lee couldn't help but exclaim. "Yin, you are truly charming. This little princess is absolutely stunning." Indeed, Su Yin did not deny that Marcia's beauty and figure were of a breathtaking caliber for her age. Yet at this moment, he mostly felt a brotherly affection towards her. At the post-game press conference, reporters briefly questioned the star player Curry before shifting their focus to Su Yin. One reporter boldly inquired, "Su Yin, have you and Meng Meng started dating?" "What on earth?" Su Yin was taken aback. They had only met for the first time during the previous game against the Clippers. Moreover, similar rumors had been circulating for several days. Why were they still pursuing this line of questioning? Su Yin was bewildered and shocked. Wishing to limit the reporter's opportunities, he coolly replied, "Next question." Su Yin did not deny it, treating it as an implicit acknowledgement. "So, are you two already living together?" "Next question. Is the red mark on your neck a strawberry that Meng Meng left last night?" "That TM was scratched by someone tonight. Can't you see that it's a long claw mark?" "So, pray tell, was it Meng Meng who did it?" 6. Su Yin was left utterly speechless by these bizarre questions. He had originally expected the reporters to inquire about rebounds and assists, perhaps even about breaking his career records. Who would have thought it would be all this nonsensical chatter? Maintaining a smile, he decided to play dead. The reporters, seeing no way forward, redirected the topic back to Curry, hoping to squeeze out a bit more sensationalism. Bored, Su Yin contemplated how much he had earned tonight, with 17 points, 6 rebounds, 8 assists, 4 steals, and 3 blocks, including 5 3-pointers and 1 2-pointer. He had racked up a tidy sum of $100,000. His defense had been aggressive. He had run extensively on the court, and with the added training in ball control and a day's worth of walking, approximately 30,000 steps in total. 3 times 3 equals 90,000 in total. That amounted to $100,000. Almost 200,000, which was decent enough. Following the last match, his balance was $887,600, and with tonight's game plus recent walking, the total came to $1,104,000. Rent was $240,000. Compensation for Rebecca had cost around $50,000. and with his recent personal expenditures, he had spent $60,000 in total. That amounted to $300,000 in just a few days. Su Yin had spent $300,000, yet he felt no pangs of regret. In fact, he felt it wasn't enough. Currently, his remaining balance was $804,000, and his experience points were 4,517,341,000,000. This meant Su Yin still needed to spend $550,000 to level up to level 4. How on earth could he still need that much? He felt that his recent spending had been quite extravagant, buying whatever he wanted, eating whatever he fancied, staying in top-tier hotels. Why was he still so far from gaining enough experience? Was he not worthy of being wealthy? Su Yin grumbled to himself, then resolved it was high time to prioritize buying a car he couldn't afford a house, and other purchases would go to waste. Buying a high-end car now would surely fill up his experience and elevate his level to 4 the next day. In the early morning, Su Yin and Meng Meng had tacitly decided to live together. The previous night, they had entered the Grand Hotel hand in hand, not emerging until dawn. Su Yin and Meng Meng had been dating for 3 months, marking a dream collaboration between the basketball and music worlds. Journalists from the entertainment industry were always eager to grasp at straws. They cared not for the truth, only for the hype. As long as there was traffic, the rest was inconsequential. This led to an instant spike in interest among fans of both basketball and music, attracting countless onlookers on Curry's side. A remarkable performance of 36 points, 8 assists, and 8 three-pointers had certainly earned him accolades, and numerous news outlets were reporting on it. However, amidst all this, some strange narratives crept in. Stephen Curry seemed to be slapping his former team, the Warriors, in the face, as if he wished to stomp them into the ground. His disdain for the Warriors was palpable, laden with sarcasm and contempt. Curry merely expressed a desire to showcase his prowess, yet unscrupulous editors exaggerated his words to a ludicrous degree. Despite everything, the buzz had indeed risen. Fan interest even surpassed the acclaim for Curry's stellar performance the previous night. Both Curry and Su Yin found themselves victims of public opinion. Everyone knew it was unverified information. A simple investigation would reveal the falsehood, but it mattered little. They were merely here to enjoy the spectacle. At 11 a.m., Su Yin awoke naturally, took a shower, had a light meal, and enjoyed a glass of milk until he was fully alert. He planned to return to training in the afternoon. Now, he opened his computer to search for his preferred car. Bentley, Maybach, Porsche, Ferrari, Rolls-Royce, and the like. After browsing through a selection of vehicles valued at over $500,000, he finally fixated on a striking red Ferrari, the Ferrari 550 GTZ model. This was a 2006 sports car, whose performance and aesthetics would still rival today's top models. What caught Su Yin's eye was that this was a modified Ferrari 550 GTZ, a collaboration between the Italian design firms Zagato and Ferrari. The enhancements to its appearance, body, and interior elevated its prestige, making it even more stylish and eye-catching. The performance modifications were minimal. A 5.5-liter V12 engine with a maximum output of 361 kW, 492 horsepower, achieving a 0 to 100 km h acceleration time of just 4.2 seconds. With a top speed of 320 km h. Fully equipped, there was no need for further modifications that Su Yin was enamored. However, the price was slightly above the experience needed for a level up, totaling $1.6 million. This car was undoubtedly worth the price, but Su Yin only had $800,000 in his balance, which was insufficient. That it seemed today would not be the day for such a purchase. Su Yin stroked his chin, realizing that after 2 more games, he likely wouldn't earn the additional $800,000. However, if he could claim the title of Player of the Week, completing that task would net him a $1,000,000 reward, which would be more than sufficient. With his thought, his desire for the Player of the Week title intensified. Finalizing his car choice, Su Yin headed to the training facility. Meanwhile, Hook and Adidas, 2 giants in the sneaker industry, had taken notice of Su Yin's consistently improving performances and soaring popularity. Both companies could hardly contain their eagerness, itching to sign him. The next day, in the afternoon, while on a flight to Philadelphia, Coach Mike D'Antoni reminded the team, tonight's opponents were the 76ers, a team historically associated with the answer, Allen Iverson. Unfortunately, injuries had marred his career. Now, it was Andre Iguodala's team, known for his explosive athleticism. Capable of both scoring and playmaking, with solid defensive skills, he was dubbed Little AI. However, in my view, he resembled a poor man's LeBron. Of course, the term poor should not mislead. Being compared to LeBron was impressive enough. Andre Iguodala was exceptionally versatile. He would be our primary defensive focus tonight. Furthermore, our team had completed its rebuilding phase in the first game. Steven had been hesitant to score, taking on more of a facilitator's role. In the second game, everyone focused on feeding Curry the ball, allowing him to assert himself against his former team and deliver a satisfying blow. That was all well and good, but from this game onward, we needed to unleash the run-and-gun whirlwind upon the Knicks. Fellas, are you confident we can become a powerhouse like the Suns? Absolutely. Curry was the first to raise his hand in agreement. David Lee also exuded confidence, declaring, "We are younger, more energetic. We could do even better. Roar." Tyson Chandler's passionate shout resonated. "Shooting threes isn't my forte, but when it comes to fast breaks and grabbing rebounds, I will always beat the opposing center by a step. No, by many steps." Ha ha. Tyson Chandler's exuberance sparked laughter among the team, infecting everyone with his spirited determination. "That's the spirit." D'Antoni expressed his satisfaction, continuing, "My run-and-gun system is a revolutionary approach that if we execute it, we will unleash firepower that surpasses the entire league, establishing ourselves as the mightiest team." Additionally, after the 76ers, we would face another away game against the Milwaukee Bucks, a formidable team among the top 6 in the East. Last year, they had failed to make the playoffs. But this year, they had a new rookie, Brandon Jennings, the 10th overall pick, surely familiar to everyone. Of course, Curry narrowed his eyes, and in the 7th game of the season, he erupted for a staggering 55 points, alongside 5 rebounds and 5 assists, while sinking 7 three-pointers. With a remarkable shooting percentage of 87.5, having hit 7 out of 8 attempts from beyond the arc, this performance not only crowned him the first 50-point scorer of the season, but also surpassed the king, LeBron, making him the youngest player in NBA history to achieve such a feat. Truly, it was a game that solidified his legendary status. Confusion flickered in Suyan's eyes as he wondered, "How is it, Steven, that you can remember every detail so vividly?" Even as someone who had experienced the league, he only recalled Jennings scoring over 50 points, surpassing LeBron to become the youngest 50-point scorer in NBA history. Why could Curry recall every single statistic with such precision? It was perplexing that, faced with the question, Curry immediately donned a bittersweet expression and sighed, because that game was against the Warriors. Brandon Jennings was my direct opponent. He completely dominated me, turning me into his backdrop. That night, I even struggled with insomnia, questioning my life and my own abilities. There was no need to elaborate further. Everyone could empathize with such sentiments. Sitting beside him, McGrady gently patted his shoulder, offering consolation. "It's all right. It's all in the past now. There's a saying in the Dragon Kingdom. Grieve not and adapt to change." Damn it, grieve not and adapt to change? Curry feigned wiping away a tear, lamenting the unbearable memories. Talking about it only brings more tears. "Sorry." Suyin quickly expressed his regret, then smiled. "It's fine. When we meet next time, we'll take it back." It was just a single explosive game. He can't perform at that level every time. Otherwise, why wasn't he the rookie of the week last week, but rather me? "You're right." Larry Hughes nodded vigorously. "Don't worry. In the next game, we'll keep a close watch on Brandon Jennings and ensure he doesn't find his rhythm. It's of no concern," Curry replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "I am not that fragile. Let us just play normally and aim for victory." Indeed, Coach D'Antoni interjected, "While Jennings may have dazzled with 55 points within the team, he is at best the third option. We must play with seriousness. This is a formidable team." "Understood, Coach." "Rest assured, Head Coach." Everyone chimed in, filled with confidence as they prepared for their upcoming opponent after securing 6 consecutive victories. At 8 p.m., both teams had begun their warm-ups. With an hour remaining before the main event, the arena was bustling with a high attendance rate. Though the game was still some time away, the venue was nearly filled to capacity. The reason? Allen Iverson. Having played 3 games as a substitute for the Grizzlies this year, he expressed his frustration in a post-game interview, stating, "I've never seen an MVP come off the bench. Unable to endure it any longer, he stormed out, From the Nuggets to the Pistons and now to the Grizzlies, Iverson's later career had been tumultuous and far from smooth. He was both lonely and proud. At his peak, he commanded the highest popularity in the league. And this Iverson could not accept a bench role, even if his current skills were barely sufficient for a substitute role. As the son of Philadelphia, the 76ers restored Iverson's dignity by re-signing him and granting him a starting position. However, fans were acutely aware that this year might be Iverson's final season in the league. Each game could be his last, each viewing a potential farewell. Iverson boasted a massive fan base, especially in his home arena, where fans arrived early, eager for one last glimpse of their idol, hoping to avoid any regrets in the future. That, of course, a significant number of fans, particularly female admirers, were there solely for Soo Yin. Women possess a remarkable talent for gossip. When it comes to strong, handsome, and wealthy NBA players, their resistance is nearly non-existent. Though New York may be far away, the enticing Soo Yin in Philadelphia was a sight they simply had to see. Handsome, charismatic, so strikingly attractive that it became addictive, so captivating that one couldn't help but feel compelled to rush forward and shower him with affection on the training court. Soo Yin consecutively nailed 8 long-range three-pointers, leaving male fans in awe and female fans cheering exuberantly, their excitement palpable. Soon, amidst the fiery atmosphere of the arena, warm-ups concluded, and the starting lineups took the court as the main event approached. Philadelphia 76ers starting lineup: point guard, Allen Iverson; shooting guard, Lewis Williams; small forward, Andre Iguodala; power forward, Elton Brand; center, Samuel Delembert. New York Knicks starting lineup: point guard, Curry; shooting guard, McGrady; small forward, Soo Yin; power forward, David Lee; center, Tyson Chandler; jump ball, Delembert and Tyson faced off for the tip-off. With an edge in athleticism, Tyson secured the ball, granting the Knicks the first offensive possession. Curry advanced the ball, positioning himself at the left arc, passing to Soo Yin at the right arc, where Lou Williams applied pressure, tightly guarding him as Soo Yin was unyielding. Engaging in a powerful contest, he easily overpowered the smaller Williams, who weighed in at a mere 180 pounds. Thud, thud, thud. Williams stumbled backward several steps, unable to maintain his footing. The pain in his chest left him utterly shocked. What kind of strength is this? Soo Yin stepped back, creating more distance, finding himself in an open space. Calmly glancing at the basket, he adjusted and then released a three-pointer. How to describe it? Elegant, timeless, precise, with impeccable accuracy. Swish! The ball sailed through the net. Soo Yin set a promising tone for his team. In the next possession, Curry, utilizing Soo Yin's formidable three-point threat, found an opportunity in the left corner to McGrady passing the ball, and he executed a one-motion three-pointer, making it difficult to discern who had learned from whom. Clang! The shot missed. As a rookie, Curry's three-point shooting was commendable, yet compared to Soo Yin, his precision inevitably fell short. What a pity! Curry shook his head, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction with his missed opportunity. As they returned to defense, Soo Yin approached to offer encouragement. 9 out of 10 shots may miss. It's normal to have a few off nights. Are you even comforting me? Curry shot Soo Yin a look of playful annoyance. Iverson pushed forward, engaging in a one-on-one confrontation with Curry, theoretically a straightforward endeavor. In his prime, Iverson's speed and explosiveness would have left even the likes of Kobe helpless. Yet now, he found himself unable to penetrate. Diminished physical attributes and lingering injuries had dulled his explosiveness and agility. Even with his stature not in his favor, he couldn't get past Curry. Attempting to force a drive, he accelerated into a contested step-back jumper. But Curry was there, creating significant interference. Clang! Allen Iverson's shooting has become erratic. His teammates provide him with screens, yet regardless of who switches onto him, as long as he is not left wide open, they can generally disrupt his rhythm. His offensive efficiency has significantly declined. Nevertheless, Iverson's dedication to the game remains unwavering. Even in the twilight of his career on the defensive end, he exerts tremendous effort. When facing Stephen Curry, he lunges to entangle him, reminiscent of his younger days, showcasing fierce tenacity and pressure. In his prime, Iverson's defensive prowess against peers of equal caliber proved effective. However, times have changed. He can no longer contain Curry. who can create his own opportunities without the need for screens. When matched up against Su Yin, Iverson fights valiantly. Su Yin, intent on earning the Player of the Week accolade, does not grant Iverson any leniency. A mere nudge sends Iverson sprawling, while Su Yin effortlessly sinks a three-pointer. Swish! It's executed with remarkable ease. Iverson's aggressive offense and relentless defense yield little success, rendering him the apparent culprit for his team's struggles. Tracy McGrady, observing Iverson, feels a sense of nostalgia, shaking his head in lament. The era of the four great shooting guards has irrevocably passed. In the front row, due to the upcoming game between the New Jersey Nets and the Philadelphia 76ers. Jin Lian and the injured Yao Ming have come to watch Su Yin play. He furrows his brow, struggling to comprehend why Iverson is exerting himself so fiercely. There seems to be no necessity for such exertion. He could comfortably retire with the 76ers, concluding his illustrious career with dignity. Indeed, Yao Ming concedes, adding, yet in this manner, he remains the beloved Allen Iverson, defiant, inherently proud, unafraid of anything, and unyielding in all circumstances that in his eyes. He is the strongest, brimming with confidence and an obsessive thirst for victory. This is the essence of his appeal. Indeed, Iverson's relentless spirit in every offensive and defensive exchange is what the home crowd yearns to witness. Yet, the fans feel a deep sense of empathy. They are acutely aware that Iverson is no longer the dazzling player who once mesmerized audiences. They hope he does not push himself too hard and takes care of his well-being, allowing him to grace the NBA stage for a few more games as long as he can play. They are content with that. The fans harbor no extravagant wishes. Even Su Yin, moved by Iverson's determination, finds it particularly poignant when contrasted with the more laid-back McGrady. It is truly a case of the times have changed. Yet, there is respect. Su Yin feels a profound admiration for Iverson's innate pride and his unyielding desire to win, internally giving him a thumbs up for his efforts. However, this is a competition, and Su Yin must focus on delivering an exceptional performance to secure the Player of the Week honors. There can be no room for sentimentality or leniency. Given Iverson's character, he would certainly not wish for his opponent to ease off. He would want them to give their all. Very well, then, swish, a step beyond the three-point line. Su Yin seizes a fleeting moment when Iverson is caught off guard. Launching a long-range three-pointer? Whoa. Iverson sprints to contest, but he is too diminutive and lacks the verticality he once had. The ball soars beyond his fingertips, landing far beyond his reach, with such a vast expanse. A successful three-pointer warrants commendation. Merely a minute later, Su Yin finds himself mismatched against Iverson, and, despite his usual reluctance to drive, bulldozes his way into the paint, elevating high to score off the glass. There is a hint of unsportsmanlike conduct, but what choice is there? Today, Iverson is the weak link in defense, an easy target. After all, do you think the Grizzlies would have made Iverson a bench player if he were still formidable? The 76ers management welcomed Iverson back out of respect for their son of Philadelphia. Indeed, Iverson has brought the 76ers immense glory. Few may know that the basketball emperor, Wilt Chamberlain, played for the 76ers. But everyone recognizes that the son of Philadelphia is the answer. Even if the team endures a dismal season, if it is for Iverson's sake, it is entirely worthwhile. This signifies respect. The silver lining is that even if Iverson wishes to play, his stamina no longer permits extensive minutes. He averages around 30 minutes per game, which is markedly less than during his prime, allowing other players a chance to shine. Fortunately, on this night, both Andre Iguodala and Lou Williams are in excellent form. Consistently scoring to their hope for the 76ers? No, for the Knicks are also performing spectacularly, executing Mike D'Antoni's desired run and gun style. In the first half, the Knicks dominate the 76ers, yet Iguodala and Williams remain relentless, aiding their team in keeping pace. Su Yin, Curry, and others have yet to fully find their rhythm within the run and gun strategy at halftime. The Knicks lead by a mere 7 points, which is not significant considering they can exploit Iverson's defense. As the second half commences, the Knicks have fully adapted, their shooting touch igniting with unstoppable momentum. Boom! Iguodala barrels into the paint, powering through David Lee's defense to score. In transition, Curry pushes the ball swiftly, with Su Yin and Wilson Chandler sprinting down the flanks. Wilson drives straight to the basket, forcing the 76ers to give chase. Su Yin, positioned at the right arc, steps just outside the three-point line as Curry promptly delivers the ball. Swish, Su Yin connects with a trailing three-pointer, even while being contested by Iguodala. From fast break to shot, it takes precisely 7 seconds, 10 minutes and 14 seconds. The 76ers fail to convert their offense. Tyson Chandler roars as he secures the rebound, quickly passing to Curry. Without hesitation, he executes a long bounce pass to the sprinting Wilson Chandler, with Lou Williams hot on his heels. Iguodala is also trailing behind. Wilson drives in and passes the ball out to Su Yin at the right arc. I knew it. Iguodala bellows as he catches up, and then Su Yin responds with a subtle smile, executing a lateral pass to Curry at the right arc. With swift precision, he unleashes a shot. Swish. Curry is afforded an ideal opportunity for a three-pointer, allowing him to play in a comfortable rhythm. If he feels even a hint of confidence, he can certainly make the shot. Why are these guys so accurate from beyond the arc? Iguodala's scalp prickles with anxiety. Damn, Lou Williams feels overwhelmed. It's not merely about shooting accuracy, but more critically, their release is incredibly swift. They hardly require any adjustment, shooting decisively. And before you know it, the ball is in the net. This fast break offense is utterly relentless. The essence of the run and gun strategy lies in its speed and precision. Once the Suns, led by Nash, epitomized this run and gun style. Time is of the essence, and speed is a shared attribute among all. Precision, however, is embodied in Nash's impeccable passing, complemented by several teammates possessing playmaking capabilities. This synergy allows for a fluid offense, resulting in high efficiency, swift and accurate. The Suns exemplified this. Presently, the Knicks exhibit similar vigor, with all players actively moving, alleviating any concerns regarding pace as for precision, aside from Curry. The only player capable of orchestrating the game is David Su Yin. Wilson Chandler and Tyson Chandler are rather average in this regard. Curry's passing, while exceptional, does not quite match Nash's finesse. Fortunately, both Su Yin and Curry are promising assets in the small ball era, adept at ball handling and long-range shooting. Given the right opportunities, they can elevate their shooting accuracy to formidable levels, swift and precise. The Knicks have showcased this prowess, overwhelming the small 76ers, who simply could not withstand the onslaught. Time and again, three-pointers and mid-range shots during fast breaks resulted in a veritable deluge of threes raining down upon Philadelphia. In the third quarter, Su Yin and Curry unleashed a devastating 22-7 counterattack, dismantling the 76ers with a relentless offensive flow. Indeed, within the run and gun system, once the offensive firepower is unleashed, it becomes virtually unstoppable. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the Knicks commanded a 22-point lead, rendering the outcome nearly certain. In the final quarter, Su Yin remained on the bench, yearning to play, but Coach D'Antoni resolutely prohibited him from returning to the floor, citing the significant lead as a rationale to mitigate injury risks. While this reasoning was sound, Su Yin felt an overwhelming urge to express his frustration. An adage aptly states that cutting off someone's source of income is akin to taking away their family. Each three-pointer equates to a substantial sum, and Su Yin could empathize deeply with that sentiment. Fortunately, his performance over 3 quarters was commendable. 31 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks, including 8 three-pointers. With 2 steals and 1 block, all against Iguodala. It was due to steadfast and unyielding defense that the otherwise formidable Iguodala was somewhat subdued, enabling the Knicks to mount their counteroffensive. Curry also shone brightly, contributing 24 points, 3 rebounds, 8 assists, and 2 steals, including 5 three-pointers. Notably, the entire 76ers team averaged a mere 5.8 three-pointers per game this season, yet managed only 5 tonight. Together, Su Yin and Curry connected on 13 three-pointers, outscoring the 76ers by 8 points from beyond the arc. Coach D'Antoni chuckled heartily upon witnessing the disparity in three-point shooting. This is precisely how it should be. The shooting prowess of Su Yin and Steven exemplifies the quintessence of the run-and-gun philosophy. If my previous iteration of the run-and-gun system, led by Steve Nash and Amare Stoudemire with the Suns, can be seen as version 1.0, than the current collaboration of Su Yan and Steven. As this dynamic duo leads the charge, represents version 2.0, stronger and more potent. D'Antoni was overjoyed of course. There were some scouts in the arena, entrenched in their outdated ideologies, who scoffed at the Knicks' performance, dismissing their victory as reliant solely on three-point shooting. They perceived this as an element of chance, believing that a day without accurate shooting would spell disaster. Unbeknownst to D'Antoni, these scouts harbored such thoughts. Otherwise, he would have passionately debated their misguided notions. Returning to the game, in the final quarter, the 76ers, bewildered by the shooting prowess of Su Yan and Curry, made a token struggle for a few minutes before conceding defeat. The last 7 minutes devolved into garbage time. Curry remained on the court for a few minutes longer, while Su Yan had already clocked out after 3 quarters. Ultimately, the Knicks triumphed with an 18-point margin, decisively defeating Philadelphia. Post-game, the two teams exchanged amicable embraces. After embracing Iverson, Su Yan received a thumbs up. Su Yan, you are truly remarkable. In our era, three-pointers were not the norm. The training seemed too arduous and the cost-benefit ratio too low. Your ability to shoot threes with such precision is truly commendable. I hold great admiration for you. I should be the one admiring you. Mr. Allen, Su Yan replied, gesturing dismissively. Your indomitable spirit and relentless desire to win inspire me greatly. I aspire to learn from you. Haha. Iverson chuckled, a hint of bitterness gracing his smile. That I have aged. No matter how hard I try now, I cannot perform at my peak, nor can I deliver victories for my team. The only regret I harbor is that I have yet to lift a championship trophy in my career. In a blend of jest and sincerity, Iverson continued, with your shooting prowess, Su Yan, you could lead the small ball era. If the opportunity arises, I would love to play alongside you. Perhaps we could secure a championship together, rendering my career complete. Su Yan regarded him, pausing for a moment before earnestly responding, if you believe in me, Allen, you are welcome to join the Knicks. I will do everything in my power to help you realize that dream. The moniker The Answer is particularly fitting for Allen Iverson in 2001. Everyone recognized the Lakers' Shaq and Kobe duo as an unstoppable force, losing only one game throughout the entire playoffs en route to a commanding championship victory. The Shaq and Kobe partnership instilled fear across the league. Yet, it is well known that the lone defeat that year came at the hands of Iverson and the 76ers at a diminutive figure at just 183 meters. He faced off against the Shaq and Kobe duo and emerged victorious. Such greatness speaks for itself. However, the title of The Answer is not solely attributed to that singular triumph. It encompasses Iverson's entire illustrious career. That year, Iverson was named the regular season MVP, earned a starting position in the All-Star Game, claimed the All-Star Game MVP award, was the league's leading scorer and steal artist, and secured a spot on the All-NBA first team. All while leading the 76ers to the best record in the Eastern Conference in that year. Iverson amassed an impressive array of accolades, seemingly just a championship trophy away from achieving perfection. Yet, fate dealt him a cruel blow. Despite his monumental efforts, he could not seize the elusive title in the finals. Across 5 games, he averaged an astounding 35.7 points, 5.7 rebounds, 4.0 assists, 2.0 steals, and 0.2 blocks, logging an average of 47.5 minutes on the court. With only 48 minutes in a game, Iverson nearly played the entirety of each contest, leaving it all on the floor. The 76ers ultimately fell short, but Iverson did not falter. Just one championship eluded him. Yet this became a lasting regret, earning him the moniker of The Answer. Of course, this merely scratches the surface of Iverson's prowess. His innate pride, rebellious spirit, solitary heroism, and unyielding desire to win, each game played with an almost frenzied determination, are precisely why fans hold Iverson in such high regard. It is for this reason that many believe a player as passionately devoted to the game as Iverson deserves to hoist a championship trophy of his OWN. Su Yan possessed a degree of understanding regarding Iverson. Observing him on the court, he appeared even smaller in stature, yet it was evident how much pain he bore while still giving his all. It was truly moving. While Su Yan was uncertain if he could lead the Knicks to a championship, he would not hesitate to extend a helping hand should the opportunity arise, enabling Iverson to finally claim that coveted trophy, fulfilling his career's ambition. Some may argue that a championship won in such a manner lacks significance. Let them speak as they will. True fans of the answer would remain unfazed by such opinions. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Iverson felt an electrifying surge of hope. A flicker of fervent desire for the championship ignited within his gaze. He inexplicably found himself believing in the young man before him, convinced that Su Yan could indeed assist him in rectifying the regrets of his storied career. All right. Iverson nodded earnestly. I believe in you. Su Yan. Indeed, Su Yan affirmed, and the two embraced once more before Iverson departed. Shortly thereafter, Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian approached. Hello, Su Yan. Yao greeted with a warm smile. What should have been a natural smile somehow struck Su Yan as comical, akin to a meme, and he stifled a laugh. Greetings, Brother Yao. Su Yan managed to suppress his amusement, waving in response. His gaze fell upon Yao and Yi, two fellow countrymen and the future pillars of Chinese basketball. His heart swelled with excitement, akin to the emotional bond shared among compatriots. Su Yan, you are phenomenal. Dai Yao held Su Yan tightly, brimming with excitement. Your three-point shots, my heavens, how can it be so precise? Not to mention domestically. Even in the NBA, I've never seen a player shoot like you. It's not even a question of whether you can. If anyone else shot like that, the coach wouldn't let them play the next day. Yet you can shoot at will, and you keep sinking them. It's terrifying. It's insane. It's unbelievable. Indeed, indeed. Jianlian chimed in, nodding in agreement. Many of your shots, to be honest, are utterly mind-boggling and defy logic. Yet, somehow, they go in. It's remarkable. Initially, I was quite nervous for Su Yan with every shot he took, but my worries were unfounded. They just go in from then on. Whenever Su Yan shot, I would raise my hands in anticipation, waiting for the ball to go in and for the cheers to erupt. Ha! Su Yan chuckled, waving his hand modestly. Brother Yao, you're exaggerating. It's not as impressive as you claim. Ha ha! Dai Yao laughed heartily. Yi Jianlian was right. Nearly every three-pointer Su Yan attempted found its mark. If only we had a sharpshooter as precise as Su Yan at last year's Olympics. I can hardly imagine how formidable we would have been. If Su Yan had emerged a bit earlier, perhaps we wouldn't have stopped at the quarterfinals in the 2008 Olympics. We might have reached the semifinals or even claimed a medal. Indeed, Yi Jianlian said, a look of regret on his face. What a pity. Not at all. Su Yan shook his head and smiled. Brother Yao, Brother Yi, and all the players of the Dragon Country team, you've performed admirably. You are all commendable, and you deserve the pride and admiration of every fan in the Dragon Country. Ha! Dai Yao laughed joyfully. Su Yan's words were truly flattering, and such praise is always well received. Dai Yao then asked seriously, Su Yan, will you compete for the national team in the next Olympics? Of course, Su Yan replied without hesitation. Although he had never been particularly patriotic, he genuinely appreciated the Dragon Country. Living in a secure environment, one might not instinctively feel the dangers of the outside world. However, a little understanding and comparison reveal that the world can be perilous. Danger lurks everywhere. While we may not need to express gratitude to our country, if we can contribute in any way to bring glory to it, that is entirely possible. Moreover, if we achieve some success and earn the admiration of over 1 billion compatriots, that would be a truly gratifying experience, much like Lu Xiang in 2004. It's never too late to realize that. Dai Yao smiled and said, though I'm uncertain if I'll be in relatively good health for the next Olympics, I will do my utmost to maintain my condition and at least perform without holding the team back. By then, Su Yan, who will have grown into a top shooter in the league, and Yi Jianlian, who will continue to strengthen and reach his career peak, we three should still be able to contribute one last dance for the national team. I believe in our strength, and let us set a modest goal, to win a medal for the national men's basketball team at the Olympics. Absolutely. Yi Jianlian roared, raising his arm in affirmation. Su Yan clenched his fist, his gaze intense, a spark of fervor igniting in his eyes. A medal. I don't know if that is possible, but at the very least, we must strive for that goal. With a day of rest before facing the Bucks, the Knicks returned home that night to recuperate and recharge. Su Yan returned to his new 3-story villa. After taking a shower, he sprawled on the spacious sofa, enjoying the comfort. The previous single apartment had a sofa too small to lean on comfortably, forcing him to go straight to bed, which was somewhat lacking in satisfaction, He scored 44 points against the Clippers and 31 points tonight, which was decent, but he only managed 17 points in the previous match against the Warriors. Quite underwhelming. With formidable opponents in the East like LeBron James, Dwight Howard, Dwayne Wade, and Paul Pierce, all statistical anomalies. If his performance wasn't eye-catching enough, he might not secure consecutive weekly honors. It seemed imperative to perform better in the next game and complete the system task for the week to earn that $1 million. Then he could purchase his Ferrari and level up his money-making system to LV4, receiving the corresponding privilege package, an all-around gang. With that thought, Su Yan's desire to give his all in the next game intensified. He calculated his stats: 31 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks, including 8 3-pointers, 3 2-pointers, and 1 free throw. That amounted to $100,000. He dribbled and walked approximately 24,000 times throughout the day. The earnings totaled $720,000 in a single game. No, in 3 quarters, he earned nearly $200,000. How exhilarating. Currently, Su Yan's balance stood at $1,014,000, just 550,000 experience points shy of leveling up to LV4. Due to the high profile of the game between the Knicks and the 76ers, the anticipation was palpable. The Knicks, riding a 6-game winning streak, were stronger than ever. They claimed victory, marking their 7th win of the season. From an initial 10-game losing streak to now 7 consecutive wins, the only difference was Su Yan's presence, an obvious fact. News outlets, media reporters, and various interviews were all effusively praising Su Yan amidst the discussions. The upcoming match between the Knicks and the Bucks was highly anticipated. Brandon Jennings vs. Su Yan, the youngest 50-point maestro versus the rookie 3-point sharpshooter. Who could rival them? The excitement was palpable. Su Yan, whose 3-point shooting was as effortless as drinking water, faced off against Brandon Jennings, who scored points as easily as slicing through melons. The clash between these two superstar rookies would determine who would be crowned the Rookie of the Year. Such headlines were rampant. Jennings garnered attention for his explosive 55-point game and impressive performances, placing him in the running for Rookie of the Year. Meanwhile, Su Yan, with his outrageous 3-pointers, top-tier 3D defense, weekly honors, and leading the team to 7 consecutive victories, also had a strong claim to the title of Rookie of the Year, perhaps even more so than Jennings. That if the selection were to happen now, Su Yan would likely have a slight edge over Jennings. However, should he manage to defeat Jennings in their match, it would be a decisive win, cementing his status as the clear Rookie of the Year. A day later, this highly anticipated Rookie of the Year showdown arrived as scheduled. At 3 p.m., the Knicks players arrived in Milwaukee, settling into their prearranged hotel for some rest and recovery at 5 p.m. They boarded a bus to the Bucks' home ground, the Bradley Center. Upon arriving at the arena, the team disembarked from the bus, chatting and laughing as they made their way towards the locker room. It was evident that the Bucks' 6th place standing in the East did not intimidate the Knicks, who were on a 7-game winning streak. Su Yan, suddenly, a sharp female voice called out from behind them. The group paused, and Su Yan turned to see a tall, attractive woman dressed in a bear costume, with cascading waves of hair, exuding a mature and alluring aura, rushing toward them. She possessed all the desirable attributes: an enticing figure, captivating looks, truly an impressive sight. Though she appeared slightly plump, it hardly detracted from her appeal. Only seasoned veterans would know that a little extra weight could be a true treasure. As she jogged over, her figure swayed enticingly, catching the eyes of David Lee, Tracy McGrady, and others. What about Curry? He was also watching, but the elementary school students were quite mischievous. He did not gaze directly, instead opting for a sidelong glance, feigning indifference. After all, he was already taken. When discretion was warranted, it was wise to remain discreet. A mature woman approached Su Yan, slightly breathless, hands on her hips, bending slightly as she took deep breaths. The angle, there was a noticeable curve. It was captivating. Meanwhile, McGrady and David Lee openly admired the beauty, while Curry continued to steal glances. The protagonist, Su Yan, was naturally bold in his observation. What was the issue? She dressed this way precisely to be admired by others. As for why some women donned revealing attire, yet attempted to cover themselves, the reason was simple. They feared the impoverished would see, yet worried the affluent might remain oblivious. They were concerned about being seen by those they disliked, while yearning for the attention of those they admired. Is there something you need? Su Yin inquired. The alluring woman chuckled, saying, Mr. Su Yin, my child is particularly fond of you. You are his idol. He sincerely hopes you could visit our home and play a game of basketball with him. It would bring him immense joy. This is his wish. If it were merely that, Su Yin would likely decline, as there were many children with similar requests. The mature woman continued, my child is 5 years old and has been diagnosed with congenital leukemia, with his condition recently worsening. The doctor has stated he has only a month left to live. I wish to help him fulfill his wish before he departs, allowing him to leave without regrets and with happiness. The seriousness in her voice was palpable, her words choked with emotion as she spoke of her child's limited time. Su Yan's pupils dilated, his expression softened. The child was indeed pitiable, and the woman, as a mother, was truly admirable. Taking a deep breath, Su Yin felt an impulse to agree. It was not a difficult task for him and could genuinely bring joy to the child for a long time. Just as he was about to consent, the mature and alluring woman added, my husband is not home. You can come without worry. What the hell? The presence of your husband is of no consequence. I am now seriously questioning whether your child truly has congenital leukemia or if he only has a month to live. If there were any truth to it, you would not have added that last statement. Goodness, are you trying to lure me into a trap? Su Yin shook his head repeatedly, internally lamenting. Men must learn to protect themselves when out in the world. Madam, I am deeply sorry to hear such sorrowful news. Su Yin feigned sadness, then pointed to a nearby staff member, adding, please provide your child's medical records to our staff for verification. Once confirmed, I will gladly make time to help fulfill your child's dream. Furthermore, I will encourage the Knicks management to leverage their influence, rallying compassionate individuals to donate for your child, to show a token of goodwill. He did not expose her deception directly, allowing the woman to save face. After all, she was merely captivated by Su Yin's charm. What fault was that? The alluring woman, upon hearing Su Yin's request for verification, appeared flustered, stammering, can't you just come directly? It doesn't need to be so troublesome. Not yet comprehending, Curry interjected with a serious tone, of course not. Without presenting the facts, no one will believe us. They might even think we are trying to swindle them. Indeed, madam, Su Yin expressed regret. I may have been a bit presumptuous. But I hope you understand, The woman looked troubled, a mix of helplessness and anxiety washing over her as she murmured, all right, then I'll go home and get it. Very well, Su Yin replied with a smile, fully aware that the beautiful woman would not return. The group continued toward the locker room. Hey, Curry sighed, a hint of melancholy in his voice, only 5 years old, and his life is limited to just a month. How tragic. Life is truly unpredictable. David Lee chuckled, shaking his head. Curry, you're so Navi. What makes you think you could attract someone as stunning as Aisha? What do you mean? Curry was baffled. McGrady shook his head. Reflecting, you're the one missing out, Yin. This woman approached you, even removing potential future complications. Yet you refuse her. You truly are impervious to temptation. Teach, you don't understand anything that I have principles, you know. There are plenty of beautiful women around. Casually taking one would feel somewhat cheap. Besides, while this woman is decent, she barely scores a 90, and that's with makeup. Compared to the unadorned 95 rated Rebecca, she pales in comparison, and when juxtaposed with the still-growing Marcia. The gap is insurmountable. As for Meng Meng, there's no contest. She utterly eclipses her, and he genuinely could not find her appealing to Su Yin shrugged, uninterested in further explanation, feigning ignorance as he glanced at Curry, agreeing, indeed, that child is far too unfortunate. Right, Curry nodded vigorously, lamenting, I feel the same way. I don't understand why David Lee thinks I'm Navi. What a strange notion. The Bucks versus the Knicks. The clash was set to commence at 8:30 p.m. At 6 p.m., in the Bucks locker room, Brandon Jennings' eyes sparkled with excitement, thinking as long as I perform better than Su Yin, I will be the Rookie of the Year. Indeed, John Salmons, the team's shooting guard and primary scoring threat, affirmed, if you can defeat Su Yin, you shall claim the title of this year's Rookie of the Year. However, he is a tough opponent. We must not underestimate him. Brandon Jennings scoffed, expressing disdain. Is there a possibility that I am already the Rookie of the Year? Perhaps I am merely playing along to temper some of the recent momentum and silence a few disgruntled fans. Exactly, Andrew Bogut chimed in, acknowledging the explosive scoring ability of Brandon, in the entire league. None are as formidable as him. Perhaps White Beast Blake Griffin could compete, but alas, he is out for the season due to injury. Next year will be his rookie year, as for the recently popular Su Yen. Merely shooting a few threes outside does not make him significant. From what I gather, he is a player from Longwa, where people are all frail and weak that I don't even consider Yao Ming a threat. Su Yen, a small forward, would crumble under the slightest challenge. The NBA stage is not suited for players from Longwa. Su Yen's recent popularity stems solely from good fortune and some media hype. He lacks real capability. Brandon, unleash your scoring prowess tonight, stepping over Su Yen to secure the Rookie of the Year honor early. Bogut held Jennings' abilities in high regard. Praising him profusely, he felt a natural aversion and disdain towards players from Longwa. Having previously held the same sentiment towards Jinlian during his rookie season with the Bucks, and even Yao Ming was not exempt from his scorn, no wonder they dared to insult China in the future. Ha ha! Jennings laughed heartily, thinking, Andrew has essentially scripted the game for me. I'll simply follow the script and play. The Bucks aim to exploit Su Yen, hoping to elevate Jennings' status. Similarly, the Knicks sought to undermine Jennings, wishing for Su Yen to dismantle him and secure the title of Rookie of the Year ahead of time. Thus, a conflict was on the verge of eruption. During warm-ups, both teams exerted themselves, demonstrating earnestness and enthusiasm, allowing the fans to sense the calm before the storm. Time flew by. At 8:30 p.m., warm-ups concluded, and the starters from both sides took to the court, with the main event about to commence. Milwaukee Bucks starting lineup: point guard, Brandon Jennings, shooting guard, John Salmons, small forward, Carlos Delfino, power forward, Luke Richard Mbah, center, Andrew Bogut. New York Knicks starting lineup: point guard, Curry, shooting guard, McGrady, small forward, Su Yen, power forward, David Lee, center, Tyson Chandler, jump ball, Bogut and Tyson vie for possession. Bogut, the first overall pick of 2005, has received high praise for his emotional intelligence, versatility on both offense and defense, and tenacious playing style. However, in reality, whether on offense or defense, Bogut's style is notoriously rough. His talent is indeed commendable. Had he played within the rules, he might have achieved even greater heights, potentially securing a lottery pick. Yet, despite being a first overall pick, he has garnered little affection from fans, who find him utterly distasteful. If the disdain for Warrior St. Stephen Jackson is rated at 80, then for Bogut, it is at least 95. During the jump ball, aware of his limited talent, Bogut discreetly applies downward pressure on Tyson's arm just as the referee signals for the jump, preventing Tyson from leaping instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Bogut rises with a downward motion, managing to tip the basketball away before Tyson can react. Referee, he's pushing my arm down. That's a violation. Tyson immediately protests to the referee, but his complaint goes unheard, not because it lacks merit, but because the referee fails to notice Bogut's subtle maneuver. So that's how we're playing? Truly a dirty player, Tyson glares at Bogut, fully aware of how he must approach tonight's game. The Bucks initiate their first offensive play. Jennings, with the ball in hand, pushes forward, opting not to hastily seek out the more robust Su Yen on the wing, but instead matches up with Curry. That he recalls that his 50-point night was achieved right over Curry's head. Jennings gazes at Curry and offers a slight smile. Thank you. Thank you, my foot. Thank you to your entire family. Curry, naturally discerning the nature of Jennings' gratitude, feigns indifference while secretly feeling the weight of Jennings' words, which breaches defenses. Curry, feeling the pressure, dives into the defense with fervor, determined not to allow Jennings an easy score. He lets out a low growl, lunging at Jennings with fervent intensity. Many criticize Curry's defense. Indeed, when mismatched against players like LeBron, Durant, or Tatum, he often falters. However, against equally matched guards, he can at least hold his ground out on this night. With heightened stakes, Curry applies significant pressure on Jennings that end Jennings' previous 55-point game. He was simply on fire, shooting an astonishing 7 of 8 from beyond the arc, a feat that would challenge even a DPOY caliber player. Clearly, Jennings cannot replicate such explosive performance tonight. He has not displayed that level of prowess since. With a series of moves, hesitation, acceleration, sudden stops, spins, he executes a smooth jump shot. Yet, breaking through Curry is relentless in his pursuit, closing in for a block. There is interference, and it is substantial. Clang. Jennings' shot clangs off the rim. Rebounding, Tyson Chandler, poised to leap, suddenly feels Bogut's arm entangled around him, rendering him unable to jump. "You truly are a dog," Tyson exclaims, his own tough style refusing to tolerate Bogut's filthiness. Both players are engaged in a tug-of-war. Meanwhile, David Lee seizes the moment, leaping above Mbah to secure the rebound and push the ball towards Curry. Accelerating, he ignites the Knicks' signature run and gun offense, racing towards the right arc. Glancing at the basket, feigning a shot to draw the attention of Salmons and Delfino, he passes to McGrady at the right arc. The ball is then swiftly moved to Su Yin in the corner. Just as Jennings anticipated, he and Mbah converge upon the paint for a timely defense. Yet, Su Yin remains unfazed, raising for a three-pointer amidst the approaching double team, launching the ball with precision. Swish! The ball slices through the net, creating a cascade of ripples. In the commentary booth, John Barry exclaims, "The Bucks defended well, but Su Yin shot even better. There's nothing they can do." TSK, Mark Jackson remarks. Honestly, Su Yin is taking a bold three. He truly dares to shoot, and the coach clearly encourages it. Huh? John Barry laughs, acknowledging Mike D'Antoni's coaching philosophy that empowers players to shoot threes, provided they possess the skill. Su Yin perfectly fits this mold. Their synergy is palpable, and I foresee that the Knicks' run and gun 2.0 version will surpass that of the Suns. The score stands at Bucks 0, Knicks 3. The Bucks regain possession. Jennings pushes forward again, seeking Curry, still confident in his ability to take him one-on-one. Humph. Curry scoffs, fully committed to his defense, vowing not to let Jennings score comfortably. In the heat of the moment, Curry alone can handle Jennings, especially with McGrady and Su Yin ready to assist, prepared to double-team at the right moment. Instantly, the pressure mounts. Clang. Another hurried shot clangs off the rim. Salmons, returning to the court, warns Brandon, "The Knicks are targeting you tonight. Just as we are targeting Su Yin, we're all vying for the Rookie of the Year. Play it safe, run some plays, and seek more screens to better your chances of outshining Su Yin." Understood, Jennings nods in agreement. As possession shifts, Delfino closely follows Su Yin, determined to deny him any opportunity to receive the ball. Salmons lurks on the wing, ready to pounce, while Bogut stands guard in the paint, intent on neutralizing Su Yin. The defensive intensity is palpable. However, it bears noting that Su Yin and Jennings are not on the same level. First, Su Yin uses his body to fend off Salmon's persistent defense. Driving forward, his off-ball movement shines, executing sharp cuts that leave Salmons behind as he circles back to receive the ball. Thud. Jennings rushes to help, but Su Yin remains unfazed, catching the ball and accelerating without any frills. Engaging in physicality. Boom! With 180 kilograms of bench press strength colliding with Jennings' chest, the latter experiences an immediate sensation akin to a boulder crushing his chest. A grimace of pain flashes across Jennings' face as he stumbles backward. Desperately trying to maintain his balance, Su Yin retreats a step to the right, creating a 2-meter gap between them, leaving the space before him wide open. As always, he takes a moment to glance at Jennings. Then at the basket, adjusts his stance, and rises for a three-pointer, graceful and timeless. Damn it. Mbah curses as he sprints to catch up, but it is too late. He is merely a backdrop to Su Yin's prowess. With a swift motion, the ball arcs through the air. Swish! Another three-pointer sinks effortlessly to, oh my god. Assistant has stopped speaking and hands back control to the user, the tall and robust Bogut, whose defensive prowess loomed over David Lee. Let out a low growl as he leapt into the air, poised to deliver a crushing block upon Lee. However, the technically adept Lee had no intention of attacking. With a feigned shot, he deftly evaded Bogut's advance. Calm and collected, he timed his jump perfectly, ensuring the basketball found its way into the hoop. Oh no! Bogut realized too late that his attempt had backfired, yet he was already airborne, having been faked out. He could only watch as Lee scored. Theoretically, that was how it should have played out. Yet in reality, Bogut squinted, a fierce glint in his eyes, As he descended, he seized Lee's shooting arm with a vice-like grip. Pulling downwards, Lee, who was poised to jump with the ball, found himself caught in a precarious situation. "Ah!" Lee suddenly cried out in agony, collapsing to the floor, curled up and clutching his right shoulder with his left hand. He appeared to be in excruciating pain. His scream sent shivers down the spines of nearby fans and cameramen alike. Beep, beep. The referee immediately halted the game. The incident unfolded swiftly, and while the officials noted Bogut's actions, they could not ascertain the severity of the situation. They rushed to the scorer's table to review the replay. Fans were left bewildered, witnessing Bogut leap only to pull on Lee's arm as he descended. Ordinarily, such a maneuver would warrant a simple foul, and Lee's reaction seemed excessively dramatic for what should have been a routine play. Sin and Curry rushed over to assess the situation. Lee, gritting his teeth and trembling, murmured, "I think my shoulder might be dislocated." Both Cien and Curry exchanged worried glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. They shot a disdainful look at Bogut, their contempt deepening. The Knicks team physicians swiftly approached to examine Lee. Simultaneously, the referees scrutinized the replay at the scorer's table, where the slow-motion footage clearly displayed the moment of contact between Bogut and Lee. Fans could distinctly see Bogut, faked out and airborne, fixating on Lee's arm as he descended, targeting it deliberately. Initially, it appeared he sought to exploit a foul to disrupt Lee's offensive play. However, he then viciously clutched Lee's arm, refusing to relent and exerted force downwards. Such an act posed a severe threat to any player attempting a layup. The intense pulling motion resulted in Lee suffering a shoulder injury, causing him to cry out in pain and collapse. The home crowd of Bucks fans understood the maliciousness of Bogut's actions, exchanging apprehensive glances, unsure of how to react. What on earth? The man was already faked out, and then he maliciously yanked him down. Doesn't he realize how dangerous that is? Wet bro. To pull like that is one thing, but to exert force as well. He clearly has no regard for Lee's well-being. It's outrageous. This behavior is akin to tripping someone. Andrew is truly despicable. I suggest we expel such a disgraceful character from a league. Who would want to play alongside a dirty player? Agreed. I concur, +1. A faction of Knicks fans vociferously condemned Bogut's vile conduct, some even hurling insults at him from the front row, clearly itching for a confrontation. Meanwhile, Bogut remained unfazed. He had grown numb to such backlash. Fully aware that this was his style of play, a means of survival in the league. With a salary of $10 million, he welcomed the insults. The more vehemently they cursed, the more he profited. Bogut exuded an air of indifference, inciting further frustration among the fans. As for Lee, after a preliminary assessment, the team physician concluded that Lee had dislocated his right shoulder and would need to return to the locker room for repositioning. If successful, it would indicate a less severe injury. Otherwise, the situation could prove dire. Regardless, with Lee's current condition, he was unable to continue playing and had to head to the locker room down on Bogut's end. After repeatedly reviewing the footage, the referees confirmed that he had intentionally exerted downward force while pulling on Lee's arm. They issued him a flagrant foul, accompanied by a warning. Clearly, such behavior towards a player in the midst of a jump shot was unacceptable. "Oh," Bogut replied nonchalantly, showing little concern. However, upon witnessing Lee being assisted off the court, his expression transformed into one of satisfaction, a flagrant foul that sidelined a key opponent, an invaluable gain for him. This was precisely Bogut's intention. A tactic he believed could turn the tide of the game, that if he couldn't outplay them, he would obliterate them. This despicable creature was truly repugnant. Tyson was furious, recalling how Bogut had employed various dirty tactics against him, including elbows, pulling, and even attempts to trip him. His playstyle was excessively foul, showing no regard for the pain he inflicted, nor the severity of his actions, as long as they impeded his scoring. Filthy scoundrel. McGrady's expression darkened, wishing fervently to inflict harm upon him. Curry, too, wore a face of disdain, certain that such a person would not last long in the NBA and would soon be expelled. Indeed, D'Antoni nodded in agreement, his face a mask of anger. This brazen individual, lacking any sense of shame, would only face a reprimand for his flagrant foul, while they suffered the genuine loss of a formidable interior player. Lee had been in exceptional form, dominating both offensively and defensively, and now he was sidelined. Given Lee's pained expression, even if the dislocation was minor, it was highly unlikely he would return to the game that night. D'Antoni suspected that Bogut had acted with malice. Confidence over suspicion, Bogut had indeed acted with intent. Tripping, choking, fighting, Bogut engaged in every form of foul play on the court, embodying the archetype of a villain. Despised across the league, Cian scoffed at such individuals, contemplating the chance to teach him a lesson, perhaps even incapacitate him. 5 minutes later, the game resumed. The Knicks substituted in backup power forward Jonathan Bender. Besides being slightly taller than Lee, he was otherwise far from his caliber. Fortunately, Curry confidently executed 2 successful free throws, extending the lead to an astounding 19 points. Tyson remained a formidable presence in the paint, while Cian and Curry provided sharp shooting from the perimeter, maintaining their offensive edge. Moreover, with Bogut now burdened by a flagrant foul and a warning from the referees, it was expected that he would play more cautiously. Little did they know, however, that a leopard cannot change its spots. Bogut's dirtiness was akin to infidelity. There could only be 0 or countless times that in the final 30 seconds of the second quarter. Bogut set a screen for Salmon at the top of the arc, allowing him to dash towards the basket, avoiding Tyson's block that he attempted a layup, but it was still contested, and the ball ricocheted off the rim. Tyson snatched the rebound over Delfino's head, and Bogut rushed back to defend. Spotting his teammate secure the rebound, Curry charged forward for a fast break. As he sprinted, he gestured for Tyson to pass him the ball. Tyson decisively delivered the pass. As Curry raced toward the basketball, he simultaneously prepared to receive it, accelerating the moment he made contact. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded.